Having expectorated a mouthful of blood, Xie Tao promptly retrieved a small vial to collect it, loath to waste a single drop. That as practitioners of necromancy, they were notoriously frugal with their own blood, conserving every last bit. Having completed her collection, Xie Tao finally took the opportunity to survey her surroundings. She appeared to be in a cramped, dimly lit space, illuminated only by a small window overhead. Her presence here was the result of a desperate act during a pursuit, when she had employed a random teleportation scroll. The essence of such a scroll lay in its unpredictability. Tales abounded of individuals being transported to the Earth's core or the forbidden territories of dragons, their fates invariably grim. Had circumstances not been so dire, Xie Tao would never have resorted to such a volatile tool. Eager to ascertain the safety of her location, Xie Tao produced a jeweled lamp from her satchel and cast its light around the room. The small cabin contained 2 rows of shelves, haphazardly stocked with bottled water and convenience foods. While Xie Tao was unfamiliar with the specific varieties, the labels bore characters she recognized, indicating that she had merely been transported to a remote locale. With this realization, Xie Tao located the door and creaked it open. A flurry of snowflakes assailed her, carrying with them a faint scent of blood. Sensitive to such odors, Xie Tao cautiously stepped outside. Suddenly, a severed figure dangled from the rooftop, its decaying face nearly touching hers, revealing maggots writhing within the putrid flesh. While most would have screamed in terror, Xie Tao swiftly donned a pair of gloves, seized the rotting visage, and, after a moment of appraisal, regretfully released it, allowing the corpse to plummet to the ground. The cadaver was incomplete and lacked freshness, rendering it of limited use. The scent of living flesh galvanized the wandering ghouls, causing them to turn their heads in unison, revealing faces in various states of decay. Some were severely decomposed, with only fragments of flesh clinging to bare bone, while others retained recognizable features, albeit with a pallid, rigid countenance. The scene evoked the very essence of a zombie apocalypse. Wow! Xie Tao's eyes widened, and tears welled up as she stifled a sob. Not from fear, but from avarice. To a necromancer, this spectacle was akin to beholding a mountain of gold, and unclaimed at that. Thank you, nature, for this bounty. Xie Tao hastily opened a gate to her extra-dimensional space, retrieving her implements of the trade and calculating whether she could accommodate the sheer volume of corpses. Drawn by the scent of living flesh, the zombies surged forward, as if fearing they would miss out on a share. Necromancy encompassed a spectrum of practices, broadly divided into 2 primary schools, those who manipulated corpses and those who controlled souls. The latter faction, seeking to distance themselves, had rebranded themselves as spiritists. Beset by persecution and dwindling numbers, the 2 factions reconciled, giving rise to individuals like Xie Tao, who specialized in one school while dabbling in the other. Xie Tao possessed a remarkable aptitude in this regard, having synthesized the 2 disciplines into a novel approach. By binding souls to corpses, she simulated resurrection, creating servants capable of independent thought, far superior to simple skeletons. Having lost her servants during her recent pursuit, Xie Tao had released their souls, intending to acquire new ones later. Thus, she could only summon 2 skeletal figures she typically disdained. The skeletons clattered forward, valiantly restraining the zombies and hauling them into Xie Tao's extra-dimensional space. The zombies gnawed at the skeletons, leaving only superficial marks. Devoid of flesh and bearing only azure flames in their eye sockets, the skeletons were immune to the zombies' infectious bite. Some zombies attempted to bypass the skeletons and attack Xie Tao, but they were thwarted by a black barrier surrounding her. Lacking intelligence, the zombies were incapable of fear or retreat, instead clawing at the air around Xie Tao. Filled with a sense of abundance, Xie Tao swiftly prepared a simple array, using blood she had previously collected, and transformed several of the less intact zombies into new minions. For necromancers, the sight of such an inexhaustible supply of raw materials was a dream come true. Xie Tao was determined to gather as much as possible, for the sake of her predecessors who had resorted to grave robbing. The quality of gifts exchanged between necromancers served as a true measure of their friendship. Ornate scrolls were a sign of superficiality. Resuch notes signified genuine camaraderie. But materials were the ultimate expression of devotion. Xie Tao imagined the reception she would receive from her peers if she could share this bounty. She would become a legend among them, and they would risk their lives to defend her. She even lamented the limited capacity of her extra-dimensional space. Had she known such an opportunity would arise, she would have gone to any lengths to expand it. As she led her skeletal minions forward, Xie Tao felt like a farmer reaping a bountiful harvest. She reorganized the contents of her extra-dimensional space to maximize its capacity, cramming in as much as possible. Yet, zombies continued to converge, drawn by the scent of living flesh. What a waste. So many fresh materials. It was in this context that Xie Tao noticed a young man. Initially, she had been too engrossed in collecting zombies to pay attention. She saw a car speeding away and a young man being ejected from it. The surrounding zombies quickly swarmed him that a pale arm flickered like a fleeting blossom, and soon after, he was utterly engulfed. He was a living man, yet Xie Tao had always held little interest in the living. Regardless of their striking beauty, his eyes, particularly, were exceptionally narrow and elongated, with the outer corners slightly upturned and a lighter-hued tear mole gracing the corner. When he gazed vacantly at the sky, as if he had surrendered all will to survive, he resembled a beautiful doll on the brink of decay. How pitiful! Humanity has an incessant penchant for mutual destruction, a trait that remains unaltered through the ages. Xie Tao lamented as he passed by. Only to retrace his steps moments later, he keenly observed that the aura surrounding the young man, now ensnared among the corpses, was undergoing a transformation. Initially, he was an ordinary living being, but mere seconds later, as his body became a canvas of wounds and his flesh was gnawed and devoured, exposing ghastly white bones, his essence began to shift that he increasingly resembled a corpse rather than a human. Yet, this change in aura was not merely a harbinger of death, it felt more akin to being assimilated by the surrounding undead. He was transforming into something akin to the nearby zombies, yet still retained a subtle distinction, as if beneath the decaying exterior lay a vibrant heart, resiliently beating. Despite the gradual corruption of its vessel, and undergoing further transformations that Xie Tao found momentarily difficult to discern, Zhongshan Jing had resigned himself to death, harboring no hope, fully aware of the stark reality that he had never been loved by anyone. Perhaps his only true belonging lay in hell, not in this world. At that moment, a girl appeared in his bloodied and blurred vision, her gentle features radiating a hint of compassion. Would you like to come with me? Approximately 10 minutes later, a young woman hurriedly arrived, accompanied by 2 companions, seemingly in search of something. Yet, despite the passage of time, they had found naught. Her companions could not contain their frustration. What exactly are you looking for? There's clearly nothing here. Just a horde of zombies. The woman murmured, it's impossible. That devil, the man destined to become the nightmare of the world, should have appeared here at this moment. Only now is he at his most vulnerable, capable of being slain. She must eliminate him before he ascended to the throne of the undead. Chapter 2. She appeared delicious after departing with Zhongshan Jing. Xie Tao gradually sensed something was amiss. Towering skyscrapers surrounded her. Yet the familiar clock tower and cathedral she often encountered were conspicuously absent. This was illogical. No city could exist devoid of a cathedral, otherwise the necromancers would not be compelled to dwell in remote mountains to evade capture. Moreover, these skyscrapers loomed exceedingly high, with even the shorter ones reaching a dozen stories, starkly contrasting with her recollections of urban landscapes. Where had she been transported? As Xie Tao regained her composure, she observed the countless wandering corpses on the streets. Peculiar iron boxes lining the roadside, unfamiliar yet recognizable script, and the towering edifices, all filling her with confusion. Primarily, she pondered how she might return home. A fleeting glance at the unconscious Zhongshan Jing led her to a house with an open door. Inside, remnants of blood stained the floor, trailing from the entrance to the living room, where she could discern dark, desiccated traces of flesh that had rotted away. 2 diligent little skeletons swiftly procured a broom and rag, clearing a small area. Xie Tao first deposited the unconscious Zhongshan Jing, allowing the skeletons to tend to his wounds. Before exploring the room, the space was adorned with photographs, revealing a family of 3, a young couple and a small child. Yet, apart from the blood-stained floor and signs of struggle, little else remained. Xie Tao could only infer from these subtle traces and the wandering corpses outside that a disaster had befallen the city, transforming humanity into mindless undead for some unknown reason. The city had swiftly devolved into a ghost town, trapping those who had not succumbed to the undead within its confines. Such abrupt calamities invariably inflicted profound suffering upon humanity, with some stemming from enigmatic monsters and others from the very nature of humanity itself. Zhongshan Jing appeared to be a product of the latter. After a brief exploration, Xie Tao reaffirmed that she was indeed in an unfamiliar realm, where the language bore slight differences from her own understanding, rendering it both familiar and foreign. Furthermore, the pervasive sense of technology was evident. There were no signs of magic here, unlike her homeland where magic reigned supreme and technological advancement was rather slow. often intertwined with magical elements. Currently, two possibilities emerged. Either a new region existed in the world unknown to her, and she had inadvertently been transported here, or the teleportation scroll had whisked her away to an entirely different realm. Ha ha ha, how could that be? It must be the first option. Yet, a nagging premonition lingered that she might, perhaps, truly be in a strange new world. This notion plunged Xie Tao into deep contemplation, instinctively reluctant to accept, but unable to deny the possibility. At that moment, Zhong Shanjing regained some awareness. He felt as though he were immersed in boiling water, while certain parts of him were as cold as ice. Deep within, something seemed to be incessantly devouring him, leading to unsettling changes throughout his body. He began to question whether he had indeed entered hell. As his consciousness gradually returned, Zhong Shanjing slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of a grinning skeletal face. He couldn't quite fathom how he could discern concern from such a visage. Yet there it was, a skeleton clad in a maid's outfit. Indeed, a maid's outfit. The little skeletal maid appeared to express excitement at his awakening, summoning another maid skeleton. One held a glass of water, while the other brandished a roll of bandages, encircling Zhong Shanjing as they scrutinized him from head to toe. So, he had truly arrived in hell. Zhong Shanjing peacefully closed his eyes once more. 2 minutes later, a sweet voice broke the silence. You're awake? Still alive, I hope? Upon reopening his eyes, Zhong Shanjing found the two little skeletons had stepped back, and before him stood a slender girl draped in a black cloak, her height barely reaching 5 feet 3 inches. The girl tilted her head slightly, revealing round cat-like eyes that drooped at the corners, exuding an air of innocence and charm, complemented by a hint of baby fat on her cheeks, adding a touch of sweetness to her cuteness. His family had cast him into hell, yet it was a stranger who concerned herself with his well-being. This stark contrast elicited a sardonic smile from Zhong Shanjing, only to be interrupted as Xie Tao poked his cheek, lamenting in a tone of regret. Ah, you're still alive. Zhong Shanjing. Something feels off. Never mind, being alive had its advantages, Xie Tao reassured herself. Unlike the other undead, Zhong Shanjing was a unique specimen, rich in research potential regardless of his state, and his survival permitted her further study after his eventual demise. With this thought, Xie Tao's spirits lifted considerably. She continued to prod Zhong Shanjing, lifting her chin proudly. I brought you back, so from now on, you belong to me. Zhong Shanjing's response. That was inconsequential. Xie Tao was not seeking his consent, but merely declaring her decision. Zhong Shanjing bore grievous wounds, his body riddled with deep gashes inflicted by the undead, rendering him a pitiful sight. He was on the cusp of a significant transformation, which would likely take 2 to 3 days to stabilize. In the interim, Xie Tao resolved to remain here, allowing Zhong Shanjing to complete his transformation and regain his freedom of movement before departing. This arrangement proved convenient. Zhong Shanjing's moments of consciousness were fleeting, as he soon drifted back into slumber. Xie Tao touched his skin, cold as that of a corpse, yet he continued to sweat profusely in his unconscious state, the perspiration tinged with a faint red hue, quickly saturating the carpet beneath him. He stirred awake several times, only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Observing this cycle, Xie Tao realized that the transformation would persist for some time, prompting her to attend to her own matters. While uncertain if she had truly entered a foreign world, it was evident she was in an unfamiliar place, making self-preservation paramount. Most necromancers were inherently frail. After all, it was not unusual for a mage to lack prowess in close combat. Xie Tao was somewhat stronger than the average necromancer, yet she could not rival a true warrior. In such an alien environment, where dangers lurked unbeknownst to her, enhancing her combat capabilities became essential. Having conveniently gathered a host of zombies, she decided to seize the moment and begin cultivating her own minions. Xie Tao carried sufficient materials, delegating one of the little skeletons to tend to Zhong Shanjing while dispatching the other to gather food. She remained in the room, embarking on the mass production of her minions. Ordinary corpses lacked souls. It was precisely because the soul had departed the body that a human could truly die. Consequently, necromancers skilled in the reanimation of corpses often resorted to grave robbing when materials ran low, while those adept at manipulating souls could not engage in such practices. They either honed their skills in summoning spirits or lingered near the dying, awaiting fresh souls to collect. The latter, often garbed in white cloaks, were colloquially dubbed white ravens. Xie Tao embodied both disciplines. As she crafted her minions, she meticulously observed, for zombies represented entirely novel materials to her, distinct from any she had encountered previously. For instance, During her alchemical endeavors, Xie Tao discerned that there seemed to be a lingering essence of the soul within the bodies of the zombies. The use of seemed was deliberate, as that sensation was rather nebulous, appearing to exist, yet simultaneously evading certainty. It was indeed a marvel. Consequently, she could only resort to the method of reanimating the corpses, transforming them into her puppets to ensure her safety. As for delving deeply into the mysteries of the undead, that could wait for a more opportune moment. Before long, Xie Tao had assembled a formidable squad of zombies, numbering a considerable 30 to 40. She dispatched them to capture new subjects while also serving as her eyes. Surveying the city, it was imperative for her to ascertain whether she had truly arrived in a new world. After a busy afternoon, fatigue set in, and she languidly collapsed onto the sofa, gently rubbing her abdomen. In a flash, skeleton number 2 rushed over and slipped a cushion behind her. At that moment, skeleton number 1 returned, dragging along a burlap sack. It opened the sack, allowing Xie Tao to select her desired delicacies. The contents were abundant and varied. Propping her chin on her hand, she pondered for quite some time before finally identifying the dish that piqued her interest the most. Thus, when Zhong Shanjing awakened once more, he was greeted by an unusual aroma, pungent and somewhat overwhelming. With great difficulty, he tilted his head and beheld Xie Tao, sitting at the side table, indulging in a bowl of snail rice noodles, while skeleton number 1 diligently peeled fruits, adorned with an apron. The scene appeared utterly fantastical, and even Zhong Shanjing, who had endured the apocalypse and the siege of zombies, found it momentarily absurd. He struggled to distinguish between reality and a dream, and the proximity of being thrust into the horde of the undead felt like a distant memory. In a daze, Zhong Shanjing observed Xie Tao as she approached him, holding a bowl of snail rice noodles, her head leaning forward as she inquired, "Are you hungry?" A moment of sluggishness enveloped him as he indeed felt the pangs of hunger. His gaze gradually settled upon Xie Tao's cherubic face, where she resembled a cheerful little squirrel, savoring the noodles, a smudge of broth lingering at the corner of her mouth. Blissfully unaware of the desire that stirred within Zhong Shanjing at that moment, he felt an insatiable hunger, a longing to consume her. Chapter 3. The person she seeks is Yuhei. Xie Tao suddenly leaned closer, her cat-like eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a fierce yet adorable aura. "What are you thinking about?" Zhong Shanjing. He found himself unable to articulate the impulse that had surged within him just moments before. This hunger was not of a lascivious nature but a primal, visceral craving to consume flesh, organs, the entirety of a body. The mere thought made his throat itch, and he could almost visualize the instant of flesh tearing, blood splattering, warm liquid coursing down his esophagus. "Wait." Zhong Shanjing pressed his hands to his head, willing the graphic images that could easily warrant an adult rating to dissipate. He was not foolish, recalling the events before his unconsciousness. He understood all too well why he had transformed into this state. He was on the brink of becoming a zombie, much like the soulless beings that roamed outside. They were devoid of reason, driven solely by instinct, compelled to devour the living. Zhong Shanjing recoiled at the thought of such a fate, preferring death to this grotesque existence. The catalyst for his transformation was his own kin, and as he wallowed in his thoughts, hatred and despair consumed him, igniting a simmering tumult within his soul. If this continued, he would either cool into ash or abandon all restraint. However, Zhong Shanjing achieved neither outcome, for Xie Tao suddenly tapped his head with surprising force. Momentarily dazed, he lifted his gaze to meet hers, realizing he had not fainted. She pondered briefly before extending the bowl of snail noodles to a nearby little skeleton, which promptly handed her a steel rod. With a glance of skepticism, Xie Tao appeared to question the resilience of Zhong Shanjing's skull, while the little skeleton, maintaining composure, procured a rolling pin to replace the steel rod. Zhong Shanjing could only watch in bewilderment as Xie Tao brandished the rolling pin, delivering him into a state of physical slumber. Zhong Shanjing. Xie Tao discarded the rolling pin, muttering softly, "If you're asleep, you want to have those wild thoughts, right, little dimwit?" Humans often grappled with a myriad of complex emotions, especially when confronted with the unfamiliar and incomprehensible. Having observed this repeatedly, Xie Tao had learned the simplest solution: to occupy their minds, leaving no room for spiraling thoughts. As long as they couldn't ruminate, their troubles would diminish by 2/3 or more. Throughout the following day, Zhong Shanjing occasionally regained consciousness. Each time he felt the onset of despair, a figure with a rolling pin would silently appear behind him. Over time, he could not discern whether he was experiencing a concussion or simply coming to terms with his reality, as he found himself no longer dwelling on those bleak thoughts. When awake, he would gaze at Xie Tao, allowing his mind to vacate and embrace the changes within his body. His demeanor pleased Xie Tao, who acknowledged him with a thumbs up. By the second evening, Zhong Shanjing no longer felt as if every cell in his body were being scorched. His physique had gradually calmed, even to the point of lacking surface warmth. He sensed a burgeoning power within him, ready to erupt. Remarkably, he seemed to have retained his sanity, capable of thought, and was not left amnesiac by Xie Tao's actions. This was encouraging. When his transformation reached its conclusion, Xie Tao was by his side, regarding him with an almost enamored gaze. Zhong Shanjing noted that she was indulging in instant noodles, specifically the pickled cabbage flavor. Xie Tao slurped a mouthful of noodles and mumbled, "Let us test your physical condition. If all is well, we'll be leaving here soon." Had Zhong Shanjing's transformation not persisted, Xie Tao would have already carried him out of the city, eager to ascertain whether the anomaly affected just this city or the entire world. If it were the latter, she could confirm that she had indeed entered a different realm, prompting her to strategize her next steps. "How do we test?" Zhong Shanjing's voice was hoarse, and he could taste the metallic tang of blood lurking deep in his throat. Xie Tao quickly finished her noodles, extolling their flavor. For them, as necromancers, such convenient and delectable sustenance was akin to a divine gift. If this truly was an alternate world, when the time came to leave, she planned not only to bring back a horde of zombies, but also to stockpile instant noodles to share enthusiastically with her reclusive friends. Of course, this is how we test. Xie Tao produced a fruit knife and punctured Zhong Shanjing's abdomen. He silently gazed down at the wound, observing that no blood flowed. After a few moments, it had nearly healed. It was evident he was no longer human. Xie Tao conducted a few other simple experiments, her eyes alight with excitement as she paced back and forth, regarding Zhong Shanjing with a gaze that was almost affectionate. One might mistake him for her beloved. More detailed experiments would have to wait until they left this place. She pricked her fingertip, squeezing out a drop of blood to mark Zhong Shanjing, then asked, "Will you come with me?" In a daze, Zhong Shanjing recalled the moment he lay amidst a pile of corpses, battered and torn. When he had heard this very question, Xie Tao was indeed an enigma, yet she would rescue a stranger ensnared by zombies, seemingly unperturbed by his transformation. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhong Shanjing cast a glance at the two little skeletons clad in maid outfits, and his emotions became tumultuous. All right. He was now a lost soul with nowhere to go. It seemed indifferent where he might end up. As for certain individuals, he would never grant them forgiveness. As this notion took root, Zhong Shanjing instinctively covered the back of his head. Xie Tao regarded him quizzically and said, "Then let us go." In a flurry of activity, Xie Tao's little minions gathered their belongings, and the zombie followers lined up to enter Xie Tao's portal to the alternate space. Due to the limited size of the space, they had to awkwardly stack atop one another. The remaining third dispersed, with a few clearing the path while others stood guard around Xie Tao like professional bodyguards. Zhong Shanjing found himself engulfed in a fog of confusion, unable to fathom how this young girl could command the zombies. After the disaster, some individuals indeed awakened strange abilities, yet theirs seemed ordinary: super strength, impenetrable skin, invisibility, and so forth. He had encountered a few of these, but none were as peculiar as Xie Tao. However, Xie Tao did not pry into his secrets, and he, in turn, refrained from delving into hers. Respect was mutual, a fundamental courtesy. With a small backpack filled with an assortment of snacks slung over her shoulder, they departed their dwelling under the protection of the zombies. Where to after leaving the city? Xie Tao tilted her head. Zhong Shanjing had not resided in the city long enough to remember many routes, but vaguely recalled one exit and willingly took the lead. They ventured toward the city's outskirts, encountering numerous zombies along the way. Each time they passed a group, Xie Tao would glance back with a hint of reluctance, sometimes even sighing. Her gaze toward the zombies was tender, a softness that sent shivers down Zhong Shanjing's spine. The prospect of becoming a zombie was terrifying, but it was an inevitability he could not control, unlike Xie Tao's situation. They continued onward, eventually nearing the highway leading out of the city when suddenly, a zombie under Xie Tao's control stumbled toward them, relaying a message. Someone was blocking the exit, searching for someone? Xie Tao was well versed in such maneuvers, for she was frequently a target of pursuit. She adeptly pulled up her hood to conceal her face and glanced back at Zhong Shanjing beside her. Although she was unaware of the identity of the wanted person, those who practiced necromancy tended to exercise extreme caution in such matters. She beckoned to Zhong Shanjing, who towered over her significantly. She stood at a mere 1.60 meters, while he appeared to exceed 1 meter 85. The tall young man had to bend down to approach Xie Tao. "I shall temporarily grant you a new visage," she declared. Despite his bewilderment, Zhang Shanjing complied without resistance, leaning down as her delicate hand gently rested on his face. Xie Tao's hand radiated warmth, imbued with the unique heat of life, while his countenance was frigid, akin to that of a corpse. Xie Tao continued to caress and knead his features, lingering for an extended period, until his icy cheeks seemed to absorb the warmth of humanity. All done. Once she completed her task, Xie Tao tugged at Zhang Shanjing's clothing, ensuring his battered form was thoroughly concealed. The injuries sustained prior to his transformation into a zombie appeared to have not healed swiftly. Thus, beneath his handsome visage lay a body riddled with wounds, exposing white bones in various places. Xie Tao extended her hand with her palm facing up. After a moment of silence, Zhang Shanjing placed his hand upon hers, her small hand enveloping his long fingers as they continued forward. She hopped and skipped, exuding a lively spirit, her shorter strides somehow propelling her ahead of Zhang Shanjing. He was drawn along towards a fateful juncture, unaware that his destiny was undergoing a profound transformation at that very moment. The exit from the city was indeed obstructed by a group of individuals who had erected barriers, scrutinizing every person attempting to leave. At the forefront stood a man holding a mobile phone, and as Xie Tao and Zhang Shanjing approached, they overheard his complaints. "It's been 2 days, and hardly anyone has come out. Why are they being held back? Who is this person anyway? What could possibly be worth this fuss?" As they drew near, Xie Tao, being of shorter stature, could not see, but Zhang Shanjing caught a glimpse of the photograph displayed on the phone screen, his own face. Chapter 4. Can Science Be Trusted? Zhang Shanjing harbored no enemies. Prior to becoming a zombie, his health was rather poor, and he seldom ventured outside, resulting in a life devoid of both adversaries and companions. The sole individual who might be considered his enemy was the one who had cast him into a pile of corpses. However, that person likely lacked the capacity to pursue him to the city's exit in a quest for vengeance. After all, in their eyes, once Zhang Shanjing fell into the heap of bodies, he was presumed lost, either utterly torn to shreds or transformed into a zombie, rendering any need for eradication unnecessary. Consequently, from the very beginning, Zhang Shanjing had dismissed the notion that it could be him, only to find that the individual in question was indeed seeking him. Who could possibly be searching for Zhang Shanjing? A momentary stiffness gripped his muscles, and it was in that fleeting instant that Xie Tao noticed. Tilting her head, she regarded Zhang Shanjing with sudden understanding and initiated the conversation. "Who are you looking for? Is it friends or family trapped in the city?" Given the tedium of her task, coupled with Xie Tao's charming and innocent demeanor, the man stationed at the entrance was more than willing to exchange a few words with her. He, displaying commendable dedication, first confirmed Zhang Shanjing's appearance against a photograph. Upon realizing the discrepancy, he crossed his arms and began to express his grievances. "I have no idea who we are looking for. It's just a command from above. One moment they say it could be a person, the next it might be a zombie. It feels like a game to them. Perhaps they are searching for someone's illicit lover, someone who ought to remain hidden. In such a vast city, the inability to ascertain whether the individual was human or zombie was undeniably exhausting. Of course, we've been stationed here for 2 days, and not a single soul has crossed our path. It's utterly infuriating. The calamity had not arisen overnight. The number of humans trapped within the city was still considerable. Every day, some managed to escape, with the fortunate ones emerging unscathed, finding refuge in survivor settlements, thus overcoming the first hurdle. Those less fortunate exited the city wounded, with no base willing to take them in, left instead to languish and await death or transformation into a zombie, whereupon the distinction from death seemed negligible. Thus, while they stood guard at the entrance, they occasionally glimpsed a few individuals, most of whom were unrelated to their search. Each one displayed astonishment at escaping hell, yet anxiety loomed regarding the uncertain future. There was not even a soul as composed as Xie Tao with whom to converse, rendering the atmosphere unbearably dull. After a brief exchange with the man, he enthusiastically directed Xie Tao. "The base I'm at is called TaoTao Survivor Base. If you're looking for a place to stay, you're welcome there." "Sounds great." Xie Tao responded with an okay gesture. "So this is the location? That's south quite close. I may just drop by if it's on my way. You absolutely must come. Our base is truly wonderful. The benefits for newcomers are fantastic." Xie Tao eagerly agreed, but upon departing, she immediately veered in a different direction. Zhang Shanjing could not help but remark, "This doesn't seem to be the way to Xiangtao." Xie Tao slowly lifted her head, regarding him with an expression that words could scarcely convey, leaving Zhong Shanjing utterly perplexed. She beckoned him to bend down, then reached out to touch his forehead, murmuring, "Not hot at all." She produced a small notebook and began to inquire, "Have you always been this way?" Let me rephrase that. Have you always been foolish?" Xie Tao regarded Zhong Shanjing with an expression of pity, as though he were a simpleton with a single-digit IQ. The once envied Zhong Shanjing, who had suffered from ill health despite his sharp intellect, was experiencing the unusual sensation of being labeled foolish for the first time. It appeared that this was not merely a side effect of his transformation into a living corpse. Rather, it was an innate quality. With a hint of regret, Xie Tao closed her notebook, stating, "If it is congenital, then there is no hope." Zhong Shanjing squinted slightly and replied, "I wouldn't say it's quite that. They are looking for you. So are you intending to walk into a trap at TaoTao?" Xie Tao struck Zhong Shanjing's forehead with little mercy, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Are you truly foolish?" Zhong Shanjing could only remain silent. Once she had finished her merciless reprimand, Xie Tao found a clear space to begin sketching a formation. Due to constraints in the alternate space, some of her subordinates still lingered within the city. Clearly, all exits had been blocked, and if they attempted to leave through those points, it would undoubtedly lead to conflict with humans, a predicament she wished to avoid. After careful consideration, Xie Tao decided to directly teleport her subordinates out. Long-distance teleportation was unfeasible. Otherwise, she would not have needed to rely on teleportation scrolls, which had inadvertently brought her to such a place. Short-distance teleportation was possible, albeit requiring some time. As Xie Tao diligently drew the teleportation array, Zhong Shanjing squatted beside her, seemingly poised to say something. Without lifting her head, Xie Tao remarked, "I know what you're thinking. I simply do not care." Zhong Shanjing remained silent for an extended period until Xie Tao continued, "I despise those things. I chose to become a necromancer precisely because I dislike the machinations of humanity. Your thoughts, your probing, I am indifferent. I merely see you as a big fool." As she spoke, she scrunched her nose, her disdain unmistakable. Zhong Shanjing had intended to voice something, but found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was because Xie Tao was unlike anyone he had ever known. Her forthrightness bordered on the alarming, rendering her an intolerable presence in the realm of normal social interactions. The unspoken rules that governed exchanges, which others would tactfully avoid, she effortlessly laid bare. Even without that radiant gaze, akin to stars scattered across the night sky, directed at him, Zhong Shanjing felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability. This vulnerability did not stem from deceit or other such matters. Rather, it arose from the startling realization that, unlike him, who had grown increasingly jaded and worldly, Xie Tao retained a purity and clarity that was altogether rare. While she was not a blank slate, she possessed a uniqueness that surpassed that of mere parchment. Next to her, he appeared utterly despicable. As Zhong Shanjing drifted into thought, Xie Tao completed the teleportation array. Stretching her limbs, she turned to face him. "You have your own way of living, and I have mine. I will not interfere. Just know I will call you a big fool." Despite having just been labeled a fool, Zhong Shanjing felt an unexpected lightness wash over him. He voluntarily sat beside Xie Tao, watching as one zombie after another emerged from the glowing teleportation array, curiosity prompting him to inquire, "Did you just say you are a necromancer?" "Indeed," Xie Tao replied, resting her chin on her hand as she observed her subordinates emerging, an undeniable joy swelling within her. Typically, Zhong Shanjing would have pressed for further details, what exactly a necromancer was, whether such mages truly existed in this world. But today, he refrained from asking anything. Instead, watching the zombies emerge like bamboo shoots after rain, rapidly forming a line. Once all her zombie subordinates had crawled out, Xie Tao led Zhong Shanjing and the throng of zombies in a direction that starkly contradicted the path indicated by the enthusiastic man. To prevent alarming others, Xie Tao instructed her zombie companions to be discreet, avoiding visibility to the living, displaying a commendable thoughtfulness. Not long after departing from the initial city, Xie Tao confirmed her suspicions. She had indeed entered an unfamiliar world. Furthermore, she realized that this disaster had not merely afflicted a single city. It had ravaged numerous urban areas, leaving them largely deserted, while the streets were populated by those who had just escaped and were still seeking refuge. They have yet to discern any patterns. Some individuals have been scratched or bitten by zombies, and one fateful night, without a whisper, they transformed into the undead, devouring their loved ones. Those who clung to a glimmer of hope were not spared from the clutches of fate. Xie Tao and her companions often passed by the scenes of tragic incidents, where car doors stood ajar, blood seeping from within the vehicle to the earth outside. Remnants of carnage faintly visible, with neither assailants nor victims to be found. The supplies within the car remained intact, save for the food. Clothing was present, and occasionally, photographs that had not been left behind in former residences. No one knew to whom the remains belonged, nor what transpired that night. Yet most could envision the unfolding of a tragedy upon witnessing the scene. They believed that escaping the city granted them safety, that minor wounds would not lead to infection, and that family and friends should never be forsaken. A flicker of pity stirred within Xie Tao. After gathering the supplies, she often instructed her subordinates to dig a grave, interring the remains, as a means of justifying their acquisition of resources. Among the horrors she encountered, none was more heart-wrenching than the mother, nearly devoured, whose skeletal remains, stained with crimson flesh, cradled a lifeless, cold infant. The perpetrator of this atrocity was likely the husband from the family of three, for when Xie Tao arrived, the husband, now a zombie, had not yet departed and was attempting to consume the baby from his wife's embrace. The emotional Zhong Shanjing could not help but lament. Is this a calamity bestowed upon humanity by the divine? Much like the apocalyptic flood, only those favored by the gods may survive by boarding the ark. As Xie Tao directed her subordinates to restrain the transformed husband, she began to dig a grave to lay the mother and child to rest. Hearing Zhong Shanjing's lamentations, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. It's a virus. Can you not trust science? Even as a necromancer, I possess more faith in science than those from a more advanced era. How absurd. Zhong Shanjing. Chapter 5. Swing and Dreams. Xie Tao tilted her head and glanced at Zhong Shanjing, recalling the last witch-hunting expedition. It had originated from the mysterious affliction that suddenly afflicted countless ordinary people, causing their bodies to decay relentlessly without leading to immediate death and possessing a certain contagion. The clergy claimed it was the work of necromancers and dark witches. Following a fervent witch hunt, numerous necromancers and dark witches perished, and the clergy began distributing holy water, asserting that bathing in it would cure the affliction and serve as a preventive measure. In a fleeting moment, the names of the divine and the clergy soared to prominence and fervor. Yet Xie Tao pondered, how could this dreadful disease spare a single noble? From that moment, she became a staunch atheist, despite the seemingly odd notion that necromancers were also atheists. Xie Tao was never inclined to play the role of a life mentor for others. Thus she refrained from elaborating with Zhong Shanjing, simply stating, our supplies are running low, let us venture into the city. Not far from their location lay a small town, and this pitiful trio might have fled from there. Upon finding an entrance, Zhong Shanjing suddenly remarked, I have been here before. Really? Xie Tao adjusted her cloak and leaned in to listen. Zhong Shanjing, typically reticent about his past, inexplicably divulged, when I was young, I lived here with my grandparents for nearly 5 years. Then you must be quite familiar with this place. Xie Tao tiptoed to pat his shoulder. Lead the way. In truth, he was not very familiar, having left the town over a decade ago and returned only for the passing of his grandparents. Thus, the town was a blend of familiarity and strangeness to him. However, Zhong Shanjing did not voice this. Instead, he instinctively reached out to Xie Tao, regretting the gesture as soon as he extended his hand. Before he could retract it, her delicate, fair hand had already nestled in his palm. Xie Tao's hand appeared slightly smaller than that of an average girl, with short, rosy nails that looked almost adorable, enveloped in Zhong Shanjing's long, scarred hand. He closed his palm around hers completely. Looking down, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction before leading the way forward. Such a diminutive town would soon succumb to chaos, with zombies wandering the streets and debris strewn about. Xie Tao's loyal minions diligently filled the increasingly vacant space of the otherworld. Her army of zombies grew ever larger. As Zhong Shanjing walked through the town streets, his return after many years evoked a profound sense of nostalgia. This post-apocalyptic town appeared remarkably alien, stirring a cascade of reflections within him. He still remembered who resided in some of the old houses, yet given the current circumstances, they had either met with misfortune or fled, erasing the last traces of familiarity. This way, Zhong Shanjing directed, though he was uncertain how much the town's layout had changed, only vaguely recalling that there used to be a small supermarket nearby. They walked not far before discovering a supermarket, albeit one that bore little resemblance to the one from his memories. Xie Tao wandered around, successfully locating a fire axe near a fire exit. After weighing it in her hands, she excitedly used it to create an opening in the supermarket's shutter door. Such small supermarkets typically did not possess vast inventories, and Zhong Shanjing had prepared himself to find it completely ransacked. To his surprise, upon entering, they found the shelves largely untouched. The dawn of the apocalypse began one fateful night, likely when the supermarket was devoid of customers, thus preventing any from transforming into zombies. Those fleeing the town dared not stop to scavenge for supplies, and with the town being small and lacking resources, outsiders with strength were disinclined to enter, allowing the supplies to survive. Only Xie Tao was in need of food and water. Her minions, including Zhongshan Jing, had all become zombies, creatures that did not require sustenance. Their instinct to attack and consume humans stemmed from an innate drive for evolution. For Zhongshan Jing, Xie Tao represented an exceedingly alluring and delectable existence. However, unlike ordinary zombies, he retained his intellect and reason, capable of self-control. His subordinates, governed by Xie Tao's command, obeyed her dutifully. Consequently, Xie Tao's collection of supplies was not extensive. She managed to pack some bottled water and instant food into her otherworldly space. But due to the overwhelming presence of zombies, she had not yet finished controlling them for release, leaving little room for more. Thus, the remainder was entrusted to Zhongshan Jing. The tall, handsome young man carried a pink backpack filled with snacks and drinks, creating a rather peculiar sight. It was not Xie Tao's intention to indulge in whimsy. Rather, the pink backpack had the most capacity. After thoroughly scavenging the supermarket, they descended from the second floor to the first, where they stumbled upon a mobile phone display, each small black device neatly arranged. Xie Tao paused, questioning Zhongshan Jing. "What are these?" Zhongshan Jing replied with a hint of confusion. Every day, he sensed something amiss with Xie Tao, such as her self-identification as a necromancer and her genuine ability to command zombies, not to mention her lack of recognition of a mobile phone. Surely, even those living in remote mountains would know what a mobile phone is by now. Having formed a vague hypothesis, Zhongshan Jing patiently explained to Xie Tao what a mobile phone was, how to use it, and, most importantly, that it could no longer connect to the internet, rendering it mostly useless. At best, it could tell time, and without a charging station, it could only be powered by portable chargers, most of which were not fully charged. Thus, the phone was essentially obsolete. Oh, I see. After absorbing this information, Xie Tao's eyes sparkled with regret, yet she took one as a keepsake. Upon returning to her world, she would surely urge her alchemist friend to devise a substitute for a mobile phone. In a world so focused on technological advancement, there was much to learn, and her journey here might not be in vain. Once they had gathered all they desired, the pair exited the small supermarket and returned to the street. Standing there, Zhongshan Jing felt a fleeting disorientation. Where would you like to go next? He found himself in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of what to do or where to go next, akin to a marionette wishing to dance to Xie Tao's commands. To explore this world further, Xie Tao stood with her hands on her hips, head held high, exuding a vibrant energy that starkly contrasted with Zhongshan Jing's lethargy, even seeming somewhat out of place in this decaying world. "Sometimes, you resemble the sun," Zhongshan Jing unexpectedly remarked. Huh. Xie Tao was taken aback, momentarily believing Zhongshan Jing had lost his mind in the throes of transformation, discarding his intellect entirely. How could anyone liken a necromancer to the sun? Xie Tao's gaze softened with affection, and she finally patted Zhongshan Jing, saying, "Make sure to eat well." Zhongshan Jing responded with a puzzled expression. Xie Tao, with a natural transition, changed the subject. "It's getting late. Perhaps we should find a place to rest for the night instead of staying in the city. At this hour, venturing out of the city may soon plunge one into darkness, leaving no choice but to seek refuge in the desolate wilderness or amidst the roadside underbrush. There is little comfort in comparison to finding a room within the city to rest one's weary head." Zhongshan Jing, lost in thought, softly suggested, "Then come with me." The two of them made their way swiftly to a quaint little courtyard, a rarity amidst the towering edifices of a bustling metropolis. In such developed cities, buildings rise ever higher, reaching dozens or even hundreds of stories, maximizing the use of land. This modest courtyard boasted an antiquated gate, its locks slightly rusted. Instinctively, Zhongshan Jing reached for his keys, only to give up with a forlorn gaze. Meanwhile, Xie Tao quickly produced her fire axe, her new favorite tool, adeptly using it to smash the lock without damaging the wooden door, which she then pushed open with ease. The courtyard was not particularly spacious, yet it was evident that its former inhabitants had meticulously designed it. On either side lay small vegetable patches, now overgrown and neglected. In the center stood a trellis-like corridor, though the vines had withered and the structure itself had decayed. Further inside, a faded swing remained, still intact but appearing unsafe due to its frayed ropes. likely weakened by years of exposure to the elements. It seemed that this place had long been abandoned, not merely since the recent calamities but even prior, as it had lost its owner and subsequently became shrouded in dust, untouched for many years. Xie Tao found herself quite fond of the place, even dashing over to the swing to give it a gentle shake, testing whether it was still fit for sitting, only to be met with a layer of dust. Feeling a twinge of regret, she wandered around the courtyard, exploring every nook and cranny before meandering back to Zhang Shanjing's side. "I really like it here," she remarked. "Is that so?" Zhang Shanjing replied with a light chuckle. "This is where I lived as a child." "Is it?" Xie Tao exclaimed in surprise. Not fully grasping the reason for her astonishment, Zhang Shanjing nodded, lost in his own reverie. Moments later, he squatted beside the swing, attempting to repair it while feeling a pang of sorrow for his own innocence. Chapter 6. The mutated zombie. The old swing was quite easy to repair, though the materials at hand were insufficient. Zhang Shanjing repeatedly cautioned, "Be careful while playing, don't fall." Xie Tao, reminiscent of children who deceive their parents, shouted, "I know," as she rushed towards the swing, exclaiming, "Hooray, hooray!" Zhang Shanjing, having never cared for children, suddenly felt a pang of dread. He entered the house for a brief inspection. The sheets and blankets had grown damp from disuse, emanating a musty odor. The spare bedding in the cupboard had clearly not escaped the ravages of time. And the kitchen contained an old gas canister, which surprisingly still ignited when tested, an impressive testament to its durability. After a thorough inspection, Zhang Shanjing returned to the yard, where he could hear Xie Tao's cheerful voice from afar. Upon peering out, he saw her soaring high on the swing, nearly reaching the heavens. His heart lurched, fearing she might plummet from such dizzying heights and land in a heap. It is often said that what one fears most tends to come to fruition. As Xie Tao swung higher, one of the ropes snapped, and she began free-falling from the apex. Zhang Shanjing's breath caught in his throat, the tension in his mind snapping like a frayed string. He dashed towards her, but before he could reach her, two small skeletons adeptly unfurled a sheet. Adjusting their positions with practiced ease, Xie Tao plummeted onto the sheet, which the skeletons caught with a firm grip. Her hood had fallen off, her hair a tousled mess. Yet she appeared elated, sitting there and giggling. Zhang Shanjing held his breath, momentarily at a loss for words. When Xie Tao finally stood up, sporting a fuzzy head, he darkly remarked, "You truly have no fear of accidents. You have no understanding of necromancy." Xie Tao promptly donned her hood, placing her hands behind her back as she began directing her little minions. One skeleton scurried outside to procure fresh bedding, while another swept the room with a broom, diligently clearing away dust and debris. The once desolate room became lively, albeit filled with either zombies or maid-costumed skeletons, which lent an unsettling air. These two little skeletons were evidently quite capable and efficient, tidying up with remarkable organization. Zombies, often stiff in their movements, were incapable of handling meticulous tasks, which were left to the two skeletons, like making the bed or preparing meals. As soon as Xie Tao entered the house, one skeleton would promptly clear a spot for her to sit, wash a cup, and pour her a glass of mineral water. Yes, mineral water. Zhang Shanjing's treatment was less gracious. He had to clean off his own stool. After doing so, he sat opposite Xie Tao, observing the industrious little skeletons, and inquired, "Were they girls in life? So attentive." "Oh, they were boys," Xie Tao unabashedly replied, her voice brimming with mischief. "Boys in maid outfits are the best." Zhang Shanjing was momentarily at a loss, unable to face the two little skeletons again. The two skeletons continued their work with unwavering composure, swiftly tidying the room. Their rapid movements only allowed Zhang Shanjing glimpses of the bow ties fluttering above their backsides. As they neared completion, one skeleton set down its cleaning tools and hurried into the kitchen. Soon, the long-abandoned house was filled with the delightful aroma of cooked food. With a semblance of humanity returning to the room, warmth enveloped the space. Meanwhile, Xie Tao was engrossed in her phone, feeling a sudden impulse. Zhang Shanjing introduced her to a mobile game that could be played offline, a simple matching game pre-installed on the device. Xie Tao became utterly absorbed, initially leaning over the table to play. Once the skeletons had set the table with their culinary creations, she alternated between eating and playing, even having the skeletons feed her, indulging in a lavish display of extravagance. Even as she prepared for sleep, her phone remained clutched in her hands. The master bedroom and the side room were separated by a wall. Xie Tao occupied the former, while Zhang Shanjing took the latter. In truth, after becoming a zombie, the need for sleep diminished, yet Zhang Shanjing still intended to observe the formality. He closed his eyes. 5 minutes later, he was rudely awakened. The sounds of the game from Xie Tao's side were incessant, round after round. If Zhong Shanjing were still a weary human in dire need of rest, he would likely be on the brink of despair. However, he was not, and thus he lay awake, gazing at the ceiling, suspecting that Xie Tao had been sent by fate to torment him. She rescued him from the horde of zombies merely to subject him to this torment? When the sounds from outside reached his ears, Zhong Shanjing was the first to rise. The incessant game sounds were maddening, repetitive, trivial, and hypnotic. Xie Tao, perhaps still unacquainted with adjusting the volume, had left it quite loud. As he stepped out of his room, he spotted Xie Tao in fluffy pajamas, her rabbit ears drooping as she walked out, still engaged in her game, clearly having heard the commotion outside. "I'll go check it out first," Zhong Shanjing declared. But Xie Tao thrust a fire axe into his hands, the very axe that had once been her old love, suggesting that she still held a flicker of affection for him. Equipped with Xie Tao's old love and accompanied by several little skeletons, Zhong Shanjing ventured out of the courtyard. The street outside had descended into chaos. A handful of ordinary people were fleeing towards him, pursued by an oddly formidable zombie. This zombie resembled a muscular fitness enthusiast, yet its towering height of 2 to 3 meters, with pillar-like legs and massive hands, could effortlessly crush a person's skull. There were about 4 survivors, 3 men and 1 woman, who clearly lacked experience confronting such a monstrosity. They dared not halt, witnessing a companion's head being crushed, and hastily sprinted forward. As the saying goes, one need not outrun the monster, merely their companions. The decapitated body dangled limply from the robust zombie's grip, easily torn apart and consumed. The sounds of chewing mingled with dripping liquids echoed sharply on the not-so-quiet street. Had the creature paused to eat, the remaining 4 might have escaped unscathed. However, it did not. It was evident that one person could hardly satiate its hunger. As it devoured, it charged toward the remaining survivors. Its heavy body exhibited surprising agility, kicking up a cloud of dust with each landing. Zhong Shanjing, wielding the fire axe, stood in stark contrast to the zombie's formidable physique, yet he felt no pressure. Instead, a thought flashed through his mind. Xie Tao might find it quite fascinating, not in a conventional sense, but rather her appreciation for unique zombies and bizarre corpses, similar to how Xie Tao cherished Zhong Shanjing. Her affection for him was not rooted in his looks, but in his peculiarly mutated state. This understanding brought a sense of ease to Zhong Shanjing. For most humans judge by appearance, looks, demeanor, intelligence, countless factors influence one's assessment of another. Yet Xie Tao was different. Unless one perished in an extraordinary manner, she would hardly spare a glance, regardless of how angelic they appeared. Zhong Shanjing turned to the small skeleton beside him and inquired, "Can you comprehend this? If so, please inform Xie Tao inside." The small skeleton lifted its head. Despite the absence of eyes, its hollow sockets glimmered with eerie blue flames. Yet, Zhong Shanjing inexplicably detected a hint of disdain emanating from it. After expressing its distaste, the small skeleton proceeded with a series of clattering sounds into the interior to notify Xie Tao, who was engrossed in a game. Meanwhile, a few panicked individuals, sprinting for their lives, had approached Zhong Shanjing. Upon seeing him lost in thought at the entrance, their expressions transformed with alarm. "Run! What are you still doing here?" Zhong Shanjing, tall and slender, appeared even more emaciated after having been gnawed upon amidst a pile of corpses. His frail figure resembled that of a tall bamboo stalk, and due to his previously sickly constitution, he seldom ventured outdoors, resulting in a pallid complexion that bordered on the morbid. Standing there, he seemed as if a gust of wind could easily sweep him away. The 4 individuals, apprehensive that Zhong Shanjing might be unable to escape, feared he could be crushed and devoured by the pursuing zombies within moments. He slowly opened the door and asked, "Would you like to come in and take refuge?" Although the door may not effectively withstand the onslaught of those monstrous zombies, if they chose to flee, they would inevitably be caught one by one if their speed lagged behind that of the undead. After a moment of deliberation, the 4 made a resolute decision and hurried into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Close the door, quickly." Zhong Shanjing promptly shut the door with a decisive thud and secured it. The remaining 4 dashed about the courtyard, gathering various items to barricade the entrance. Once the door was firmly blocked, providing them with a temporary sense of security, they exhaled a collective sigh of relief and sank to the ground, wiping the sweat from their brows. At that moment, Xie Tao emerged. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded the 4 individuals before turning to Zhong Shanjing. "Where's that colossal creature you mentioned?" "Out on the street," he replied. Xie Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her interest piqued. She carelessly shoved her phone into her pocket, cracking her knuckles in anticipation of scaling the wall. Let me go take a look. The four individuals gasped in astonishment. Chapter 7. Don't go. You will die. The four individuals had never encountered such audacity. Was this not akin to delivering oneself to death? Though somewhat inexperienced, their hearts were undeniably kind, and they rushed forward in a frenzy, clinging to Xie Tao's legs, fervently imploring, "Don't go. You will truly die." Curiosity killed the cat, and the rabbit is no exception. Among them, the soul girl's voice resembled a wail. "Don't go. It will crush your skull. It'll pull your rabbit ears off." Xie Tao was taken aback. With her short arms and petite stature, she found herself momentarily ensnared by their frantic attempts to prevent her from climbing the wall. Concerned that the peculiar zombie might escape, she signaled her underlings. As the four continued their impassioned pleas for her to descend and prioritize her safety, an ethereal, white figure drifted over their heads with remarkable grace. Raising their gazes, the four soon found themselves dumbfounded upon discerning the nature of the apparition. It was a skeleton clad in a black and white maid outfit. Due to its skeletal frame, there was no need for additional garments beneath the skirt. As it leaped over their heads, they could distinctly observe its femur, pelvis, and pubis, all laid bare with audacious openness. Just as they suspected they were hallucinating in fright, a second skeleton dressed in a maid outfit soared past them. "ABA, ABA," the would-be persuaders uttered, their words lacking wisdom. Seizing this opportunity, Xie Tao extricated herself from their grasp and ascended to the wall. The four fell silent for a moment before following suit, their heads emerging slowly from the top of the wall to behold the spectacle outside. Two small skeletons had already landed, and the towering, grotesquely transformed zombie stood at the entrance, raising its arms high in an attempt to shatter their door. The two skeletons appeared relatively diminutive, standing between 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall, embodying true skeletal frames. Moreover, the maid outfits they wore were of differing styles. One was a traditional white gown with a large bow at the back and a frilly apron, exuding a delicate charm, while the other was a modified version with a shorter skirt, featuring slits that exposed its pelvis and adorned with black garter stockings, defying modesty yet exuding an odd sense of allure. What on earth are these creatures? One individual clinging to the wall was utterly astonished. The only girl among them expressed concern. Will they be all right? Yet Xie Tao brimmed with confidence, declaring, "Charge forth, little black and little white." The two tiny skeletons clacked their jaws together before darting toward the hulking zombie. In the next heartbeat, the trio's worldview shattered. The skeleton in the white gown, presumably Little White, executed a swift, sweeping maneuver that caused the large zombie to stagger. Meanwhile, the skeleton clad in black stockings, likely Little Black, leapt up, ensnaring the zombie's head with its femur and effortlessly toppling it to the ground. The two small skeletons, agile yet powerful, dispatched the fearsome giant with remarkable efficiency, dragging it across the ground as it attempted to flee, its legs held captive by the skeletal duo. The four observers were left speechless. They turned their gazes towards Xie Tao, who feigned innocence, appearing utterly oblivious, yet they had overheard her refer to the skeletons as Little Black and Little White. This hardly suggested ignorance. Zhongshan silently approached, placing a hand on Xie Tao's shoulder, and smiled gently at the four. "This is her unique ability. You must have encountered other ability users as well." They had, in fact, encountered two among them, the girl and the bearded man, the oldest of the group. "Yes, we refer to this as supernatural power. It was an ability that existed solely in fictional works, yet manifested in humans, prompting them to instinctively label it as such. Supernatural power. Those endowed with such abilities were termed ability users. However, most individuals possessed relatively mundane abilities, practical enhancements like skin fortification to resist harm or enhance strength. The former could help them avoid injury in encounters with zombies, for once injured, the probability of infection was nearly absolute for ordinary humans. While ability users had a slightly lower risk, yet were not entirely safe. Some would transform into zombies shortly after an injury, while others, after enduring fever and unconsciousness, would emerge with enhanced abilities. In such times, resilient skin proved invaluable. As long as the skin remained intact, the virus struggled to infiltrate the body. Meanwhile, immense strength was also a highly coveted ability, useful in both combat and daily life. Conversely, many flamboyant abilities were disappointingly weak. For instance, some could conjure flames akin to a magician, yet their fire could scarcely light a cigarette, let alone boil water. Others possessed the power of invisibility, which was advantageous against humans, particularly now when surveillance systems lay in ruin, making nefarious activities difficult to detect. However, this ability faltered against zombies, as the undead primarily relied on scent rather than sight to track humans. Among their ranks, the girl wielded the ability to transform her hands into a rock-like texture. Sharp as metal, though her combat skills were lacking. The bearded man could extract moisture from the air to produce pure water, his limit being 2 bottles of mineral water per day, rather underwhelming. In contrast, Xie Tao's abilities appeared both striking and formidable, as she commanded 2 skeletons with impressive combat prowess. The others gazed at her with envy, tears of admiration nearly spilling from their eyes. As a necromancer frequently pursued, Xie Tao recognized the importance of concealing her identity. She calmly directed her skeletal minions to scale the wall from behind the house, leaving only Little Black and Little White by her side, assuring them, "I can only control these 2. Now that we are safe, let us enter the house." They all hurried inside, with Xie Tao trailing behind. In secret, she opened a portal to another dimension. Once she departed, the 2 skeletons dragged the bundled, hefty zombie through the dimensional doorway. Shortly after entering the house, the 2 skeletons returned, dutifully serving mineral water to everyone. Xie Tao, feeling a pang of hunger in the middle of the night, instructed Little Black to prepare a packet of instant noodles. As she slurped the noodles, she inquired, "Why are you still outside at this late hour?" Upon mentioning the matter, their expressions grew solemn. The bearded man spoke in a low tone, "We are a team from different bases, generally adhering to a non-interference policy. However, tonight, they were pursued by that zombie and led it to our temporary refuge, attempting to divert disaster our way. Had they not been vigilant and swift in their escape, they might have perished long ago." The individual who had previously been crushed by that zombie was the last surviving member of another team. For the bearded man and his companions, tonight felt like an unforeseen calamity. Had they not encountered Xie Tao, they might have met the same fate as that unfortunate team. Xie Tao, biting her chopsticks, mumbled, "What I find most detestable about humanity is this. Within the human community, there exists both good and evil. Yet the essence of a person often resides within their innermost self. One can never discern the true nature of another by mere appearances. Thus, no one can assure themselves of their ability to see through another's facade, leading to an unending cycle of deception, murder, and conflict in the realm of humanity." In contrast to humans, Xie Tao preferred the company of corpses, for the dead do not tell lies. This weighty discourse cast a pall over all present, including Zhong Shanjing, who had once suffered betrayal. Xie Tao was the first to recover. She quickly slurped down her noodles, finished the soup, and remarked, "In any case, we are temporarily safe now. Xiao Bai, Xiao He, please tidy up the remaining rooms." No, we can manage on our own," several of them replied politely. However, the 2 little skeletons worked with remarkable speed. As the room was cramped, they efficiently arranged the sofa in the living room, allowing for separate sleeping arrangements in both the living and guest rooms. Witnessing such a scene only deepened their envy. Look at their abilities, and then look at ours. The 4 of them spent the night, and due to their exhaustion from the previous evening, they awoke quite late in the morning. Xie Tao, having played games throughout the night, rose later still, indeed, even later than the others. When she finally got up, her companions were already bustling about in the kitchen. The bearded man was making a gesture with both hands as if orchestrating something towards the pot, his face flushed with effort. Upon closer inspection, clear water was cascading from his palms into the pot. Meanwhile, a woman, maintaining her composure, extended her rocky-hued hands to flip chicken strips into scorching oil. Although their abilities differed, each held the promise of a bright future. Chapter 8. Plastic Friends Before Breakfast. It felt as if I had witnessed a circus. After getting up, Xie Tao nibbled on snacks while watching with wide-eyed wonder. As a necromancer, her experience was limited to fellow practitioners and a few other sorcerers, leaving her largely unacquainted with supernatural abilities. When a bearded man was splashing water, she clapped enthusiastically, and when a young lady was frying something in a pan, she transformed into an unrestrained cheerleader, leaving them both blushing and embarrassed. When it was time to eat, several of them eagerly suggested, "It seems you haven't registered at any bases yet, right? Would you care to stay at our base?" The bearded man thumped his chest. "Our base is quite large, and if you're a supernatural being, you can receive a week's allowance upon arrival. Even if you don't stay long, you'll still receive it. If you decide to stay longer, there are monthly bonuses, definitely worth it." They extolled the virtues of their base, from the leadership to the policies, the geographical advantages, and even the quality of handsome men. After exhausting their praises, they noticed Xie Tao's lack of reaction. One of the young ladies paused and said, We also have a plant-based supernatural ability at our base. I've heard they cultivated many fruits and vegetables, including grapes, which can be exchanged for contribution points. Xie Tao, serious as she wiped her mouth after breakfast, replied earnestly, whether or not there are grapes is not important. What matters is living together with friends. The four others were taken aback. You simply want to eat grapes, don't you? Little did they know that such seasonal fruits were not only precious in the apocalypse, but also considered rare treasures by necromancers. After all, necromancers often concealed themselves in remote mountains or hid in graveyards, venturing into the city only for essential supplies and research materials, hastily purchasing what they needed and fleeing. Fruits, especially grapes, were typically unaffordable for ordinary families. Necromancers would don large hoods to procure seasonal fruits that only the wealthy could afford, which was tantamount to broadcasting to the Holy Hall, "I have problems, come and catch me." Though fruits were delightful, one must also consider the dangers they posed. Sitting upright, Xie Tao, with her sweet and innocent appearance, boldly asked, "Dear friends, when shall we set out? Oh, by the way, what are your names?" The four exchanged glances, unsure how to respond, and took turns introducing themselves. The bearded man stated, "I am Jiang Ming," Ming meaning clear. The young lady introduced herself as Zhang Chunyu, as in spring rain is as precious as oil. The other two chimed in, Zhao Yi means one, not a dash, and Sun Xiang. Xie Tao set her chopsticks down and declared, "I am Xie Tao, and this is Zhong Shanjing. From now on, we are friends." This friendship felt somewhat trivial. Yet Xie Tao had indeed saved them. They were inherently kind-hearted individuals, a rarity in the apocalypse, especially compared to those strong, yet morally lacking. Swaying with every shift in fortune, Xie Tao preferred the company of kind souls. Provided they were not foolish, she could not abide incompetent allies. She rarely assessed a friend's strength, as none could rival her own. Though she longed for the grapes at the base, other matters required her attention before departing, such as assisting her newfound friends in gathering supplies. They had encountered difficulties upon entering the city and had barely collected any resources. Returning to the base empty-handed would be a waste of their effort. After breakfast, Zhao Yi took the wheel, as driving was essential for resource hunting. However, the previous night's sudden events had prevented them from retrieving their vehicle, so now that it was safe, they would return to fetch it. Zhao Yi was not alone. He was accompanied by Xiao Bai for protection against the zombies. The others set off early to gather supplies, planning to load their findings directly into the vehicle, simplifying the process. Xie Tao trailed behind, accompanied by Zhong Shanjing, who frowned slightly, seemingly perplexed. "Why do you wish to go to the base? It could lead to numerous complications." Xie Tao tilted her head, responding earnestly, "I have never lived among a large group of humans before. Those with strength can act freely. I want to experience what it is like to coexist with humans. If I grow weary of it, I can leave. There is no need for a reason." She simply desired to do so. Of course, there were reasons for her previous reluctance. Complications abounded. In an era rife with sorcerers, even as a powerful necromancer, revealing her identity would invite the ire of many. Their essay saying, "A chaotic punch can defeat a master." The potential for trouble had deterred her from mingling with the masses, as she too feared complications. However, when the troubles were manageable, she pursued joy. Zhong Shanjing pondered her words, slowly grasping her perspective. Indeed, he should not view Xie Tao through the lens of ordinary people. Her thought processes differed significantly. If he regarded her as merely normal, any attempt to fathom her thoughts would surely lead to misunderstanding. They soon arrived at the supermarket. Xie Tao was determined to keep her ability to control zombies a secret, so she drove her zombie minions away to handle the others, preventing them from approaching. Zhang Chunyu expressed her surprise. "It feels like my luck has improved since teaming up with you." We Haven Tea encountered many zombies along the way. Occasionally, they spotted a few, but they seemed disinterested, merely wandering nearby. Perhaps they've had their fill, Xie Tao replied dismissively. The topic evoked complex emotions among the group, prompting them to focus on gathering supplies instead. The needed items included not only food, but also bedding, mosquito nets, tents, and other essentials. Even if they didn't require them personally, they could barter with others, ensuring no loss in the end. Once Zhao Yi returned with the vehicle, they began transferring supplies. Their vehicle was spacious, capable of carrying a considerable load. During the process, Jiang Ming expressed his gratitude. "Xie Tao saved us and offered us shelter for a night. We are truly appreciative. Once we return, half of the supplies can be yours." He hesitated. "We don't have much left, which is why we came out to gather more. We need to keep some for our own survival." Xie Tao waved her hand dismissively. "Half is already quite generous." We won't need that much. 1/3 suffices. You can divide the rest among yourselves. They expressed their thanks repeatedly, and she reassured them, we are friends. No need for gratitude. This seemingly trivial friendship began to feel less so. After collecting ample supplies and filling the vehicle to the brim, they prepared to leave the city. Before departing, Xie Tao eagerly suggested to Zhongshan Jing that they take a detour to see her childhood home. They planned to regroup at the city gate, but intended to release the peculiar zombie they had captured once they entered the old house. The zombie was securely bound by Xiao He and Xiao Bai, preventing any possibility of escape, resembling a curious form of restraint akin to a tortoise shell. Towering over 2 meters, its physique was a mass of muscles, the sinewy texture reminiscent of rock, exuding a bronze sheen. Unlike other zombies, its flesh showed minimal decay. Apart from its mouth, which revealed a set of sharp teeth and emitted a foul stench, it still bore a semblance to a human. This particular zombie was distinct from the others. Xie Tao squatted nearby and suddenly spoke. Zhongshan Jing, puzzled, inquired, aside from its appearance, in what other ways is it different? Most of the zombies wandering the streets exuded an aura of dormant souls within their bodies. However, regardless of his attempts to locate or awaken these souls, he found it impossible, as if the existence of the souls he sensed was merely illusory. Yet, this one was different. He could indeed feel its soul in slumber and discern its position, albeit unable to rouse it. Nonetheless, this was a notable advancement. Zhongshan Jing stroked his chin, pondering, is the soul significant for zombies? Whether it was a vaguely perceivable soul or one that could be sensed yet not awakened. Both rendered them mere husks. Only those with a true soul were entirely conscious. Xie Tao replied nonchalantly, do you think it is important? Zhongshan Jing grasped the implication profoundly. However, did this not suggest that if one day a zombie's soul were to awaken, it would possess intellect akin to his? Indistinguishable from its living self? Xie Tao, unaware of his contemplation, swiftly designated this zombie as his subordinate, assigning it the number 2, from now on. You shall be known as number 2. At that moment, Zhongshan Jing failed to recognize the implications. It was only upon reuniting with Zhang Chunyu and others, as they sat in the vehicle slowly making their way to the city, that Zhongshan Jing suddenly realized the conundrum. Who was number 1? Xie Tao gradually turned to face him, remaining silent. Zhongshan Jing finally understood. So he was indeed number 1. Chapter 9. Do you realize who you are provoking? They soon arrived at the base. Xie Tao had initially anticipated that the base would be situated within a city, as urban areas provided housing and would alleviate many complications. However, upon arrival, it became evident that the base was located some distance away from the city. It seemed that establishing a city within the base would incur substantial costs. First, all the zombies within the base would need to be eradicated, and second, the entire city would have to be fortified to prevent zombie incursions. If complete fortification were unfeasible, an extensive number of personnel would be required to patrol the city perimeter, which would be an exorbitant manpower expense. Under such circumstances, there are generally 2 options, either to distance oneself from the city or to establish the base in a small town, where implementing defensive measures and conducting patrols would be significantly simpler. This base, not particularly large, appeared to be slightly bigger than an ordinary village, seemingly capable of accommodating around 1,000 people, though Xie Tao's estimation could be imprecise. As their vehicle approached the entrance, Zhang Chunyu reminded Xie Tao that, to prevent infected individuals from entering the city, all entrants would be subject to inspection to ensure they bore no wounds. However, those with abilities were exempt. They merely needed to spend a night in the monitoring room, and as long as they did not mutate overnight, they could enter the base. Both of us are ability users, Xie Tao confidently declared, patting her chest. How do we register? Zhang Chunyu replied, I will take you to register. He guided Xie Tao and Zhongshan Jing through a side entrance while the others carried the supplies through the main gate. The gatekeeper recognized Zhang Chunyu and greeted them. Are you bringing newcomers for registration? Yes, both are ability users, Zhang Chunyu confirmed. After bringing them over, he added, just follow the normal registration process. Spend a night in the monitoring room, and I will come to fetch you tomorrow at this time. All right, Xie Tao waved her hand nonchalantly. You go ahead and be busy. Zhang Chunyu, too, would undergo isolation upon entering the base, though the isolation area for newcomers was staffed more heavily to prevent any potential outbreaks. It appeared that similar incidents had occurred in the past, prompting increased caution. The gatekeeper warmly handed them forms, saying, please fill these out. It's quite simple, just a few items. Name, gender, age, and a few optional questions. such as whether you wish to reside permanently at the base and what type of abilities you possess. If you wish to stay permanently, you may also indicate if you would like to join the base's defense team. After completing the forms, they would proceed to the designated area for ability verification. The two took the forms and moved aside to fill them out. Xie Tao felt a bit troubled as she completed the basic information, such as her name and gender, but became stuck on a rather challenging question. Leaning closer to Zhong Shanjing, she whispered, "How old do I look?" Zhong Shanjing replied, 16. Xie Tao pondered for a moment before changing the age she intended to write from 400 to 18. She then filled in her ability as summoning before turning to observe Zhong Shanjing, who was resting his chin in thought about what ability to list. Xie Tao seized the pen and filled in an answer for him. Zhong Shanjing glanced at the two characters she had written, wanting to voice a complaint but unsure how to articulate it. Ultimately, he silently rolled up the form and followed Xie Tao to the ability testing area. The staff member at the testing area took the forms and asked Xie Tao, "Could you please demonstrate your ability?" While summoning abilities had been encountered before, they were not akin to those seen in online games, where one could summon fire demons, succubi, or dragons. Most individuals could only summon odd creatures, such as a small jellyfish that could spray water or a swarm of cockroaches that were more disgusting than useful. Those who could summon a fierce dog were considered relatively strong. Xie Tao quietly summoned her little black companion, thus confirming her summoning ability. The staff member observed the skeleton clad in a maid outfit with a complex expression before finally murmuring, "This is quite the two-dimensional spectacle. Does it possess any offensive capabilities?" While not mandatory to answer, it would be beneficial if she could. "It can do housework," Xie Tao replied proudly. The staff member merely turned to Zhong Shanjing. "Please demonstrate your ability." Zhong Shanjing gazed at the wall and then delivered a powerful punch, resulting in a loud crash as the wall crumbled. Indeed, Xie Tao had filled in strength as his ability, which was relatively common in the apocalypse and notably practical, akin to a universal tool, and most importantly, it was easy to feign. As expected, after witnessing the demonstration, the staff member confirmed Zhong Shanjing's ability as strength and instructed them to proceed to a room for isolation. They would be allowed to leave the next day if no issues arose during their 24-hour isolation period. The isolation area was quite well furnished, equipped with a sofa, a bed, and a small bookshelf stocked with books and comics. The refrigerator contained prepared meals that only needed reheating, along with an assortment of instant food options. Overall, the accommodations were quite satisfactory. Xie Tao flopped onto the sofa like a lazy fish, as they were under surveillance and chose not to discuss sensitive topics. One lay on the sofa, drowsy, while the other perused a couple of books at a leisurely pace. "Are you planning to stay at this base for an extended period?" Zhong Shanjing suddenly inquired. "Let us see how it goes. I am quite lazy and detest moving if there are no issues. Of course, if problems arose." She could vacate faster than anyone else. The 24 hours of isolation passed swiftly. Xie Tao took a nap, then engaged in a game of matching tiles, and much time had elapsed. Before long, Zhang Chunyu returned to collect them. "Ability users can have their rent waived. You can stay for free for a month. I'll help you choose a house," she said, expressing a hint of regret. If they joined the base's defense team, they would receive a monthly salary and housing arrangements, allowing them to reside at the base for as long as they liked without cost. However, joining the defense team required meeting certain strength criteria, and there would be an assessment before entry. Zhang Chunyu believed that Xie Tao would have no issues if she wished to join. As she walked deeper into the base, she provided an overview of the facilities, including the point system that allowed for the exchange of goods, constructing defenses, farming, and accompanying base teams on supply runs all earned points, which could be exchanged for a wide variety of items, covering nearly all daily necessities. As they conversed, they entered the residential area deep within the base. This area was divided into three main sections: the high-rises where powerful ability users resided in opulence, a regular residential area consisting of modest bungalows, and the largest portion, which was a shanty town filled with tents and makeshift wooden homes, permeated by drafts. The inhabitants of this area likely constituted the lower and middle tiers of the base, comprising those without abilities and those whose abilities were inconsequential. New ability users could select their housing from the bungalow section, where vacant homes displayed signs. To claim a house, one simply needed to remove the sign and register. Xie Tao was filled with enthusiasm, as she had never before selected a house in a human gathering place. While the other two continued their conversation, she hastened ahead to observe the houses. Most of the residences in this area appeared quite similar, likely mass-produced, differing only in the amount of sunlight they received and their overall conditions. Soon, Xie Tao found herself overwhelmed by choices. After a stroll from south to north, she concluded that the houses in the front row were the most appealing. They basked in sunlight, allowing her to daydream by the windows and soak up the rays during her leisure time. However, only one house in the front row remained unchosen, perhaps due to its relatively marginal location. Nevertheless, it was her preferred option compared to the others. As Xie Tao approached to remove the sign for registration, a delicate hand, pale and adorned with scarlet nail polish, suddenly reached out to snatch the sign. Yet, no one could snatch anything from Xie Tao. With a swift motion, she swatted the hand away, deliberately flaunting the sign before its owner, and slowly declared, "I chose this first." The woman attempting to wrest the sign from her was young, sporting long, wavy blonde hair, striking features, and a figure that accentuated her curves, clad in a form-fitting black dress that radiated both boldness and beauty. With a scoff, she rolled her eyes at Xie Tao, retorting, "So what? You don't think we're still in the days of the apocalypse, do you? Everything requires a cue and adherence to rules. The only rule now is strength. Whoever possesses the greater might deserves to speak. I want this house, so hand it over. If you refuse, I want to be polite." Accompanying her was a burly man, towering nearly 6'3", with bulging muscles. While he paled in comparison to the formidable number 2 that Xie Tao had recently subdued, he was still quite robust among ordinary humans. After the woman spoke, the man stepped forward, grinning menacingly as he raised his fist. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I am a power-type ability user." Xie Tao, infuriated, felt her cheeks puff up like a small hamster. She quickly jabbed at the frail, pale figure beside her, reminiscent of a delicate willow in the wind. "Zhongshanjing, you're a power-type ability user too. Take him down. Let them see whose fist is mightier." Chapter 10. Who wants to die? Zhongshanjing. He is merely an unremarkable little zombie. Xie Tao, bouncing beside him, cheered him on. "Hit him. Bring him down." The contrast between the two was stark. One was a tall, muscular man, robust as a mountain, while the other appeared delicate and pale, resembling a fragile flower that might wilt at the slightest touch. A beautiful woman observing the scene burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Isn't this just sending your man to his doom?" She harbored no belief that Zhongshanjing possessed any formidable powers. His striking looks led her to think it would be a pity if he were to be harmed, and she sought to sow discord. "She's clearly sending you to your demise. You wouldn't still want to protect her, would you?" Noting Zhongshanjing's deliberate approach, seemingly indifferent to her taunts, the woman was taken aback. With a scornful tone, she remarked, "She has neither curves nor figure. Looking like a child, what could you possibly find appealing?" As she scrutinized Xie Tao, she suddenly gasped. Could it be her skills are exceptional? Xie Tao, focused on the first half of the comment, glanced down at her own flat chest, then back at the imposing figure before her. The woman, noticing her gaze, puffed out her chest deliberately. The tension escalated, and the muscular man felt compelled to display his prowess, convinced that his partner's gaze towards the delicate man was inappropriate. He thought, "Such a pretty boy, I could easily crush him with one punch." He bellowed, "Stop wasting time. Let me see what this pretty boy is made of. Go. Hit him." Xie Tao's innocent, cat-like eyes blazed with fury, clearly incensed. Zhongshanjing stepped forward to face the muscular man, who grinned menacingly, cracking his knuckles and mouthing, "Prepare to die, pretty boy." He recognized that despite Xie Tao's lack of physical endowments, she was undeniably attractive, especially with those captivating cat-like eyes that could make one feel weak at the knees, even when glaring. The muscular man thought it absurd that both Xie Tao and his female companion would have any affection for someone as feeble and thin as Zhongshanjing. They should admire someone exuding virility like himself. Determined to impress his companion and decisively crush Zhongshanjing, he resolved to obliterate him in an instant. A savage grin spread across his face as he channeled his powers, gathering strength into his right hand. In that fleeting moment of sprinting toward Zhongshanjing, he envisioned the delicate figure shattered by his blow, blood and guts splattered, head rolling gruesomely. Yet, Zhongshanjing stood there, seemingly dazed, until the muscular man lunged at him, at which point he clenched his fist and swung. Zhang Chunyu, witnessing this, was alarmed. She knew Xie Tao was formidable, but Zhongshanjing appeared incapable of fighting. Even the beautiful woman felt a twinge of anxiety. Don't kill him for real. Such a handsome man should not be wasted. Before her words could settle, a figure was hurled against the wall with a thud, blood spraying everywhere. As the woman prepared to lament the fate of a handsome man who might lose his life for a woman, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Zhongshanjing remained in his frail form, a mere trickle of blood staining his white sleeve, which he brushed off lightly. The stunning woman, momentarily stunned by the shock, turned her head with difficulty to the wall. The nearly 2-meter-tall muscular man lay crumpled at the base, his right hand utterly shattered, bone fragments mingling with flesh. Blood pooling around him. Realization dawned on the woman, and she let out a piercing scream, rushing to the fallen man. He was not dead, merely unconscious from the excruciating pain of his completely wrecked hand. Xie Tao, hands on her hips, brimming with swagger, declared, "Whose fist is larger? Whose is harder?" The beautiful woman, caught off guard by the turn of events, stood there in disbelief. Though she too was an ability user, she was no match for the muscular man, let alone Zhongshan Jing, who had just annihilated him with a single punch. The previous bravado dissipated in an instant. She had assumed both ability users were formidable and would command respect among newcomers, but it turned out she had stepped onto a red-hot iron plate. Xie Tao chimed in. "Strength reigns supreme? The weak shall be devoured? Only those with larger fists deserve to speak." She echoed the woman's earlier sentiments, bouncing around like a little sparrow, prompting Zhongshan Jing to glance at her, finding her adorable, and he couldn't help but smile. In the eyes of the beautiful woman, Xie Tao was merely a worthless individual, leveraging her association with a powerful ability user to assert dominance. Clutching the muscular man, she glared at Xie Tao, hissing, "Don't think that just because you're with a strong man, you can act without fear. One day, you will be rejected. When that day comes, let us see what you're capable of." Her eyes were filled with malice, clearly vowing vengeance. Xie Tao, realizing that the woman had first claimed the right to reason based on strength, found it ludicrous that she would flaunt her superiority, only to complain when the tables turned. If strength determined the rules, she would adhere to them resolutely, without double standards. Winning meant one had the right to speak. Losing should not be framed as victimization. She detested such hypocrisy, rolling up her sleeves, ready to deliver a profound lesson that would teach her the consequences of double standards, and that offending the wrong person could lead to dire consequences. However, the beautiful woman vanished along with the muscular man. Zhongshan Jing, having witnessed Xie Tao teleport her subordinates before, instinctively thought the woman had used a teleportation ability. Xie Tao, however, shook her head. "I didn't sense any spatial fluctuation. It might be another ability, perhaps something akin to invisibility." Finding her was not a challenge. A simple area of effect skill would suffice. Yet, Xie Tao chose to refrain from causing excessive destruction, as they had just arrived at this base. Creating too much commotion would be unwise, especially since they were not leaving immediately. Thus, she decided to let the woman off for now, knowing they would inevitably cross paths again within the confines of the base. Xie Tao dusted off her hands and proceeded to register, leaving Zhang Chunyu, who had been utterly clueless throughout, astonished to discover that Zhongshan Jing was indeed a formidable ability user. He appeared so disconnected from the notion of combat that one would assume his abilities were primarily supportive in nature. Who could have anticipated? Zhang Chunyu, after much contemplation, finally uttered upon returning to the entrance, "Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the ocean by the size of a dipper." Zhongshan Jing responded, "In any case, this house now belongs to you. You may reside here rent-free for a while, after which you will need to utilize points to renew your lease. However, earning points should prove quite effortless for you." Zhang Chunyu briefly outlined the locations of the main facilities within the base, mentioned where they would be staying, and then took his leave. After a while, he sent over some vegetables and rice, stating that the remaining supplies would be delivered after sorting. Once Zhang Chunyu departed, Xie Tao entered her modest abode, preparing to explore her surroundings, assess any deficiencies, and arrange her living space, as she anticipated residing here for an extended period. The house was quite spacious, featuring 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. Although each room was not particularly large, they could accommodate a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. However, at present, the room contained only a bed, with nothing else in sight. Furthermore, since the previous occupant had vacated, the cleanliness of the house left much to be desired. Dust and debris were evident in the nooks and crannies, while the kitchen walls were smeared with what appeared to be grease. After surveying the area, Xie Tao felt a bit stifled and promptly released her 2 little skeletons. As for her zombie minions, they could not be brought into the base and were now wandering outside, awaiting orders. The 2 skeletons were remarkably industrious. Once freed, they commenced a fervent cleaning of the residence. With 3 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom to tend to, it would likely take quite some time. Considering this, Xie Tao decided to explore the base, hoping to procure some necessary items to enhance her home. Before departing, Zhang Chunyu had informed Xie Tao of various facilities within the base, including the marketplace. At the marketplace, one could exchange goods through a bartering system, adhering to the ancient practice of trade. As long as the proprietor deemed the items to hold equal value, one could obtain anything from the other party. Chapter 11. They should die. Xie Tao darted through the base with Zhongshan Jing, her vibrant energy starkly contrasting with the lethargy that enveloped most of the inhabitants. For the ordinary people at the base, merely having enough to eat each day was a luxury. They struggled daily for survival, uncertain if they would see another dawn, leaving little room for exuberance. As Xie Tao breezed through the streets, many gazed at her, oblivious to the underlying issues, and she called back to Zhongshan Jing, urging him to hurry. Thus, Zhongshan Jing became the focal point of attention as well. He could only quicken his pace to keep up with her. The two soon arrived at their destination, the bustling marketplace at the heart of the base, teeming with life. Stalls were set up on the ground, some adorned with worn fabrics, or even a coat, displaying a variety of goods. Vendors called out their needs or beckoned others to peruse their wares, while some stood silently beside small signs, leaning against walls. As Zhang Shunyu had previously noted, one could find anything at this market: food, clothing, daily necessities, even contraceptives and other uncommon items. There were even humans for sale. Yes, humans. Some offered themselves in silence, clad in minimal attire, willing to engage in discussions about the meaning of life for merely a handful of food. Another form of human sale involved treating a regular person as a commodity, typically young women or even underage girls. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, not only laws had crumbled, but so too had morality and humanity. To survive, to secure a meal, they would sell anything they could. As Xie Tao passed by, she overheard a vendor calling out, "This is my daughter, only 16, still a virgin. Just 10 pounds of rice or an equivalent amount of flour, and you can take her home. Do as you wish." The girl wept, and after a few sobs, was slapped by her father, who scolded, "If someone buys you, at least you'll have food. Why cry?" He genuinely believed that selling his daughter was the best way for them both to survive. As for her personal will, that was inconsequential. As Zhongshan Jing walked beside Xie Tao, his handsome face betrayed no emotion. Xie Tao glanced at him and remarked, "You're thinking of something strange again." "I am not." "You are." "Fine, I am." Zhongshan Jing murmured, "Isn't human nature just this way? In this world, familial bonds seem irrelevant. For 80% of people, the most important thing is survival, and they care little about the cost, especially when the price is paid by someone else." "There is one flaw in your statement." "What is it? Is it about human nature?" "Indeed." Xie Tao replied coolly, "It's not 80%, it's 99%. For 99% of people, survival is paramount, which is why that 1% is so exceptional, deserving to be called heroes or saints. Those willing to let others live, even if it costs them their own lives, are heroes. If they do so for strangers without any blood relation, they are saints. If there were enough heroes and saints in this world, conflicts would cease, and only courtesy would remain among people. However, the majority are ordinary individuals who will go to any lengths to survive, sacrificing others or being sacrificed themselves. And the most remarkable thing is that whether ordinary or villainous, beast or hero, they are all composed of the same essence, flesh and blood, bones and organs, differing only in their souls. As Xie Tao spoke, a smile graced her lips. If you encounter a villain, a selfish ordinary person, it is entirely normal. Among billions of humans, there are billions of differences, just as fathers may sell their daughters and brothers may turn on each other. Zhongshan Jing momentarily believed that Xie Tao was hinting at his past experiences, yet her expression was one of innocence. He gazed at her for a long while before asking, "Is it because of human nature that you chose to become a necromancer?" "Quite the opposite. I discovered this truth only after becoming a necromancer," Xie Tao replied with calm assurance. "So it's natural that you don't understand. You are still quite young." Zhongshan Jing felt absurd hearing Xie Tao's words, as she appeared so youthful, likely no older than 18 or 19. Having just dawned a day of maturity, she soon spotted someone selling fruit nearby, including grapes, only a couple of bunches. She exclaimed in delight and dashed over, radiating happiness. Zhongshan Jing, feeling slightly shaken by Xie Tao's words, thought he resembled a fool. Fruits were a rare delicacy in the base, typically reserved for the elite. Ordinary individuals rarely indulged due to the wastefulness of such a choice. A small bunch of grapes could cost a substantial amount of rations, far beyond mere wastefulness. Yet Xie Tao was indifferent. For her, staple foods were abundant, as her subordinates could scavenge them from the cities. However, grapes were different. They were a scarce commodity grown within the base, obtainable only through points, and Xie Tao had none, making any purchase a considerable fortune for her. I'll take them all, she declared with the air of a wealthy patron, startling the vendor who had been offering limited goods. But it's cash up front. Did you see my price? The sign beside him boldly stated that a single bunch cost 15 pounds of rice, more than a person's worth. It was somewhat ironic. In this apocalypse, human life was cheaper than grass. I see it. Just come to collect from me, Xie Tao replied, as a small white figure opened a portal to another realm and began retrieving items. But I need to buy other things. You can go back and get the rice first. She indicated towards Zhongshanjing. It was reasonable not to carry food items on one's person, as dragging around 10 pounds of rice would attract unwanted attention from the famished. The vendor remained unperturbed. His ability to sell grapes indicated either a powerful backing or personal strength, and he directly took the goods to accompany Zhongshanjing. Xie Tao lingered at the marketplace, continuing her leisurely stroll and casually advising Zhongshanjing, "You needn't find me later. I can return on my own. Just make sure to wash the grapes." Zhongshanjing was unconcerned for Xie Tao's safety, knowing that as a necromancer, any conflict would surely spell misfortune for the other party, not for her. Xie Tao continued to wander, filled with curiosity about everything around him. Meanwhile, after Zhongshanjing completed a transaction with a certain individual, the latter departed with his belongings, leaving Zhongshanjing alone in the living room. He cast his gaze down at his hands, once fair and elegant. Hands that seemed perfectly suited for holding a pen or playing the piano, now marred by scars, with patches of flesh gnawed away, leaving behind numerous small, jagged openings. The uneven and unsightly surface served as a constant reminder that he was no longer human, merely a cadaverous entity akin to a zombie, destined to decay at any moment. And even if he did not rot, his current state would still be perceived as monstrous by humanity. When Xie Tao was by his side, he could easily divert his attention to peculiar matters, but in his absence, Zhongshanjing found himself contemplating his own existence. Prior to being brought back home, he had already unraveled the reason for his lack of parents. Even though his grandparents were reluctant to share a single word, the astute Zhongshanjing pieced together the narrative. His father and mother had met in their unremarkable days. His mother had fallen in love with this talented man, devoting everything to pave his way to success. Yet, once he had achieved a comfortable life, the man strayed with a younger and more beautiful woman. Heartbroken, his mother took Zhongshanjing and left, and within a few years of her despondency, she passed away. His father promptly remarried, showing no sign of sorrow or guilt. The reason Zhongshanjing returned to that household was due to his deteriorating health. The medical expenses had become burdensome, and his grandparents were increasingly unable to cope. After all, he was still the son of that man. When his grandparents reached out to him, he willingly returned to receive treatment. Appearing intelligent, composed, and exceptionally polite, he gradually found his footing in the household. Although frail by nature, he excelled academically, standing in stark contrast to the illegitimate brother born of his father's affair, thus winning his father's affection even more. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, when he looked at his father, stepmother, and younger brother, he sometimes harbored a fleeting thought to set this filthy place ablaze. Chapter 12. His soul felt hungry. Zhongshanjing often felt anguish over his dark thoughts, as the teachings he had received insisted such musings were unbecoming of a normal person. Yet, his soul incessantly clamored for the demise of others. He navigated his youth in this dichotomy, perpetually fearing he would eventually succumb to madness. However, before insanity could take hold, the apocalypse arrived first. He had yet to act on his intentions when he succumbed to individuals devoid of conscience, losing to them due to his dwindling sense of morality. When he transformed into a zombie, the agony and hatred within him became the very sustenance that rendered him formidable, even if he never displayed this strength in front of Xie Tao. As Zhongshanjing gazed at his hands, he endeavored to master his power. He knew he could achieve more. One day, he would atone for the deeds he had left undone due to his lingering conscience. Upon Xie Tao's return home, she found Zhongshanjing seated, one long leg bent, his fingertips idly tracing the rim of a plate, lost in thought. Stealthily, Xie Tao approached from behind, her hand outstretched, only for Zhongshanjing to turn warily, demanding, "What are you doing?" Perhaps the memory of being struck by a rolling pin had instilled in him a form of PTSD. Now, confronted by Xie Tao, he was filled with wariness. After all, he was on the verge of a concussion. Even for the sake of his own well-being, he needed to guard against another blow. Yet, all she tossed him were a pair of deerskin gloves. "I'll buy you new ones when it gets warmer. For now, make do with these." Zhongshanjing raised an eyebrow. "You should take a look at your own hands. They practically scream to everyone. I have issues. I am not human." Come and question me. Xie Tao rolled her eyes, retorting, you truly flaunt your abnormalities with such arrogance. Back in the day, despite her immense power, she had the foresight to conceal her identity as a necromancer. After all, one could never predict how many would come to hunt her down if she revealed herself. Zhongshan Jing was taken aback, realizing that Xie Tao was expressing concern for him. His moment of hesitation was misinterpreted by Xie Tao as a sign of mental fog. She grasped his fingers, lifting his hand and fitting the gloves onto him. Perfectly sized, neither too large nor too small. Startled, Zhongshan Jing instinctively curled his fingers, clenching his fist tightly. Xie Tao settled across from him, her plate filled with glistening, sweet grapes. She plucked a couple and popped them into her mouth, relishing the juicy, sweet tart flavor that made her eyes narrow with delight. Swinging her legs playfully, she mercilessly exposed Zhongshan Jing. You were thinking about something strange just now, weren't you? No, he replied, his expression serene, as if he genuinely spoke the truth. Xie Tao clicked her tongue in mock disapproval, poking his chest, offering no commentary on his honesty. Simply instructing, go wash another bunch for me. Zhongshan Jing dutifully complied, unaware that Xie Tao was watching him intently, her eyes narrowed in contemplation. Thus, the two settled into temporary residence within the base. Approximately on the third night, Zhongshan Jing sensed something amiss. It was late at night. Although he did not require sleep, he lay quietly in bed, enjoying the tranquility of the evening. Around midnight, a strange sensation enveloped him. First, warmth blossomed near his heart, then surged throughout his limbs. As his body ignited with this heat, a familiar yet foreign feeling gradually seized his mind. Hunger and desire. It was reminiscent of the first time he had opened his eyes as a zombie, catching sight of Xie Tao, an overwhelming urge to consume her blossoming in his heart. Yet, he was swiftly reprimanded. After that reprimand, the desire vanished, showing no signs of recurrence until now. This long-forgotten sensation began to dominate Zhongshan Jing's thoughts, igniting an odd appetite and a yearning for flesh. While his awareness lingered, he hastily grasped the scissors resting on the side table. Using the sharp blade to slice open his forearm, a long gash appeared, devoid of blood. Only the pale flesh parted, soon closing to form a shallow scar. He felt no pain, thus remained blissfully unaware. Every aspect of his being reminded Zhongshan Jing that he was no longer human. Unable to perceive pain and thereby regain consciousness, he staggered from the bed. He poured himself a large glass of cold water and drank it down in one go. The searing heat within his heart and limbs persisted, and his increasingly muddled mind found no respite. Leaning against the wall, he tried to endure. He retained some semblance of rationality, not from fear of consuming something inappropriate while in a frenzy, but from the dread of provoking Xie Tao. Given her temperament, she might very well dismantle him, separating his limbs from his torso until dawn. Before this day, Zhongshan Jing had not fully grasped the implications of his transformation into a zombie. Zombies feasted upon humans, and the blood and flesh of humans were irresistibly enticing. A veritable delicacy to the undead. Zhongshan Jing leaned against the wall for a time, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. He could distinctly smell the sin of humanity permeating the room. Xie Tao's aroma was faintly sweet, laced with a hint of fruitiness. Though his rationality waned, that sweet fragrance only grew more intoxicating. Zhongshan Jing was unaware of how long he had endured this struggle, for his reason quickly slipped away. In the dead of night, a crack appeared in the door to Xie Tao's room. The girl lay sprawled on her bed, sound asleep, clutching what should have been her pillow beneath her head. Her body was twisted in slumber, a small segment of her delicate waist exposed, pristine and white. Zhongshan Jing's breath momentarily caught, not from desire, but from hunger. He found himself unable to control the ravenous feeling that surged within him. At that moment, Xie Tao appeared to him as a succulent piece of meat rather than a living person. Standing beside the bed, he clung to the last vestiges of his awareness, struggling as his fingertips dug into his palm. Yet still, there was no blood, no pain, only numbness. As he lost control, Zhongshan Jing gradually leaned closer to Xie Tao. His striking eyes shimmered with a hint of crimson, especially as he tilted his neck, grappling with his final struggle. His slender neck bore the marks of past torment, glaringly evident against his pale skin. The bobbing of his Adam's apple evoked a sense of immorality in urging him to resist. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself, extending his hand towards Xie Tao. However, in the next instant, she grasped his hand. Xie Tao turned over, still somewhat drowsy, her eyes slightly open, revealing traces of irritation. Do you have any idea what time it is? She snapped, her adorable cat-like eyes blossoming with anger. It's 2 in the morning. Do you know how cruel it is to wake a sleeping person at this hour? Without hesitation, Xie Tao yanked him closer, effortlessly pinning him down on the bed. Straddling Zhongshan Jing's waist, she glared fiercely. Do you have any idea how fierce I am? After all, she was known as the Black Death among the people of the sanctuary. Zhongshan Jing, this fellow, utterly fails to comprehend the gravity of provoking someone as ferocious as her. Typically, Xie Tao would undoubtedly deliver a stern reprimand to Zhongshan Jing, imparting the crucial lesson that one must never antagonize a grumpy necromancer. Yet today, Zhongshan Jing appears fragile, resembling a delicate porcelain figure on the verge of shattering. His eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson, fixate intently on Xie Tao, reflecting a blend of confusion and yearning. Despite the knowledge that his vulnerability is but a fade, for he possesses the capability to effortlessly rend anyone's throat. His desires are undeniably genuine. He longs for fresh flesh to satiate his ravenous hunger. However, Xie Tao experiences a fleeting moment of compassion, largely due to Zhongshan Jing's unique nature as a rare living corpse, unlike anything she has encountered before. Moreover, he even seeks her affection in an endearing manner. How infuriating! It is a resistance she cannot muster. Xie Tao strives to convince herself that Zhongshan Jing is invaluable for her future research. Extinguishing such a precious existence would be a grave loss, especially considering his endearing nuzzling, akin to a cat begging for treats. Thus, she finds herself shamefully wavering. Very well. Very well. Xie Tao releases Zhongshan Jing and opens a portal to another dimension, retrieving a seemingly ordinary small knife from within. In truth, this knife is a divine artifact, for no ordinary weapon could pierce her skin. She carefully selects a spot on her own hand, making a small incision. As the scent of her blood wafts through the air, Zhongshan Jing begins to stir with primal instinct. His mind is consumed by a bloodthirsty craving. Xie Tao restrains him with her uninjured hand and proceeds to offer him sustenance. Her blood differs significantly from that of an ordinary human. It is infused with potent energy. If one were to draw a comparison, a single drop of hers is worth more than a liter of common blood. As her blood flows into him, Zhongshan Jing initially experiences a sense of fulfillment. Xie Tao's cool palm rests gently on his face, while the warmth of her blood courses into his stomach. Something stirs within his heart. At that moment, his soul finds liberation. Chapter 13. Just a little upon awakening the next morning, Zhongshan Jing found himself on Xie Tao's bed, a revelation that sent a shiver down his spine. For the notion of having climbed into her bed in the dead of night was indeed quite terrifying. He had no recollection of the events from the previous night, only a vague sense of confusion lingering in his mind. If he had done something untoward, it would be a dire situation. You're awake. Xie Tao appeared at his bedside, leaning in with a ghostly demeanor, her gaze fixed upon him, leaving Zhongshan Jing momentarily dazed. He feared her next words might be, "You are now a girl." Yet, she merely looked at him thoughtfully and asked, "Do you remember what transpired last night?" Zhongshan Jing stammered, "I don't remember. Not at all." Xie Tao leaned closer, their faces nearly touching, the faint, sweet fragrance of her presence wafting into Zhongshan Jing's nostrils. The enticing aroma resembled that of ripe fruit, a scent both alluring and captivating. He instinctively touched his nose, a flicker of hazy memory surfacing in his mind. It seemed that last night, he had experienced an overwhelming hunger, and after that, he had lost consciousness, recalling only the sweet scent that lingered in the air. Thus, it appeared he had not done anything inappropriate. Perhaps he had merely attempted to feast upon Xie Tao, but failed. This was certainly preferable to having attempted something more scandalous. Regardless of what had occurred, it was prudent to apologize first. "I'm sorry." "Well," Xie Tao crossed her arms lazily, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Your survival instinct is quite impressive. I almost feel embarrassed to comment. What exactly happened last night? Didn't you already infer?" She poked his chest lightly. "You were famished and wanted to bite me." Zhongshan Jing responded, "I fed you a bit, satisfying your hunger. Please don't phrase it so suggestively. In any case, I filled you up," she noted, examining his sturdy chest, which, despite his lean frame, still held some flesh. She muttered something about zombies not gaining weight, revealing a hint of lingering resentment. Zhongshan Jing pressed his forehead in confusion, at a loss for words. He sensed that something far stranger than mere description had transpired, leaving him with a complex mix of emotions. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to ask, "Will this happen to me often?" "Yes," she replied, fingers interlaced. "This is my first encounter with your condition. I've only ever controlled corpses before, which do not experience hunger. However, zombies seem different. The others I've controlled were bound by a contract and consumed my spiritual energy. But you seem to feel hunger even with a contract. Xie Tao was intrigued, displaying an unusual patience, almost eagerness, as if she longed to dissect Zhongshan Jing to understand him better. This is your first complete loss of control. But this is the second time I've felt hunger, Zhongshan Jing clarified. When he had first transformed into a zombie, he had experienced a similar sensation. Though not as intensely as this time, where he had lost control entirely, his instincts driven solely by hunger. After considering his situation, Xie Tao stroked her chin thoughtfully. Currently, there are two possibilities. The first is that your body has been evolving unbeknownst to you, consuming vast amounts of energy in the process. When your intake cannot keep pace with the expenditure, you'll be overtaken by hunger. The second possibility is that while your body feels satisfied by the spiritual energy I provide, your soul craves blood, ultimately overriding your body once the limit is reached. I hope it's the first, Zhongshan Jing replied silently. I'm unable to determine which it is yet, so I'll conduct a small experiment. In a couple of days, a team will be dispatched from the base to search for supplies in a nearby city. If we participate, we can earn points. Let us go? Zhongshan Jing instinctively asked, is this for me or for grapes? Have a bit of confidence. Your worth is on par with grapes. Xie Tao laughed and dashed to the window. She asked Zhang Chunyu for a flower pot, but instead of flowers, it contained the garlic cloves she had just placed inside. With utmost reverence, she positioned the pot at the window, awaiting the garlic sprouts to emerge. Zhongshan Jing stood and stretched, his body normally stiff, akin to a corpse thawing from a freezer. Yet today he felt as agile as he had in life. What did you feed me last night? A little blood, Xie Tao replied, shaking her head dismissively. Mine. Just a drop of blood had triggered such a significant transformation in his body. One might mistakenly believe she had administered some miraculous elixir. Zhongshan Jing glanced at the scars on his hands, still present. A web of marks that told the tale of being half-flayed, saved just in time from the blade. Xie Tao arranged the flower pot, contemplating what else to cultivate on the windowsill. In her previous home, she had a large balcony filled with a variety of flowers, herbs, and vegetables. Whenever she had idle time, she would tend to them. She had even considered adopting a cat, particularly a black one, but in her former surroundings, black cats were often seen as embodiments of witches or devils, facing dire consequences if discovered. Finding a black cat proved nearly impossible, so she had settled for nurturing a medley of ordinary plants for solace. Those who practiced necromancy often kept some form of life, as solitary existence could be quite dreary. Leaning on the windowsill, she looked like an ordinary young girl, lazily tending to her flower pot. Xie Tao possessed striking eyes. In dim light, they appeared simply black. Yet in sunlight, they shimmered with a hint of deep blue, reminiscent of a starless night sky, devoid of clouds. Zhongshan Jing's complex feelings dissipated in an instant, and he leaned against the wall beside Xie Tao, observing her as she poked at the flower pot. After a moment, he inquired, is being a necromancer difficult? It's not a matter of difficulty, she replied with a serious expression. It largely depends on talent. By the 20th year of my practice, I had already surpassed my mentor, which filled him with jealousy. A frail, aging man, limited by his own gifts, envied a young prodigy who had surpassed his lifetime achievements in a mere 2 decades. He even wished to make me his trophy, Xie Tao said disdainfully. Yet he seemed to forget that I had far exceeded him. So you turned him into a trophy? Zhongshan Jing asked, curiosity piqued. Do I seem like someone lacking in taste? Xie Tao disdainfully remarked. Why would I want to keep such a wrinkled, envious wretch by my side, resembling a venomous serpent? Is it that Xiao He and Xiao Bai are inadequate? Are my zombie minions unreliable? Why choose such an old and useless individual? Xie Tao felt a twinge of displeasure at Zhongshan Jing's lack of understanding of her, as one of her newly appointed subordinates. How could Zhongshan Jing be so oblivious to her character? With unrelenting disdain, she continued, what do I gain from him? Just because he is older doesn't mean he is worth keeping around. He crumble at a mere poke. Zhongshan Jing raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging his fault, and admitted, that is indeed something to be criticized. Xie Tao, uninterested in further discourse, turned her attention to her flower pot, which was slightly watered, the soil moist and inviting. It appeared more aesthetically pleasing than Zhongshan Jing's handsome visage. When noon arrived, Zhang Chunyu brought over some food, including provisions that were originally meant for Xie Tao. A few of them huffed and puffed as they carried the items inside, stating, I exchanged some points for a bit of vegetables. You should eat first. In a couple of days, you'll have your own points to redeem. These individuals truly knew how to collaborate. They ensured Xie Tao received everything owed to her and even swapped their points to procure additional goods for her. Before departing, they inquired several times if Xie Tao needed anything, offering to fetch whatever they had on hand for her to use temporarily. If she required something they didn't possess, they assured her they could easily trade for it, urging her not to feel hesitant. Upon learning that Xie Tao would be going out on a mission in a couple of days to earn points, the group felt a touch of embarrassment. We've just returned from a task, and we likely want to embark on another soon. Can you manage alone? They asked. Xie Tao replied, we are too. Zhang Chunyu and the others exchanged glances, conceding, all right then. It appeared that Xie Tao was unconcerned about the upcoming mission, which was understandable. When one is sufficiently powerful, there is little to fear. After delivering the supplies, the group took their leave, leaving Xie Tao and Zhongshan Jing to face the heap of items in silence. Can you cook? Xie Tao inquired. Zhongshan Jing replied earnestly, I can manage a little. What a coincidence. I can only manage a little as well, she responded. Chapter 14. Allow me to assess the situation. It appears that Zhongshan Jing exhibits a commendable level of meticulousness, while Xie Tao's approach is somewhat lackadaisical. Zhongshan Jing prepared a simple stir-fried vegetable dish and a soup made with a hint of spinach and enoki mushrooms. Although the flavors were not particularly exquisite, the meal was palatable. In contrast, Xie Tao attempted to fry an egg, if one could even call that charred mass an egg. Zhongshan Jing, with an impassive expression, remarked, the heat was too high, and there was insufficient oil. It was cooked for too long. Xie Tao, undeterred, boldly dragged Zhongshan Jing's dish before her and pushed her own burnt egg towards him. Let us exchange, she suggested. You shall taste my culinary skills, while I sample yours. Zhongshan Jing gazed at the charred remnants on his plate, his emotions in turmoil. Not only did zombies have no appetite for human food, but even if they did, he had no desire to poison himself with such a concoction. It seems you have lived alone for quite some time? He inquired, skeptical that such culinary skills could arise from solitude. Have you forgotten? I have Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Xie Tao replied. Her foray into cooking was merely a whim. Typically, it was Xiao He and Xiao Bai who handled the culinary duties. Those two skeletal figures clad in made uniforms were adept at all household chores. Xie Tao had not prepared a meal in centuries, not since her master had unexpectedly fallen ill and attempted to eliminate her. During her apprenticeship, she occasionally prepared simple fare, like sandwiches or fried sausages and eggs. Most necromancers possess modest appetites, merely needing sustenance to get by. Xie Tao was a delightful exception. The first thing she did upon gaining independence was to contract Xiao He and Xiao Bai, two adept and delightful undead who excelled in household management and cuisine. Thus, she successfully escaped a life limited to sandwiches, blueberry jam on bread, and fried sausages with eggs. Zhongshan Jing, resigned, said, you go ahead and eat. I, however, shall abstain. Xie Tao calmly began her meal while encouraging him to join her. You should eat as well, she urged. Her intentions were questionable. Yet, truth be told, Zhongshan Jing was somewhat intrigued by Xie Tao's culinary creation. He found himself reaching for the blackened egg on his plate, under Xie Tao's watchful gaze of anticipation. The taste was overwhelmingly that of charred carbon, heightened by an excessive amount of salt. Essentially, he was consuming a piece of salty charcoal. Xie Tao gave a thumbs up, praising his bravery. Fortunately, as a zombie, he was immune to food-borne illnesses. Aside from the sensory assault on his taste buds, all was well. Xie Tao then casually complimented Zhongshan Jing, stating, I remember you were born into a wealthy family. When I was not in contact with my father, I lived with my grandparents. My health was poor, and they took on most of the household duties. Yet, I wished to alleviate their burden, so I would occasionally cook. After being reclaimed by his family, he had not prepared a meal since, which had been over a decade. Though somewhat out of practice, he was still far superior to Xie Tao. Life within the survivor base was tranquil. Tao City, though not large, was a thriving community with established rules, a relatively reliable leadership, and sufficient resources. Most individuals, provided they were willing to work, managed to stave off hunger. This was commendable for a post-apocalyptic world. Yet for Xie Tao, it felt overly serene. Fortunately, the following afternoon, the base announced that those wishing to join a resource-seeking team could sign up that day. With a gathering scheduled for the following morning in the small square, Xie Tao promptly took Zhongshan Jing to register. During the registration, they learned that all members of the base were eligible to participate in the resource-seeking expedition, albeit at their own risk. Aside from those who appeared too frail or were elderly, sick, or disabled, nearly everyone could sign up. However, there would be a division between those with abilities and those without. The capable individuals would combat zombies and protect other team members, while those without combat skills would assist in transporting supplies. Naturally, the points earned would differ significantly, with the former group earning substantially more. After hearing the staff's explanation, Xie Tao immediately asserted that both of them possessed combat abilities and could be assigned to a combat team. The staff offered no further objection, knowing that the choice of life and death was theirs alone. Registration complete, the staff announced, providing each of them with a small badge to pin to their chests, advising them not to misplace it. Upon the team's return to the base, they could exchange their badges for points. Yay! Xie Tao exclaimed, though she felt a twinge of regret. Her ability to manipulate corpses could easily expose her. Otherwise, she could have feigned being a power-type ability user and amassed points with a horde of minions. Then, she could enjoy a life filled with diverse fruits at every meal. After registering, Xie Tao lingered to observe, noticing a task board on the wall, clearly displaying the points awarded for various missions. The more challenging the task, the higher the points offered. The simplest tasks, such as constructing defenses or farming, yielded points barely sufficient to cover 3 meals a day. Moreover, for the elderly or children, the limited work they could perform resulted in meager points, perhaps only affording 1 or 2 meals a day, and not necessarily enough to satisfy hunger. The harsh reality of the apocalypse eliminated the unfortunate first, followed closely by the weak. The elderly and children were undeniably vulnerable. The former were seen as burdens, while the latter relied on others for survival. If their families were capable and compassionate, they might survive a few more years. However, should their families falter, the first to be abandoned would undoubtedly be the elderly and children. Xie Tao's gaze scanned the array of tasks until she spotted one offering an exceptionally high reward, enough points for her to enjoy a month of varied fruits. Can I undertake this? Xie Tao inquired with curiosity. You can. The staff hesitated before responding, but we have yet to gather enough participants. You must be new here, correct? This task is particularly perilous. It would be wise to proceed with caution. Xie Tao's charming demeanor endeared her to the staff, prompting him to elaborate. This task has been posted for a week, and do you know how many have signed up so far? 4. He shook his head and sighed. It is deemed too dangerous. It is uncertain how many will survive the journey back. The capital is densely populated. During the disaster's onset, countless individuals became zombies. The zombies are continuously evolving, and in such a crowded area, formidable zombies are sure to exist. Escorting an entire team out would be exceedingly challenging. I wish to sign up. I wish to sign up. Xie Tao exclaimed eagerly, raising her hand. Does this conflict with today's mission? If so, I shall forego the latter. No, not at all. We haven't even assembled a single team yet. The higher-ups have decided to wait another 10 days. The individuals inside can hold out for the time being. The staff contemplated dissuading Xie Tao further, but ultimately abandoned the notion upon witnessing her resolute expression. Very well. I shall register you. Once this task concludes, return to confirm, and we will notify you when the mission officially commences. Thank you. Xie Tao joyfully led Zhong Shanjing away, humming a cheerful tune on their way back, evidently in high spirits. Zhong Shanjing was not overly concerned about the warnings from the staff regarding potential dangers. After all, Xie Tao was a necromancer, and in this apocalyptic world, there was little that could pose a threat to her, unless she were to inadvertently invite her own demise. His true apprehension lay in the prospect of being away for too long. What would become of the garlic sprouts? I have friends, Xie Tao responded confidently, assuring him that she would enlist the help of Zhang Chunyu and the others to keep an eye on things. Hurry back and make preparations. We shall embark on our mission tomorrow morning. She patted Zhong Shanjing on the back, reminding him to maintain his disguise. This referred to the necessity of wearing high-collared garments to conceal the scars on his neck, complemented by the deer-hide gloves gifted by Xie Tao. Such attire would not appear out of place in the current season, but come summer, it would likely attract undue attention. Xie Tao contemplated this dilemma. In the sweltering heat of summer, wearing such heavy layers would unmistakably signal to others that something was amiss, practically inviting scrutiny. Before the arrival of summer, she needed to devise a means to mend Zhong Shanjing's appearance, rendering him more normal in appearance. With this thought in mind, after dinner that evening, Xie Tao gently pushed Zhong Shanjing onto the sofa. She meticulously closed the door to prevent any unwelcome intrusions and positioned Xiao He and Xiao Bai on either side, effectively trapping Zhong Shanjing in the middle. Strip off your clothes, she instructed. Zhong Shanjing stammered in surprise. What? Hurry up, I need to examine your body. Xie Tao had yet to conduct a thorough assessment of Zhong Shanjing. Previously, when he had not fully succumbed to his zombie state, she had performed a cursory evaluation. However, A comprehensive and candid examination had never taken place. The young man lying on the sofa felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Despite being a zombie, a hint of color graced his pallid complexion, lending a touch of humanity to his otherwise strikingly handsome features. I. Xiao Hei Xiao Bai. Zhang Shanjing hesitated, feeling overly self-conscious. Xie Tao found his demeanor rather excessive. She had encountered thousands of corpses, and they were all fundamentally the same. No one was uniquely different in their physicality, so what was there to feel shy about? Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai, ever obedient to Xie Tao's commands, leapt into action with a soft growl. Zhang Shanjing could only watch in resignation. Chapter 15. What a surprise to encounter you again. Zhang Shanjing's body was marred with scars. Had it not been for those numerous wounds, his physique would have been quite appealing. However, now, that once beautiful form resembled a vase, painstakingly reassembled after shattering, though intact. The multitude of scars remained glaringly conspicuous. Xie Tao's fingertips grazed each scar, lingering briefly upon them. Zhang Shanjing's healing abilities were remarkably potent. A mere cut upon his skin would mend at a pace visible to the naked eye. Yet, the myriad of injuries he bore had all been inflicted before his transformation into a zombie, rendering them irreparable, and thus he appeared as a canvas marred by disarray. Regardless of the exquisite artistry that once adorned it, the present state was a chaotic mess. Just the sight of him conjured images of how striking his physique must have been prior to his injuries, evoking a sense of lament and regret. Zhang Shanjing lay there, straight as an arrow, opting to shield his face with his hand. His other vital areas were beyond his reach. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired of Xie Tao. Is it done? Not yet, Xie Tao replied with utmost seriousness. I am still conducting a meticulous examination. This is preparatory work for my subsequent research, as well as a means to facilitate your recovery. You need to cooperate. Nearby, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei fervently nodded in agreement, supporting Xie Tao's endeavor. Zhang Shanjing felt an inexplicable discomfort, ultimately choosing silence. Resistance seemed futile, so what else could he do? Xie Tao's hand brushed against his abdominal muscles. Despite having once been a frail and delicate young man, Zhang Shanjing possessed abs, albeit only a thin layer, half of which had been gnawed away by zombies, rendering them pitiable. I shall study this further and see if I can resolve the issue. Such beautiful abs deserve better than to be halved, Xie Tao remarked, her lovely face betraying a sense of compassion. Though she appeared youthful, she was a necromancer, and her purity was confined solely to her visage. Her soul was anything but innocent. To regard her as a demure maiden would be a grave miscalculation, a truth Zhang Shanjing surely understood all too well. After completing a rudimentary physical examination on Zhang Shanjing, Xie Tao patted him on the shoulder. Put your clothes back on. Truth be told, although it had merely been a standard checkup, Zhang Shanjing felt as though he had undergone an ordeal, which was utterly disheartening. Following her examination, Xie Tao leisurely strolled away, hands clasped behind her back, leaving Zhang Shanjing with the unsettling sensation of having been taken advantage of. With a rather complex state of mind, Zhang Shanjing fastened the last button of his shirt. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai passed by, offering sympathetic pats on his shoulder. Despite their skeletal faces lacking expression, Zhang Shanjing perceived a subtle hint of pity etched upon their features. The following morning, Xie Tao brought Zhang Shanjing to a gathering. The small square was bustling with people, likely participants drawn to the task at hand, for it promised a favorable exchange of value, suitable for both abilities and ordinary individuals alike. By the time Xie Tao and Zhang Shanjing arrived, they were already late. Most of those who had signed up the previous day were present, among them a familiar figure. Oh, Xie Tao remarked, catching sight of the woman who had previously boasted about her strength, resorting to her fists for reason. She had hastily fled with her boyfriend. But here she was again, accompanied by a new companion, a rather handsome young man, seemingly in his mid-20s. Upon recognizing Xie Tao, the woman's expression soured. Evidently recalling their previous encounter, Xie Tao cast her a fleeting glance before losing interest. Her prior acknowledgement had merely stemmed from their previous meeting, but beyond that, there was nothing else to discuss. She had no intention of engaging with someone she could easily dismiss. In contrast, the woman seemed to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Xie Tao, even gesturing rudely from a distance, her lips forming the words, "Wait for your demise." With a sigh, Xie Tao remarked to Zhang Shanjing, "Why do some individuals persist in their ignorance of their own limitations? A grasshopper boasts to a human, claiming it can crush a person with its forelegs. Does that instill fear? Hardly. Humans can effortlessly squash them. Yet the grasshopper seems oblivious." She scoffed, adding, "She had best not come over to create trouble for me." Soon, everyone gathered, forming two teams, one composed of ordinary individuals and the other of those with abilities. The latter functioned as a protective detail, safeguarding the resource-seeking ordinary team. Both Xie Tao and Zhang Shanjing were part of the protective squad, which also included the woman, as she too possessed abilities. The protective team comprised roughly 10 individuals, led by a team captain, a woman appearing to be in her 30s, who wore fingerless leather gloves and had a gun holstered at her waist. The vice captain, a scholarly-looking man in his late 20s, sported glasses. In the week that followed, these individuals became teammates, with the captain expressing hopes for fruitful collaboration to escort the team back to base. He surveyed the group and divided them into two teams of 5, one for leading the way, the other for trailing behind. The leading team was under the captain's guidance, while the trailing team followed the vice captain. This time, Xie Tao was not paired with the woman. Instead, she and Zhang Shanjing joined the trailing group. Once tasks were assigned, everyone boarded the vehicle, embarking on their journey. Given the lengthy distance, there was little to occupy their time on the road. After a brief period of playing on her phone, Xie Tao leaned against Zhang Shanjing's shoulder and drifted into slumber. The others in the vehicle cast envious glances at Zhang Shanjing, some even whispering, "Is she his girlfriend? This guy is quite lucky." Zhang Shanjing could only sigh internally. In truth, Xie Tao's perception of him was less of a romantic partner and more akin to a personal possession. When one rests against a pillow, do they ponder its willingness? Xie Tao did not. Thus, while others perceived him as fortunate, the reality was that he was merely a pillow for her to lean against. Nearby, someone commented, "In this day and age, it's not easy to find a beautiful, capable, and pleasant girlfriend who shares your abilities." The number of female abilities was inherently lower. Thus, the criteria of beauty and strength made such women exceedingly rare. Typically, such stunning women would be paired with powerful figures, for beauty deserved strength. Yet some, due to their own prowess, would choose to be with handsome young men. To onlookers, this duo seemed to fit the latter category perfectly. To be favored by such a beautiful woman, what more could one desire? A few individuals shed envious tears, ultimately compelled to admire Zhang Shanjing's looks, deeming it only natural for a beautiful woman to take notice of him. Zhang Shanjing listened to their jealousy and flattery, feeling a tumultuous mix of emotions. "You do not understand. I am merely a pillow," he mused silently. Xie Tao had not slept long, perhaps only half an hour, when she was awakened by the others. As the vehicle contained merely 5 individuals, and they all sought some form of engagement, a suggestion was made to play cards. However, a dilemma arose. The number of individuals proficient in this game was limited, and the vice captain was not among them. This left only 4 participants. And even in the game of Do Di Zhu, 3 players were required. They turned to Zhang Shanjing for assistance. Regrettably, Zhang Shanjing too was unfamiliar with the game. Although he had acquired knowledge in various domains, card playing was not one of them. Consequently, someone proposed waking Xie Tao. Zhang Shanjing was acutely aware that Xie Tao lacked any aptitude for cards, given that she was a necromancer. It was implausible for a being from her realm to engage in such pastimes. In fact, it was uncertain whether cards even existed in her world. Moreover, Xie Tao was a remarkably talented and diligent necromancer, undoubtedly too occupied to indulge in trivial pursuits. However, before Zhang Shanjing could voice his concerns, Xie Tao was roused from her slumber. Groggy and somewhat displeased, Xie Tao opened her eyes wide, preparing to express her irritation, only to be met with the exuberant inquiry from one of her companions. "Do you know how to play cards?" The question ignited her interest. She abandoned her morning grumpiness, rolled up her sleeves, and suddenly realized that this world operated under different rules. The types of cards played might differ, yet she maintained her composure, betraying no hint of insecurity. "What game are we playing?" "Do Di Zhu? With just 3 players, that seems our only option," she suggested. The young man who had proposed the card game chuckled. "Indeed, let's play Do Di Zhu." After a moment of contemplation, Xie Tao replied, "I do not know how, but I am willing to learn." Her intelligence was evident. She had swiftly navigated through the intricate tomes associated with necromancy, mastering them in a remarkably short span of time. Learning to play cards would surely be a trivial endeavor for her. "Come, let me teach you how to play Do Di Zhu, sister," he replied enthusiastically, pulling Xie Tao into a lesson on the rules. As she examined the deck of cards, attentively listening to his explanations, she quickly grasped the fundamentals. "Simple enough, let's begin," she declared, her dexterous fingers swiftly shuffling the deck and arranging the cards upon the table. Soon, she found herself engaged in a game with a few board companions. Zhang Shanjing, observing this scene, found himself in disbelief. He began to question whether Xie Tao had ever genuinely applied herself to her studies. Chapter 16. Arch-rivals. As the vehicle journeyed towards its destination, the faces of the occupants became increasingly adorned with stickers. Although Xie Tao claimed she was unfamiliar with the game of Do Di Zhu and might need to learn, she quickly adapted after grasping the rules. Except for instances of particularly poor luck with wretched hands, Xie Tao found herself winning consistently. They played without stakes when the landlord triumphed. A sticker was affixed to the farmers' foreheads, and vice versa. After more than a day's travel, the two players had transformed dramatically, and soon, Zhongshan Jing joined the fray. Having easily picked up the game after observing for a while, a few hours later, the deputy captain entered the competition as well. Thus, three clever individuals engaged in an intense game, each bringing a unique flair, which added a hint of tension to the playful atmosphere. Xie Tao possessed a simple yet profound intelligence, able to perceive the essence of others. Zhongshan Jing, on the other hand, understood human nature and had a remarkable memory for cards, allowing him to play with remarkable ease. The deputy captain delighted in employing tactics, employing deceit and manipulation to stir discord. Their gameplay was so extravagant that the two spectators beside them were left agape, repeatedly exclaiming in admiration. Upon reaching their destination and disembarking, the deputy captain expressed lingering enthusiasm, stating, "I had no idea Do Di Zhu could be such an engaging game." The remaining two interjected, No, we never play like that." The city they arrived at was quite distant from their base, and nearly all bases struggled to achieve self-sufficiency. Following the apocalypse, both soil and climate had turned unfriendly to plant life. Consequently, numerous problems arose, such as diminished crop yields, with some plants withering before they had fully developed. While certain animals could still be raised, some had mutated, becoming more aggressive and cruel, with portions of their meat rendered inedible due to a lack of vitality, resembling long-decayed flesh that humans could not consume. Given these circumstances, ensuring that a majority of the base's inhabitants had enough to eat required venturing into cities to scavenge for supplies, such as the remaining stock in supermarkets and convenience stores, which would likely contain some preserved food and instant meals. Warehouses of factories and food processing plants might also harbor a wealth of edible items, including rice, wheat, and peanuts, which were not only consumable, but also storable. If they could locate warehouses filled with grain, they would prosper. If not, they would have to pillage commercial establishments, which, while yielding lesser rewards than factory stores, could still be fruitful. Before entering the city, the deputy captain cautioned everyone, "Do not engage with zombies for too long. Our objective is to protect our teammates, not hunt the undead." Driving within the city was prohibited, as the sound of engines would attract hordes of zombies, complicating matters. The standard procedure for gathering supplies involved identifying a target location, then having the designated scout clear most of the zombies from the route, after which the remaining team members would drive to the site at maximum speed. Upon reaching a safe area, the cleanup crew would deal with any attracted zombies. This cycle would continue until their vehicle was filled with supplies, at which point they would depart the city. As Xie Tao entered the city, she became aware of her zombie minions, who surged into the urban landscape like fish returning to the sea, serving as her eyes to observe the city's condition. The deputy captain sat in the vehicle, studying a map, while communicating quietly with the captain through an earpiece. Xie Tao curiously tilted her head at the earpiece, prompting the deputy captain to explain, assuming she was intrigued by the existence of signals post-apocalypse. "This is actually part of my special ability. The range is about 1,000 meters. I haven't tested the limits." "How impractical," he added with a resigned smile. "If anyone else called me useless, I would accept it, as one must remain humble. But you, my arch-rival, deserve to know that this is merely a fraction of my abilities, not the entirety." Xie Tao rolled her eyes silently, questioning if their rivalry was merely a game of landowner versus farmer. Unperturbed by her disdain, the deputy captain displayed the map to her, indicating their next destination, surrounding buildings, and their objectives. As Xie Tao studied the map, she began to deploy her minions near the target area, ensuring they were not too close to avoid friendly fire. The captain and the team had already commenced their route-clearing operation. This task was arduous. The pace of exterminating zombies had to be swift to prevent attracting more. This necessity is why the base dispatched both a captain and a deputy, requiring formidable special ability users to ensure success. It was likely that the captain possessed area of effect abilities, capable of swiftly dispatching lesser foes, which justified her role as the escort team leader. Approximately half an hour later, the deputy captain closed the map, announcing, "Let us move. It's our turn." The driver accelerated, trailing closely behind a search team composed of ordinary individuals. The two initial card players rose from their seats, positioning a Gatling gun at the rear of the vehicle. Aside from special abilities, firearms could inflict significant damage on zombies. As the gun's barrel ignited with blue flames, swathes of zombies fell as if harvested like ripe grain. Xie Tao's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Despite their world having greater combat prowess due to magic, the creativity of this world was unparalleled. This weapon, crafted solely for warfare, possessed terrifying lethality against ordinary beings. Xie Tao felt an urge to touch and disassemble it. Curious about its internal structure, contemplating the possibility of replicating it and modifying its components to create a magical artifact. Zhong Shanjing promptly intervened, warning, hot. The recently fired barrel could easily inflict burns. That is fascinating, Xie Tao remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Was it designed for warfare? Yes. Zhong Shanjing conceded, recognizing that while technology benefits humanity, it also poses threats. Humans are capable of developing both life-saving medicines and deadly weapons, and the number of armaments created for war is innumerable. The Gatling gun before them was merely one of the more common types, with its destructive capability considered limited, as more potent weapons could annihilate countless lives in an instant. Thus, humanity continued to innovate increasingly powerful weapons, perpetually seeking countermeasures in a relentless cycle, making armaments one of the fastest evolving fields. After briefly explaining the situation, Xie Tao stroked her chin thoughtfully. I'm not particularly interested in those. This weapon before me is far more intriguing. If I get the chance, I must acquire one to replicate it. Enough chatting. It's time to work. The deputy captain interjected, waving his hand to interrupt Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing. They had arrived at their destination, where ordinary people were already infiltrating the buildings, while the five of them remained outside to eliminate nearby zombies. Xie Tao, disinterested in manual labor, summoned her minions, instructing them to assist her, as she could easily pose as a summoner. Zhongshan could not afford to be idle. He swiftly wielded the old fire axe that belonged to Xie Tao, diligently clearing the nearby zombies. Xie Tao took a moment to observe the vice captain, who emanated an ethereal blue glow. Upon contact with the undead, they released a charred scent and collapsed to the ground. This phenomenon was likely linked to electricity. Together, the five of them worked in unison, swiftly dispatching all nearby zombies. They also transported the majority of the bodies to a more distant location to prevent the scent from attracting additional zombies. Once this task was accomplished, the five individuals responsible for securing the rear entered the building. The structure they sought refuge in was essentially a small two-story supermarket. After scavenging the supplies within, both teams planned to accompany a group of ordinary people to forage for resources outside, bringing back their findings to temporarily store here. They would remain until they had amassed a sufficient quantity or found a warehouse in a factory, at which point they would depart. However, since they had entered the city in the afternoon, nighttime operations proved impractical. The darkness was thick and teeming with zombies, rendering such actions unnecessary. Thus, they decided to spend the night in the supermarket, venturing out at dawn. Upon entering the building, Xie Tao spotted a woman from a distance. She appeared in good spirits. Yet the woman seemed rather despondent, slumped in a corner with a forlorn expression. A young man lingered beside her, trying to win her favor, but his efforts failed to elicit even a hint of a smile. Shortly after Xie Tao stepped inside, the vice captain summoned her. Come. Choose whatever you fancy and toss it into the pot, he urged, placing a large platter before her. It contained instant noodle cakes, dried vegetables, spicy strips, ham sausages, and a variety of junk food, presumably scavenged from the supermarket. He had prepared a package of hot pot base, likely intending to concoct a hodgepodge stew. Eagerly, Xie Tao sat beside him and began tossing ingredients into the pot. Can I add this? She inquired, holding up a piece of dried carrot. Of course. And this? She asked, raising a piece of chocolate. Absolutely not. Chapter 17. The beloved of the deities hot pot is quite delicious. Xie Tao believes that this world still possesses numerous redeeming qualities. Although chaos ensued following the collapse of order, it is evident that prior to the calamity, this was a peaceful world that was thriving. Most importantly, the food is exquisite. The fruits have been meticulously cultivated, selected as the finest varieties. They have even invented a plethora of delectable and convenient instant foods, creating an entire system that includes instant noodles and various types of noodles, rice noodles, and snail rice noodles, among others. Zhong Shanjing even whispered beside her, there should be self-heating hot pot in the supermarket. If you enjoy it, you can look for it later. It's quite convenient. Xie Tao exclaimed. Ah, the humans in your world are not only equipped with superior weaponry, but they are also quite skilled in gastronomy. Feeling a surge of happiness after dinner, Xie Tao accompanied Zhongshan Jing to the basement floor of the supermarket in search of self-heating hot pot. There, she discovered not only self-heating hot pot, but also other self-heating foods such as self-heating potato noodles and self-heating milk tea. The young Xie Tao was astonished and eagerly packed everything into her backpack, leaving with a joyful heart. Do you have any similar inventions? Xie Tao nudged Zhongshan Jing. Please recommend some. Where did you learn the term recommend? Zhongshan Jing denied having taught her such things. Xie Tao proudly placed her hands on her hips, declaring, The vice captain taught me. Zhongshan Jing responded, Please refrain from teaching peculiar things to others. Thus, Zhongshan Jing could only accompany Xie Tao as she scoured the entire basement floor, collecting all her items of interest, and ultimately returned with a substantial package. The vice captain, rather indulgent of Xie Tao, remarked, Shall I exchange this for a larger backpack? This one appears on the verge of bursting. Absolutely. Xie Tao eagerly accepted a larger bag from the vice captain, stuffing all her treasures inside, reclining against Zhongshan Jing, and sighed. There are still many good people in the world, Zhongshan Jing observed. The young man, currently fawning over a glamorous woman, sarcastically remarked, Country bumpkin. As Xie Tao lay contentedly on Zhongshan Jing's lap, she glanced up and asked, Is it illegal to kill after the apocalypse? Before Zhongshan Jing could respond, the vice captain cheerfully interjected, It's not illegal. Only friends and family might seek revenge. The two of them simultaneously exclaimed, Wow. Then, through a shared glance, they reached a mutual understanding, while Zhongshan Jing felt increasingly out of place. He squinted slightly and inquired of the vice captain, I assume someone with your disposition wouldn't engage in actions that offend others. First of all, he didn't hear my earlier words. If he didn't hear them, it cannot be considered an offense. Secondly, in the apocalypse, as long as one's strength does not reach a level where they are invincible, those who remain low-key tend to survive longer than those who are ostentatious and lacking in emotional intelligence. Lastly, I have greater faith in Sister Xie Tao, the vice captain chuckled. If I cling to her now, perhaps Sister Xie Tao will help me soar in the future. His words carried a hint of jest, and he did not genuinely expect Xie Tao to elevate him. He simply believed that she would survive longer and grow stronger than that man, and thus sought her favor. Xie Tao took his words to heart, nodding and replying, I will help you soar in the future. The vice captain laughed heartily, and I shall await that day. I'm not joking with you. All right, not joking. The next morning, around 6:30, everyone was awakened. Time to work. No more sleeping. Hurry up. There was only half an hour to finish breakfast. If one woke up late, there would be nothing to eat, so no complaints. Xie Tao, still drowsy, had no desire to rise. She called forth Xiaobai and Xiaokai, two diligent little skeletons, one preparing instant noodles for Xie Tao, while the other brewed milk tea. The vice captain, upon witnessing this scene, was immediately consumed by jealousy. I want some too. Sister Xie Tao, please take care of this determined, yet disabled individual. Xie Tao did not even open her eyes, hanging against Zhongshan Jing, mumbling incoherently. Understanding, Xiaobai and Xiaokai prepared an extra serving. A few minutes later, the vice captain sat opposite them. Xie Tao leaned against Zhongshan Jing, and the three enjoyed a steaming breakfast together. Zhongshan Jing actually did not need to eat, but since he was among others, he pretended. He took the bowl from Xiaokai and fed Xie Tao, discreetly passing his portion to her as well. With her mouth opening and closing like a fish, Xie Tao consumed whatever he offered without ever opening her eyes, clearly having mastered this lazy routine. Zhongshan Jing took only a few bites for himself, feeding most of it to Xie Tao, who remarked, Spicy chicken noodles taste better than braised beef noodles. Damn it, I'm truly envious of this peculiar ability. The vice captain lamented, tears of envy streaming down his face. If given the choice, who wouldn't want to be a lazy parasite? After breakfast, everyone gathered. Remarkably, Xie Tao was still enjoying a nap, sprawled on Zhongshan Jing's back, blissfully asleep, while Xiaobai and Xiaokai guarded her, appearing utterly devoted. As the glamorous woman and her companion passed by, they happened to witness this scene. The young man, eager to impress the glamorous woman, remarked, Some individuals might think they are on a picnic. In the future, if there are such missions, personal capabilities should be assessed in advance. Not everyone can just blend in and drag others down, let alone endanger others. However, Xie Tao was completely oblivious, soundly asleep and unaware of the snide remarks. This left the young man to mutter under his breath, What a thick skin. The two teams soon set out. with Xie Tao and the glamorous woman placed in different groups, as the divisions were based on the earlier teams responsible for trailing and clearing paths. Consequently, the atmosphere remained relatively harmonious. The few capable individuals merely needed to stay close to the team and promptly eliminate any approaching zombies. Xie Tao managed to sleep for another 2 hours and finally arose at 9 o'clock. However, due to Xiaobai and Shaokai's diligent efforts, they assisted everyone in their work. Xie Tao did not appear particularly formidable, so no one held any disdain. On the contrary, they were all enviously vocal, exclaiming, "This summoning ability is truly perfect for laziness. We wish our true selves could sleep while our summons clean up the surroundings." The two little skeletons had inherited Xie Tao's teachings well. Maintaining a low profile, their demonstrated strength neither too high nor too low, akin to the others, which only served to deepen the envy of their peers. Upon waking, Xie Tao stretched and checked her phone for the time. She hadn't awakened due to natural causes, but rather because she sensed a message relayed by her little subordinates. Xie Tao's collection of subordinates was not particularly large, especially after being scattered across the city. But each zombie subordinate acted as her eyes. Whenever they detected anything unusual or encountered unique zombies, they would relay the information back to her. At this moment, her subordinates had discovered a peculiar situation during their patrol and relayed the message back to her. After assessing the direction, Xie Tao suddenly inquired of the vice captain beside her. Did the other team head that way? Indeed, the vice captain adjusted his glasses and replied, "What is the matter? Has something happened?" Xie Tao continued, "If any danger arises, isn't it the responsibility of the ability users to cover the rear? Yes, after all, ability users can earn more points, and thus are expected to face greater risks. Our base has always maintained fairness in this regard. Only with equitable and sound policies can we benefit everyone, ensuring that each individual receives rewards commensurate with their efforts, thus attracting more participants. Is that so? How wonderful," Xie Tao expressed, her face lighting up with satisfaction. She muttered something softly, which the vice captain did not catch. He remarked, "You're about to engage in perilous tasks, yet you exclaim it's wonderful? Just consider it my passion." Xie Tao chuckled. She quickly managed to divert the vice captain's attention, as he was relatively easy to mislead. However, once he busied himself with other matters, Zhong Shanjing approached Xie Tao with a question. "Is something about to happen?" "Kind of," Xie Tao yawned, gazing into the distance. "I was initially reluctant to retaliate against certain individuals, but if misfortune befalls them, it's not my fault, right?" Embracing her arms, she added cheerfully, "It seems I truly am favored by the divine. You previously admonished me to trust science," Zhong Shanjing replied, somewhat aggrieved, recalling the last time he was lectured, by the necromancer, no less. "But I am a necromancer," Xie Tao shot him a sidelong glance. "I've encountered demons and the undead, and I've battled those who worship the god of light for centuries. What is wrong with believing in deities?" Zhong Shanjing finally understood that reasoning with Xie Tao was futile. He also realized that her faith might align with SC Chardinger's principles, believing in what was useful when it suited her, and adhering to science when it did not. Ultimately, whatever she asserted was to be accepted without contradiction, lest one invite misfortune. Chapter 18. Why are you coming closer? Xie Tao continued to educate Zhong Shanjing, stating, "In our era, wars were often ignited by beliefs. Why does the sanctum relentlessly pursue necromancers? Is it because they are inherently evil? Quite the contrary. Most necromancers are reclusive individuals who only venture out when they lack research materials. Their most heinous acts may involve exhuming corpses for dissection. Of course, there exists a small faction of extremists who resort to murder to procure their materials, but just as there are malevolent beings among necromancers, so too are there among humans. Is the sanctum comprised solely of virtuous individuals? The fervent pursuit of necromancers stems from the opposition of their beliefs to those of the sanctum. The sanctum venerates the god of light as its principal deity and the goddess of life as its secondary, while necromancers predominantly worship dark deities, embracing darkness and death. Their relationship resembles that of arch-rivals. Where one exists, the other is absent. With the mainstream belief favoring the god of light, necromancers have become the epitome of heresy, the sanctum's foremost adversaries, or rather, their sworn enemies. However, in recent years, the number of necromancers has dwindled significantly, rendering them a mere shadow of their former selves. The surviving powerful ones have grown weary of endless conflict and opted for seclusion. It was during one of her outings for necessities that Xie Tao was recognized by an old acquaintance. She was considered a substantial threat to the sanctum. Upon the Son of the Sanctum identifying her, he swiftly rallied nearly all the existing paladins and high-ranking mages to pursue and apprehend her. Due to the overwhelming number of pursuers, Xie Tao was compelled to utilize a random teleportation scroll, landing her in this world. You certainly possess the essence of a heretic. Is it because I appear to be unconventional? Somewhat, Zhongshan Jing replied. However, it is evident that you are not a fanatic. In fact, you may lack a steadfast belief altogether. You only trust yourself. This implies that Xie Tao is merely caught in the crossfire due to the other necromancers being followers of dark deities, adhering to the worship of death. Reflecting on this, she felt a tinge of sympathy for her plight. What nonsense. I am a devoted follower of the god of darkness, Xie Tao retorted. Though her expression belied any semblance of loyalty, she stifled a small yawn and added, I may have to get busy soon, so prepare yourself. Zhongshan Jing, unable to grasp the nature of the impending busyness, recognized that Xie Tao was not one to speak aimlessly. When she claimed she would soon be occupied, it was a certainty. He immediately steeled himself, adjusting his gloves to conceal the scars on his hands. He was thoroughly covered, revealing no skin, even hiding his neck beneath his collar. Had it not been for the lack of visible injuries on his face, he would have likely concealed that as well. Following her statement, Xie Tao ambled forward, appearing relaxed, especially in contrast to others around her. Occasionally, she would exclaim, How dare they? Or I have never encountered such stupidity. They must be courting death. TSK, if I were their teammate, I would berate them mercilessly. Alas, I pity their comrades. How unfortunate to encounter such individuals. I hope a few manage to survive. From her words, Zhongshan Jing gleaned a hint of what transpired, and he echoed her sentiments. Truly unfortunate. Will you not help them? Xie Tao poked his chest playfully. What pretense? As if you genuinely care. Do you truly value their lives? Zhongshan Jing lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his handsome face, momentarily exuding an air of compassion. However, Xie Tao was well aware that it was a fade, devoid of any genuine empathy. This was the essence of Zhongshan Jing. Yet, Xie Tao was indifferent. Throughout her long life, she had encountered many individuals and countless corpses. Many who perished harbored deep-seated resentment, ensnared by various negative emotions. Others were not virtuous in life, leaving behind nothing but bitterness and death. Xie Tao remained unconcerned. To her, all corpses were mere materials, subservient to her will, incapable of betraying her until she released their souls. The nature of Zhongshan Jing mattered little to her. She would occasionally cast a fleeting glance at him, perceiving the decay within his heart. Yet, she would not judge his morality, merely clicking her tongue in indifference before moving on. Zhongshan Jing suddenly realized this truth. The person before him was genuinely unconcerned with his inherent coldness or his difficulty in empathizing. Nor did she ponder the extreme thoughts that occasionally plagued him. She was entirely indifferent. In that moment, the shackles imposed by societal expectations fell away. Zhongshan Jing had never felt so lucid. In Xie Tao's presence, he only needed to be his most authentic self, regardless of what that true self entailed. Xie Tao would neither despise nor care. Once this realization dawned upon him, a sense of exhilaration surged through him, albeit an illusion, for as a zombie, he possessed no blood to boil. He chuckled softly and said, Indeed, I do not care at all. After uttering this, he exhaled deeply, appearing quite pleased. However, upon turning, he found Xie Tao entirely dismissive, engrossed in a match, 3 game. Zhongshan Jing felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Before long, the vice captain, clutching a device reminiscent of an earpiece, sprinted towards them, shouting, Hurry! Everyone prepare. Civilians are retreating towards the stronghold. Those with abilities follow me. What is happening? Someone called out, to which the vice captain replied urgently, Another team has encountered a horde of zombies. We must assist them. The remaining 2 hesitated, for truth be told, a zombie horde was perilous. Their combined number of ability users barely reached 10, akin to a drop of oil in boiling water, utterly inconspicuous. Assisting could very well cost them their lives without saving anyone. The vice captain, clearly aware of this, spoke rapidly. This is not a death sentence. We are merely assessing the situation. If we can help, splendid. If not, we retreat. We will not deliberately send you to your doom. The remaining 2 exchanged glances, evidently trusting the vice captain, leading them to refrain from further dissent. Thus, the civilians swiftly retreated while the few ability users pressed forward. The vice captain seemed to know their location, as communication with the captain was only possible within a certain range, indicating they were quite close, perhaps just 2 streets away. The 5 of them raced ahead, navigating several turns until they soon beheld the other team. Their numbers had diminished significantly, and they were fleeing desperately, hordes of zombies hot on their heels. Among the undead, one particularly unusual figure stood out, a woman clad in a crimson dress, barefoot, cradling what appeared to be an infant in her arms. Her face may have once been beautiful, but now it is half decayed, rendering her unrecognizable, save for one side that still retains a semblance of allure, albeit marred by an expression of sheer malevolence, akin to flames of hatred. The horde of corpses appears to revolve around her, surging madly towards the crowd. In the distance, the vice captain shouted, "What on earth is happening? How did you provoke such a massive horde of zombies?" Upon mentioning this matter, the captain's complexion turned ashen. She cast a glance at the young man beside the striking woman, her eyes filled with resentment, and remarked, "Surely, he must be asked why he chose to provoke that which should not be disturbed." The man, evidently terrified, turned pale and fled at great speed, calling for help. His earlier bravado completely vanished. The vice captain calmly suggested, "If we cannot assist, then we must retreat." His rationality was commendable, yet he did not anticipate that the zombies would exhibit a cunning beyond their expectations. As soon as the confrontation began, the woman directed a portion of the zombies to maneuver stealthily, encircling them. By the time they realized what was occurring, it was too late. They found themselves besieged from all sides, with no avenue for escape. The vice captain's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by the fact that some zombies could command others. This misjudgment had ensnared his comrades in peril. "I apologize," he muttered hastily, positioning himself at the forefront to shield Xie Tao and the others behind him. "Retreat north. There's a bank in that direction. Where there's a bank, there might be a vault, or other safety measures. There's still a chance." Thus, the remaining individuals swiftly redirected towards the north, overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies, unable to clear a path, especially with many ordinary people in tow. They could only fight and withdraw, seeking a glimmer of hope. During this tumultuous retreat, the vice captain noticed that the zombies seemed reluctant to approach Xie Tao. Within a radius of several meters, almost 10, there was not a single zombie in sight. Curious, he decided to test whether this was mere coincidence or if the zombies truly avoided her presence. However, as he drew closer, he too found himself unaccosted by any zombies. The vice captain was not the only one to make this observation. Others soon followed suit, and a throng of individuals rushed towards Xie Tao, encircling her tightly. Among the first to approach was that young man. Xie Tao rolled her eyes and said, "There's an air of rusticity here. Keep your distance from me." Chapter 19. Will you save your dog? Although Xie Tao was not overly petty, she held grudges. Just yesterday, she had been sarcastic, as if harboring some animosity towards him. Yet today, when he found himself in peril, he sought her rescue. Such fortunate occurrences are rare in this world. Xie Tao raised her hand and conjured a barrier, enveloping most of the survivors near her, except for a man and a woman. The man, desperate to survive, pushed through the crowd to reach Xie Tao. But the moment he squeezed in, an invisible force propelled him back violently. His misfortune landed him directly amidst a horde of zombies. Had he not possessed some ability to defend himself, he might have perished instantly. However, being an ability user was a double-edged sword. Once engulfed by the zombies, even if he managed to evade immediate death, escaping alive would prove exceedingly difficult, subjecting him to torment instead. Much like Zhong Shanjing, who, despite being saved by Xie Tao, emerged covered in countless wounds, akin to a half-eaten corn cob discarded into a trash bin. Thus, falling into the zombie throng seemed a more merciful fate than enduring prolonged suffering. The man screamed in agony from within the pile of corpses, a sound that sent chills down the spines of those nearby, prompting them to cluster even closer to Xie Tao, resembling pitiful chicks huddled together. "Are you not going to save him?" Xie Tao turned her head to the empty space, as if addressing the air, for it appeared there was no one there. "He is your loyal dog. Will you abandon him so easily? How pitiful, destined to become a wild dog." The figure lurking in the shadows remained unresponsive, evidently resolute in their decision not to intervene. Xie Tao remained unfazed, directing her companions, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, to retrieve those still salvageable. Alas, if you can so easily forsake one who is devoted and filled with affection for you, I can only imagine how little regard you hold for your ordinary teammates," she remarked, her tone laced with disdain. The woman, concealed nearby, wore a grim expression, acutely aware of Xie Tao's attempts at sowing discord. She realized that if she allowed the young man to perish among the corpses today, word would spread like wildfire upon their return to base. Thereafter, no one would dare to team up with her, fearing abandonment and betrayal. The young woman had no desire to jeopardize herself for the sake of one man. Yet she found herself with no choice. Two paths lay before her: risk it all for a chance to save him or become a solitary wolf, perhaps losing even the attention of men who might otherwise be drawn to her beauty. Ultimately, she was compelled to make a perilous choice, one she felt was necessary yet daunting, to venture forth and rescue the young man. Fortuitously, her abilities extended beyond mere invisibility. She could obscure the zombie's perception of her, allowing her to navigate the horde with caution and avoid injury. As she approached, the man was overjoyed, whispering, quietly, "You have come to save me after all." She could only hold her breath and put on a strained smile. "Yes, I am here to save you." Her invisibility could extend to others, albeit limited in number. With only one person to protect, she could manage as long as they had physical contact. The woman lunged forward, grasping the young man's hand and swiftly enveloping him in her concealed state, exhaling in relief. It seemed she had not sustained any injuries while securing him. Perhaps the risk had been minimal after all. At that moment, she felt a chilling gaze fixated upon her. Looking up, she saw a zombie in a red dress, cradling an infant, seemingly unaffected by her abilities, staring directly at her, more precisely, at the young man she held. Xie Tao, leaning against Zhong Shanjing's shoulder, smiled with delight. Zhong Shanjing could only steady her, preventing her from toppling over. "It is time to go," she declared after her laughter subsided, waving her hand as she led the remaining survivors towards safety. Strangely, it seemed as if all the zombies had their attention drawn to that man and woman, hardly obstructing Xie Tao and her group's departure. Any nearby zombies that approached were swiftly dealt with by Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The group retreated swiftly to a relatively safe location, seeking refuge in a building to recuperate and conduct mutual checks. It was well known that once an ordinary person sustained an injury, there was a 99 chance of turning into a zombie. Those few who remained unaffected were often considered chosen ones. To date, only one such instance had been reported, and its authenticity remained uncertain, as it was merely a legend. Thus, any ordinary person who suffered an injury had to be isolated for observation. If after 20 hours there were no signs of transformation, they were generally deemed safe. Under typical circumstances, even after 20 hours without turning, peculiar scars would begin to appear, their pupils clouding as they gradually lost consciousness. Those showing signs had to be executed. If they were a friend, one might wait until they fully transformed before putting them down. As for ability users, they had a certain probability of turning into zombies after injury, but also a chance of immunity, largely left to fate, making isolation a prudent measure. The vice captain rubbed his hands together, suggesting, "Let me check with Zhong Shanjing." Xie Tao promptly interjected, "What are you meddling in? Shouldn't it be the two of us checking each other?" The vice captain coughed awkwardly. "In public like this, can you too? What are you afraid of? It's not like we'll accidentally discharge our weapons," Xie Tao quipped, pulling Zhong Shanjing aside into a small room for their examination. Having just saved everyone's lives, Xie Tao's status had soared, and most merely cast ambiguous glances at the pair, neither stopping them nor dampening the mood. Should any noise arise from within, they would likely pretend not to hear. After all, even the formidable deserved special privileges. Once inside the small room, Xie Tao began poking Zhong Shanjing's chest, instructing, "Sit still. We are about to begin the examination." Zhong Shanjing raised his hands in mock surrender. "Are you serious?" "Of course I am. What else would it be?" Xie Tao raised an eyebrow and added, "Hurry up and undress. Otherwise, I might," she teased. Zhong Shanjing countered, "Then let us do it together. Since we're supposed to check each other, right?" Approximately 15 minutes later, both emerged from the room, with Zhong Shanjing still fastening the top button of his shirt, his expression exceedingly serious. Those nearby gasped, evidently thinking Zhong Shanjing had been too quick. 15 minutes was far too swift. This duration included undressing, checking for wounds, and redressing, meaning the actual examination was likely only 10 minutes long. A chorus of impressed sounds arose as they began to boast about their own times. Zhongshan understood everything but felt utterly helpless. After all, he could not divulge to everyone that nothing had transpired. They were merely ensconced under blankets, engaged in idle chatter. No, that was not entirely accurate. Rather, they were seated across from one another, engaged solely in conversation. The act of fastening my buttons was merely a means to adjust my collar, concealing the multitude of scars on my neck that might frighten them. Thus, he could only swallow his grievances, and after transforming into a zombie, his bitterness became even more difficult to digest, lingering for an extended period. At this juncture, the others gradually completed their inspections. aside from Xie Tao and his companion, who examined one another. The remainder were individuals devoid of familial ties or friendships, ensuring that no collusion would arise. Among the surviving few, 8 or 9 bore wounds. 8 of them were ordinary individuals, while 1 was an ability user. Additionally, 2 others exhibited superficial abrasions, injuries not inflicted by zombies, to avert any unforeseen complications. All were isolated. Once all this was accomplished, the vice captain finally had the opportunity to inquire of the captain what exactly transpired. How could there be a sudden outbreak of zombies? Such occurrences were generally improbable. Zombies were not inclined to congregate, given their competitive nature. In these times, seeking a morsel of flesh was no easy feat, yet when the surrounding zombies were drawn by the scent of humans, it appeared as though they were marching in unison. The last zombie surge had arisen when a base was unexpectedly breached, resulting in a substantial number of humans being converted into zombies within a single day, coalescing into a horde. That incident had been on a grander scale than this, yet even a minor zombie surge was an exceedingly rare phenomenon. How could it have happened so abruptly? As the captain contemplated this matter, frustration welled within her. She had always conducted herself with discretion and caution, abhorred attracting trouble. Yet within her team was an individual who thrived on chaos. This individual was none other than the young man who had been relentlessly pursuing the enchanting woman. Akin to a sycophant, he had inexplicably acquired a small zombie, toying with it rather than dispatching it outright, and mere moments later, the zombie horde materialized. Chapter 20. No need for my intervention. The captain had previously intervened, acknowledging that while zombies are indeed humanity's enemies, killing them is one thing, but torturing them seems utterly unnecessary. Is there any pleasure to be derived from such torment? Moreover, this particular zombie must have been a child in life, diminutive in stature, missing a leg, and emaciated, reeking of decay. To deliberately inflict suffering upon it, to beat and even dismember its frail body, what could possibly justify such cruelty? Perhaps the later appearance of the woman in the red dress was that child's mother, drawn by the cries of her offspring, seeking vengeance. This is the only plausible explanation, even though everyone understands that zombies lack rationality and memories of their former lives. Without such a notion, the events they encountered would defy explanation. What about the little zombie? Xie Tao inquired. Most likely, it has perished, the captain replied gently, yet he refrained from pressing further. He returned to his room, choosing not to witness the unfolding events. Shortly thereafter, they found themselves surrounded. Upon hearing the tale, a heavy silence enveloped the group. A mixture of disbelief at the notion of maternal instincts in zombies and disgust at the reprehensible actions of certain individuals that had led them into this predicament. It should be relatively safe here for the time being, the vice captain observed, noting the somber expressions of his companions. At this hour, you must all be hungry. Let us prepare some food and spend the night here. We can address matters in the morning. By dawn, it would become evident whether the injured would turn into zombies, and only then could they resolve their issues and continue their journey. Thus, the groups swiftly organized themselves. Some began cooking while others prepared their sleeping arrangements, with Xie Tao assuming the role of a lord. Although Zhong Shanjing was slender, his height starkly contrasted with Xie Tao, who barely reached 5 feet. This disparity allowed Xie Tao to recline in Zhong Shanjing's embrace, akin to resting within the confines of a gigantic plush toy. As Xie Tao played with her phone, a knock echoed at the door. The nearest individual, alert to the disturbance, cautiously approached and pushed an object against the door to barricade it. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Who is it?" A faint voice emerged from outside. Hesitating, he peeked through the crack, confirming the absence of any threatening presence, and sighed in relief before opening the door. 2 blood-soaked figures stumbled inside, their disheveled appearances rendering their features unrecognizable. Xie Tao, astonished, exclaimed, "You actually returned alive. Congratulations. If you make it back safely, I shall offer incense to your deity." Her voice was sweet, devoid of sarcasm, yet capable of inciting ire. However, the duo lacked the strength to respond to Xie Tao. They collapsed onto the floor, particularly the young man, whose body was marred by numerous injuries, flesh torn away, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. The woman, vibrant yet weary, bore no visible wounds, though her attire was drenched in blood. Upon learning that the calamity had been instigated by the man, the group's demeanor soured. The pair was led away for examination. The young man writhed on the ground, shouting, "I won't go. I haven't settled the score for you abandoning me. Do you know who I am?" His words were cut short as someone covered his mouth and dragged him away, for his injuries were grave, and despite being an ability user, the likelihood of him becoming a zombie was alarmingly high. In such dire circumstances, it was remarkable that anyone would treat him kindly. In truth, he had been afforded a degree of leniency. Had it not been for his previous actions, he would have likely faced a harsher fate. Zhong Shanjing leaned down and whispered in Xie Tao's ear, "Are you not going to intervene? I thought you would eradicate the root of the problem." "This matter does not require my involvement," Xie Tao yawned and replied, "Just wait and watch." The examiners soon returned. The vibrant woman bore only minor injuries, indicating her status as an ability user. Provided fortune was on her side, she would likely avoid transformation into a zombie, though isolation was still necessary. The man's injuries, however, were severe, with numerous gaping wounds. The blood he had lost brought him perilously close to unconsciousness. His continued vocalizations were merely a testament to the resilience afforded by his abilities, enabling him to endure thus far. His condition was critical. The examiners noted unusual discoloration in his wounds, suggesting that the zombie virus had infiltrated his system. It would not be long before as the dire news reached her. Xie Tao sat patiently awaiting her self-heating hot pot. Little Bai had also prepared a self-heating clay pot rice, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Upon hearing about the man's situation, Xie Tao remained unfazed, her attention fixated on the steam escaping from her hot pot's small opening, revealing her hunger. Zhong Shanjing opened a pair of chopsticks for her and peeled a marinated egg, urging Xie Tao to nibble on it, while the hot pot required another 10 minutes to be ready. During their meal, the vice captain approached, evidently intrigued to glean information. His face was a canvas of curiosity, an expression that suggested he might perish from his inquisitiveness. "What is that around you?" "It seems to be enveloped in an invisible membrane. Since we entered, the zombies have not come near, and that person it's a barrier," Xie Tao stated earnestly. The vice captain chuckled. "Are you joking? If you prefer not to share, I won't pry. Everyone has their secrets." "It truly is a barrier," Xie Tao insisted. "Ah, I understand. You're deeply entrenched in the world of the second dimension," he said, patting her shoulder, clearly skeptical of her assertion. "How could such a thing exist? Even if abilities are akin to barriers, your powers revolve around summoning Little He and Little Bai, which bears no relation to this barrier." It was likely a protective measure that she preferred to keep confidential. However, their camaraderie made outright refusal impolite, leading her to employ this subtle form of humor to deflect. This tactful jest allowed her to decline without causing embarrassment, preserving the vice captain's dignity. "Ah, Xie Tao is truly a person of remarkable emotional intelligence." Reflecting on the past, the vice captain recalled her merciless stance towards the man and woman. It was evident that they were at fault. After all, Xie Tao possessed a gentle disposition, was quite endearing, and exhibited a high emotional quotient, particularly when contrasted with those who tormented the little zombie. Before departing, the vice captain, having pilfered a marinated egg, remarked, "Although you did not save them, everyone understands what kind of individuals they are and will not direct their ire towards you." Xie Tao, with the remaining marinated egg in her mouth, was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for how swiftly he had acted. As for the vice captain's words, they seemed of little value compared to the egg in her possession. Nevertheless, she decided to overlook it, gifting the egg to him as a gesture of camaraderie. The self-heating hot pot was delectable, and the clay pot rice equally satisfying, leaving Xie Tao thoroughly content as her small stomach swelled. After indulging in an entire hot pot, a full box of clay pot rice, and several marinated eggs, she reclined in a state of bliss, resembling a languorous fish. At that moment, the others had just finished their meals and were preparing some food to share with those in isolation. Although the majority of those isolated may transform into zombies, rendering their consumption a waste, they currently reside within the city, surrounded by supermarkets, shopping malls, and convenience stores, with an abundance of food at their disposal. Consequently, humanitarian concerns have prevailed. While the sustenance available is primarily instant noodles, it at least provides them a hearty meal before their demise. From a distance, Xie Tao could hear the young man lamenting, pleading for something more palatable, only to soon express discomfort and repeatedly call out the name of a woman. "Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao. You cannot abandon me. I ventured into this desolate place for you, Qiao Qiao. Do you hear my words? Please do not ignore me. I am so frightened. Am I to perish? But I am still so young." The two individuals were confined within the same room, merely separated by a few wooden planks. Given the limited number of rooms available, there was no choice but to accommodate them this way. Most occupants were grouped in pairs or threes, with those in severe conditions placed together, while the less afflicted were housed separately. The ability users were isolated in a distinct room, and upon their return, only one room remained, leaving no alternative. During the early hours of the night, the young man's incessant murmurs could be heard, but as his voice weakened, so did the sounds emanating from him. As the others succumbed to slumber, nearing the witching hour around 3 in the morning, a sudden cacophony jolted most awake. The noise originated from the room housing the pair, initially resembling a heavy object crashing down, accompanied by the sound of something shattering upon impact. This immediately conjured images of the wooden planks separating the two. Moments later, indistinct growls filled the air, followed by the woman's furious reprimands, interspersed with the unsettling sound of a blade piercing flesh. After several minutes of turmoil, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Chapter 21. You dirty adults laughing uncontrollably. Xie Tao had not awoken until dawn. She slept soundly, undisturbed by the chaos of the night. Before sleeping, Zhong Shanjing had equipped her with a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Upon waking, Zhong Shanjing inquired, "Shall we leave a good review?" "Good review, good review." Xie Tao waved her small hand, eliciting a chuckle from Zhong Shanjing. In contemporary parlance, one might say, "I'll give you 5 stars. 10 stars. I grant you 10 stars." After their playful banter, they finally rose to prepare for breakfast. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already swiftly begun cooking. Before long, the vice captain approached, sitting beside Xie Tao, seemingly nonchalant as he remarked, "He is dead, killed by Wu Qiao." It was evident that the man had transformed into a zombie the previous night, losing his faculties and subsequently attacking Wu Qiao. The outcome was predictable. Having just turned, he was not strong enough to overpower her. This morning, when someone checked the rooms to see if anyone had transformed, they discovered his lifeless body on the ground, his head resembling a shattered watermelon. The woman was indeed ruthless, showing no regard for the man who had once been her lover. The vice captain mused, "Yet, one must be ruthless to stand firm in this apocalyptic world." After sharing this news with Xie Tao, he departed with a casual pat. Xie Tao did not dwell on the information, merely sighing, "She has quite the fortune." This was already the second time, their essay saying, "Things do not happen thrice." Who knows if she would have a third chance to demonstrate her luck. Some had transformed into zombies the previous night, and by morning, they had been cleared away, leaving only a few fortunate souls awaiting the whims of fate. After finishing breakfast, Xie Tao expressed her intention to step outside and assess the situation. "If everything seems fine, we shall depart. You all should eat. I'll return shortly." The vice captain hurriedly offered, "Do you need me to accompany you? Or perhaps?" He glanced at Zhong Shanjing. Xie Tao promptly declined, "I'm fine on my own. It's convenient for me to go back and forth. Still, it's better to have someone with you." The vice captain voiced his concerns, not out of fear for her safety, but rather for her ability to find her way back alone. Xie Tao, she realized the vice captain was teasing her, and thus she simply walked away. Zhong Shanjing followed, observing the indignant expression on the petite Xie Tao's face, and interjected, "Are you afraid I'll get lost?" "Not at all," Zhong Shanjing quickly clarified. "Are you searching for that zombie? I've never seen one like her, almost retaining a semblance of rationality. I'm rather curious." Having become familiar with Xie Tao's personality, Zhong Shanjing spoke in a slightly submissive tone. "Take me with you. I genuinely wish to know." "Very well," Xie Tao replied begrudgingly, "come along." Xie Tao's objective was the zombie clad in a red dress. Her intention was clear and straightforward, to recruit a new follower. She would not let such a peculiar type of zombie slip away. The two departed from their temporary refuge, determined to locate the female zombie. Truthfully, the city was teeming with zombies, making the task of finding a specific one akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, Xie Tao had a vague target in mind and was prepared to give it a try. They soon arrived at their destination, the entrance of a small shopping mall, where Xie Tao began to scan the area for the familiar figure. Zhong Shanjing curiously inquired, "How can you be sure we'll find her here?" "I'm not certain," Xie Tao replied, crossing her arms. "But the likelihood is greatest here, if she retains even a shred of human consciousness." The captain had mentioned that the female zombie might be attacking them out of a desire for vengeance for her child. If that were the case, it made sense to investigate the area where her little one had suffered. Rather than searching blindly, why not explore places where there is a possibility of finding her? Who knows, they might just encounter her. Zhong Shanjing. In essence, it's a matter of luck. Of course, the most crucial detail is that my zombie minions reported seeing her nearby this morning, Xie Tao added with a playful smirk. Having thoroughly toyed with Zhong Shanjing, she led the way forward. They had not ventured far when they spotted the red-dressed zombie huddled in a corner. She still cradled a swaddled infant, with the remains of a small body lying before her. It appeared she retained a degree of reason and memory, recalling her child's existence. Such a scenario was exceedingly rare. Though not as extraordinary as Zhong Shanjing had found, it was nonetheless a valuable specimen. As Xie Tao approached, the zombie stood alert, protectively clutching the swaddled infant. Xie Tao clicked her tongue, and Xiao He and Xiao Bai swiftly intervened to restrain the female zombie. She then approached the body on the ground, which appeared to be that of a child, no more than 5 or 6 years old, now transformed into a zombie. Ignoring its tender age, the body was quite ordinary, embodying the weakest kind of zombie. Thus, it had been easily tormented to death. After examining the corpse, Xie Tao understood the woman's fury, prompting her to unleash a horde of zombies for revenge. The child's limbs had been completely severed from its torso, its head shattered, and its body marred with injuries, an utterly pitiful sight. Upon witnessing the corpse, Xie Tao's immediate thought was, serves them right. This sentiment, of course, was directed at the perpetrator of such cruelty. Most strong individuals do not seek to bully the weak, as it is a disgraceful act. When one is an adult, one should not bully children. When one is a child, one should not torment animals. You may wield a blade, but it should be directed at those stronger, not at the frail and vulnerable. This is also Xie Tao's principle. She adheres to the belief that one should not harm others unless provoked, especially the weak. Sometimes, if a weak individual dances before her, as long as their performance is brief, she may not feel compelled to eradicate them completely. Just like with Wu Qiao, Xie Tao could have easily tracked her down, but there was no necessity. If an ant scurries onto your shoe, flaunting its presence, would you intentionally crush it? Yet, if that ant persists in its antics, Xie Tao would not hesitate to stomp on it. Thus, she held a particular disdain for the deceased aggressor, regrettably. He was already dead, for Xie Tao would have relished the opportunity to let him experience the torment of the strong. An eye for an eye, as they say. What are you doing? Zhong Shanjing inquired curiously from the sidelines. Xie Tao skillfully began to piece the body parts together, swiftly forming a rudimentary human shape. I believe there is still hope for it, she declared earnestly. Therefore, I shall not abandon it. Zhong Shanjing observed the heap of remains with skepticism. Could she truly control a zombie, or even a pile of fragmented bodies? In the ensuing minutes, Xie Tao vividly demonstrated how to reassemble the dismembered remains into a singular entity and subsequently animate that corpse. For a necromancer, manipulating corpses had become second nature. While a complete body is certainly more convenient, fragmented materials are still usable when necessary, especially in the case of zombies, whose souls are ensnared within their own bodies. Rendering them momentarily elusive yet undeniably present, the situation becomes rather convenient. Once assembled and bound by a contract, they can reanimate, albeit their movements may display slight dissonance. The overall impact remains negligible. The female zombie was entangled in a struggle with the two others when she was taken aback by the sight of a small zombie, trembling as it stood upright. In her astonishment, she momentarily forgot to retaliate, allowing the small white one to knock her to the ground with a single punch. It indeed possessed a semblance of consciousness. However, the manner in which it retained this awareness remains a mystery. Thus far, its consciousness appears incomplete, having preserved only fragments of emotion, perhaps even an instinct to protect its offspring. Xie Tao stroked his chin and inquired of Zhong Shanjing. Did you not mention to me before that in the fleeting second before becoming a zombie, your heart was overwhelmed with a myriad of negative emotions? This assertion seemed plausible. Zhong Shanjing nodded, responding, anger, resentment, and hatred, I suppose. Xie Tao developed a tentative hypothesis, yet without practical experience, it remained merely conjectural. Zhong Shanjing too began to entertain a notion, but before clarity could be attained, he heard Xie Tao joyfully raise both hands, exclaiming, Hooray! We are about to have number 3, a mother and child duo. Zhong Shanjing remarked. The last 4 words you uttered carry a rather significant connotation in our context. How vexing. Do not taint my innocence with your adult's sordid reasoning. Xie Tao, raising the hand that had previously touched Zhong Shanjing's abdominal muscles, spoke with conviction, seemingly unperturbed. Zhong Shanjing remained silent. Upon their return to the temporary dwelling, the vice-captain was inspecting the remaining injured individuals to ascertain whether they had transformed into zombies. Some had already succumbed to the condition, while others, though not yet zombies, exhibited ominous signs. Virtually none had been favored by Lady Luck. Such individuals, who remained unturned despite their injuries, are exceedingly rare, akin to the most fortunate of souls. As Xie Tao entered, he calmly stated, the tide of corpses has receded. We can depart at any time. Chapter 22. Your world is truly remarkable upon receiving the news. Many individuals were filled with exhilaration, having overcome a significant hardship. Although numerous lives were lost, a greater number survived, which, under ordinary circumstances, might have led to total annihilation. Some even contemplated expressing their gratitude to Xie Tao, but upon turning, they were met with the sight of a skeletal figure clad in a maid's outfit on her left and Zhong Shanjing on her right, causing them to retract their hands. However, they could not depart immediately. They had to wait until those in quarantine either fully transformed into zombies or exhibited no signs of mutation before they could leave. Otherwise, encountering a sudden transformation mid-journey would lead to considerable chaos. By midday, nearly all who were susceptible to becoming zombies displayed clear signs of their fate or had already succumbed to transformation. They dealt with those who had turned and confined those who had yet to transform but were evidently close to doing so within a building, preparing for their departure. As they left, mournful cries resonated from those on the brink of becoming zombies, their rationality still partially intact. They pleaded with the main group not to abandon them. But their entreaties went unanswered. Wu Qiao emerged from her room, her face etched with fatigue, clearly having endured a sleepless night. During the first half of the night, she vigilantly guarded against the possibility of a man transforming into a zombie, while in the latter half, she remained alert to her own condition. Although those with abilities exhibited a degree of resistance after sustaining injuries, it was discovered through collective exploration that this resistance primarily indicated a heightened capacity to combat infections. The transmissibility of zombies was likened to the infection of humans by a zombie virus. Ordinary individuals possessed no antibodies, making them susceptible to even minute exposure leading to transformation. Only a fortunate few developed some antibodies in the process, allowing them to survive and even awaken as empowered beings. In contrast, empowered individuals inherently carried antibodies, granting them a certain level of infection-fighting capability, so long as their injuries were not excessively severe, which could lead to a rapid influx of toxins. Speculation arose that the transformation into zombies was due to the infection of a specific virus, suggesting that empowered individuals represented a form of mutation, serving as the natural adversaries of zombies. However, these notions remained largely conjectural, with no concrete official evidence ever being presented, which explained Wu Qiao's lingering fears. "Is everyone assembled? Gather your belongings and prepare to depart," the captain urged, hastening them to finalize their preparations. They had already squandered ample time here, and could not afford further delays. Wu Qiao, her eyes shadowed with dark circles and her complexion pallid, stiffened momentarily as she passed by Xie Tao, lost in thought. Xie Tao let out a derisive laugh, her feline eyes glancing up at her. "Let us be off." She patted Zhong Shanjing, who dutifully carried her on his back, pleased with Zhong Shanjing's compliance. Xie Tao yawned languidly, her voice soft and sweet, as if she had a piece of candy in her mouth. "I had my subordinates move some other items. Once we return to base, you can find an excuse to go out and retrieve them. Actually, I will handle it." Xie Tao gradually cleared her spatial storage, now filled with her treasures, power banks, a variety of self-heating foods, snacks, and assorted miscellaneous items. After they exited the area, the vice captain proposed, "Let us split into two groups again, but do not stray too far apart. I have reviewed the map, and there are large shopping centers and hospitals ahead. We shall divide our efforts." In the apocalypse, medical supplies were of utmost importance. The number of deaths due to illness without access to medicine far exceeded what one might imagine. Humanity, by nature, was a fragile existence, susceptible to pain, disease, and external threats that could lead to demise. Death arrived far more easily, swiftly, and unexpectedly than people often recognized. I'll go. I want to join you," Xie Tao exclaimed, her hand raised with an air of excitement. "Let the three of us go. There's no need for too many people." The vice captain designated Xie Tao, Zhong Shanjing, and himself for the task. The captain nodded, while the remaining members expressed reluctance, for Xie Tao was their strongest protector. What if they encountered a horde of zombies? The concern loomed larger. What if they faced such peril without Xie Tao by their side? Thus, a reluctant group watched with teary eyes as she slowly departed, their hearts heavy. "Yay, let us go?" Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing followed the vice captain, their spirits high as they approached the hospital, which was impressively large, seemingly the biggest in the city. Had it not been for Xie Tao's extraordinary abilities, they might have hesitated to approach such a substantial establishment, for large crowds often signified danger. "That's why they weep as they entrust you to me," the vice captain chuckled. Xie Tao responded with a thumbs up, urging, "Let us move quickly." Upon entering the hospital, their progress was remarkably smooth. The vice captain, carrying 3 large bags, indiscriminately stuffed any medicine he encountered into them, for nearly all medicines were useful. In contrast, Xie Tao meticulously examined the labels on various packages. Each type of medicine treats so many ailments, she remarked in awe. Indeed, especially this one. Zhong Shanjing pointed out a particular medication. It has saved countless injured and ill individuals, regarded by many as one of the greatest discoveries. Xie Tao looked down at it. Penicillin? Yes, it treats various infections, sepsis, and even diseases like syphilis. It has minimal side effects. Only a few people are allergic and cannot use it, and its range of treatable conditions is vast. It could be considered a blessing for humanity. Xie Tao fell into contemplation. In their era, their advancements in medicine could be deemed severely lacking. After all, they still relied on holy water to treat illnesses. If light-based magic had some healing properties, then holy water was merely a psychological comfort. The root of this situation lay in the church's monopoly on knowledge. The true pioneers in medicine were the witches, many of whom faced execution by hanging or burning. Any discoveries they made were unlikely to be passed down, as once identified. They would not only be executed, but all their writings would be destroyed to prevent the spread of evil doctrines. The witch hunts had caused significant devastation, with few witches remaining, compounded by the necromancers who had also made significant contributions to anatomy, but were similarly pursued. Thus, the church single-handedly steered societal and medical development down a path of distortion. Light-based magic essentially functioned as a means of blood replenishment, incapable of fully curing diseases. While it could alleviate the suffering of the wounded, it merely prolonged life without addressing the underlying illness, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Xie Tao listened attentively as Zhong Shanjing detailed the backgrounds of various medicines, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. If I can return, I will undoubtedly bring these back with me. I had no idea you cared so much for humanity. The relationship between necromancers and humans was not antagonistic. Rather, necromancers relied heavily on the continuation of the human race. Xie Tao, with her hands placed defiantly on her hips, proclaimed with pride, "They are all my preparatory materials." If the sanctuary is reluctant to see humanity perish due to its beliefs, then we exist for the continuation of the necromancer profession. After finishing her statement, Xie Tao stretched lazily and added, "To put it plainly, it ultimately boils down to self-interest. In this regard, we are not vastly different from the sanctuary. However, if it were the necromancers ruling the world, perhaps humanity's existence would be more prosperous." She chuckled, her laughter reminiscent of a dark joke. Zhong Shanjing replied, "Indeed. At least they could utilize medicine to heal?" His tone suggested it sounded even more like a cold jest. As Xie Tao spoke, she collected a vast array of medicinal supplies, nearly gathering a sample of each variety to stow away in her dimensional space. Afterward, she opened the bag given to her by the vice captain and began to fill it with the gathered medicines. Once she completed her task, Xie Tao patted Zhong Shanjing on the shoulder, saying, "Your world seems quite remarkable." Zhong Shanjing paused, his emotions suddenly becoming complex. He had never truly gazed beyond his immediate surroundings, confined to his small family and the misfortunes nearby. Even his resentment seemed trivial, unworthy of attention. "You are right." He exhaled deeply. "That makes a lot of sense." Xie Tao looked at him in bewilderment, questioning his sanity, feeling as though they were not on the same wavelength. Upon returning to the base, a week and 2 days had already passed. They had brought back a wealth of spoils. Yet Xie Tao had not yet returned to her quarters, as she was about to fetch some water for a bath when a staff member called out to her. "Hello. Did you sign up for this mission previously?" The staff member handed her a piece of paper. Xie Tao glanced down to see it was indeed the particularly challenging task that promised substantial rewards. "Yes, have the participants gathered?" she inquired. "They have," the staff member responded. "We had planned to depart this afternoon, but due to the inability to reach you, we have postponed it to tomorrow morning. Please be prepared to assemble then." Chapter 23. Alas, Gu Shizhi, you can no longer indulge in card games. After taking a shower, Xie Tao felt immensely grateful. As the water was painstakingly gathered by Jiang Ming using his extraordinary abilities over the course of a week. As he pondered where to procure more water for bathing, Xie Tao was deeply touched. "Oh, you are truly my best friends," Jiang Ming replied. "How perfunctory of you." Once Xie Tao joyfully finished his bath, he discovered Zhong Shanjing sitting outside in a daze. As he approached, he playfully splashed water onto Zhong Shanjing. The latter, startled, turned to see Xie Tao leaning against the chair, laughing heartily, while poking his cheek. "What are you contemplating here? Are you wondering if I saved any water for you? How bold of you to think that." Xie Tao scoffed. "There was barely enough water for my shower. Do you really expect me to save some for you? After all, you are merely a zombie. It matters not if you bathe or not, does it? Zhong Shanjing asked. Are you serious? You must admit, my reasoning holds merit. After all, the fact that I can bathe is of utmost importance. Xie Tao unabashedly acknowledged her double standards, slowly adding, you can just wait to rot and stink. Stop adopting such peculiar phrases. But Jiang Ming said this is a popular saying in your modern society. He.s. deceiving you. What else did he teach you? Eat a peach. It's so cool. Zhong Shanjing sighed. From now on, do not always associate with them. He finally understood the psychology of parents who disapprove of their children mingling with the wrong crowd. Dad disagrees. You're meddling too much, Xie Tao retorted, leaping onto Zhong Shanjing's back, intending to playfully hit him, only to notice a faint odor emanating from him, mainly a hint of blood. It was not yet strong, but if he neglected to bathe, it might soon develop into a foul stench. You ought to take a shower. Using a teleportation array, Xie Tao sent Zhong Shanjing away, calling out loudly, do not return until you find a place to wash up. Zhong Shanjing replied, there are grapes on the table. Remember to eat. Turning around, Xie Tao indeed saw a bunch of glistening, thoroughly washed grapes sitting on the table, neatly arranged on a plate. Presumably, while Xie Tao was bathing, Zhong Shanjing had exchanged his points for them. They had just completed a task, earning a significant amount of points. Originally, the reward system was a combination of supplies and points, but they had opted to exchange everything for points. Zhong Shanjing had used his share to procure the grapes for Xie Tao, even washing them in anticipation of her enjoyment post-bath. Oh, number one. I shall never disdain you again, Xie Tao declared, albeit somewhat insincerely, as she relished the grapes. By the time Zhong Shanjing returned, it was already the following morning. While others typically returned by knocking on doors, he had to rely on Xie Tao to activate the teleportation array for him. Lacking a record of going out, he could not enter through the main door. Thus, he arrived home in the morning, as Xie Tao had slept soundly through the night, only awakening naturally to open the teleportation array for Zhong Shanjing. With dewdrops still adorning his hair, he appeared rather pitiful, his eyes cast low. Xie Tao raised an eyebrow. You didn't sleep on the street last night, did you? What if I did? Zhong Shanjing replied, looking woeful. Then you would truly be unfortunate. I shall not treat you that way again. Xie Tao scoffed. You didn't think I meant that, did you? I wouldn't believe you for a moment. Setting aside your character, even if you had slept on the street, it's nearly 9 o'clock now. Any dew would have dried in the sun, and you still wish to deceive me. Zhong Shanjing wore an expression of regret, prompting Xie Tao to tease him. Surely there are terms in your modern vernacular to mock your kind of personality? How would one express that? Zhong Shanjing earnestly replied, there isn't. Huh? I shall find out sooner or later. Xie Tao set down her chopsticks and wiped her hands. Go gather your things. Once I finish brushing my teeth, we shall assemble. With the help of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Zhong Shanjing swiftly packed his belongings, and the two made their way to the assembly point. In the square, a few individuals were scattered about, evidently participants in this mission. Xie Tao even spotted a familiar face. Deputy Captain, are you participating in this task as well? The deputy captain looked skyward. I thought we wouldn't have enough people. Just kidding. I suppose I represent the base, as my abilities are particularly suited for communication. Waving cheerfully, the deputy captain remarked, let us collaborate once more, and you must protect me. Xie Tao quickly made an okay gesture, a new skill she had learned, finding it quite amusing. A total of 7 people were involved in the mission, including the deputy captain and a young man sent by the base. Appearing to be in his mid-20s, clad in a black jacket and sporting an emotionless demeanor, exuding a cool vibe. His name was Jin Xiao, reportedly the strongest ability user in the base thus far. The remaining individuals seemed to be self-enlisted, and aside from their group, the base had also assigned a logistics team, reportedly including drivers and doctors, to accompany them. The Xiangtao survivor base was quite distant from Kyoto, requiring a considerable amount of time to drive there. As soon as they hit the road, the deputy captain resumed his old habits. Come on, anyone up for a card game? Some were bewildered by his audacity. This task is so challenging. Why waste energy playing cards? One cannot conserve energy for 3 days straight without it being counterproductive. The deputy captain retorted, shaking the deck. I brought several sets. We can play Protect the King or Level Up, having only played Landlord. Xie Tao immediately sat up straight, her phone momentarily forgotten, and asked earnestly, teach me. Protect the King requires 5 players, Level Up requires 6. The deputy captain scanned the group and concluded, we might not have enough players. We can only continue with Landlord. Disappointed, Xie Tao cast a reproachful glance at those around her. Just then, someone else who found the situation boring approached. I'm from QD City. I grew up playing Protect the King. Xie Tao continued to glare at the others, and after a while, the seemingly cool Jin Chao quietly moved closer. I don't know how to play, but I can give it a try. Thus, they successfully gathered 5 players. Though Jin Chao appeared aloof, his somewhat slow reactions made him seem more endearing than cool. Playing cards can easily foster camaraderie, and soon the group was engaged in lively conversation. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Tao inquired, "What exactly is the nature of this mission? I find it somewhat perplexing." The deputy captain explained, "The base leader's younger brother, a researcher, has been working in Kyoto. During the disaster, they lost contact, but they recently reconnected. However, due to the sizable research team, the difficulty of rescue has been quite high, hence the delay. Isn't it strange that the younger brother isn't in a hurry?" Xie Tao mused, having heard that nearly 3 months had passed since the disaster turned people into zombies. Families like Zhongshan Jing's had only just begun to flee the city after such a long interval. Perhaps it's because they just made contact, he speculated. The vice captain was also somewhat unclear about the situation. After all, it was a matter concerning others' family affairs. Suddenly, Jin Chao, who had been silently playing cards, spoke softly. "Actually, it is because the relationship between the brothers is rather strained." They were seated in a corner of the carriage, while 2 others were preoccupied, one gazing out at the scenery and the other listening to music through headphones, thus affording Jin Chao the opportunity to share this gossip. This seemingly cool individual recounted in a gossipy tone. Initially, he had no intention of rescuing his younger brother. However, after the apocalypse, his brother and his research team found themselves trapped in Kyoto. During their confinement, they commenced research related to zombies, which apparently yielded some results. His decision to rescue them was not solely out of brotherly affection but rather due to the potential significance of their research. The others displayed expressions of surprise, their interest piqued by the unfolding gossip. Xie Tao even urged him, "Do you know anything else? Please, go on." After a brief pause, Jin Chao continued, "I have heard that the leader of the base has a complex familial background. His mother was his father's first wife before he found success. After his father made his fortune, he divorced her and remarried, taking the mother of his younger brother as his new wife. In other words, they are half-brothers who did not grow up together, thus lacking a deep emotional bond." The group listened as if privy to the intrigues of a wealthy family, particularly the vice captain, who expressed astonishment. Every family has its own struggles. It seems that both the wealthy and the impoverished have their troubles. However, Xie Tao remarked, "Yet the burdens of the poor are magnified manifold, for many issues can be resolved with wealth. If the affluent cannot solve a problem, it is unlikely that the poor can either." The vice captain immediately placed a hand over his heart, displaying a look of dismay. "How cruel. Rest assured, in the face of terminal illness, everyone is equal, even in the apocalypse. Just look, the rich can still become zombies, can't they?" Xie Tao comforted him. The vice captain could only respond with silence. At that moment, the individual who had been enjoying the breeze outside returned, prompting the group to cease their gossip and resume their card game. Chapter 24. Indulge her regardless of the nature of the relationship between the 2 brothers. It held little significance for them, as they were merely compensated for their efforts in rescuing others, a task that was straightforward in essence. After engaging in a game of cards on their journey and fostering a bond of camaraderie, Xie Tao and her companions finally reached their destination. Upon entering the expressway leading to Kyoto, they encountered a multitude of vehicles, remnants of the catastrophic disaster that had previously ensnared them in a chain collision, forcing their hasty departure and abandonment of their cars. Some vehicles remained intact, others were charred, and some still contained the remains of the deceased. A sight that was utterly harrowing. For many, this calamity was an unforeseen disaster. They might have been driving, conversing with a loved one in the passenger seat, while a child occupied the back, only to have their lives shattered in an instant. Sitting at the edge of the vehicle, Xie Tao gazed outside with a hint of compassion. When Zhongshan Jing approached, she shifted slightly to make room for him. He settled beside her, slowly observing the scene outside. "Previously, I mentioned the destruction of the world by divine forces, to which you urged me to believe in science. So, what do you suppose gave rise to this disaster?" "Huh, you're asking me?" Xie Tao rolled her eyes. "How would I know? This is not my world. How could I possibly fathom the extent to which humanity might engineer their own demise? The sanctum itself has been known to unleash plagues and epidemics, fostering panic only to later offer salvation, thereby enhancing their prestige and drawing more followers to the light of their deity. And what of humanity in this world? Would they not, for their own gain or to obliterate rival nations, concoct similar horrors, ultimately losing control and bringing about global ruin?" Xie Tao recalled that in her world, Two nations had perpetually been at odds, and one day, one nation unleashed a plague of rats, resulting in mass fatalities that even spread to neighboring territories. The cries of despair echoed far and wide as the sanctum scrambled to extinguish the crisis while investigating the source of the outbreak. Convinced it could not have originated from within their ranks, as there had been no prior warning, it must have been an external attack. Indeed, that was the sanctum's belief, only to discover that it was the rival nation that had unleashed the plague upon them, ultimately ensnaring themselves in the chaos. When blinded by greed or hatred, humanity often resorts to extreme measures. If one is also egotistical, the resultant calamity can be catastrophic, for they may believe that after annihilating their adversaries, they can maintain control over the aftermath. Thus, regardless of the disasters that unfold, they are merely reflections of human nature. Xie Tao chuckled at this thought. Yet this time is indeed peculiar. The zombies, as they currently present themselves, strike me as akin to a virus. A virus that possesses high lethality typically lacks high transmissibility, for if the host perishes too swiftly, it cannot proliferate. Conversely, if it spreads easily, its lethality diminishes. However, this virus appears to be a hybrid, capable of transforming its host into a reanimated corpse that continues to carry the virus, thereby infecting new hosts. If this truly is a human invention, I must commend the genius behind it. Zhongshan Jing sighed. The head at the Tao base likely hopes his brother will develop a vaccine, or perhaps he aims to control the zombies. Who can say what their intentions are? Xie Tao smiled mischievously. Well, you've already become a zombie, and you're not the type to concern yourself with others, so why feign such lamentation? Even monsters desire to don human skins, Zhongshan Jing retorted. Xie Tao burst into laughter, leaning against him. At that moment, they were nearing the expressway entrance, and Jin Chao leapt from the vehicle to clear a path for everyone. As he forged ahead, Xie Tao discerned the nature of his extraordinary ability, for as he sprinted, all vehicles on the highway seemed to be suspended by an invisible force, scattering in all directions. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, a testament to either his exhaustion from running or the overexertion of his ability. After clearing a substantial distance, Jin Chao prepared to pause and rest. Xie Tao waved at him, for the vehicle had been trailing closely behind him. He took a few steps, approaching the car. Rising to her feet, Xie Tao reached out, her hand brushing against his forehead, and a radiant light surged from her palm, infusing Jin Chao's body. Instantly, he felt a jolt of energy, as though he had not exerted his powers at all. He stared at her in astonishment. You're a healer. A precious healer. For most wielders of extraordinary abilities, prolonged use leads to fatigue, rendering them incapable of further exertion. Xie Tao's assistance was, at times, more effective than that of an ordinary healer, as demonstrated in that moment. Those familiar with Xie Tao, including the deputy captain and Zhongshan Jing, were taken aback, particularly Zhongshan Jing, who was acutely aware that Xie Tao was a necromancer. She possessed no extraordinary powers, nor was she a healer. So what was this? It bore no resemblance to the skills of a necromancer. It seemed more akin to that of a legendary priest. Jin Chao turned and resumed his sprint, while the others in the vehicle gazed at Xie Tao. Those unfamiliar with her assuming she was a full-time healer, developing a sense of camaraderie towards her. After all, it was wise not to offend those who held the keys to life and death. Those in the know were left in a daze. One astonished by the diversity of Xie Tao's abilities, the other shocked that she appeared to be an undercover agent for the sanctum among the necromancers. And so it went. Whenever Jin Chao grew weary, Xie Tao would replenish his energy, allowing him to continue his task. After several rounds, Jin Chao successfully cleared the path, collapsing into the vehicle like a spent dog, utterly exhausted. Despite the assistance he received, the continuous exertion of his abilities left him fatigued. This once cool guy had been reduced to a mere shell of himself. Yet, thanks to his efforts, they were able to enter Kyoto. Upon their arrival, as dusk fell, they sought a temporary refuge to rest. Zhongshan Jing, who had been curious throughout the journey, finally seized the opportunity to inquire about Xie Tao. What exactly was it? Some trick from the sanctum? They refer to it as holy light. I had once researched it out of curiosity. There is not much substance to it. What a joke. How could one not know a bit about their adversaries? Xie Tao replied. The sanctum actively studies and learns the skills of necromancers to slander and undermine them. As for me learning holy light, why not? Before Zhongshan Jing could pose further questions, the deputy captain hurried over, abruptly halting their conversation. He approached Xie Tao, surprised, and exclaimed, How come you know everything? You're truly an extraordinary ability wielder, not just a magical girl. A magical girl? Xie Tao tilted her head, intrigued. The deputy captain, noticing her lack of knowledge about magical girls, was astonished. You didn't have a childhood? Didn't you watch Cardcaptor Sakura as a child? Or Madoka Magica as you grew up? His disbelief was palpable, as he declared, I've seen them. Xie Tao responded with wide eyes. Once she learned from the deputy captain what these magical girls entailed, her interest was piqued. From now on, I shall be a magical girl. A necromancer ought to count as a type of magical girl, right? Almost. Xie Tao, devoid of any sense of guilt, even felt a tinge of regret. She longed to watch. Alas, there were no signals or similar resources left, and even electricity had become a rare commodity, leaving her with no means to revisit those classic old shows. The apocalypse truly necessitated an end. Xie Tao clenched her fists. I shall strive to bring about the conclusion of this world's end. Zhongshan Jing. Do not make such decisions for trivial matters. The peculiar interest kindled within Xie Tao only deepened her sense of regret, prompting her to lie there and sigh. Zhongshan Jing, in a state of anguish, closed his eyes, truly feeling as if he were burdened with the responsibility of a child. I shall step out briefly and return swiftly. All right, Xie Tao replied weakly, the sooner the better. At this moment, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already busied themselves, and their emotional intelligence was quite remarkable. With only 7 individuals present, even with the addition of logistical personnel, it was not a large gathering. They simply prepared meals for everyone, inviting all to partake together. A group of people, moved to tears, recognized Xie Tao's nurturing abilities and her capacity to summon such practical little skeletons. They were adept in both the dining hall and the kitchen, fierce in combat, yet capable of donning maid outfits. Was it that all good fortune was to be bestowed upon Xie Tao alone? How vexing. After finishing her meal, Xie Tao lay on her bed, indulging in snacks while playing video games, embodying the quintessential couch potato. Had she been born into this world, she would undoubtedly be a devoted otaku. Fortunately, she was not. As Xie Tao played until drowsiness enveloped her, Zhongshan Jing returned from outside. Upon greeting him, someone inquired about his activities, to which he earnestly replied that he had been surveying the nearby situation. Once back in the room where Xie Tao resided, he roused her from the brink of slumber. Xie Tao, on the verge of sleep? She detested being awakened during her rest. Her temper as a grand sorceress was quite formidable. Allow me to present you with a delightful treasure. Zhongshan Jing pulled a stack of comics from his backpack. Here. The magical girls you desired. Xie Tao. Her irritation vanished in an instant as she embraced Zhongshan Jing. Woo-woo, you are the best. Number 1. Chapter 25. The power of technology. Xie Tao was thoroughly enjoying her comic books, nestled comfortably in Zhongshan Jing's embrace while flipping through the pages. Zhongshan Jing leaned against the wall, eyes closed in a state of tranquil repose. The comic had become Xie Tao's newfound passion, relegating her old love, the mobile phone, to the status of a forgotten concubine, cast aside in a pitiful manner. The following morning, as the group gathered for breakfast, they noticed that Xiao Bai was still dressed in a maid outfit, while Xiao Hei's attire had undergone a remarkable transformation. Clad in a costume reminiscent of a magical girl, as it dashed about, the hem of its skirt fluttered, evoking a complex array of emotions in onlookers. The vice captain was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but inquire of Xie Tao, where did you acquire that? It was made by Xiao He itself, modified from another dress. Xie Tao replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Her 2 assistants were truly versatile little geniuses, their sewing skills fully developed. The vice captain found it hard to believe that Xie Tao's summoned creatures could master such an eclectic array of skills, leaving him momentarily speechless. After finishing breakfast, the group set off once more. Upon entering the city of Kyoto, they no longer needed to maintain a grand presence. They merely had to clear a path through the haphazardly parked vehicles to ensure smooth passage. The streets were relatively clear, as many had already evacuated the city, and repeated cleanups had rendered the thoroughfares quite navigable. Are we heading to the Research Institute next? Xie Tao inquired curiously. Indeed, Jin Xiao responded, relishing this rare, leisurely mission. Sitting cross-legged atop the vehicle, he effortlessly cleared any obstructions, moving forward whenever the road was clear. Given the Research Institute's somewhat remote location on the outskirts of the city, they were spared much trouble, as the number of zombies in the suburbs was undoubtedly less than in the city center, allowing for a swifter cleanup. Once Xie Tao released Xiao He and Xiao Bai, she took on the role of a healer, replenishing everyone's supernatural abilities. Jin Xiao's power was visibly formidable, especially as the sound of their vehicle attracted a horde of zombies. As they clung to the back of the vehicle, Xie Tao witnessed Jin Xiao in action. He crouched on the roof, inhaled deeply, and with a gradual flourish of his hands, numerous abandoned vehicles lifted into the air, twisting and contorting before coalescing into a long spear. The spear, measuring a good 10 meters in length, boasted a sharply pointed tip, its surface a mosaic of colors from various metals, showcasing lethal potential. He thrust the spear into the air, instantly skewering a throng of zombies, which subsequently scattered into the ether, transforming into countless small blades that rained down like a storm, claiming another batch of the undead. Xie Tao clapped her hands in awe, exclaiming her admiration. The ability to manipulate metal was indeed a remarkable power, particularly suitable for assassination. For instance, should someone possess metal buttons, Jin Xiao could effortlessly transform them into needles, piercing the heart of his target. Truly, he could eliminate a foe from 10 paces, leaving no trace behind. Just as Xie Tao was losing herself in appreciation, Jin Xiao leaned down, desperately calling out to her, "Nurse me. Nurse me." Xie Tao retorted, "You're quite needy. Aren't you?" She raised her hand to cast a healing light upon him, restoring him to full vitality, and he resumed his impressive feats. Jin Xiao's efficiency in dispatching zombies rivaled the combined efforts of the remaining team members, though it was evident that some, namely Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing, were merely coasting. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were quite conservative in their zombie-clearing efforts. Xiao He, equipped with a magic wand that resembled a makeshift steel rod, faced a serious predicament. It looked rather absurd. As such, it envied Xiao Bai, who wielded a fire axe, finding it much more practical for dispatching zombies. Thanks to Jin Xiao's steady performance, they reached a point not far from the research institute in just one morning. Everyone was fatigued, even Jin Xiao, who felt mentally drained from the frequent use of his abilities. They needed a brief respite before proceeding. Among them, Xie Tao appeared the most spirited, joyfully waving Xiao He's magic wand. Upon closer inspection, one could see red and white remnants stuck to the tip, a grim reminder of what it had struck. Zhong Shanjing, on the other hand, had barely exerted himself, merely coasting along without significant effort. The group remained in their vehicle, consuming instant meals while engaging in light-hearted conversation. With the research institute so near, they were all buoyed by the prospect of their journey, which had been surprisingly smooth, so much so that it felt as though their efforts paled in comparison to the rewards promised by the survivor base. The ease of their journey began to instill a sense of unease among them. "Don't jinx us now," the vice captain exclaimed in exasperation. "Good omens often falter, while bad omens tend to ring true." "What does flag mean?" Xie Tao asked, tilting her head in curiosity upon hearing a new term. "You really do seem like an antique sometimes," the vice captain retorted. "It refers to when you say something that conjures thoughts of a negative outcome. For example, in films, when someone promises to return after the war, they are likely to meet their demise. Thus, they have set a flag." "Oh," Xie Tao quickly grasped the concept. "For instance, if my enemy boasts that only one of us will leave here alive, then I could say he has set a flag, right?" Close enough. The vice captain felt a sense of unease but couldn't quite articulate why. Ultimately, he conceded that that's one way to understand it. Xie Tao promptly gestured an okay sign, pleased with her newfound knowledge. Meanwhile, Zhong Shanjing felt increasingly distressed. As a necromancer in this era, he had yet to learn anything of substance. Instead, he found himself indulging in instant meals, playing mobile games, watching shows, and absorbing a plethora of nonsensical vocabulary, which only intensified his guilt. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey, gradually approaching the research institute. Upon arrival, they were taken aback to find a far greater number of zombies than they had anticipated, as if the undead had converged here in droves. Xie Tao turned to the vice captain. "Aren't you in charge of communications? Can you reach out to those inside? Now is the time for coordinated efforts to ensure a successful escape." "I'll give it a try," the vice captain replied, and to everyone's surprise, instead of utilizing his abilities, he pulled out a large megaphone. Zhong Jinwei, can you hear my voice? We are your brother, Zhong Jin Liang's rescue team. How many of you are there? And do you have anything that needs transporting? If you're ready to leave, please inform us which entrance you plan to breach. We can coordinate with you." The vice captain resolutely wielded a loudspeaker, reciting his message 3 times, leaving those around him in a state of perplexity. However, Jin Xiao adapted well and had already begun to eliminate the nearby zombies. Zombies are easily drawn to noise and scent. As the vice captain brandished the loudspeaker, the undead lurking near the research institute began to converge towards Xie Tao and his companions. Intrigued by the loudspeaker, Xie Tao reflected that although their magic could achieve similar results, This was a feat accomplished through technology. This thought piqued his interest. When the vice captain called out for the fourth time, a response finally emerged. It appeared that those inside were using a similar loudspeaker. Their voices remarkably loud. I am Zhong Jiwei, one of the survivors from our entire research team, which comprises approximately 20 individuals, including a precious experimental subject, some experimental data, and equipment. Please grant us around half an hour to gather ourselves, after which we will await your assistance at the south gate. If you hear this, please respond. Understood. Once you are prepared, inform us so that we may meet you at the south gate. The vice captain quickly concluded his communication. As soon as he lowered the loudspeaker, Xie Tao took it from him. Let us wait for half an hour. The vice captain then demonstrated to Xie Tao where the battery was located and explained several other functionalities, such as recording. Given the overwhelming number of zombies, it was imperative to clear the area near the south gate before the researchers inside were ready. Thus far, everything was proceeding smoothly. A little over half an hour later, Zhong Jinwei's voice echoed again. We are prepared. Please gather at the south gate. The driver immediately steered the vehicle towards the south gate, with everyone aboard ready, simultaneously eliminating nearby zombies as they approached. However, as they continued their work, they noticed that the previously dwindling number of zombies seemed to be increasing once more. It was as if new zombies were gathering after they had cleared the area. This was quite abnormal. While loud noises would indeed attract some zombies, the speed at which they were arriving was rather alarming. Chapter 26. I am merely an innocent nourisher. Others gradually became aware of the predicament, their reaction swift, as they were all formidable ability users, seasoned by numerous battles. Upon encountering such a scenario, they surged forward with fervor. Though the cause of the situation remained a mystery, they could not abandon those trapped inside. They had to unite with them before the horde of zombies amassed. Particularly this time, they had a healer capable of restoring abilities. If they persevered, they might carve a path to safety. Charge in. A voice cried out, filled with desperation. The driver, heedless of danger, sped towards the southern gate, crushing a nearby zombie under the wheels. Zhong Shanjing tilted his head, his expression oddly contemplative, yet the others were too preoccupied to notice. Only Xie Tao detected the anomaly. What's wrong? Zhong Shanjing had long accepted his transformation into a zombie, even succumbing to primal urges not long ago. Yet this was the first time he faced such a peculiar situation directly. I think I can understand what they wish to convey. His expression was strange, although it's vague. Unlike comprehending human speech, I can faintly grasp some meaning. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, each producing distinct sounds, creating a cacophony that resonated in his ears, akin to a chaotic symphony that threatened to induce a headache. He had not realized he could comprehend them before. The clamor had seemed nonsensical until he began to discern faint meanings through prolonged exposure, uncovering the emotions they expressed. This revelation sent chills down Zhong Shanjing's spine, especially with Xie Tao beside him, eagerly inquiring, Translator, what did you hear? Translate for me. Zhong Shanjing hesitated. I'm not sure how to articulate it, but if I amalgamate all the meanings I can understand, it seems they are searching for something. Considering the current circumstances, it was highly plausible that they sought something within the research facility. Let us rush in and find out, Xie Tao rallied, her nurturing spirit shining brightly as she blessed one person after another, surrounded by an aura of protection, resembling a cherished treasure. Victory is within our grasp. Let us go, everyone. Xie Tao, with her sweet appearance and youthful demeanor, exuded an adorable charm, her innocent feline eyes adding to her allure as a healer. Her encouragement invigorated the group, sending them into a frenzy of excitement. Charge! Let us build a grand empire for our healer. In a moment, their abilities swirled above, a kaleidoscope of colors soaring in all directions. Zhong Shanjing wished to join the fray, but others restrained him. You are a strength-type ability user. You need to disembark to engage in combat. It's not convenient to exit the vehicle now. Let those with ranged skills handle it for the time being. We'll discuss it once we reach the southern gate. I suppose I owe my fortune to you. Zhong Shanjing chuckled as he settled back into his seat. After all, you are my little brother, Xie Tao replied calmly. As they fought valiantly, they swiftly penetrated the zombie horde. Xie Tao's hands moved almost too quickly to follow, as if she intended to create a permanent beacon of holy light for others to rally around. Who would have thought that being a healer could be more demanding than dealing damage? We're almost at the southern gate. Everyone, let us push harder. Jin Shao's abilities proved exceptionally effective, clearing vast swathes of zombies with each attack, allowing others to fill in the gaps he left behind. Before long, They spotted the research personnel near the southern gate, the only relatively safe location, anxiously awaiting rescue. Xie Tao and her group arrived in 2 vehicles, one transporting the ability users and the other carrying logistical support, accommodating 20 individuals comfortably. As they reached the southern gate, all the ability users leaped from the vehicles, clearing the nearby zombies or holding them at bay. Quick, get in the car. Understood. The researchers appeared gaunt and weary, lacking strength, with only a few robust individuals struggling to lift an opaque container. The vessel seemed heavy, filled with liquid, as they moved slowly. The vice captain, growing impatient, urged, "Could you move any faster? If it's too much, just leave it behind." "No way." The bespectacled young man, likely Zhong Jinwei, spoke rapidly. "This is our most crucial research. If we don't take it, our efforts will have been in vain." Zhong Jinliang nearly exploded with frustration. "Oh, it seems the relationship between these brothers is rather strained," Xie Tao observed curiously, eyeing the opaque container, unable to discern its contents, but vaguely perceiving a substantial dark outline. Given that the researchers had brought no other items, it was likely that this vessel attracted the zombies' attention. Xie Tao exchanged a glance with Zhong Shanjing, who promptly stepped forward. "I am a strength-type ability user. Let me carry it." "Absolutely not," Zhong Jinwei quickly objected. "If you handle it carelessly, you might damage its contents, nullifying our efforts. But if we don't act swiftly, we may not withstand the onslaught. Your lives could be at stake." Xie Tao expressed her concern, glancing at them with worry. "After all, you are all office workers, unlike us." The vice captain chimed in, "Just be careful. Let us get it loaded quickly. The number of zombies is increasing." Zhong Jinwei hesitated until a nearby young man said, "Jinwei, let them handle it. As long as they are careful, it should be fine." He patted Zhong Jinwei's shoulder, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Trust the people your brother sent." Zhong Jinwei's expression fell at the remark, his disdain for his brother evident on his face. Nevertheless, he was not one to disregard the gravity of the situation. Though his countenance darkened, he conceded, "Very well, but handle it gently. No sudden movements, and it must be placed softly, preferably with something underneath and beside me." Zhang Shanjing stepped forward. While others attempted to assist, he alone lifted the container with ease. The 4 bearers of the vessel were left speechless. Though they knew strength-type users possessed extraordinary power, witnessing it firsthand elicited feelings of envy and exhilaration. Zhong Shanjing cradled the container, adjusting his stance to bring his head closer, nearly resting against it. With his assistance, the container was swiftly loaded onto the vehicle, and the remaining researchers followed suit. Jin Chao, perched atop the vehicle, continued to clear surrounding zombies, urging, "Hurry. The zombies are overwhelming in number, and they keep coming. Quicken your pace. Do not waste any time." The number of zombies has indeed been escalating, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling market, with throngs of heads visible at a glance. As time passes, more and more zombies converge from all directions, their intentions unmistakably directed towards this very spot, taking no detours along the way. If this group of researchers cannot hasten their pace, moving as sluggishly as ants, by the time they attempt to break free, they may find themselves utterly exhausted. Although most zombies can be dispatched with relative ease, one must not forget that while an individual can effortlessly crush an ant, they may well be overwhelmed and devoured by thousands, if not more, of them. Moreover, the disparity between the abilities of the empowered and the zombies is not nearly as vast as that between a human and an ant. Even with a healer to continually restore their abilities, providing a semblance of relief to their weary bodies and minds, it does not equate to instant rejuvenation. This merely alleviates their fatigue momentarily. Eventually, exhaustion will accumulate, and when all are utterly worn out, if they have yet to escape, they will become ensnared, ultimately succumbing to fatigue. Thus, the group of researchers hastened their pace, scrambling onto the vehicle, with Zhong Jinwei being the last to climb aboard. Midway through his ascent, he seemed to recall something and stammered, "What about Jiang Xingji?" Beside him was the youth who had previously mentioned his brother. The young man raised an eyebrow and replied, "At a time like this, why concern yourself with Jiang Xingji? Survival is of utmost importance." With a gentle push, he urged Zhong Jinwei onto the vehicle, only to find that it was already full, prompting him to squeeze onto the rear vehicle. This vehicle, filled with empowered individuals, housed the precious jar, Zhong Jinwei, and a couple of scattered researchers. For the most vital items deserve the utmost protection. Once aboard, Zhong Jinwei lost his earlier resolve, becoming increasingly restless. Xie Tao, seated nearby, observed him with a smile, his cat-like eyes sparkling with innocent curiosity. "What troubles you?" Are you worried about friends left behind? Zhong Jinwei pressed himself against the jar, its cold surface providing a fleeting moment of calm. No, he stated, you must have misheard. Chapter 27. The Act of Kindness. Xie Tao rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Zhong Jinwei with a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine. To her, Zhong Jinwei's attempts at concealment were as transparent as if he were parading in the nude. She could easily see through his shallow schemes, deducing even the type of undergarments he wore that day was child's play for her. With a yawn, Xie Tao playfully swatted at Jin Chao, who had peered in, and teased him with a sip from her drink. If your conscience is at ease, then I don't mind. After all, at that time, I was a stranger to you. But perhaps if you had chosen to speak a little more, the outcome might have been different. Zhong Jinwei paused, clutching a can as he fell into a reverie. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. Jiang Xingji, near the mall in Long'an District. Most of the personnel at their research institute were office workers, and even those who had awakened their abilities were not particularly powerful. The reason they had managed to survive in Kyoto for so long, with over 20 individuals still alive, was due to Jiang Xingji. Though not an awakened one himself, Jiang possessed considerable strength. When he discovered that they were merely clerical staff hiding in one location, he realized their survival was precarious. Thus, he took it upon himself to venture out daily in search of sustenance, bringing along a few who still had fighting spirit, ensuring their survival. However, not long ago, Jiang Xingji encountered trouble, becoming trapped by a horde of zombies near the mall, not far from the research facility. Despite his formidable abilities, he was still limited as he was not an awakened one. To this day, he had not managed to break free from the encirclement. After sharing that thought, Zhong Jinwei fell silent once more, tightly clutching the can, retreating into his own thoughts. Xie Tao closed her eyes, remaining unresponsive except when someone intruded upon her space. Long'an District. This area was a mere 10-minute distance from Zhong Jinwei's previous research facility, where a bank was besieged by zombies. When Jiang Xingji first arrived in the vicinity, he sensed something amiss. The number of zombies was alarmingly high. Yet, he chose not to retreat, for the research facility was running low on supplies. If he did not hasten back with provisions, the remaining individuals would starve. Consequently, he found himself cornered near the bank, unable to move, and was compelled to seek refuge inside. The zombies outside were peculiar, seemingly intent on targeting them, showing no signs of retreating. Days passed with the zombies lingering outside, as they had ventured out in search of supplies without bringing much along, mindful of the need to feed those back home. The bank, however, held no food. Their scant provisions dwindled rapidly, leading to desperate attempts to escape, each attempt failing. Gradually, those around Jiang Xingji succumbed, leaving him the sole survivor. Injured, he huddled within the confines of an ATM booth, drifting in and out of consciousness. Perhaps soon he would join the ranks of the zombies, indistinguishable from the wandering creatures outside, and ultimately perish at someone else's hands. The walls of the ATM booth, constructed from robust materials and fortified with spiral security bars, provided temporary safety. As Jiang leaned against the wall, still retaining some semblance of clarity, he fumbled within his clothes, yearning to leave a final message, one that might never be read. His trembling fingers searched, but could not retrieve his phone. Instead, he unearthed a small pouch gifted by his colleagues. Inside was a substance designed to emit an odor repulsive to zombies, a product of their research. Each member had carried one when they set out to scavenge. Curiosity prompted Jiang to examine the pouch, revealing a granular material akin to spices. While imperceptible to human senses, it would emit a faint, minty aroma if inhaled for long. Jiang picked up the pouch, but as he did, a chill ran down his spine. The texture felt wrong. He recalled the contents should have been fragmented, yet now it felt like a singular object, long and whole. Opening the pouch, he was confronted by a singular, bloodless finger. Its elongated nail was an eerie shade of bluish gray, exuding a faint, putrid scent reminiscent of the air that pervaded the city, tainted by the presence of zombies. The city's atmosphere had turned sinister, infused with the stench of the undead. In that moment, Jiang realized he was staring at something that should not have been among the items given to him by his comrades. The implications of the last few days' anomalies darkened his expression. He had never been one to harbor the worst suspicions of those around him, but it was painfully clear that this situation had been orchestrated by someone, making him a scapegoat. A bitter smile crossed Jiang's lips as he recalled someone advising him that in an apocalyptic world, one must be ruthless and selfish to survive. He had dismissed such notions, believing that if everyone succumbed to cruelty and selfishness, the apocalypse would never truly end. Yet now, it seemed he might have been the one in error. For if this path continued, The cruel and selfish would extinguish all that was good and just, leaving a world populated solely by the malevolent. If given another chance, he would certainly choose differently. At the very least, he would not allow the innocent to perish alongside him. Those deserving of death were the cold-hearted and selfish. But now, he had no more chances left. He was on the brink of becoming one of the very monsters he had fought against. As this realization settled in, Zhang's demeanor grew increasingly severe. Having witnessed the depths of human malice, he found it impossible to believe in the goodness of humanity. Otherwise, those innocent souls who had perished alongside him would be the true victims. Zhang suspected that his transformation into a zombie was imminent, which only fueled his turbulent thoughts and emotions. Hello. A youthful, lovely face appeared beyond the transparent glass door, radiating an innocence that was almost enchanting. Many boys might have dreamed of a beautiful sister, and this girl before him embodied that ideal. Leave this place. Zhang's consciousness flickered, struggling to comprehend the presence of such a charming girl in his dire situation. Yet he was acutely aware that remaining here would lead to his demise. Whether by the hands of the zombies outside or by his own transformation, death loomed. Zhang Xingji. The girl called his name, her voice laced with concern. He was baffled by how she knew him, why she was there, and why she was calling to him. All that remained were instinctual urges. The darker impulses urged him to disregard her, for she seemed destined to perish among the horde. Yet the gentler part of him wished for her survival. Please, whoever you are, leave this place. I may soon become a zombie. Not at all, she replied, opening the door and stepping inside with a bright smile. I have seen your body and soul. You will not become a zombie. Come. She extended her hand toward Zhang Xingji, saying, there are still those who wish for your survival. So regardless of the circumstances, please make an effort. He gazed at the hand before him, yet his mind wandered to the finger within his pocket. Zhang Xingji did not reach out. After a moment, a hand rested upon his head, an overwhelming surge of white light flooding into his being, invigorating him instantaneously. Despite having starved for an extended period and suffering numerous injuries, he had previously been rendered weak, teetering on the brink of death, even if he would not succumb to becoming a zombie. Yet, at that moment, his body seemed to return to its most robust state, hunger and pain receding into the background, with the transformation within him starkly apparent. He was indeed undergoing a metamorphosis, though it did not appear to be that of a zombie, but rather a different kind of evolution. As the white light poured into him, the figure of the girl before him began to collapse, the scene taking on an eerie quality, akin to a wax figure cast into a fire or a snowman melting in the warmth of spring. Strangely, he did not feel disgusted or frightened. He merely stared blankly at the girl. Where might I find you? He inquired. The half-melted girl tilted her head, her expression one of confusion. She seemed to have approached merely to perform an act of kindness, or perhaps out of pure curiosity, initially seeking to witness what had become of the one cast aside and treated as a pawn. You wish to find me? She asked, raising her hand. Yet before it could touch his head, it entirely melted away, leaving only fragments of white bones scattered upon the ground. Then come to TaoTao, to the TaoTao survivor base. There are other surprises awaiting you here. The girl vanished completely. Her beautiful flesh evaporated, leaving behind a skeleton that supported the remnants of her form, strewn across the ground. The bones varied in thickness, even the two arms differing in size, evidently originating from disparate human bodies. Zhang Xingji mustered the strength to rise. Discarding the finger from his pocket and retrieving a little pinky from the skeleton, placing it into his pouch. The TaoTao survivor base, is it? He committed to memory. If he could survive to leave this place, he would. No, he would undoubtedly escape from here alive. Chapter 28. Are you a pervert? Xie Tao rubbed her fingers together with a sigh, and as Jin Chao leaned in, his expression turned instantly somber, yet his eyes were filled with concern. Have you overexerted yourself? Or are you simply fatigued? Take a moment to rest. We can endure a bit longer. No, I merely feel quite dashing after doing a good deed today. Xie Tao stroked her chin and raised her hand to bestow a ray of holy light upon Jin Chao. Recently, she had developed a habit of casting this divine light, and without a second thought, she directed it towards Zhang Xingji as well, uncertain of its impact on his emerging powers. Indeed, Zhang Xingji was awakening his abilities. It had been mentioned before that the majority of ordinary people bitten by zombies would almost certainly transform into one themselves. However, an exceedingly rare number of fortunate individuals not only resisted this fate but also awakened unique powers. Zhang Xingji was one such fortunate soul. He was not destined to become a zombie, but instead to awaken his own extraordinary abilities. Upon witnessing his condition, Xie Tao understood this. Initially, she intended to check on him, prepared to collect the remains of this unfortunate soul if he perished, inscribing his epitaph as the greatest resentment of the apocalypse. If he turned into a zombie, she would recruit him as a subordinate. To her surprise, he was fiercely resilient. Regrettably, the avatar she manifested possessed only a shallow grasp of dark powers. Coupled with her spontaneous use of holy light, it had proven unsustainable, causing her form to disintegrate almost immediately. She hoped this did not leave any psychological scars on this unfortunate individual. Regardless, if you are tired, take a proper rest. We can hold out a little longer, Jin Chao said hurriedly before departing. Xie Tao slowly raised her gaze to look at Zhong Jinwei. Do you realize that the number of zombies near the research facility has significantly decreased? Under normal circumstances, their numbers would have doubled. Zhong Jinwei looked at her in bewilderment. As if truly oblivious to the situation, Xie Tao regarded him for a moment before choosing to remain silent. Whether this person was genuinely foolish or merely pretending was inconsequential. Events had unfolded, veering towards a path beyond their control. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingji soon experienced his awakening. After sensing the powers he possessed, his expression morphed into an odd mixture of surprise and delight, rather than annoyance. Xiang Tao, the survivor base? He murmured, resolutely rising to his feet. He was determined to reach Xiang Tao. The nearby zombies no longer presented an insurmountable challenge. He aimed to seek out that girl at the base, known as Xiang Tao. Shortly after Jiang Xingji's departure, a group of 5 or 6 individuals hurriedly arrived, led by a strikingly beautiful woman, whose demeanor was equally gentle and alluring. This must be the place, she murmured, but the number of zombies seems rather peculiar. It was neither particularly numerous nor scant. It appeared as though they had been somewhat cleared away. Jiang Xingji should be around here somewhere. In fact, she had arrived 2 days early, anticipating the situation. So there should be no problems this time. Let us split up and search, she suggested. The group dispersed, forming teams of 2, creating 3 distinct groups to explore in various directions. The woman led a young man, stating as they walked, "In my memories, Jiang Xingji underwent a transformation near a bank, awakening incredible powers. He immediately returned to annihilate the research facility and unleashed that entity. This time, we must prevent the story from unfolding as it did before. We must save Jiang Xingji, for only he can oppose Zhong Shanjing." In her previous life, Jiang Xingji's mindset had shifted due to the events he encountered. While he did not exhibit the same murderous tendencies as Zhong Shanjing, he also refrained from performing many good deeds. He walked a fine line between righteousness and villainy, sometimes rescuing those trapped in hordes of zombies while at other times, abruptly taking the lives of those he encountered. Yet, his formidable abilities rendered him untouchable, and everyone depended on him as humanity's last bulwark against the zombie overlord intent on eradicating mankind. It was precisely due to Jiang Xingji's ambiguous nature that when the human bases sought his assistance, they had to pay a considerable price. The woman aimed to save Jiang Xingji, hoping to evoke gratitude from him while preventing his complete descent into darkness. This way, even if Zhong Shanjing reemerged, they would possess a trump card against him. Her plans were well conceived as she and her companion battled zombies while searching for Jiang Xingji. However, after an extensive search, scouring every inch of the vicinity, they found no trace of him. When the group reconvened, doubts began to creep in. Could it be that you're just dreaming? A companion could not resist questioning the woman. Last time, you mentioned a zombie king named Zhong Shanjing who sought to annihilate humanity, and we found nothing then either. Is your foresight truly reliable? The woman's face turned pale as she glared at him fiercely. Have I ever been wrong in my predictions aside from these 2 instances? Only she knew that her ability was not foresight but reincarnation. She had returned from a world on the brink of destruction. Every event she experienced upon her return mirrored her memories, save for 2 unexpected occurrences. The Zhong Shanjing she had expected to easily deal with was not present. The future's most powerful ability user, Jiang Xingji, who was on the verge of awakening and succumbing to darkness due to betrayal, was also absent. What had transpired? Why had everything gone smoothly in other scenarios, with no discrepancies in her memories, yet spiraled out of her control concerning these 2 individuals? The woman's expression twisted in frustration as she pondered a troubling thought. Could it be that others had also been reincarnated? With Xie Tao's assistance, Jin Chao amplified his powers, and along with the other ability users, they struggled to break free from the encirclement, leaving most of the zombies behind. Once they attained a semblance of safety, nearly all the ability users collapsed in the vehicle, groaning and sighing, the atmosphere almost reminiscent of an unhealthy gathering. I need a moment to rest, one individual lamented. Although we have a healer, repeatedly using abilities is truly excruciating. I feel like my head is about to explode, and I can even see double. No, I must get some sleep. TaoTao, Sister Tao. He clasped his hands together, looking pitiful. When I wake up, can I have some hot noodles made by Xiaohe and Xiaobai? Xie Tao raised an eyebrow. I want those 2 magazines you have stored in your backpack. Ability user. QAQ, how did you know I had jump? Xie Tao smiled at him, prompting him to clutch his chest. I get it. I'll show you. Others chimed in with their demands. Sister Tao, I want a fried egg on my noodles. I want 2 grilled sausages. I want to eat snail noodles. Taking advantage of the situation, Xie Tao seized the valuable possessions from their hands. Game consoles, portable music players, and more. This weary group was utterly exhausted, even in the face of adversity. They lacked the strength to resist. All they longed for was a restful slumber, hoping to awaken to a warm meal. Suddenly, the young man who had been mentioned earlier, the brother of Zhong Jinwei, stood up and asserted, "No, you cannot sleep yet. The zombies will relentlessly pursue us until we have completely shaken them off. We cannot afford to." Xie Tao raised her hand to silence him. "Let them rest. I will handle the situation from here. Trust me, you will surely survive until you reach Xiang Tao." Initially, he was inclined to question Xie Tao, for she seemed merely a caregiver. However, she abruptly lifted her hand. And in that moment, a dark luminescence enveloped the nearby canister. What she did remained a mystery, yet gradually, the encroaching zombies dwindled in number, some even passing by without a hint of interest in them. The young man's expression subtly shifted. He began to suspect that Xie Tao was aware of the contents within that canister. His palm twitched slightly, opening and closing in a slow, uncertain manner. Xie Tao smiled at him, summoning Xiaobai and Xiaohe with a gesture. The 2 little skeletons, their eye sockets glowing with an otherworldly light, exuded a hint of menace as they locked onto him. The young man stood silently for a moment before retreating to a corner, choosing to sit in silence. In contrast, Zhong Jinwei rushed forward, his cheeks flushed with excitement, and he embraced the nearest Xiaobai, beginning to explore with eager hands. What is this ability? How can the skeleton still move? Is it puppetry? May I examine it? Xiaobai, having not been manhandled for many years, let out a silent scream and covered its skirt, delivering a swift slap that sent Zhong Jinwei's face askew. Zhong Jinwei, undeterred, shone with a light in his eyes that rivaled the eerie glow of the phosphorescence. You have consciousness. Your soul is still alive, isn't it? This is incredible. What ability is this? I implore you to let me study it. Without hesitation, Xiaohe stepped forward and delivered a kick that sent him flying, pulling Xiao by behind himself protectively. What was wrong with the people of this era? They seemed even less restrained than those from his world. Displaying such excitement towards skeletons, it was utterly bizarre. Chapter 29. The past of Xiaohe and Xiao by Zhong Jinwei initially appeared to be a reserved and somewhat reclusive youth, but he has now completely attached himself to Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Before realizing that the 2 possessed consciousness, he sought permission from Xie Tao. But upon recognizing their capacity for thought, he abandoned that notion. Naturally, he must first secure their consent. Xiaohe and Xiaobai had not encountered someone so clingy and bothersome in quite some time. The last was a colleague of Xie Tao's. Being fellow necromancers, some were intrigued by Xie Tao's remarkable creations. They would request them or offer equally precious items in exchange. For Xiaohe and Xiaobai, anyone attempting to separate them from Xie Tao is utterly detestable. Zhong Jinwei was somewhat better, yet he had the audacity to annoy them. What is wrong with boys? Even while out in the world, they need to protect themselves. Xiaohe and Xiaobai hid behind Xie Tao, glaring furiously at Zhong Jinwei. His gaze appeared somewhat unsettling when directed at them, yet he returned to normalcy in Xie Tao's presence. He resembled a bashful suitor, glancing at Xie Tao and then at them, fidgeting but hesitant to approach. Xie Tao feigned ignorance, leaning against the side of Zhong Shanjing, yawning nonchalantly. The ones truly suffering outside were the ability users, particularly Jin Xiao. Yet, they all believed the most burdened individual was the caretaker, Xie Tao. Before succumbing to slumber, they all acquiesced to her, allowing Xie Tao to reap a bountiful harvest. Others felt the same way, and the logistics team hastened their tasks. A nurse promptly approached Xie Tao to conduct an examination. Upon her refusal, she suggested, why not take a rest? After all, Xiaohe Xiaobai and Zhong Shanjing are here. You can leave it to them. Fortunately, Xie Tao wasn't particularly fatigued. She merely found the situation rather dull. After all, she could have played cards on the way here, but now felt utterly incapable of doing anything. Zhong Jinwei hesitated for a long time, ultimately unable to resist. shifting his position closer, stopping at a distance not too far from Xie Tao. Is this truly an ability? He inquired. Xie Tao replied decisively, of course. What other power could resurrect the dead? Zhong Jinwei stared blankly at Xiao He and Xiao Bai, feeling a tinge of disappointment. If it were indeed an ability, it lacked any principles. He could neither seek knowledge nor truth. Xie Tao ignored him, languidly leaning there, incapable of doing anything but daydreaming, as no zombies approached. Suddenly, Zhong Jinwei remarked, they don't seem very old. One could discern a person's age from their bones, especially with those clearly underdeveloped remains, which stood in stark contrast to a normal person. They probably lived to around 12 years old. They are twins. Xie Tao thought, but refrained from voicing two additional thoughts. They had great potential, being natural necromancer prodigies. What a pity. Mentioning their past visibly dampened Xiao He and Xiao Bai's spirits. They held each other's hands, snuggling together like two fledglings that had fallen from their nest. Reflecting on their age at death, a subtle sadness permeated the carriage. Zhong Jinwei, lacking emotional intelligence, continued to inquire. You can't tell the cause of death just by looking at the bones, right? Was the body intact upon death? Or do they become whole after you use your abilities? Has anyone ever told you that you can be rather insufferable? Xie Tao crossed her arms. Delving into the sorrowful past of others is impolite, akin to unearthing their scars. Such behavior could lead to consequences. Zhong Jinwei paused, taking a moment before slowly apologizing. The others ignored him, yet he appeared increasingly anxious, eventually repeating, many people say I can be a bit bothersome when I speak, but I'm unaware of it. I'm sorry. He had always been the bookish type, lacking in social grace, yet hurting others unsettled him. After apologizing, he retreated to a corner, staring blankly at his jar. The jar's surface was coated with a black substance, and it felt even colder to the touch. He remained there for quite some time, seemingly withdrawn. The group of ability users slept for over 10 hours, awakening to the aroma of food wafting through the carriage. In addition to their previous requests, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had prepared other dishes, even hot soup to drink, causing tears to well up in their eyes. How enviable. Just as one was about to speak, the vice captain turned around, surprised to find it was Zhong Jinwei who had spoken. Zhong Jinwei was genuinely envious. Although it was a creation of abilities, it differed from his expectations, yet the little skeleton could cook. Researchers like him tended not to care for themselves. Their research bases typically employed dedicated cooks. But this was a little skeleton. The vice captain couldn't resist joining in. You think so too, right? Yes. Zhong Jinwei was overcome with longing, tears flowing from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Xie Tao was extracting what they had promised before sleeping. Her mood quite delightful. Hand it over, quickly. You all promised, no backing out. They could only submit their offerings with tears, with only the hot soup providing a slight comfort to their spirits. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group felt invigorated, and the carriage became lively. Believing Xie Tao had not slept for a long time, they sent her and Zhong Shanjing to another carriage. It's bound to be noisy here. You should go sleep over there. Rest well, the vice captain said with an ambiguous expression. Zhong Shanjing wished to remain unnoticed, devoid of any identity, merely desiring to be a quiet bystander. Yet he was always unexpectedly summoned, often in peculiar circumstances. Well then, Xie Tao leaped onto Zhong Shanjing's back, urging, let us go, let us go. He could only catch her as they moved to another carriage. That carriage had fewer people. It was only filled due to the overcrowding of the previous one. Compared to the lively atmosphere there, this one felt much more subdued. Unable to sleep, Xie Tao lay down after Xiao He and Xiao Bai spread a blanket for her, staring blankly. Zhong Shanjing sat beside her, observing Xiao He and Xiao Bai as they busied themselves in a corner, glancing around to find no one paying attention to them. He then asked, it seems Xiao He and Xiao Bai have their own stories. Indeed, Xie Tao replied, turning to face Xiao He and Xiao Bai. When I first met them, they were even younger. Xiao He was ill, but their family had little money, and they could only acquire a small amount of holy water, which you know is of no use. I happened to pass by and noticed their talent for becoming necromancers, so I asked if they would like to come with me. I could teach them how to become necromancers. The church's propaganda portrayed necromancers as evil and terrifying, intent only on killing humans and turning them into puppets. Thus, they warned against being deceived by them. At that time, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were still ordinary children, and naturally, they trusted the church more than necromancers. So they fearfully declined Xie Tao's offer. Xie Tao did not take offense. She simply left behind a packet of medicine, claiming it could cure Xiao He's illness. However, there was no remedy for their plight. For Little Black was not merely unwell. His very constitution was frail and required gradual nurturing. She vowed to return and visit them if fate permitted. Initially, the two cubs hesitated to use the medicine, but as Little Black's condition deteriorated, they were left with no choice but to administer the treatment, and who could have anticipated its miraculous efficacy? Yet, for them, the nightmare was only beginning. Before long, emissaries from the sanctuary approached the two brothers, proclaiming their exceptional talent and inviting them to partake in the trials of the Holy Sun. Even if they failed to ascend to that esteemed rank, with proper training, they could become members of the sanctuary, serving as illustrious spirit masters dedicated to their deity. The brothers recalled how Xie Tao had previously remarked on their potential, and thus they felt a surge of excitement, for joining the sanctuary would alleviate their family's burdens, liberating them from the constant worry of affording medical care or even basic sustenance. After deliberation with their family, who deemed it an honor to serve the God of Light, even if they could not become the Holy Sun, it was decided that they would proceed to the sanctuary. At that time, they remained blissfully unaware of the dark undercurrents that lay beneath its resplendent facade. The so-called sanctuary dedicated to the God of Light was, in truth, a den of corruption. Many young, attractive boys like them had been lured here, not to serve as holy sons or spirit masters, but to be exploited by the grotesque and vile elite. Little Black and Little White were indeed extraordinarily gifted, and many years later, as I chanced upon their path, I felt compelled to seek them out. When Xie Tao recounted this tale, she could not suppress a frown. As a necromancer, often perceived as cold-hearted, cruel, and malevolent, she yearned to save these impoverished children. Ironically, it was the sanctuary, which professed to serve the God of Light, that shattered the very souls of these two innocent boys. Chapter 30. Jiang Xingji arrives. Whenever Xie Tao reflected on this, she found it rather amusing. However, the disguise of the Holy Hall was indeed remarkable, appearing as the embodiment of justice in the eyes of the masses. Even Xiao He and Xiao Bai never harbored any doubts, placing complete trust in them. Yet, it was that very trust that led to their downfall. Xiao He, whose health was already frail, soon succumbed to despair and torment, passing away quietly amidst his suffering. This tragedy deeply impacted Xiao Bai, compelling him to attempt to assassinate the deceitful fiends. The outcome was predictable when he was strangled in the basement. Xie Tao had been tracing the marks left by both of them. Upon discovering that the markings were within the Holy Hall, she hesitated, contemplating giving up. However, the intense unwillingness emanating from Xiao Bai at the moment of his death instantaneously transmitted to Xie Tao, who was nearby. They rose from their own remains and slaughtered the entire branch of the Holy Hall, after which my bounty surged by over 6 million. At this point, Xie Tao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. I'm only valued at 30 million. Even that little rookie, Milos, is worth 40 million. Does the Holy Hall look down on me? Zhongshan Jing. Is that what concerns you? You wouldn't understand, Xie Tao replied solemnly. This is a matter of face, and it is quite significant. Just like Luffy would feel humiliated if his bounty was too low. Watch a little less shonen manga. Zhongshan Jing retorted, his sarcasm cutting through the air. After the banter, a lengthy silence ensued. Zhongshan Jing could probably envision what Xie Tao's world resembled. A so-called holy hall that worshipped the God of Light, yet engaged primarily in eliminating dissenters. To eradicate opposition, they would go so far as to unleash plagues upon ordinary people, orchestrating their own tragedies to enhance their authority. With immense power and no formidable adversaries, even a mighty necromancer like Xie Tao was forced to hide in the deepest woods, and upon finally emerging, was hunted down into this world. In such circumstances, the absence of strong external threats led the entire Holy Hall to grow increasingly complacent and corrupt. Zhongshan Jing wore a stoic expression, yet internally pondered that if this continued, they would inevitably be consumed by their own machinations. The filth hidden beneath their polished facade would ultimately be unearthed. If I could return, Xie Tao suddenly declared, I would change the world. Zhongshan Jing. Perhaps his bewilderment was too apparent, for Xie Tao quietly retrieved a book from her bag and proclaimed loudly, I will rally all the proletarian brothers and sisters to rise up. Overthrow those scoundrels of the Holy Hall. Zhongshan Jing. The book is clearly titled Marx and Lenin. Where on earth did you acquire this? I found it with the vice captain, Xie Tao asserted with conviction. I read it, and I find it quite reasonable. I want to. Zhongshan Jing swiftly covered her mouth. I understand, no need to elaborate. After a brief quarrel, Xie Tao felt a hint of fatigue and nestled under the covers. I'm going to sleep. Sleep well? Zhongshan Jing replied, leaning against the carriage. curling one leg beneath him. His expression darkened slightly, lost in thought. He likely wondered what his life would resemble had he never encountered Xie Tao. Perhaps he would have remained confined to that small realm of internal strife, consumed by anger and pain due to betrayal from kin, seeking vengeance against all. At 23, he would have been tainted by darkness, a style reminiscent of that. Reflecting upon it now brought him a tinge of shame, and he could only be grateful that such a fate had been averted, sparing him from facing it directly. Xie Tao slept lightly for perhaps 4 or 5 hours before awakening. She rolled about beneath the covers like a little insect, poking her head out to assess her surroundings. Zhongshan Jing, leaning against the carriage, was engrossed in a book. His features handsome and his demeanor serene. If only he were not reading a magical girl manga from her possession. Number 1. Xie Tao elongated her tone. I want some water. Zhongshan Jing readily handed her a bottle of mineral water, and she gulped it down before burrowing back into her blankets. A few moments later, she poked her head out again. Number 1. I want to read manga. Zhongshan Jing retrieved the manga she desired and passed it to her. A few seconds later, Number 1. Zhongshan Jing. He simply moved to sit beside Xie Tao, opening his large backpack. What else do you need? Nothing. I just wanted to call for you, Xie Tao replied innocently. Is that not allowed? Zhongshan Jing remained silent until he heard a muffled sob nearby. Turning, he saw Xiao He and Xiao by clutching handkerchiefs, standing a short distance away. Those skeletons bore no expressions. He could sense a hint of envy and resentment emanating from them. It was as if they were saying, we were here first. In the past, Xie Tao would only call for us. Who is this newcomer trying to steal our thunder? Zhongshan Jing, I didn't say you couldn't. He lowered his head, his long eyelashes resembling beautiful butterfly wings. However, many others are waiting for you to call them. Xie Tao tilted her head. Oh, I still need to learn more vocabulary from your era. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to describe you now. Zhongshan Jing's face reflected innocence. Clearly unwilling to linger on this topic, he softly remarked, we have already left Kyoto, and we will return soon. Will you still concern yourself with the matters at hand? This clearly referred to the jar and other issues. Zhongshan Jing had previously felt the heartbeat resonating from within it. The entity inside was alive, even if confined in a jar and submerged in liquid. Is that so? Xie Tao mused, stroking her chin. We'll address it later. I just have a feeling this matter won't be resolved easily. For instance, in this research facility, the one who seems to make decisions appears to be Zhong Jinwei. But in reality, it is the youth who embodies him. He often presents himself as modest and feigns compliance with Zhong Jinwei's commands, yet he is far from simple. Conversely, the truly uncomplicated individual is Zhong Jinwei, who lacks guile and emotional intelligence, almost like a scapegoat. Xie Tao harbored many unanswered curiosities regarding this situation, but for now, it seemed unlikely to be easily resolved. Let us return and reassess. She recalled Jiang Xingji's question before departing, inquiring where he could find her. Xie Tao had mentioned the name of the TaoTao survivor base. She admitted to harboring a desire for spectacle. Jiang Xingji might very well be a pawn sacrificed for another's gain. The question remained, who orchestrated his demise? Zhong Jinwei and the others were all heading to TaoTao. If she were to encounter Jiang Xingji at that base, the scene would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Just thinking about this made Xie Tao giggle under the covers. When we return, I want to move into a bigger house. They would earn plenty of points this time. Xie Tao envisioned a quaint villa, ideally with a large balcony where she could cultivate a garden filled with flowers, fruits, and vegetables. Her topics shifted rapidly, leaving Zhongshan Jing momentarily bewildered. All he could do was agree and say, as long as you're happy. By the time they returned to the base, it was the third night of their journey. More accurately, the early hours of dawn. As they approached the base, they opted not to stay outside, choosing instead to press on and arrive at the base gate before daybreak. Xie Tao found herself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of boredom during the journey, particularly on the return trip. Although no zombies were pursuing them, the responsibility of safeguarding a group of defenseless researchers rendered card games inappropriate and gave the impression of negligence. Consequently, the group resigned themselves to sitting quietly in the vehicle. While Xie Tao could peruse comics, the discomfort of reading in a moving car soon became evident, as the gentle swaying made prolonged reading quite unpleasant. The same applied to playing mobile games. By the final day, she resembled an exceedingly bored cat, sprawled languidly and only emitting soft grunts when shifting positions. Upon nearing the survivor base, the outline of the TaoTao base visible in the distance invigorated Xie Tao, who promptly sprang to her feet, exclaiming joyfully. The others indulged her enthusiasm, likely due to the scarcity of healers, and Xie Tao's exceptional healing abilities, which were both enduring and remarkably effective. They were eager to maintain a good rapport with her, hoping that future missions might afford them additional healing support. Thus, even when awakened by her exuberance, none expressed irritation. They merely cast bleary-eyed glances at her before resuming their slumber. They were required to undergo a brief inspection at the entrance, but due to their abilities and the absence of injuries, especially Xie Tao, who had primarily acted as a healer and had little direct contact with the zombies, she was exempt from even the simplest quarantine, thanks to the assurances provided by the others, and she dashed back into the base. "I am utterly in love with my home," she exclaimed as she flung herself into her abode, rolling on the bed before surrendering to sleep once more. Zhongshan Jing, being a zombie, required minimal rest. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up a small spray bottle to check on the garlic sprouts Xie Tao had planted. They were thriving. As dawn broke, Xie Tao gradually emerged from her dreams, only to be greeted by the sounds of an argument outside. One voice bore a resemblance to Zhongshan Jing's, while the other sounded somewhat familiar. Still in a daze, it took her a moment to realize that Jiang Xingji had arrived. Chapter 31. Do you like him? Xie Tao sat there in a daze for a moment, listening to the commotion outside, which perhaps could not be deemed a quarrel, for their dialogue unfolded as follows. "Jiang Xingji, perhaps you could allow me to enter first. She knows me, and we can discuss matters face to face." Zhongshan Jing, TaoTao is still asleep. She despises being woken up. If you truly know her, you should be aware of this. Xie Tao, 0, she lingered for a while, sluggishly rising to her feet before opening the door. The entrance stood wide open, revealing two men standing at the threshold, their gazes sharp and unyielding towards one another, exuding an air of rudeness. "What are you two doing?" Xie Tao, still enshrouded in the remnants of slumber, rubbed her cheeks, a hint of displeasure surfacing. "What is all the noise about so early in the morning?" Before Zhongshan Jing could respond, Jiang Xingji stepped forward. "Didn't you say you were at the Xiangtao survivors base? I came to find you." His demeanor softened considerably in Xie Tao's presence. His speech became gentle, devoid of the edges that characterized his interactions with Zhongshan Jing. The contrast was stark, leaving one momentarily speechless. Xie Tao stifled a small yawn and gestured for Zhongshan Jing to let Jiang Xingji in before heading to brush her teeth. As she slowly washed her face, a semblance of wakefulness returned, and she turned to observe the two men seated on the sofa. Her gaze first landed on Jiang Xingji. "There are many houses here." The implication was clear. If Jiang Xingji was content with this base, he could readily find a place to reside without disturbing her so early in the day. Did he not understand the importance of sleep to a necromancer? Zhongshan Jing, who had been holding a taut expression, suddenly relaxed, placing his hands over his abdomen, exuding a dignified air. "You're new to Xiangtao, aren't you? Perhaps you're unfamiliar with the area? I can show you around to find a suitable residence." The two men exchanged glances, an inexplicable spark igniting between them. Their conversation seemed laden with unspoken meanings, leaving Xie Tao momentarily perplexed. She had always prided herself on her understanding of human nature, but it appeared her insights had not penetrated deeply enough. Of course, it could also be attributed to the shift into a new world. Although they were all human, varied environments could yield subtle differences in behavior. What on earth were these two men thinking, exchanging glances like that? How peculiar. Xie Tao propped her chin on one hand, allowing her little pets, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, to entertain the guests. She had just begun to shake off her drowsiness, only to find herself feeling sleepy once more. "Can you speak plainly?" Zhongshan Jing looked over innocently. "Am I not helping you host your guests?" Jiang Xingji's expression turned slightly colder as he slowly turned his gaze to Xie Tao. Unlike Zhongshan Jing, he possessed a distinct allure. Previously a bright and spirited young man, he had undergone a transformation, his demeanor now radiating an air of chilliness and shadow, an aura that dissipated only in Xie Tao's presence. Yet, when confronting her, his essence softened, his gaze almost pitiable. "I just arrived here, and when I registered, I didn't inform them that I'm an ability user. I couldn't secure a house. May I stay with you for a couple of days? Once I earn some points, I will move out." Zhongshan Jing cursed internally, recognizing Jiang Xingji's cunning. He surmised that Jiang had overheard staff mentioning free housing for ability users and was now feigning helplessness to gain Xie Tao's sympathy. What is the matter? Did he truly think he was a stray dog, and that Xie Tao would take him in? Throughout their interactions, Zhongshan Jing had gradually come to understand Xie Tao's character. In many ways, she was straightforward and easy to read. She cared deeply for those she valued. For instance, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, due to her necromancer abilities, lingered in her thoughts long after their initial meeting. Given her nature, she might even return to check on them years later. As for Zhong Shanjing, had he been an ordinary human, she would likely have passed him by without a second glance, indifferent to his demise among the undead. Zhong Shanjing, due to his unique constitution, garnered Xie Tao's attention. Similarly, if someone piqued her interest, she would pay them heed. Jiang Ming and Zhang Chunyu had become friends due to a mere cluster of grapes. Perhaps Jiang Xingji was similar, but as long as he remained an ordinary person, not transformed into a peculiar zombie or possessing necromancer talents, Xie Tao would have little interest in him. Zhong Shanjing felt confident in this belief, calmly awaiting Xie Tao's inevitable rejection of Jiang Xingji. Moments later, he heard Xie Tao's deliberate response, "Sure, Zhong Shanjing." This was illogical. In an instant, he questioned the authenticity of his time with Xie Tao. How could such an outcome, so utterly beyond his expectations, arise? Xie Tao was not one to invite trouble. Could it be? Zhong Shanjing's mind buzzed. Typically, when a woman suddenly alters her demeanor towards a man, adopting an entirely different approach, it implies one thing: she harbors feelings for him, perhaps even. Zhong Shanjing, who usually maintained his composure, found himself grappling with an unexpected anxiety. His fingers drummed against his thigh as he observed Jiang Xingji with a stoic expression. In stark contrast, Jiang Xingji appeared genuinely pleased. "Then I'll head to the market to exchange some goods and move in later." He flashed Xie Tao a smile, revealing a sharp little canine tooth. "I'm fortunate to have met you." Zhong Shanjing, "You're going to the market? Let us go together." Xie Tao chimed enthusiastically. "Let Xiao He and Xiao Bai prepare breakfast first. We can go after eating. There's no rush." Zhong Shanjing's finger drumming quickened, his handsome face devoid of expression, a stark contrast to Jiang Xingji's exuberance. Zhong Shanjing pondered how Xie Tao had come to know Jiang Xingji. It seemed they had never parted ways, yet he had never seen Jiang Xingji during this time. What made Jiang Xingji so special that Xie Tao regarded him with such favor? And where did that leave him? In an instant, Zhong Shanjing felt a twinge of grievance, a feeling unlike any he had experienced in his past, learning of his father's absence while living with his grandparents, or witnessing the man he should have called father grow close to others in a new home. He didn't harbor ill feelings toward his family, so he felt no fury or resentment. He simply viewed himself as an outsider. But this moment was different. A secret, somewhat cruel thought emerged within him: to eliminate Jiang Xingji, to bury his remains deep beneath the earth, ensuring he could never again appear before Xie Tao. This thought should have flickered away, yet inexplicably, it took root and sprouted within him, causing a wave of irritation whenever he glanced at Jiang Xingji. Xiao He and Xiao Bai swiftly prepared breakfast. Zhong Shanqing, not needing to partake, merely sat beside them, observing their meal, his mood darkening with each passing moment. The mere thought that Xie Tao had audaciously invited him to the market only compounded his displeasure. He was not one to display his emotions overtly, particularly such peculiar feelings. So he remained silent, offering no other actions. Conversely, Jiang Xingji was quite loquacious, incessantly posing questions to Xie Tao. She, with a fried egg perched in her mouth, answered some queries while dismissing others, purely based on her whims. Typically, she lacked even this modicum of patience, rendering her behavior quite extraordinary. As Zhong Shanqing absorbed the scene, his irritation intensified, yet he remained perplexed as to its origin. Xie Tao's affections and preferences were of no consequence to him. He understood this truth all too well. Yet his vexation reached new heights. It was not until the three of them ventured to the market that Xie Tao made a beeline for the official exchange point, eagerly trading her grapes for 2 plump, red peaches, which she cradled happily, urging Jiang Xingji to procure his desired items promptly. Since the exchange point was located at the far end of the market, they briefly parted ways. Once Jiang Xingji had departed, Zhong Shanqing remarked sarcastically, "It seems you rather fancy him." After a moment's contemplation, Xie Tao acknowledged that Jiang Xingji provided her with ample entertainment, thus affirming, "Yes." Zhong Shanqing, however, was left in a state of bewilderment, grappling with a sense of suffocating frustration that threatened to erupt, feeling a sudden impulse to shout, "I was here first." Before he could voice this exclamation, Xie Tao interjected, "He appears to be taking quite some time to choose. Let us go look at houses instead." Zhong Shanqing, still ensnared in his feelings of discontent, momentarily failed to respond. "Huh?" Xie Tao tilted her head, regarding him with an expression of mild disbelief. "Didn't I mention earlier? We need to exchange for a large villa upon our return." Chapter 32. The plight of the corporate drone. Zhong Shanjing had been holding her breath, But upon hearing those words, she quickly relaxed. So that's why you agreed to let him move in? Well, since I've rented it for a month, it might as well be used. Let him stay, she replied with a hint of excitement. I want to live in a grand villa. Xie Tao, hands on her hips, felt a surge of joy. Let's choose a villa with a large balcony. After we select one, if he hasn't sorted things out yet, we can buy some seeds. I want to fill my balcony with fruits. She envisioned strawberries, which could easily be grown on a balcony. Planting just a few would allow her to relish both the joy of gardening and the delight of eating strawberries. How wonderful it would be. Zhongshan Jing inexplicably felt a lift in her spirits, her lips curling into a smile. Then why don't you take the initiative to invite him to the market? Huh? Xie Tao shot her a glare. What odd questions are you asking? Zhongshan Jing had already deduced the answer. It was merely because Xie Tao was eager to rush out and buy fruits, and coincidentally, Jiang Xingji was going too, so they would go together. Once the earlier peculiarities were explained, Zhongshan Jing felt a sense of relief wash over her, dispelling her previously pent-up emotions. She crossed her arms and said, I'm just curious about when you met Jiang Xingji. It seems like ever since we ran into each other recently, you haven't been apart for long. Were you acquainted before that? That was during our trip to Kyoto. Xie Tao simply recounted the situation and her thoughts about seeing a play. When she mentioned the latter, she couldn't help but smirk. Do you think they might end up fighting? Jiang Xingji was not the type to suffer in silence when wronged. And the very thought of them possibly clashing made Xie Tao sigh. If they do fight, that would be splendid. There'd be a spectacle to witness. Zhongshan Jing fell silent for a moment, unable to suppress a chuckle, which prompted Xie Tao to glance at her. Why are you laughing like a mischievous imp? I'm not. Zhongshan Jing replied earnestly. I just feel pity for them at the thought of their potential conflict, and it stirs a mix of emotions within me. Joy intertwined with sorrow. Xie Tao scoffed lightly. You think I don't know you're a little rascal too? You're even more eager to see the show than I am. All right, I concede. Zhongshan Jing raised her hands in surrender. Let us go and view the houses. Yay. The thought of a grand villa instantly lifted Xie Tao's spirits. Clutching the fruits she had just exchanged for, she dashed off like a rabbit. When Zhongshan Jing offered to help her carry them, she refused, cradling them protectively. Not many could afford a grand villa, resulting in half of the row of villas remaining vacant due to exorbitant rent, which ordinary ability users could not sustain unless they were wealthy elites. When Xie Tao went to inspect the properties, the staff responsible for this area was enthusiastically explaining the benefits of various locations. Just then, the door of a nearby villa swung open, and Jin Chao emerged, looking somewhat dazed, as if he had just awakened or perhaps hadn't slept well. The seemingly cool Jin Chao stood at the entrance, yet his eyes were vacant, appearing rather lost. It took him a moment to realize that the person beside him was Xie Tao. Hey, are you moving over here? He asked, rubbing his eyes. I'm just looking for a place, Xie Tao casually greeted him, causing Jin Chao to perk up, excitement replacing his drowsiness. Then you should live next to me. The house beside mine is still vacant. You can move in here. He practically wore his enthusiasm on his sleeve, practically broadcasting. We can hang out together when we're free. I'll think about it, Xie Tao replied, still yet to inspect the house. Jin Chao, no longer sleepy, followed her like an eager puppy, his cool demeanor completely abandoned. The house next to mine is really nice, with great lighting. Come on, live here, Xie Tao remarked. I thought you were a cool guy when I first met you. Many people say that. Jin Chao puffed up with pride. So live here. Though Xie Tao intended to take a thorough look first, she had to admit that the adjacent property was indeed quite appealing. Boasting a large balcony and a garden with many saplings, albeit a bit wilted. They could be transplanted into fruit trees later. Even if they wouldn't yield fruit in the short term, who knows what the future might hold. Then let us go with this one, she decided. And Jin Chao cheered in delight. Afterward, he yawned and said, I'm going to head back to sleep now. Once I wake up, I'll come find you. I'll bring something over tonight, so we can throw a party to celebrate your move. Jin Chao appeared utterly exhausted, nearly bumping into the doorframe on his way back. It was unclear what he had come out for, but he would surely remember his intentions once he regained consciousness. Let us move in a bit later, Xie Tao pondered, stroking her chin, before turning to Zhongshan Jing and asking, what exactly is a party? A party. You could think of it as a gathering of friends at your home, where they eat your food, drink your drinks, and sing loudly without cleaning up afterward. Zhongshan Jing replied, her expression unchanged. Sounds rather lively, Xie Tao mused, unconcerned, as she had her diligent little helpers, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, to take care of any mess. Thus, it seemed that once someone else took care of the aftermath, a party could turn into a joyous occasion. Let us discuss it tonight, Xie Tao resolved, signing a contract with the landlord for 3 months, spending over a third of her earned points. She didn't mind, as earning points was a simple task for her, devoid of any danger. Besides, hoarding points was of little use if not spent. Saving was important. Yet so was indulging in life's pleasures. Now, if we're having a party, we need to prepare some items, right? Xie Tao had never attended a party before. Their necromancers often gathered for meetings, but those were typically to discuss professional knowledge or to vent frustrations against the Holy Hall. Sometimes the latter occurred more frequently. For the Holy Hall was indeed a nuisance, akin to a relentless hound, always on your trail, attempting to take a bite out of you. Occasionally, even when they lost track of you, they would continue the pursuit. Xie Tao had a necromancer friend who had suffered greatly. His master, apprentices, and friends had all fallen victim to the Holy Hall. He frequently rallied his friends to curse the Holy Hall, wishing for its swift demise. Considering this, Xie Tao imagined that after she had gone missing, he would likely organize numerous gatherings, having lost yet another friend. In summary, Xie Tao was intrigued by the concept of parties in this world. With great enthusiasm, she and Zhong Shanjing scoured the market, acquiring a plethora of useful and less useful items. At that moment, Jiang Xingji had finished his shopping and they crossed paths in the middle of the market. As Xie Tao still had some items to procure, she suggested that Jiang Xingji return home to drop off his purchases first. He indeed carried a significant load, particularly bedding that took up much space, so he nodded and headed back. Xie Tao continued her browsing, and as she made her way back, she happened to pass by Zhang Chunyu's residence and decided to knock on the door. Though no one else was home, Jiang Ming was present. "Where are the others?" she inquired. "They have a small task and will return tonight. Are you back? Was it a smooth journey?" Jiang Ming poured a glass of water for Xie Tao, who politely declined, stating, "I won't sit down." She provided an address and continued, "I've moved here. If anyone wants to come over for a party, you're welcome." Although she had only recently met these friends in this world, they were all quite amiable, and Xie Tao was open to forming connections with them. Friendships deepen with time. After all, emotions are forged through shared experiences. "All right, I shall inform them," she said. After bidding him farewell, she turned to Zhong Shanjing as she walked outside, pondering, "I wonder where the vice captain resides." The vice captain was quite a decent person. It would be great to invite him. The more, the merrier at a party. "Perhaps you could inquire about it," Zhong Shanjing suggested. Just as Xie Tao was about to seek someone out, she unexpectedly encountered the vice captain, who appeared somewhat weary with dark circles under his eyes, clutching a stack of unknown documents, trudging along like an overworked employee. "You must come to the party at my place tonight," Xie Tao called out to him from a distance. The vice captain, momentarily dazed, looked over and, upon recognizing her, nodded and replied, "I'll drop off the materials and then take a brief nap before coming to find you later. Having few acquaintances." Xie Tao returned home directly after her conversation with the vice captain, reflecting, "He looks rather pitiful." Zhong Shanjing echoed her sentiment, remarking, "I suppose this is what it means to be a corporate worker." "What is a corporate worker?" Xie Tao inquired. "Working from 9 to 9, with no holidays. Rising before the rooster crows and sleeping after the dog does, yet earning little, merely to serve the boss," he explained. "That sounds truly miserable," Xie Tao lamented, expressing her sympathy. Indeed, even in a peaceful world, life is not easy. As they bantered on their way back, Jiang Xingji became the last to learn of Xie Tao's move to a larger house and her plans for a party. His face was etched with confusion and astonishment. "Did I not successfully manage to move in?" he mused, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 33. An argument erupts. No one could ascertain the state of Jiang Xingji's emotions, as Xie Tao was engrossed in orchestrating her housewarming celebration, leaving her with no time to attend to him. She reclined on a sofa on the ground floor of her expansive villa, leisurely consuming a fresh, succulent peach while directing Xiaohe, Xiaobai, and Zhong Shanjing in tidying up the premises. They meticulously arranged the furnishings, eradicated any lingering dust, and scrutinized each functional room for any signs of disrepair, such as in the kitchen or bathrooms. Amidst the flurry of activity, Xie Tao was the epitome of leisure, resembling a beached whale as she languidly reposed, occasionally shifting her position, indulging in her own indolence as the afternoon slipped away. As dusk descended, guests began to arrive. Jiang Ming and his companions were the first to appear, bearing a generous assortment of fruits, a testament to their understanding of Xie Tao's preferences and a heartfelt gesture to commemorate her new abode. As individuals with limited abilities, their acquisition of points was constrained, making the presentation of such a lavish fruit basket a clear indication of their genuine affection for Xie Tao. Shortly thereafter, the vice captain arrived, exuding the unmistakable aura of an overworked office drone, radiating an air of utter exhaustion. He toted a pillow, a bottle of spirits in one hand, and a tome in the other. Upon arrival, he unceremoniously tossed the alcohol and book to Xie Tao, then promptly deposited his pillow onto the sofa and succumbed to slumber. "Rouse me when the festivities commence," Xie Tao remarked, truly pitiable. Despite residing in close proximity, Jin Chao's arrival was delayed. He had evidently enjoyed a restful slumber, appearing revitalized and sporting a meticulously crafted hairstyle, enhancing his cool demeanor, if not for the large, pink rabbit plushie he clutched in his arms. Xie Tao exclaimed, "It's my melody." Jin Chao presented the plushie to her, stating, "It's merchandise. I scoured for it for quite some time. In these times, such items are scarce. Had there been prior preparation, a search in the city would have been feasible. However, a last-minute hunt proved challenging. After all, the apocalypse has arrived. One might prioritize provisions or clothing over lugging around such a bulky rabbit." Zhong Shanjing, unfamiliar with my melody, was bewildered. Xie Tao elucidated, "My melody is a darling little rabbit sprite. I adore my melody. Her pink rabbit-eared hood is irresistibly charming." Xie Tao had been captivated upon her initial encounter and was astonished that humans in this world still produced merchandise. Clutching the oversized rabbit with delight, Xie Tao began to contemplate mischievous schemes. "Do you suppose I could peddle merchandise of the God of Light upon my return to my world? With such a vast following of the sanctum, surely many would be willing to purchase such items if I proclaimed them to be blessed." Zhong Shanjing, envisioning the scenario, covered his face, exclaiming, "You truly are a cunning one." Xie Tao deemed her notion to be viable and potentially lucrative. Her sole concern was the sanctum's potential appropriation of her concept, leading to the establishment of an official store with which she could not compete. Alas, it seems I must first dismantle the sanctum. My melody rabbit plushie inadvertently set the stage for future turmoil. However, at that moment, Xie Tao was content to frolic on the sofa, embracing my melody. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Assuming it was a friend, Xie Tao eagerly sprang to her feet to answer, only to discover Zhong Jinwei standing on the threshold. Zhong Jinwei, adorned with black-rimmed spectacles, stood somewhat reservedly at the entrance. Upon seeing Xie Tao, he uttered, "I inquired with Zhong Jinliang and learned that you had relocated here, so I came to find you." Xie Tao paused before advising, "I suggest you depart swiftly." Zhong Jinwei appeared perplexed, assuming he had offended her, his countenance tinged with sadness. Did I say something amiss once more?" Xie Tao responded, "Not precisely. However, it is already too late," glancing behind him with a hint of resignation. Jiang Xingji stood there, his expression inscrutable as he regarded Zhong Jinwei, his gaze subtly laced with animosity. Zhong Jinwei was taken aback by Jiang Xingji's presence, momentarily stunned before exclaiming, "Jiang Xingji, you're unharmed." Jiang Xingji, cradling two potted plants, brushed past Zhong Jinwei, his voice laced with frigidity as he stated, "Indeed, I am unharmed, much to your dismay. I, too, am surprised to find you here. However, I shall refrain from bloodshed at Xie Tao's gathering. Yet, should you provoke me, I shall not hesitate to deal with you immediately following the festivities." Zhong Jinwei was dumbfounded, the cowlick on his forehead drooping. He could not fathom the sudden shift in Jiang Xingji's demeanor, which had become so icy, callous, and even imbued with hatred. They had previously enjoyed amicable relations, and Jiang Xingji had never expressed disdain, even when Zhong Jinwei's emotional intelligence faltered. "Jiang Xingji, is it because I did not?" Jiang Xingji, unwilling to engage in a confrontation with Zhong Jinwei in Xie Tao's presence, abruptly turned, casting a frigid glare upon Zhong Jinwei before declaring, "You are undoubtedly aware of your transgressions. I vowed that you would rue the day." Zhong Jinwei acknowledged, "I am aware that my actions are unforgivable. After all, I abandoned Jiang Xingji, despite his unwavering support. When Jiang Xingji was trapped, I not only failed to rescue him, but I also prevented Xie Tao and the others from doing so. It is only natural that Jiang Xingji despises me. I committed an act of ingratitude. I have no desire to hear your insincere apologies. Depart." Xie Tao, overhearing the disjointed exchange, could not contain her laughter, nearly collapsing as she leaned on Zhong Shanjing's shoulder, her abdomen aching from the intensity of her mirth. Her reaction immediately drew the attention of Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei, both perplexed by her amusement. Was their conversation truly so comical? Xie Tao struggled to regain her composure, clutching her abdomen before stating, Jiang Xingji, present him with the item. Jiang Xingji, of course, carried the evidence of betrayal with him at all times, even at the risk of attracting nearby zombies. He retrieved a plastic bag from his pocket, resembling those used by law enforcement to store evidence, and extracted a section of grayish-black finger. Upon witnessing the finger, Zhang Jiwei was aghast, lunging to seize it, only to be rebuffed by Jiang Xingji. This item was discovered within my pouch, the very pouch you personally bestowed upon me. Zhang Jinwei, far from being a simpleton, possessed a certain degree of shrewdness, as evidenced by his status as a researcher. Connecting the dots, he finally comprehended the reason for Jiang Xingji's altered demeanor. It was not I. I did not place it there. Zhang Jinwei frantically grasped Jiang Xingji, exclaiming, I only placed zombie-repelling medicine within. There was certainly no such item, and I would never place such a thing upon you. He would never have removed the finger from the body, as he would not tamper with his test subjects. Jiang Xingji had initially harbored complete distrust for Zhang Jinwei, finding it difficult to trust others after experiencing betrayal. After all, he had extended kindness to others, risking his life for them, only to be betrayed by those he had sought to protect. However, Xie Tao stood nearby. Xie Tao is unlike anyone else. Particularly for Jiang Xingji, she represents a ray of light during his darkest moments. Her enigma, her uniqueness, and the gentle hand she placed upon his head, which infused him with warmth and illumination, have indelibly etched Xie Tao into Jiang Xingji's memory, rendering her unforgettable. The matter she just alluded to likely stems from a miscommunication between him and Zhang Jinwei, who remains unaware that the item has been placed upon him, mistakenly believing it to be his doing. Jiang Xingji had previously assumed that Zhang Jinwei had substituted the contents of the pouch with a finger, leading to the demise of anyone who possessed the pouch, with no one the wiser about its origins. Even if suspicions surfaced regarding Zhang Jinwei, survival would be unlikely for any would-be avenger. However, with Xie Tao's intervention and the realization that the current individual was not responsible for the incident, a more profound contemplation could ensue. If it was not Zhang Jinwei, then who could have placed it there? Both Jiang Xingji and Zhang Jinwei ponder this question. Come inside, both of you. It would be rather odd for others to witness you bickering at the door, Xie Tao said as she welcomed the two men into her grand villa. She deftly took the pots of flowers from Jiang Xingji's hands and handed them off to Xiao Bai to place on the balcony. She then handed the snacks from Jiang Xingji's other hand to Xiao He, instructing him to arrange them suitably for the party, tearing open the packaging to set them on the coffee table for everyone to enjoy later. Upon entering the room, Zhang Jinwei noticed that everyone had brought items, and after a moment of bewilderment, he began to rummage through his belongings. Ultimately, he produced only a small vial. Yet, even with his limited social acumen, he recognized that offering something like zombie brain fluid to others would be highly impolite. To his surprise, Xie Tao effortlessly took the vial from him. Lifting it to examine it closely, with a hint of excitement, she remarked, "How viscous. Extracting it must be quite a hassle. Thank you." Zhang Jinwei stood speechless, while the others, who had never heard a simple thank you, felt a pang of disappointment despite their earnest efforts to bring Xie Tao gifts. Chapter 34. Interesting people gathered together as soon as they arrived. Xie Tao's acquaintances nearly filled the room, regardless of any past grievances or unresolved matters. Everything could be set aside. The paramount concern at the moment was to commence the party. Having never hosted a gathering before, Xie Tao obediently settled on the sofa, tilting her head in anticipation of Jin Xiao explaining the rules to her. Jin Xiao glanced down at Xie Tao, somewhat surprised that she was unfamiliar with such an event. The essence of a party, after all, lies in the joy it brings. As long as one is pleased, one may revel in any manner they desire. True enjoyment is what constitutes a party. After articulating his thoughts, Jin Xiao nodded vigorously, convinced that his explanation was both clear and elegant. Is that so? Xie Tao's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. A few minutes later, however, Jin Xiao found himself regretting the situation, wishing instead to retreat for some much-needed rest. He certainly did not relish the idea of dressing as a magical girl and participating in peculiar games with Xie Tao. Observing a few individuals attempting to escape, Xie Tao grinned menacingly and shut the villa's door. Amidst a chorus of lamentations, she, along with Xiao He and Xiao Bai, joined forces with Zhang Chunyu to subdue the fleeing men. To be candid, if the boys were handsome, even in magical girl attire, they would still look appealing. However, someone like Jiang Ming was better suited to being dressed as a monster, victimized by a magical girl. Yet, Jiang Ming was not disheartened. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief, for he had evaded a fate he dreaded. Dressing as a girl was not an option for him. In such calamity, the distinction between the clever and the not-so-clever became starkly apparent. For instance, Jin Chao could only emit pitiful cries, quickly overpowered and forced into a pink magical girl dress by Xiao Hei's sinister laughter. Meanwhile, Zhong Shanjing calmly addressed Xie Tao. I ordered a batch of fruit from the base for tonight's party. It should be arriving soon. I'll check on it and prepare it in the kitchen. You all can enjoy yourselves without worrying about me. Sounds good, Xie Tao replied, still engrossed in tormenting others, her back to him. Remember to slice it up and make a fruit platter. Less astute, yet relatively clever, Jiangxing Ji had been lurking in a corner, witnessing the chaos that even the deputy captain could not escape. He swiftly approached Xie Tao, suggesting, since Zhongshan Jing hasn't returned yet, perhaps he has too much to carry. I'll go look for him. And with that, he fled. By the time others attempted similar excuses, it was too late. They could only lament as they gradually transformed into magical girls, Hello Kitties, and other bizarre personas. Jin Chao knelt in a corner, crying while clutching a wand. I was foolish to propose this party. Had I not suggested it, I wouldn't have had to explain what a party entails, and I wouldn't have been forced into this girl-less attire. He muttered, clearly enduring a significant psychological blow. The most composed individual was, surprisingly, the deputy captain. Perhaps the trials of corporate life had desensitized him. He sat elegantly, clad in a striking black and white dress adorned with diamond patterns, sipping coffee with nonchalance. It's a bit chilly, he murmured, especially as the breeze brushed against his legs. When the captain sought out the deputy captain, it was around midnight. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, she confirmed the address and was about to enter when peculiar sounds emerged from within. I can't escape this flowery world. I am but a drunken butterfly. Your vow, lightly spoken, binds me for life with an unbreakable knot. The latter part of the verse bore a striking resemblance to the deputy captain's voice, evoking a sense of alarm in the captain. Convinced that the paperwork was not urgently needed, she hastily clutched the documents and retreated to her residence, narrowly avoiding the spectacle of magical girls performing a dance. The next morning, as Xie Tao sluggishly awoke on the sofa, she discovered a motley group sprawled around her, all garbed in outlandish attire, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. Food wrappers, empty bottles, and fruit pits cluttered the table. Was this what a party entailed? Reflecting on the chaotic revelry of the previous night, she mused that while it was strange, it was undeniably joyous. Playing games, singing, dancing, and indulging in food was indeed a wonderful way to relieve stress. Upon returning to her original world, there would be no need for gatherings of necromancers. A simple party would suffice. Surely, her friends would relish such an assembly. They had partied through the night, and it was Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai who bore the burden of tidying up. The others, scattered about, gradually awoke. Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai kindly presented them with hangover soup and breakfast, ensuring they had sustenance before departing. Jin Chao, still unable to shed the pink dress, had grown accustomed to it after a night. Yawning, he sipped his soup and noticed the deputy captain had already polished off his breakfast with remarkable speed. I have work to attend to, so I must leave. Indeed, the life of a corporate worker was not easy. One by one, those with obligations departed, while others headed home for additional rest. Eventually, only Xie Tao, Zhong Shanjing, Jiang Xingji, and Zhong Jinwei remained. Zhong Jinwei, evidently the studious type, had never indulged in such wildness before. Upon waking, he appeared dazed, munching on food, sipping water, and sitting quietly on the sofa, hands resting on his thighs. His demeanor exceedingly ladylike. Why are you two still here? Xie Tao inquired, turning to Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei. Zhong Jinwei, as if emerging from a trance, quickly stood. Shall we chat? Jiang Xingji, having grasped that there had been a misunderstanding, recognized that his animosity should not be directed at Zhong Jinwei. Yet he also felt that their bond had irrevocably frayed. Very well. Zhong Jinwei changed his outfit before seeking out Jiang Xingji for a conversation. As they exited, Xie Tao flopped back onto the sofa, pondering that it would take time for matters to fully unfold. Zhong Shanjing diligently tidied the table and remarked, "Are you eager for the spectacle? Isn't it just a bit dull?" Xie Tao replied, eyes closed, murmuring, "Human society seems rather mundane. Indeed, one makes new friends, encounters delightful fruit, and experiences a plethora of novel and intriguing things. Yet, at its core, it remains unchanged." Xie Tao was beginning to feel slightly weary. She preferred her former life within the human base, where she could engage in experiments. With too much leisure, she found herself ill at ease. Zhong Shanjing, squatting beside her, softly inquired, "Are you already finding it uninteresting?" "Just a tad," she replied with a small yawn, rolling over. As the Tao survivor base expanded, it gradually gained notoriety, attracting an increasing number of newcomers seeking refuge. Relationships with other bases were also being established, as it had become commonplace for different bases to engage in exchanges, sharing resources and rare items. Most significantly, nearly every base boasted its own laboratory, conducting various experiments across different fields. Some bases are investigating how to apply extraordinary abilities to crops in a post-apocalyptic environment, aiming for self-sufficiency. After all, most bases currently rely on resources scavenged from existing cities, which are finite and will eventually be depleted. Without the ability to produce their own supplies, they will inevitably face a dire scarcity of materials. This is an unavoidable reality. Additionally, some bases are researching zombies to determine if a vaccine can be developed to provide immunity against the zombie virus, thereby saving those injured. There are even bases exploring the possibility of awakening extraordinary abilities in ordinary individuals. In summary, various research endeavors abound, and these bases often exchange insights, particularly once tangible results are achieved. Thus, fostering good relationships between bases is of paramount importance. The TaoTao base, being a nascent establishment with relatively little experience, places significant emphasis on this aspect. Consequently, when a prominent figure from the largest base passed by the TaoTao survivor base, Zhong Jinliang recognized the significance of this occurrence and made a point to host them well. A group of 6, seemingly from Kyoto, appeared to be passing through for some business, although it was unclear whether they had already completed their tasks. Zhong Jinliang simply prepared to extend a warm welcome to these visitors, hoping to leave a favorable impression that could facilitate future interactions between the two bases. The women initially did not intend to linger at TaoTao, but after coming up empty in Kyoto, both physically and mentally exhausted, they found themselves with no other option but to rest at TaoTao on their way back. They reassured one another, deciding to postpone the search for Jiang Xingji, confident that other opportunities would arise. The woman remained silent, suddenly recalling an important fact. Zhong Jinliang, the leading figure of the TaoTao survivor base, had also been a significant individual in her previous life. Chapter 35. The Destruction of the World by Zhongshan Jing in the Previous Life. The TaoTao survivor base met its demise quite early, as Zhong Jinliang sheltered all the individuals from the research institute where Zhong Jinwei resided. The specifics were unclear to her. She merely heard whispers that Jiang Xingji had obliterated TaoTao, resulting in numerous casualties. However, Zhong Jinliang survived, fleeing with the others. Shortly after they relocated to another base, Jiang Xingji once again pursued them. Jiang Xingji initially garnered a poor reputation due to his association with Zhong Jinliang, having annihilated 2.5 bases. His notoriety improved slightly not because of any virtuous deeds, but rather because it became evident that he was the only one capable of contending with Zhongshan Jing. Thus, his reputation turned positive. While not universally praised, he was at least perceived as a figure of ambiguous morality, eventually evolving into a beacon of hope for humanity. Regrettably, in comparison to Zhongshan Jing, Jiang Xingji remained somewhat inferior. Some speculated that the severe injuries he sustained during the awakening of his abilities left him with lasting repercussions, thus rendering him less formidable in later encounters with Zhongshan Jing. It was precisely for this reason that the woman resolved to seek him out before any calamity befell him, hoping to render assistance, foster goodwill, and prevent him from succumbing to irreversible injuries that might impair his ability to confront Zhongshan Jing, a perfect solution. Their quest, however, proved futile as they failed to locate Jiang Xingji prior to the incident and were compelled to search near the site of his misfortune. The butterfly effect ensued, causing events to unfold prematurely, leading to Jiang Xingji being rescued by Xie Tao. According to the original timeline, the TaoTao survivor base would not have been able to gather sufficient personnel in the immediate future, particularly since Xie Tao and Zhongshan Jing were absent in the previous world line. They would need to wait several days before contacting Zhong Jinwei. With all events transpiring ahead of schedule, their efforts culminated in disappointment. Unbeknownst to the woman, her curiosity compelled her to linger, observing Zhong Jinliang in hopes of uncovering clues about Jiang Xingji's whereabouts and the circumstances that led to the deviation from her anticipated outcomes. Establishing a rapport with Zhong Jinliang would also prove advantageous for their future endeavors. As per the previous timeline, Jiang Xingji would soon arrive at TaoTao, intent on complete annihilation. Upon learning that they intended to stay for a couple of days, Zhong Jinliang felt a surge of delight and promptly instructed his companions to summon Jin Chao. Jin Chao was the most formidable ability user within their base, serving as a figurehead, In essence, the two bases were to first display their respective strengths, including their military prowess. However, the individual dispatched to fetch Jin Xiao did not return, prompting Zhong Jinliang to engage in conversation with the others while waiting. Eventually, growing impatient, he cheerfully suggested, "Shall we go see what is delaying him? I had hoped he could show you around the base, but it seems something must have detained him." Thus, the group made their way towards the vicinity of Jin Xiao's villa. Zhong Jinliang's residence was relatively close, and in just a few strides, they spotted the person sent to fetch Jin Xiao entangled in a struggle with a woman. Zhong Jinliang felt a surge of anger but concealed it behind a smile, embodying the traits of a ruler who masks his emotions, likely noting the incident for future inquiry. As they quietly approached, an unsettling realization dawned upon Zhong Jinliang. The woman being accosted was exceptionally tall, likely exceeding 1.8 meters. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the voice. This striking woman, adorned in a beautiful dress, bore an uncanny resemblance to Jin Xiao. The woman was expressing her frustration. "What is so urgent? Can't you at least let me remove my makeup and change my clothes? If you hadn't rushed me, I might have already finished." Jin Xiao, residing next door to Xie Tao, had opted not to remove her makeup or change clothes, intending to address matters at home later. However, she was intercepted at her doorstep by the young man who insisted that Zhong Jinliang urgently required her presence. Jin Xiao, feeling a sense of embarrassment, was perplexed by the urgency that prevented her from even freshening up. As irritation bubbled within her, the two engaged in a tug-of-war for several minutes, until Zhong Jinliang, unable to wait any longer, intervened and brought her along. The expressions of those present were rather peculiar. Zhong Jinliang had not anticipated Jin Xiao's peculiar proclivities, while the others were simply astonished to discover that Jin Xiao was, in fact, a crossdresser. Jin Xiao, overwhelmed by the embarrassment of the situation, felt a pang of despair, contemplating whether it was too late to clarify that this was merely a coincidence. Devoid of any peculiar inclinations, would they believe her? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Jin Xiao found herself choking back tears, perhaps unable to bear the weight of such a significant blow to her dignity. Zhong Jinliang, grappling with his own complex emotions, endeavored to maintain a composed facade, revealing only a hint of knowing calmness. "Please, tidy yourself up and join me shortly. I have matters to discuss." Jin Xiao hastily retreated into her villa, wishing she could erase her recent appearance. Meanwhile, Xie Tao remained oblivious to her friend's recent mortification, sprawled on the sofa, observing Xiao He and Xiao Bai as they tidied up the room. While hosting a party was undoubtedly a joyous occasion, the subsequent cleanup was an arduous task. Though Xie Tao was not required to assist, merely watching others labor was wearying. Indeed, Xie Tao confidently declared this to be the case. Xiao Bai and Xiao He, unwavering in their loyalty, exhibited no doubt regarding Xie Tao's sentiments, leaving the only rational individual, Zhongshan Jing, feeling utterly out of place. He often found it challenging to integrate into Xie Tao's circle due to his adherence to normalcy. After a discreet moment of silent critique, Zhongshan Jing began to clear away the remnants, preparing to dispose of the refuse generated from their festivities, an amount that a typical household would take an entire week to accumulate. He entrusted the remaining household chores to Xiao He and Xiao Bai and set out to dispose of the trash, carrying 4 large black bags, each resembling body bags, filled to the brim with refuse that would make any sane person shudder. Upon exiting, he encountered the group waiting for Jin Xiao to change, their view obscured by the large bags he carried. As he passed by, he overheard 2 individuals behind him discussing, "Zhongshan Jing is nowhere to be found. Nor is Jiang Xingji. It is baffling. There are so many tasks left undone, yet they linger in this small base. What are they thinking?" Zhongshan Jing did not expect to hear his name at such a moment. He paused and slowed his pace, recalling the time when Xie Tao had rescued him and they had yet to leave the city, only to find someone searching for him. It seemed they were intent on apprehending him, harboring a grudge. At that time, Zhongshan Jing had no inkling who sought him, nor had he ever drawn any conclusions. Now, after considerable time had passed, he found himself in the TaoTao survivor base, once more encountering whispers of the pursuit against him from unfamiliar voices. This piqued Zhongshan Jing's curiosity. He could not recall having any enemies to warrant such a citywide manhunt. Intrigued by the newfound information, he cast a lingering glance at the 2 individuals discussing his fate. His time in TaoTao was rather brief, most of which was spent fulfilling tasks outside. He had little impression of the individuals before him, only recognizing the man standing alongside them, who appeared to be Zhong Jinliang, the head of TaoTao and the half-brother of Zhong Jinwei. as Zhong Shanjing ambled forward. The two individuals continued their conversation, their voices barely audible, positioned at the back, evidently wishing to keep their words from the woman's ears. Who could fathom her thoughts? Moreover, this matter warranted inquiry from the leader. Ever since encountering her, the leader seemed entranced, believing everything she uttered. Perhaps she truly possessed some extraordinary ability, not foresight, but rather an enchanting sway over hearts. Nonetheless, she had indeed predicted a few events accurately, hinting at her capabilities. Ultimately, following the leader's guidance should pose no significant issue. Yet, aimlessly searching like this was hardly a solution. How much time had we squandered merely in pursuit of those two? Numerous tasks that ought to have been completed remained unfinished, especially during this critical period when the development of the base was severely hampered. One individual lamented, his dissatisfaction palpable. In the early days of the apocalypse, every moment was crucial, yet here was the formidable ability user leading the charge, indulging in frivolity, while substantial matters languished, with others reaping the rewards. As their frustration mounted, they suddenly sensed a shadow encroaching upon them. Initially, they spotted 4 large bags passing before them. Instinctively, they stepped aside, ensuring they did not obstruct Zhong Shanjing, and momentarily fell silent. Once Zhong Shanjing had passed a short distance with her burden, one of them remarked, "If Zhong Shanjing truly is some sort of zombie king destined to bring about the world's end, there should be signs of it by now. I believe it is merely her empty boasting to instill fear, compelling us to heed her." After transforming into a zombie, Zhong Shanjing's senses had sharpened at this distance. While others might not catch the words, he heard them distinctly, even grasping their tone with absolute clarity. There could be no error. Zombie King, the end of the world? Who were they speaking of? Chapter 36. Your prophecy is lacking. Zhong Shanjing never anticipated encountering such astonishing news. After disposing of the garbage, he pondered the immense implications of this information. For instance, there was a prophecy predicting that he would become the zombie king and bring about the world's destruction. To avert this fate, there were even individuals seeking to apprehend him. Their intentions, once he was found, seemed all too evident. Elimination to prevent the impending apocalypse. Zhong Shanjing found it somewhat ludicrous that a mere prophecy could incite such a reaction. If he were truly capable of annihilating the world, where would that leave Xie Tao? By that time, she might have already returned to her own realm. Without Xie Tao's control and oppression, perhaps no one could truly hinder him, and he might indeed possess the ability to bring about the world's end. With a yawn of boredom, Zhong Shanjing took a roundabout way back to the villa, where he found Xie Tao seated on the sofa, engrossed in a video game, her expression betraying a hint of ennui. Upon his return, she exclaimed, "Hurry, wash some fruit for me." Zhong Shanjing raised an eyebrow. "Aren't Xiao He and Xiao Bai here? Can't they handle that task?" He sighed, accustomed to her whims. He fetched a plate of fruit and settled onto the sofa. "I ran into a few people at the door. They seemed to be the same ones who sought to apprehend me back when you first encountered me." Xie Tao's eyes widened in surprise. "How did they trace you here? You weren't spotted, were you?" "Not at all," Zhong Shanjing replied calmly, relaying what he had overheard. Xie Tao's demeanor shifted instantly. Her excitement was palpable. "A prophecy? You could destroy the world? That sounds rather intriguing. Come on, let's go." She paused, glancing back at Zhong Shanjing. Given the past bounty on him, Xie Tao had disguised him, not entirely altering his appearance, but softening his features to render him less menacing. Unless one was intimately familiar with Zhong Shanjing, it would be difficult to recognize him, making it nearly impossible to connect his current visage with his true identity. Let us go witness the spectacle. Once assured that Zhong Shanjing would likely not be recognized, Xie Tao felt emboldened, confident they could deny any accusations. If they were indeed exposed, it mattered little. No one could best Xie Tao in a confrontation. Worst case, she could summon a throng of minions to bolster their defense. Xie Tao leaped off the sofa, slipped on a pair of casual slippers, and made her way outside, with Zhong Shanjing reluctantly following. As they walked, she mused, "I can hardly envision the scene of you destroying the world. You seem far too disinclined to engage in such laborious endeavors. The notion of annihilating the world would yield no rewards, and should the world cease to exist, so too would Zhong Shanjing. After all, where could he survive without it? Such a fundamentally and profitable venture seemed beneath someone of his intellect." Zhong Shanjing remained silent for a time, finally stating as they neared the door, "Had I not met you, perhaps I would have truly descended to that level." "Indeed," Xie Tao mused, "you were always a little rogue, nourished by hatred and resentment, evolving into what you are now, Upon transforming into a zombie, you would gradually lose control of your desires, yearning to consume every human in sight. As you spiraled out of control, your moral boundaries would erode, and the outcome could be anything. That was not quite the sentiment Zhong Shanjing wished to convey. Though he silently acknowledged Xie Tao's significance to him, the astute necromancer seemed oblivious to this sentiment. To express it now would appear contrived. So he swallowed his words and remarked, "I am not out of control now, am I? You are, but not to a concerning degree, for I am still here," Xie Tao declared confidently. Zhong Shanjing refrained from voicing the thought that she would eventually leave this world, as that was her desire, was it not? Throughout their time together, he sensed that this world was rather delightful for Xie Tao, teeming with zombies, abundant in experimental subjects, and filled with her favorite anime, manga, games, and snacks. However, once she discovered a path back, she would depart without a second thought, for despite the myriad flaws of her world, it was still home to her, replete with friends, foes, and everything she desired. This realization left Zhong Shanjing feeling discontented. He crossed his arms and, feigning indifference, remarked, "That sounds splendid." Xie Tao sensed a tinge of sarcasm in his tone and, turning to examine him, found no apparent issues on his face. She thought him increasingly peculiar, especially since the day Jiang Xingji arrived. His mood had become increasingly unpredictable. With a TSK, Xie Tao withheld her opinions and ventured outside to enjoy the show. At that moment, Jin Chao emerged from his room, looking rather dejected, clearly still grappling with his social embarrassment. He strolled over to Zhong Jinliang, hands in his pockets, exuding an aura of cool detachment, yet his tone was lifeless. "Is there something of great importance you wish to discuss with me? These esteemed guests from Feng City have arrived. Unfortunately, I have pressing matters to attend to this afternoon and cannot accompany them on their tour. Thus, I would like to entrust this responsibility to you." Jin Chao felt a pang of regret for his earlier thoughts. He had not anticipated Jin Chao to be so unreliable, nor did he expect such peculiar quirks. Would this tarnish the image of their base? "Very well," Jin Chao replied, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish. Just then, Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing joyfully emerged from the house, waving at him from a distance. Tears streamed down Jin Chao's cheeks. But a man must not cry, especially not a cool one. He maintained his last shred of stubbornness and waved back at Xie Tao. She approached, and since Zhong Jinliang was unfamiliar with her, he exchanged a glance with Jin Chao, who quietly explained. Enlightened, Zhong Jinliang's expression transformed into one of warmth. "Oh, Miss Xie Tao, I recall you are friends with Jin Chao, correct? Please, converse. I shall attend to my duties." A powerful ability wielder and an equally formidable healer should reflect the strength of their base, one would hope. Confident, Zhong Jinliang departed, leaving the group standing awkwardly. The women among them clearly had no desire to tour the base, but were merely indulging Zhong Jinliang. Thus, the atmosphere grew tense, while Xie Tao scrutinized the group, particularly the woman at the forefront. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding a gentle, serene aura. The man beside her was likely her partner, as their stance was notably intimate. A prophecy? Xie Tao had encountered similar abilities before, from the previous saint of the sanctuary, who had foretold of an impending plague that indeed came to pass, affecting only the common folk while sparing the nobility. From that moment on, Xie Tao grew wary of prophetic abilities. Despite being a necromancer, she found herself dismissive of charlatans. Historically, only the saints of the sanctuary occasionally possessed prophetic abilities, and even then, their prophecies were often subtle. To foresee a war or a plague, yet remain oblivious to one's own demise. What of the woman before me? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many have acquired extraordinary abilities, each as peculiar as the next, ranging from the useful to the futile, from the formidable to the feeble. The emergence of a prophetic power is certainly within the realm of possibility. She cannot simply dismiss others as charlatans without reason. The woman gazes at the nearby clock tower, a sense of familiarity washing over her, though upon closer inspection, the visage seems foreign. This peculiar sensation prompts her to approach and engage in conversation. "I am Lin Wanruan, hailing from Wind City. You seem oddly familiar." Suddenly, Xie Tao steps forward, positioning herself between them with a cheerful demeanor. Hello, I'm Xie Tao. Which one do you refer to? I've heard whispers of your prophetic abilities. Are they true?" Lin Wanruan's smile falters. "How do you know?" Her abilities are not widely known, as they stem not from her true power, but rather from the residual insights of her rebirth. Such an eye-catching ability as foresight warrants discretion. Xie Tao, seemingly oblivious to the subtleties of conversation, leans in with eager curiosity. Does your foresight require any preliminary action? Is it instantaneous, or does it necessitate a prolonged build-up? Lin Ruan casts a pleading glance toward her companion, her boyfriend, who immediately steps forward to her aid. Yet, before he can reach her, Xie Tao unexpectedly strikes. With a seemingly effortless motion, she delivers a light slap to Lin Ruan's chest, which propels her backward, crashing into her boyfriend's embrace. The impact causes him to stumble several steps, nearly colliding with a nearby pillar. The group of extraordinary individuals accompanying them, all of considerable skill, swiftly converges around Xie Tao, bewildered by her sudden aggression. They observe her expression of disappointment. Is this it? This foresight is rather underwhelming. Did her ability not forewarn her of this impending strike? Did it not alert her that I would take action? Is the build-up too lengthy? Xie Tao's genuine inquiry resonates with sincerity, yet to the others, it appears as a blatant provocation. Chapter 37. Show me what you foresee. The young man beside Lin Ruan immediately erupted in fury. The base they occupied was vast, and the leader was none other than his own elder brother. He was a formidable ability user himself, accustomed to being revered wherever he went. Lin Ruan was his girlfriend. To strike her was akin to striking him directly. Flames instantly engulfed the young man's arm as he charged forward with the speed of a small cannonball, aimed directly at Xie Tao's face. However, Zhong Shanqing reacted even more swiftly, silently appearing before Xie Tao and gently raising his hand. In the next moment, the fiery fist collided with Zhong Shanqing's palm, a chilling aura swiftly spreading from his hand to the young man's arm. As a fire ability user, the young man typically maintained a higher body temperature than ordinary people, perpetually feeling as though he had a fever. During hot weather, if he was not near ice, he would feel uncomfortably warm. Conversely, in cold weather, he felt no chill. Yet, at this moment, he shivered involuntarily, and the flames on his arm extinguished with a puff. Do not go too far. Zhong Shanqing's voice, though mild, carried an undertone of sarcasm. Our TaoTao hasn't utilized any ability. She merely tapped you lightly. She's barely 1.60 meters and weighs around 80 pounds. A slap from her lacks considerable force. Yet you, employing your abilities to bully a young girl, is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? His blatant double standards were evident to all, and he spoke with a slight smile, betraying no hint of insecurity. Initially calm, Xie Tao, standing behind Zhong Shanqing, could not help but laugh at his words. After laughing, she felt a tinge of annoyance. I'm 1.60 meters, all right. Perfectly so. Their nonchalant demeanor only served to infuriate the young man further. Clutching his slightly trembling arm, his immediate reaction was to call for help. There were 6 of them, while only Xie Tao and Zhong Shanqing stood against them, which seemed to tip the odds in their favor. Lin Ruan felt a dull ache in her chest. She coughed lightly and grasped the young man's arm. Go, I'm fine. Please calm down. Unfamiliar with Xie Tao, she recalled no such individual from her past life. This indicated that either Xie Tao had perished early or had failed to make a name for herself during the apocalypse. As for the man beside her, he bore a slight resemblance to someone familiar, yet she could not pinpoint who. What was most concerning was how Xie Tao knew that her ability was precognition. Few were aware of Lin Ruan's ability, primarily members of Zhao Linyan's team. Although they occasionally expressed dissatisfaction over sudden commands, they would not disseminate information regarding her abilities, especially since Zhao Linyan had recently issued a gag order. The more she pondered, the more her unease grew. Xie Tao, she had never heard of this name before and had never encountered her in her previous life. They are slapping you in the face, and you still defend them. I know you're kind-hearted, but remaining passive in such moments will only lead to contempt. Zhao Linyan signaled for his team members to gather around, his expression turning menacing. You too, apologize to my girlfriend. Otherwise, even if you are strong, can you truly take on 6? Why 6? Xie Tao inquired curiously, peering her head out. I know there's 6, she continued, crossing her arms. But we have 2 as well. Jin Chao? What are you saying? He was already stunned when Xie Tao initiated the confrontation. Zhong Jinliang had mentioned that this group had come from Fengcheng, the largest survivor base to date. Rumors had it that many capable ability users resided there. And Zhao Linyan's brother Zhao Linfeng had gathered a formidable group, forming a self-defense team. To provoke those from Fengcheng required careful consideration of one's own strength. Although their base, Xiangtao, had some scale, it paled in comparison to Fengcheng, akin to a county versus a city. This disparity was why Zhong Jinliang aimed to treat these newcomers favorably and establish a good rapport. Yet, Xie Tao had engaged them without hesitation. Jin Chao was bewildered. Unsure the reason behind the escalation, was there a grudge? As Zhao Linyan prepared to confront Xie Tao and his team, Jin Xiao felt compelled to intervene, given their shared bond. Thus, he stepped forward awkwardly. This must be a misunderstanding. Yes, fighting isn't good. Let us sit down and talk it over. Zhao Linyan let out a cold laugh, clearly uninterested in dialogue. He lunged forward, only to realize that his team members remained motionless. Zhao Linyan. He slowly turned to find the remaining 4 members, aside from his girlfriend, standing there, dazed and unmoving. It's just you two now, Xie Tao giggled, raising her hand as 2 small skeletons, Xiaobai and Xiaohong, emerged from the void, each adorning charming dresses, one wielding a mop and the other a broom, appearing adorably mischievous. Zhao Linyan paused, scrutinizing Xie Tao, noticing the tendrils of black mist entwining around her, spreading like fine threads that ensnared his companions. Xie Tao twirled in her dress, prompting her 4 teammates to mimic her movements, albeit stiffly. A necromancer's abilities extend beyond mere manipulation of corpses. Xie Tao specialized in binding souls to bodies. While she typically controlled corpses for convenience, she could also manipulate the souls of the living, albeit without the capacity for long-term contracts like with the deceased. Jin Xiao. It's about to get serious. He yearned to join in the fray, his hands itching as he focused on Zhao Linyan, ready to strike discreetly, only to be restrained by Xiaobai. Understanding his predicament, Xiaobai subtly nudged Jin Xiao, who then feigned ignorance, looking up at the sky. Ah, I see nothing. What lovely weather we have today. The breeze is delightful, and the sky is clear. Xie Tao pointed at Zhao Linyan Baiyu. Xiaohong and Xiaobai dashed forward, while the 4 manipulated teammates circled in from various angles. Zhao Linyan had previously felt confident due to his numbers, but now, with his comrades turned against him, his confidence waned. Yet, he retained some valor, shielding Lin Wanruan behind him. However, he could only maintain this for less than a minute before being sent sprawling across the ground. Xie Tao traversed the chaotic scene until she stood before Lin Wanruan, her smile radiating cuteness, akin to a sprightly, mischievous kitten. Now, can we have a proper chat? Lin Wanruan. She began to suspect that Xie Tao had indeed met an early demise in her past life. Otherwise, how could her abilities remain so unremarkable? Surely, she could have earned a moniker akin to Puppet Master among ability users. Lin Wanruan was adaptable, unlike Zhao Linyan, whose rigid temper often led to conflict. The adaptable would avoid confrontation. What would you like to ask? Is your ability truly prophetic? What have you foreseen? Xie Tao inquired with curiosity. Lin Wanruan hesitated, mustering the courage to respond. It is prophetic, but not in a manner that allows for complete control. The ability reveals to me only what I am meant to know. Xie Tao gazed at her, suddenly asserting, "You are lying." Lin Wanruan dared not meet Xie Tao's eyes. They were strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of innocence and clarity. However, upon prolonged observation, one could discern that the owner of those eyes possessed an uncanny perceptiveness, seeing through to the very core of one's being. "I am not lying," Lin Wanruan retorted through clenched teeth. "I simply know what will transpire in the future, though I cannot foresee every detail." She recounted several of her predictions, nearly all pertaining to Feng City. For instance, on a specific date, a group of ordinary individuals entering Feng City would include one who had been infected, but whose unique constitution had kept the symptoms at bay. It would not be until after entering the base that he would fully transform into a zombie, inciting chaos and resulting in numerous infections during the incident. She had made several such prophecies, which is why Zhao Linyan and Zhao Linfeng placed such trust in her, granting her considerable authority. Lin Wanruan could mobilize others to seal off the city in search of Zhong Shanjing, not merely because she was Zhao Linyan's girlfriend. "I cannot ascertain the truth of the past, but make a new prophecy now. Once you finish, you may take your boyfriend and leave," Xie Tao said with a smile. "Although my temper is not the best, I always keep my word." Lin Wanruan felt a slight perspiration on her forehead. She was not predicting the future, merely recounting the knowledge she had acquired in her previous life. The TaoTao survivor base was not particularly large, and had it not been for certain events, she might never have known of its existence. Thus, her sole understanding of the TaoTao base was that Jiang Xingji would soon bring about its destruction. She watched Zhao Linyan, who was being beaten, and gritted her teeth, revealing this information. True to her word, Xie Tao declared, "You may leave." Chapter 38. I know where Zhongshan Jing is. Xie Tao instantaneously withdrew her control. The several team members who had been pummeling Zhao Linyan, their fists still smeared with his blood, wore expressions of exhilaration. However, once the control dissipated, they stood there, dumbfounded, having just assaulted their superior. Even if they had acted under compulsion, the possibility of retribution loomed large. Consequently, they hastily scrambled to their feet, rushing to wipe the blood from Zhao Linyan's face and straighten his disheveled clothes. Zhao Linyan, however, swatted them away, clearly unaccustomed to such humiliation after many years. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. After brushing away the bystanders, he struggled to rise, and then proceeded to pull Lin Wanwan along. "Let's go?" His eyes were red-rimmed, betraying his simmering anger, and feeling powerless to retaliate. He resolved to remember this grievance and seek revenge at an opportune moment. Once they had departed, Zhongshan Jing approached Xie Tao and inquired, "You let them go, drawing your conclusions?" Her understanding was keen. Xie Tao feigned innocence. However, with Jin Xiao present, some topics were not suitable for discussion, prompting Xie Tao to urge him. "So, about Zhong Jinliang, right? Weren't you supposed to accompany them on a tour? You should catch up now." Jin Xiao was somewhat reluctant to pursue them, yet as a subordinate, he had no choice but to comply with his superior's orders. After all, he was relying on the salary provided by Zhong Jinliang and couldn't afford to be overly audacious. Thus, he begrudgingly set off, contemplating how to address the issue of Zhong Jinliang's esteemed guest having been assaulted. Would Zhong Jinliang accept this news? Clearly not. Once Jin Xiao had left, only Zhongshan Jing and two little skeletons bustling back to sweep remained. As Xie Tao walked back, she remarked, "I tested her. She possesses no precognitive abilities. If I were to say, her insights resemble a reenactment of events she has already experienced, as if she is following a predetermined script to predict what is about to transpire." Xie Tao's assertion that Lin Wanwan had witnessed an event unfold was based on the notion that her prophecy might indeed come to pass in the absence of Xie Tao's intervention. For instance, Lin Wanwan claimed that soon, Jiang Xingji would massacre the survivors of the TaoTao base. Had Jiang Xingji not encountered Xie Tao, he could have succumbed to darkness and ignored Zhong Jinwei's pleas, rushing to eliminate him and others from the research institute. Zhong Jinliang would certainly not permit such unrestrained behavior within the base. If conflict were to arise, a massacre at the base would be a likely outcome. Thus, under normal circumstances, the prophecy held validity. However, due to Xie Tao's interference, Jiang Xingji had managed to engage in a calm discussion with Zhong Jinwei, discovering that Zhong Jinwei was not the instigator. As a result, a massacre of the entire base would not occur. Instead, they would likely seek out the true mastermind and deal with him. Xie Tao, an anomaly from another world, ruled out her own involvement, thereby aligning the logic. This led her to conclude that Lin Wanwan had indeed lied, albeit not entirely, particularly after having immersed herself in numerous comics lately. Xie Tao's imagination flourished. She might be akin to someone who, upon being thrust into a narrative, discovers herself as the antagonist and seeks to alter her fate using the knowledge of the script she possesses. Zhongshan Jing interjected, "Why don't you suggest she is reincarnated?" Xie Tao smacked her palm in realization. "Oh right, that possibility seems more plausible. Perhaps before the world line reset. I never actually crossed over. If I can traverse worlds, it stands to reason that some individuals can be reborn. How is that normal?" Zhongshan Jing internally questioned, filled with the desire to retort. Nonetheless, he took a moment to ponder the implications of their assertion, that he was the zombie king destined to annihilate the world. Without Xie Tao, no one could restrain him and allow for rational thought. Thus, it was entirely conceivable that he could indeed bring about the world's demise. Which reasonably explained why, despite having no enmity with anyone, there were those seeking to apprehend him. "I demonstrated foresight by adjusting your appearance to prevent them from recognizing you," Xie Tao declared proudly, placing her hands on her hips. "Now that we understand she lacks foresight, there is little concern. What is the saying in your world? Something about a butterfly flapping its wings. Are you referring to the butterfly effect?" "Exactly. A trivial variable can precipitate monumental changes. Moreover, for someone like me, who is invariably the focal point in any world, all subsequent events will deviate from her knowledge. Her precognitive abilities will soon become obsolete," Xie Tao stated confidently. She appeared genuinely self-assured, yet, inexplicably, her arrogance seemed endearing. Upon reflection, Xie Tao deduced that this phenomenon arose from her identity. Had another individual made such self-aggrandizing claims, they would likely be met with disdain. Realizing his own double standards, Zhongshan Jing had no intention of altering his stance. After all, double standards were a fundamental aspect of human nature. "So, you don't plan to keep an eye on her? If she doesn't seek trouble," Xie Tao mused, though she doubted this possibility. Once Lin Wanwan and her associates recognized Zhongshan Jing's identity, trouble would inevitably follow. They would likely attempt to stifle the threat before Zhongshan Jing could evolve into a new zombie king. Until they possessed the means to contain him, no one would willingly cede control to Zhongshan Jing. Xie Tao entrusted the initiative to Zhongshan Jing precisely because she believed in his strength. She was unconcerned with whether he would comply or cause chaos. If he did create trouble, she simply needed to restrain him. I will make an effort, Zhongshan Jing asserted earnestly. Such matters are left to fate. If she discovers, then so be it. Xie Tao merely abhorred complications. However, should Zhongshan Jing's value outweigh the potential trouble, she would certainly strive to resolve the issue. Xie Tao patted Zhongshan Jing on the shoulder. There is still plenty of litter to dispose of, don't slack off. Zhongshan Jing merely sighed in response. Jin Chao jogged to catch up with Zhao Linyan, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Zhong Jinliang asked me to show you around the base. Do you want to explore now? Zhao Linyan, nearly exasperated, snapped, No. There's no need for your company here. You should go wherever you need to. Feigning disappointment, Jin Chao replied, Then I shall take my leave. He turned on his heel, his steps suddenly light as he hurried off to find Zhong Jinliang. Realizing he needed to inform him of the situation, lest he learn of it through another's lips and face a pay cut, Jin Chao swiftly located the busy Zhong Jinliang, who appeared to be conversing with someone. Upon noticing Jin Chao, he waved the other individual away. Jin Chao glanced back, recognizing the young man as someone he had encountered before. However, pressing matters required his immediate attention, and he promptly set aside that thought. Boss, there's been an incident. Zhong Jinliang's heart raced at the thought of Jin Chao accompanying Zhao Linyan and the others. What happened? Take your time. There's no need to rush. Remaining calm, Jin Chao replied. Zhao Linyan was attacked. Zhong Jinliang was taken aback. He had initially anticipated that an issue might arise due to Zhao Linyan and his companions behaving aggressively or attempting to seize something. It was not unusual for individuals from the main base to be somewhat overbearing. One could simply accommodate them, as the base would offer compensation for any damages incurred. However, the shocking revelation that Zhao Linyan had been the one assaulted was utterly unexpected. Is there anyone in their base capable of defeating Zhao Linyan? Even if there is, can they contend against Zhao Linyan accompanied by so many others? Zhong Jinliang's pupils dilated in shock, utterly bewildered by how the situation had escalated to this point. Who struck? How did it happen? What is going on? Is the situation grave? Where have the individuals gone? What was Zhao Linyan's response? It was Xie Tao who struck, but the details remain unclear. It seems manageable, not overly serious. Zhao Linyan was enraged and likely sought a place to recuperate. This, however, is uncertain. Jin Chao, at least, did not feign ignorance entirely, but his lack of knowledge on 6 critical questions was still exasperating. Zhong Jinliang slammed the table vehemently. Whom are you trying to deceive? Isn't Xie Tao merely a caretaker? Who would believe that a caretaker managed to best Zhao Linyan? Jin Chao appeared innocently bewildered. If you inquire of me, whom should I ask? I, too, am curious how a caretaker managed to defeat Zhao Linyan, though I did not witness it. Zhong Jinliang retorted. What were you doing at that moment? Enjoying the scenery, Jin Chao replied with unwarranted confidence. Zhong Jinliang was at a loss for words. Rising, he resolved to find Zhao Linyan, determined not to let this matter escalate. The repercussions could be too cumbersome. After all, Zhao Linyan was not an ordinary ability user. He was the younger brother of Zhao Linfeng, the ruler of Wind City. Their bond was not akin to that of Zhong Jinyang and Zhong Jiwei. They were true brothers who would undoubtedly not stand idly by while one was assaulted. Zhong Jinliang had no time to ponder other matters. He prioritized resolving this issue first. Meanwhile, Zhao Linyan felt utterly humiliated. After all, being bested in front of his girlfriend and numerous subordinates was exceedingly embarrassing. However, he could not possibly disclose this event to his brother, considering that it was a woman who had struck him. Was he to turn to his brother and say, Brother, I was bested by a woman from a small base. Please avenge me. Men are inherently prideful creatures. They prefer to avenge themselves rather than seek their brother's intervention, which would only compound the humiliation. At that moment, someone suddenly emerged to block their path. It was none other than Wu Xiaoqiao. You are searching for Zhongshan Jing, correct? I know where Zhongshan Jing is. Chapter 39. So what if I did it? Wu Xiaoqiao was not entirely certain that Zhongshan Jing was indeed the person they were searching for. She had merely caught a glimpse of the wanted poster and thought that Zhongshan Jing bore a resemblance to the image on it. Additionally, she had heard Xie Tao mention the name Zhongshan Jing, which prompted her to stir up some trouble for Xie Tao. having suffered 2 setbacks at Xie Tao's hands. She felt compelled to retaliate. Otherwise, Xie Tao might genuinely consider her an easy target. With this notion in mind, Wu Xiaoxiao eavesdropped on the conversation between Zhao Linyan and his companions before intercepting him. She waited until Jin Chao had departed before approaching Zhao Linyan and his group. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind their pursuit of Zhongshan Jing, her intent was simply to create some inconvenience for them. Even though I don't know why you're looking for Zhongshan Jing, didn't you just see him? Wu Xiaoxiao remarked coolly. Could it be that you didn't recognize him at all? Zhao Linyan and Lin Ruan exchanged glances, and in that instant, they recalled the young man who had stood beside Xie Tao. He seemed vaguely familiar, yet strangely alien upon closer inspection. Zhongshan Jing. Unbeknownst to Xie Tao, Wu Xiaoxiao had already made contact with Zhao Linyan and his group. After tidying up her room, though it was really Xiao He and Xiao Bai who had done the cleaning, Xie Tao stepped outside. She intended to purchase some new seeds for her large balcony garden, envisioning strawberries as a delightful addition that would yield a harvest she could enjoy. However, upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered Zhong Jinliang, whose expression was one of utter disarray. He hurriedly approached her, adjusting himself slightly upon seeing her. I heard you hit Zhao Linyan. Yes, Xie Tao replied, never one to deny her actions. She had done it, and there was no reason to conceal the truth. Zhao Linyan interjected, I don't believe it. How could you, a mere caregiver, possibly defeat Zhao Linyan? As he spoke, his voice cracked with disbelief. You're joking, right? Xie Tao looked at him with pity, her expression gradually wiping the smile off his face. Zhong Jinliang paced back and forth, clearly agitated. What on earth happened that escalated to this point? Xie Tao recounted the incident with a straight face. His girlfriend claimed to have precognitive abilities, which I didn't believe. So, I pushed her, and lo and behold, she didn't foresee it. Then Zhao Linyan came up to hit me, and I ended up hitting him instead. She conveyed the story with utter sincerity, watching Zhong Jinliang's expression morph into one of horror. Zhong Jinliang's face contorted, struggling to comprehend how Xie Tao could have struck Zhao Linyan, even with Zhongshan Jing's assistance. It was evident that she was no ordinary caregiver. Her capabilities were formidable. Zhong Jinliang was acutely aware that offending Zhao Linyan could have dire consequences, potentially jeopardizing the survival of their base in Fengqing. He was naturally the type to avoid making enemies, and after mulling over the situation, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts. What am I supposed to do now? You've caused quite the stir. That's the young master of Fengqing, and you've crossed him. You'll have to be vigilant when you're out and about, lest someone come after you. How about this? You join our base's security team, and I'll speak to him. If the situation isn't too severe, perhaps we can resolve it amicably. Xie Tao saw through his intentions. He merely believed that Zhao Linyan would be too prideful to report a woman attacking him to his elder brother. Even if he did, Zhao Linfeng, being the leader of a large base, would possess the foresight to not retaliate against an entire base for a single incident. There was indeed a way to navigate this situation, and it wasn't as dire as it appeared. However, Zhong Jinliang could exploit this opportunity to intimidate Xie Tao, hoping to recruit such a powerful ability user into his private circle. It must be said, Zhong Jinliang was far more astute than his younger brother, Zhong Jinwei. In this regard, he was the type suited for leadership, charming yet unscrupulous. Xie Tao perceived his motives with clarity, her previous encounters with such individuals having rendered her somewhat jaded. No, thank you. If he truly wishes to retaliate, let him come. If it comes to that, I'll simply seek refuge in the second largest base and join their security team. Zhong Jinliang's expression froze, taken aback by Xie Tao's cunning disposition, which belied her seemingly innocent appearance. If one day I truly become a being akin to the zombie king, how far will I be from you? Zhongshan Jing suddenly found himself curious about this notion. Xie Tao gestured with her fingers, the distance between them appearing deceptively close. Before Zhongshan Jing could fully appreciate this moment of comfort, Xie Tao exclaimed, Haha, I was just teasing you. It's still worlds apart. Zhongshan Jing. Xie Tao truly is a mischievous woman. Then, with a beaming smile, she continued, due to the differing power systems, my realm is one of high magic, while yours can only be classified as low magic. To put it plainly, no matter how formidable the martial arts world may be, it cannot compare to the titans of the immortal realm. Zhongshan Jing. However, if one day you manage to transcend the limits of this world and continue to ascend, you will eventually behold the vistas I have seen. As she uttered these words, there was an unusual gravity in her demeanor. Typically, her expression was one of playful innocence, as if she were untouched by the weight of the world. Appearing rather juvenile at times, not at all like someone who had traversed the ages. Yet, in this moment, her gaze was profoundly piercing and deep, conveying a sense of having endured much, having climbed to the pinnacle, only to look back at those below, observing the successors chasing her shadow. Imbued with a hint of compassion, Zhong Shanjing exhaled deeply, feeling a tremor in his fingertips, not from anger or resentment, but from excitement. Xie Tao had unveiled vistas to him that he ought not to have witnessed, liberating him from the confines of his own world. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. After Xie Tao spoke, she returned to her cheerful demeanor. If you allow me to dissect you, I promise to guide you. Why not become my apprentice? Though your talent is rather mediocre, I would never disdain you. You merely wish to dissect me. Zhong Shanjing retorted, placing a hand atop her head, inciting Xie Tao to swat at his hand in exasperation. I genuinely intend to teach you. You are sincerely eager to dissect me. Eventually, once you possess a laboratory, you will find it impossible to refuse my requests. Xie Tao declared with unwavering confidence, taking 2 steps forward before turning back to gaze at Zhong Shanjing, offering a reluctant consolation. I was just kidding earlier. Your talent is quite commendable. Keep it up. Chapter 40. A sudden change. Zhang Jinyang suppressed a breath within him and prepared to seek out Zhao Linyan, hoping to gauge his sentiments. However, upon reaching the doorway, he encountered Jin Chao exiting. Where is Zhao Linyan? He inquired. He has left, Jin Chao replied, appearing somewhat bewildered. Didn't he inform you? Zhong Jinliang felt a wave of unease wash over him. Zhao Linyan and his entourage had departed in haste, as if compelled by urgent matters, leaving without uttering a word. Initially, Jin Chao had come to deliver something, but upon seeing them leave, he merely greeted them, only to be ignored. Zhong Jinliang began to question his earlier assumptions. Could it be that Zhao Linyan had truly cast aside his pride to reclaim his honor? Perhaps he bore a deep-seated grudge and, in a fit of anger, decided to return home to seek retribution against Xie Tao and the survivors at the TaoTao base? Within mere minutes, a multitude of possibilities raced through Zhong Jinliang's mind, prompting him to anxiously pace as he resolved to chase after them. Never mind, I'll go alone. Jin Chao, lacking in emotional intelligence, feared that his interference might escalate the situation further. He decided to pursue Zhao Linyan himself. After all, it was imperative not to exacerbate matters. Just as Zhong Jinliang dashed outside, he encountered a young man approaching. About what happened earlier, he began. Let us discuss it later. I have pressing matters to attend to. Zhong Jinliang felt a sense of despair. What was once a promising opportunity to foster a beneficial relationship with Fengqing now seemed lost. Soup? Perhaps a broth of ashes? He mused, contemplating how to extricate Xie Tao from the base. He deemed her a troublemaker, and if she remained, calamity was bound to follow. In his haste, he failed to notice Jin Chao casting a puzzled glance at the young man. Why is it him again? Jiang Xingji had refrained from bothering Xie Tao in recent days, seemingly preoccupied with other tasks. Zhong Shanjing felt a peculiar relief at this, as he harbored an aversion to Jiang Xingji. Though he could not articulate the reasons for his dislike, the mere sight of Jiang Xingji near Xie Tao unsettled him. Conversely, Zhong Jinwei had visited twice, delivering items to Xie Tao. In no time, Zhong Shanjing observed Xie Tao tinkering with dissection tools. Wasn't he Xie Tao joking about dissection? He pondered. I never jest about such matters. Xie Tao exclaimed upon hearing his skepticism. I've anticipated this since the day I found you. The only reason it hasn't happened is due to environmental constraints, as some tools were malfunctioning and I couldn't replenish them. Now, having met Zhong Jinwei, a fellow researcher well-versed in biology, she procured additional dissection tools from him. Zhong Jinwei had been visiting to bring supplies, his curiosity piqued by the enigmatic creatures. Xiao He and Xiao Bai. He eagerly inquired, what are you planning to dissect? Animals or humans? Why do you care? Xie Tao retorted, unwilling to divulge her plans. After gathering her materials, she unceremoniously pushed him out, much like a callous man dismissing a former acquaintance. Unfamiliar with the dissection tools of this era, Xie Tao first practiced on the small animals intended for Xiao He and Xiao Bai's meals, such as rabbits. Zhong Shanjing glanced on, utterly disinterested in food as he watched her familiarize herself with the instruments. After dissecting a rabbit, Xie Tao turned to find Zhong Shanjing reclining peacefully on the sofa, appearing as if he had been dissected himself. After washing her hands, she leaped onto him, causing him to bounce slightly, and gleefully remarked, zombies lack pain receptors, right? If they do, just endure. It won't be too slow. Zhong Shanjing was taken aback. Xie Tao, you have no heart. He rolled over to face the sofa, but she clung to him from behind. Turn around, Look at me. Say you consent. Slowly, he acquiesced, turning to gaze into her eyes, which sparkled like a starless night sky. Fine, I consent. He understood that Xie Tao's desire to study him stemmed largely from curiosity, but also from a deeper, more personal reason. His body was flawed, prone to moments of instability. Zhong Shanjing was unafraid of pain. He merely enjoyed teasing Xie Tao. Yet, after she flung herself onto him, he found he could no longer maintain the charade. Eventually, he muttered, "You're on top of me." Xie Tao blinked in surprise, realizing her position. Wait, zombies can feel too? Just then, Jin Chao knocked on the door, his head peeking in. What scandalous discussions are you engaging in? Allow me to listen. He had come to inquire about Zhao Linyan, but was met with an unexpected scene. After a moment of realization, he grinned. I'll return later. Is half an hour sufficient? If not, I can wait an hour. 5 minutes will suffice, Xie Tao declared. Jin Chao's cool demeanor crumbled into astonishment. Only 5 minutes? Zhong Shanjing, typically composed, could no longer restrain his amusement. Please refrain from saying things that might lead others to misunderstand. It's clearly your minds that are impure, Xie Tao exclaimed, hopping off the sofa. I, however, am a pure magical girl. Unlike you two. Even Jin Chao was left speechless when he finally departed. A half hour had passed. Yes, he had calmly stayed for dinner, for the braised rabbit was indeed delectable. Once he left, Xie Tao tucked herself in, preparing for slumber. Yet, barely 2 hours into her rest, chaos erupted. Initially, distant sounds of commotion reached her ears, which soon spread closer. Still groggy from sleep, Xie Tao was roused with a hint of irritability. Xiao He, perceptive as ever, ventured outside to gather information, relaying the unfolding situation moments later. Within minutes, Xie Tao was fully awake. Upon seeing her emerge from the room, Zhong Shanjing recognized the glimmer in her eyes, indicating that the events unfolding could prove most interesting. Just then, Jin Chao, having recently settled down, pounded on the door, declaring, "Something has occurred. Don't go back to sleep. I must assemble the group. Be careful." "We'll depart as well," Xie Tao responded, quickly donning a jacket and pulling Zhong Shanjing along as they made their way outside. Although the TaoTao survivor base is not a large sanctuary, it has been managed quite well by Zhong Jinliang, resulting in a recent influx of residents. Not long ago, Zhong Jinliang was contemplating whether to expand the base. Consequently, the TaoTao survivor base now hosts a considerable number of survivors. However, at this moment, a multitude of zombies is relentlessly attacking the crowd. While those with abilities still possess some means of resistance, ordinary individuals, particularly those unawares in the depths of night, have fallen prey to bites and infections in their slumber. By the time most awaken, the situation has spiraled beyond control. With the mingling of humans and zombies, it becomes nearly impossible to distinguish between the two without illumination. Everyone can only grasp whatever weapons lie at hand, retaliating against any who assail them, and amidst this chaos, the circumstances deteriorate further. The self-defense squad of the TaoTao survivor base hastily assembled, with Jin Chao wielding a loudspeaker, urgently calling out, "Do not panic. The living, gather in this direction." Amidst the turmoil, the sound of an infant's cries echoed incessantly. Each time the wail pierced the air, the zombies seemed to be provoked, growing increasingly agitated. This is, Zhong Shanjing squinted, bewildered, for the day, and even the early night, had been remarkably tranquil. Furthermore, every individual entering the TaoTao survivor base should have undergone isolation and observation, particularly the ordinary folk. How could there suddenly be a large number of infected individuals? Could it be that an ability user, concealing their injuries, infiltrated the TaoTao survivor base, only to transform into a zombie this very night? Xie Tao seemingly discerned his thoughts and, crossing her arms, remarked, "They brought it in themselves. It's uncertain whether it was released intentionally or by accident. Shall we take a gamble? I wager it was intentional." "I too surmise it was deliberate," Zhong Shanjing retorted indignantly. "Damn it. If that is the case, there is nothing to bet on. You were much more endearing when I first met you. Now you've grown increasingly wicked." Xie Tao huffed in annoyance. "Isn't it only natural that one becomes influenced by their surroundings?" Zhong Shanjing asserted confidently. While the two conversed, some injured individuals abruptly transformed into zombies at an unnaturally rapid pace, launching attacks on those nearby. In an instant, the TaoTao survivor base was engulfed in chaos. Chapter 41. The hidden manipulator. In a typical scenario, an ordinary individual, upon suffering an injury from a zombie bite, would take over 10 hours to succumb to the infection, with those possessing robust constitutions even managing to hold out for 2 or 3 days. while the week may last only 5 or 6 hours. However, before my eyes, numerous individuals, scarcely having time to utter a cry after being bitten, were rapidly transforming into zombies. The speed of this transformation was astonishing, leaving those around them utterly unprepared, leading to an alarming increase in the number of zombies within the crowd and, consequently, a rising toll of human casualties. This tumultuous riot began without a whisper, and no one could fathom the catalyst behind such chaos. Xie Tao seized a nearby zombie, and a black luminescence unfurled from her, akin to fine threads. Penetrating the creature's body, she conducted a cursory examination of the zombie. It bore significant differences from the others she had encountered previously. Typically, humans metamorphose into zombies due to the infection of the zombie virus, which voraciously consumes their cells and ultimately spreads to the brain. Yet, this particular zombie exuded the impression that the virus had been directly injected into its brain, precipitating an extraordinarily swift transformation. Moreover, the viral strain within this zombie exhibited subtle variances from those she had previously encountered, suggesting it had undergone a certain mutation, a familiar yet foreign new strain. Seek out Zhang Xingji, she instructed, her mind racing. Zhong Jianwei had astutely recognized the source of the problem. Xie Tao nodded, unleashing her companions, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, to regain control of the situation. She lacked the time to tame each zombie individually, opting instead to have them manage the chaos. To quell this uprising, one must address the root cause. The issue had arisen 2 hours prior. After a private discussion between Zhang Xingji and Zhong Jianwei, it became evident that a true puppet master lurked behind the scenes, manipulating Zhong Jianwei while utilizing Zhang Xingji as a mere pawn, undoubtedly someone from the Research Institute. Identifying this individual and understanding their motives became imperative. Thus, while outwardly maintaining distance, the two had been discreetly investigating the matter and exchanging intelligence. 2 hours ago, just before midnight, Zhong Jianwei had transmitted the latest intelligence to Zhang Xingji before returning to the research facility. His relationship with Zhong Jinliang was strained. Although temporarily residing at the TaoTao survivor base, he had no intention of engaging with Zhong Jinliang. Zhong Jianwei merely wished to fulfill his agreement with Zhong Jinliang and, upon completion, distance himself from the TaoTao survivor base to seek refuge elsewhere. His disdain for Zhong Jinliang was profound, and had it not been for the many innocent researchers ensnared in their predicament, he would never have considered contacting him. Nonetheless, it was precisely this aversion that led to their pact. Upon concluding the research, he would present the results to Zhong Jinliang, thereby earning his freedom. Zhong Jianwei dedicated himself tirelessly to the research, remaining secluded in the facility, emerging only when necessary, all in pursuit of completing his work swiftly and escaping the TaoTao survivor base. Dressed and gloved, Zhong Jianwei prepared to embark on a new round of research. Inspired by an unusual zombie, he had discovered a unique toxin from it, which he had meticulously extracted and studied, aiming to develop a vaccine that would prevent humans infected by the virus from transforming into zombies. He understood this would be a lengthy endeavor, yet he believed he could formulate a potion that would delay the transformation process. Should he succeed, it would mark a monumental breakthrough, elevating Zhong Jinliang's status within the TaoTao survivor base and enabling trade of precious resources with other bases. Thus, despite his personal disdain for Zhong Jianwei, Zhong Jinliang had provided him with favorable conditions, frequently pressing him for progress, much to Zhong Jianwei's annoyance. If such a critical research project could be completed swiftly, he would be nothing short of a genius, a deity in this new world. Zhong Jianwei's team members approached, presenting the data from the previous research phase for him to summarize. The contagion of this virus was indeed terrifying. As he perused the documents, he remarked, its transmission rate surpasses that of ordinary zombie viruses, thankfully. However, its vulnerability to countermeasures is also greater, and its structure is far less complex than that of typical viruses. This presents us with a unique opportunity. Standing beside him, a bespectacled youth smiled and added, had its structure been more intricate, we might have faced a much longer timeline to discern its properties. Indeed, Zhong Jianwei replied, his gaze fixed on the documents, until he suddenly inquired, Zhao Qi, one of the test subjects is missing a finger. Do you have any idea why? Zhao Qi, the bespectacled youth, looked bewildered. Missing a finger? I have no knowledge of that. Since we last extracted the virus, we haven't reopened the container. Correct. I haven't opened it again. Zhong Jianwei emphasized the word I. Yet, it is undeniably missing a finger. What do you mean? Zhao Qi furrowed his brow. Are you implying I had something to do with it? Zhong Jianwei shook his head slowly. However, very few individuals had access to the container. I fear someone may have released the virus. If that occurs, humanity may face extinction. You understand its perilous nature. Hence, I believe an internal investigation is warranted to recover that finger. I see. I will cooperate with you. However, we should not only investigate internally. During the transfer from the Research Institute to the TaoTao survivor base, a group of ability users also had contact with that container. It would be prudent to conduct a thorough examination of everyone involved. Zhao Qi adjusted his glasses and continued. You seem to harbor some animosity toward your brother. I'll discuss this matter with Zhong Jinliang. You should remain focused on your research. No, I will confront him, Zhong Jianwei countered. Zhao Qi appeared slightly displeased. Our strengths differ. It is wise to play to our respective roles. Have you been feeling unwell lately? You seem rather peculiar, as if someone has said something to you. Nothing of the sort, Zhong Jianwei replied coolly. He is, after all, my brother, even if I harbor no fondness for him. As long as I reside in the TaoTao survivor base, I must inevitably confront him. In that case, it would be better to attempt communication. After a moment of silence, Zhao Qi conceded, very well, go ahead. I hope you navigate this conversation without incident, considering your lack of proficiency in such matters. Understood, Zhong Jianwei replied, closing the documents in hand. I shall depart shortly. He appeared to be leisurely in his actions, seemingly unhurried, except when engaged in experimentation. Zhao Qi watched him as he methodically tidied up and summarized the data, struggling to suppress his own impatience as he observed Zhong Jianwei leave. No sooner had Zhong Jianwei departed than Zhao Qi followed suit, genuinely intending to discuss the issue with Zhong Jinliang. The brother-strained relationship, combined with one possessing a low emotional quotient, rendered the prospect of their conversation particularly awkward. Zhong Jinwei conducted himself with utmost professionalism, stating firmly that the missing finger must be retrieved. Otherwise, should even one individual become infected, it could pose a significant danger. If the infected are not promptly attended to, the risk of further contagion could culminate in a catastrophic disaster for humanity. Zhong Jinliang, resembling a boy with a forced smile, acknowledged the request, promising to take it seriously. He urged immediate mobilization of all personnel to investigate the matter, as it had been several days since its disappearance, and any delay only heightened the peril. Zhong Jinwei spoke candidly, insisting that all other matters should be set aside until this issue was resolved. I will, Zhong Jinliang replied, continuing to maintain his facade of a smile. After Zhong Jinwei departed, Zhou Xiaoqi entered, inquiring if Zhong Jinliang had been visited. He came, and indeed he is quite troublesome. When will this research ever conclude? In Zhou Xiaoqi's presence, Zhong Jinliang could no longer conceal his genuine emotions. His expression darkening as he remarked, if it weren't for the fact that only he can expedite this project, I would have dealt with him long ago. At this pace, it seems we are in for an extended wait. I have already stated that this research progresses slowly. It is not as simple as you envision. Zhou Xiaoqi retorted with sarcasm, suggesting that Zhong Jinliang should first contemplate how to manage his younger brother. If he discovers that I took something, what could possibly ensue? He chuckled, adding, why not just inform him? If he wishes to abandon the research, we could leverage his life as a threat. But what if he no longer valued his life? It was incomprehensible what thoughts occupied the mind of this bookish fool. Irritated, Zhong Jinliang urged, you devise a way to dismiss this matter. Hurry and have him produce the item. When the time comes, I'll claim my share of fame and fortune, and let him fend for himself. Just as Zhou Xiaoqi was about to respond, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Xingji, who stood at the threshold, expressionless, and declared, I have found it. Chapter 42. The Selfish One's Destruction. Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei devised a plan wherein Zhong Jinwei would fish, hoping to see if anyone would take the bait. To their astonishment, he caught not one, but two substantial fish. It turned out that the object was placed there by Jiang Xingji himself. Holding up the severed finger, his gaze was icy. Zhou Xiaoqi, I have treated you fairly. Initially, Jiang Xingji could have chosen to disregard everyone at the Research Institute, as they were mere strangers sharing the same refuge, with no real connection between them. However, due to their status as researchers, most of whom were utterly defenseless, Jiang Xingji took it upon himself to undertake the perilous task of scavenging for supplies, alongside a few security personnel and others hiding in the same location. Empathizing with their plight, he believed that even if Zhou Xiaoqi lacked gratitude, such treachery should not have been his response. In hindsight, it became evident that Zhou Xiaoqi was precisely that sort of person. Not only did he manipulate Jiang Xingji, by placing the severed finger on him to lure away a portion of the zombies, thereby rendering the vicinity of the research institute somewhat safer. But he also exhibited a blatant disregard for the safety of Jiang Xingji and his group. Simultaneously, he betrayed Zhong Jinwei, as evidenced by his conversations with Zhong Jinliang, wherein they conspired to deceive Zhong Jinwei into hastening the research of the object, with plans to eliminate him afterward and credit Zhou Xiaoqi as the true researcher of the serum. Though Zhou Xiaoqi was a researcher, he paled in comparison to the genius that Zhong Jinwei represented. However, once he acquired the serum and grasped the entire process, replicating it would prove to be a trivial task. With newfound fame, he could continually supply Zhong Jinliang with the serum, who would then utilize it to exchange for valuable resources with other bases. Both men would achieve their desires while simultaneously ridding themselves of Zhong Jinwei, whom Zhong Jinliang despised. In their minds, they had pulled off a lucrative scheme. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xingji not only survived but awakened extraordinary powers, even altering his identity to infiltrate the base and ally with Zhong Jinwei to uncover the masterminds behind the betrayal. With a dark glint in his eyes, Jiang Xingji vowed not to let Zhou Xiaoqi and Zhong Jinliang escape unscathed. In the darkness, an ominous black mist began to emanate from him, spreading outward. Zhou Xiaoqi reacted swiftly. He is just an ordinary person. If we kill him and capture Zhong Jinwei, no one will know what transpired. Zhong Jinliang, also possessing abilities, was exceedingly cautious. A security team resided nearby, and he quickly rang the alarm, summoning the team for protection. Zhou Xiaoqi, lacking combat prowess, retreated to the back, waiting for Zhong Jinliang to deal with Jiang Xingji. In mere seconds, the black mist enveloped Zhong Jinliang, who felt the chilling tendrils brush against him. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed as the mist dissolved his hand upon contact, causing him to retreat frantically, but it was too late. Below the elbow, his hand vanished without a trace, leaving behind a smooth wound, devoid of blood. You said he had no abilities. Zhong Jinliang cursed, his words becoming his last as the agile black mist expanded rapidly upon sensing his retreat, engulfing him in an instant. He barely managed a half-hearted scream before silence fell. When the mist receded, all that remained was a dark crimson pool, devoid of any recognizable remains. Zhou Xiaoqi's face turned pale as he realized Jiang Xingji not only survived, but had awakened such terrifying powers. Without hesitation, he fled, only to collide with the approaching rescue team. The leader was none other than the overworked vice captain, who had just awoken to the commotion. Upon arrival, he spotted Jiang Xingji and the fleeing Zhou Xiaoqi. Having encountered Jiang Xingji before at a party hosted by Xie Tao, they both acknowledged each other as mutual acquaintances, leading to a moment of hesitation rather than immediate conflict. What transpired here? The vice captain inquired, noticing Zhong Jinliang's absence and furrowing his brow in confusion. I won't harm you. I only seek to eliminate him. We have a personal vendetta, Jiang Xingji explained grudgingly for Xie Tao's sake. Zhou Xiaoqi shouted from behind the crowd. He killed Zhong Jinliang. That pool is Zhong Jinliang's corpse. You cannot let him escape. The vice captain, bewildered, pondered. Is that really Zhong Jinliang? I will not let him go. He has killed 7 or 8 of my teammates. Jiang Xingji asserted, manipulating the black mist. I will only kill him, but if you insist on intervening, I will not hold back. He could spare the vice captain, but others were not allies of Xie Tao. Jiang Xingji, he is trying to harm. Zhong Jinwei, who had been eavesdropping from a distance, spotted Zhou Xiaoqi lurking at the back. He seized the nearest ability user in a frenzy, scratching him. Caught off guard by his own teammate's betrayal, the ability user had no time to defend himself. After being injured, he quickly shoved Zhou Xiaoqi away, who tumbled to the ground and sneered. Did you truly think I left no contingency plans? With that, he bolted, and as someone instinctively attempted to stop him, they witnessed the injured ability user kneel and clutch his throat, making strange choking sounds, although he had not been injured there. Before the teammate could react, Zhong Jinwei's voice rang out, stay away from him. He has turned into a zombie. How could this be? This was the first thought that crossed the mind of the stunned teammate. Setting aside the time it typically takes for someone to turn into a zombie, this individual was an ability user who, by nature, was less susceptible to infection, and besides, no zombies had harmed him. Suddenly, the kneeling ability user lunged at him. His face pale and veins bulging, eyes rolling uncontrollably, saliva dripping from his mouth. Upon tackling his teammate, he bit into the throat, eliciting a scream as they both rolled on the ground, quickly falling silent. Jiang Xingji had intended to pursue Zhou Xiaoqi, but was halted by Zhong Jinwei's frantic cries. We must prevent the virus from spreading. Zhou Xiaoqi must have infected that ability user with the extracted virus. Thinking of Xie Tao still present in the base, Jiang Xingji clicked his tongue, halting his pursuit to address the two already infected ability users. The vice captain, still in the dark about the situation, hesitated, while Zhong Jinwei, having met him before, recognized his identity, recalling that he was among those who came to escort him initially. Zhou Xiaoqi extracted an abnormal virus from a zombie's body and infected those too. Stay away from them. This virus is extremely unusual. The infection spreads rapidly, and even ability users cannot resist it. Do not touch them. The nearby superhumans recoiled in fear. When confronted by zombies, most superhumans felt secure due to their resistance to infection and their formidable combat prowess. However, the prospect of a virus capable of instantaneously infecting superhumans was terrifying. I will deal with them, pursued Zhou Xiaoqi. If Zhou Xiaoqi managed to escape, Jiang Xingji would undoubtedly be furious. Aware of this, Zhong Jinwei seized the vice captain and stumbled off in search of Zhou Xiaoqi. Zhou Xiaoqi did not flee outside the base, perhaps realizing it was futile. Instead, he returned to the laboratory. When Zhong Jinwei arrived, he witnessed Zhou Xiaoqi raising a bench and forcefully striking it against a container. Zhou Xiaoqi, Zhong Jinwei exclaimed in despair, without hesitation dragging the vice captain back outside. The vice captain, bewildered, questioned, "What on earth are you doing?" "That container contains a zombie." Breathless, Zhong Jinwei replied, "We must find Xie Tao. We cannot handle this." Just as they escaped the laboratory, the sound of a baby's wail echoed behind them. Zhong Jinwei gritted his teeth, cursing Zhou Xiaoqi. He never anticipated that Zhou Xiaoqi would release a zombie merely to create chaos. If no one could control that zombie, everyone would perish. Given the virus's rapid transmission and the overwhelming strength that even superhumans could not withstand, it was feared that all survivor bases would be obliterated, and humanity itself might face extinction. Zhong Jinwei dared not dwell on these thoughts, resolutely pulling the vice captain to seek out Xie Tao, convinced that Xie Tao might hold the key to resolving everything. The zombie, drenched and submerged in the medicinal liquid, awakened from its forced slumber. It appeared akin to an infant, yet lacked the innocent smile, revealing razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a shark. Its eyes, devoid of warmth, glowed crimson, and its pallid skin oozed vibrant red fluid from every pore. Awakened and in a state of ravenous hunger, the zombie inhaled the pervasive scent of humanity in the air, emitting a sound resembling laughter mingled with cries. Here, there was an abundance of food. Chapter 43. Let us call you Xiaohong thus unfolds the entirety of events that transpired merely 2 hours ago. Zhou Xiaoqi unleashed the mutant progenitor, biting ordinary individuals, resulting in a rapid spread of the virus among the populace. In an instant, the TaoTao survivor base was plunged into chaos. Seizing the moment while the progenitor was not yet fully awakened, he made his escape. Zhou Xiaoqi had conceived a clever plan. As long as the base was in disarray, no scrutiny would hinder his flight. Amidst the turmoil, he slipped away, with no one the wiser about his destination. He believed that by finding a small base to conceal himself and bide his time, he would ultimately attain safety. In his haste to flee, Zhou Xiaoqi dared not carry much. He took only a few precious items and began stealthily moving toward the exit. The air was filled with anguished cries as many perished due to his actions, transforming into the undead, yet he felt no remorse, fixated solely on his escape, even lamenting the chaotic path that hindered his flight. Finally nearing the entrance, as he prepared to slip away amidst the turmoil, a plastic bottle suddenly fell from above. Instinctively, he looked up and beheld a figure perched against the wall, accompanied by another shadowy presence. "I ask, where do you intend to flee?" The languid voice of Xie Tao echoed, prompting Zhou Xiaoqi's immediate thought. A mere caretaker, she posed no threat to him. "You truly are despicable," Xie Tao remarked coolly. "It matters not if everyone in this base perishes, as long as you survive, correct? What business is it of yours? You'd best not court death." Zhou Xiaoqi retorted fiercely. "If you seek to end your own life, I would gladly assist." His intention was merely to intimidate Xie Tao. After all, wasting time here could invite the pursuit of Jiang Xingji at any moment. "Huh?" Xie Tao suddenly chuckled, prompting Zhong Shanjing to inquire, "What is so amusing?" The last person who uttered such words was the old saint of the sanctuary. "Care to guess what became of him?" Xie Tao replied with a smile, her tone almost nostalgic. "It's been a while since I've heard anyone speak thus. It feels rather novel." Their conversation unfolded nonchalantly against the backdrop of chaos, momentarily twisting Zhou Xiaoqi's expression in frustration. Yet, his anxiety about Jiang Xingji's imminent arrival compelled him to bolt, dismissing Xie Tao entirely. However, just as he reached the threshold, he found his feet lifted off the ground, akin to a hamster frantically running in its wheel, unable to escape. Above, Xie Tao giggled, seemingly delighted, while Zhou Xiaoqi, struggling in vain, contorted his face in anguish. What do you want from me? I have wronged you not. Noticing his complete lack of repentance, Xie Tao couldn't help but muse, it's been ages since I've encountered such absurdity. When do you think Jiang Xingji will arrive? I'm nearly at my wit's end. Upon hearing Jiang Xingji's name, Zhou Xiaoqi's countenance shifted dramatically, dread flooding his heart. What do you desire? I can offer anything. We bear no grudges, so why not spare me? Before he could finish, Xiaobai emerged from an unknown location, silencing him with a sock. He squirmed desperately, attempting to escape until approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Xingji rushed in. You're rather slow, Xie Tao chided. I've been here for ages. Apologies, Jiang Xingji replied instinctively. He gazed up at Xie Tao, perched upon the wall, and couldn't help but express gratitude. Thank goodness for your presence. Xie Tao, unimpressed, urged him on. Hurry up and resolve this. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Jiang Xingji turned to Zhou Xiaoqi, whose mouth was firmly sealed, emitting muffled sounds of desperation. He seemed oblivious to the fact that many others yearned for survival. Should he perish, he would become the target of countless others, regardless of Jiang Xingji's intentions. In an instant, dark mist enveloped Zhou Xiaoqi. Jiang Xingji, clearly filled with loathing for the man, chose not to grant him an immediate death. Instead, the tendrils ensnared his legs, then his arms, gradually creeping upward from his waist. Death arrived slowly and painfully, affording Zhou Xiaoqi ample time to ponder his transgressions and consider what he might regret. Before the conclusion of his brief existence, he perhaps had a fleeting moment for contrition. Whether he would seize it, who could say? Once Zhou Xiaoqi faded from this world, Xie Tao yawned and leaped down, declaring, I'll handle the remaining tasks. You contact the vice captain and devise a plan to seal the entire base. You mean, the TaoTao survivor base is to be eradicated? Xie Tao, accompanied by Zhong Shanjing, traversed the chaotic expanse of the TaoTao survivor base. She released Xiaobai and Xiaohong, while simultaneously recruiting a few subordinates amidst the turmoil. Searching for the progenitor's presence, Zhong Jinwei's words echoed in her mind. The entity brought into the base resembled a somewhat infantile zombie, born of a mother who, infected with the virus while still alive, had resorted to self-surgery in a desperate bid to save her child. She believed she would deliver a healthy infant. Yet the child had already been infected via the umbilical cord, mutating even before it was born. It was a horrifying being, and coincidentally, when its mother performed the procedure, Zhou Xiaoqi happened to pass by. As the infant zombie was not yet fully developed, it lacked the formidable strength it would later possess. Zhou Xiaoqi took it back to the research facility. What followed became common knowledge. Zhong Jinwei studied it, discovering it was a mutated zombie, the virus within it distinct from that of other zombies. This marked the inception of it all. Found it. Xie Tao suddenly turned toward a specific direction, where her subordinates had located the young progenitor. Here you are, destined to become the zombie king, yet you still pale in comparison to others. Xie Tao remarked as she approached. Zhong Shanjing, assuming an innocent demeanor, responded, They claimed I would become the zombie king. Who could have known? As Xie Tao continued her banter with Zhong Shanjing, they soon encountered the remarkably unique zombie. It crawled through the throng, a small form dragging an umbilical cord, emitting piercing cries to command the nearby undead to assail the remaining humans. Xie Tao felt a surge of excitement. This zombie's rarity nearly rivaled Zhong Shanjing's, with only a slight margin separating them. Should it continue to develop, it might ascend to a status just below that of the zombie king. The thought that others were studying such a creature stirred jealousy within her. She lamented not having the time to delve into zombie research herself. The diminutive zombie sensed Xie Tao's presence, perceiving an immense threat, and began to emit even sharper cries, attempting to summon the surrounding zombies for protection. It is decided. You shall be the one. Xie Tao crossed her arms, clearly unprepared to intervene, eyeing Zhong Shanjing, who had been dormant for too long and was due for action. With reluctance, Zhong Shanjing stepped forward. He too possessed the ability to manipulate zombies, yet the ones before him were infected by a mutant virus, rendering his control inferior to that of the progenitor. Yet it sufficed. He merely needed to prevent the other zombies from approaching and swiftly eliminate the progenitor. Xie Tao casually found a spot to sit and began to indulge in her amusement. Zhong Shanjing possessed a certain degree of restraint over another progenitor. which attempted to retreat, only to realize its escape was futile. With a sharp cry, it lunged forward. Xie Tao was thoroughly entertained, keenly observing the progenitor's condition, feeling an irresistible urge to intervene, and reminding Zhongshan Jing, do not harm it. Be cautious. Zhongshan Jing remained silent. The new mutated progenitor had yet to be acquired, and he felt he had already fallen from grace, due to Xie Tao's excessive demands. He spent a laborious 10 minutes dispatching the progenitor. As he approached with the progenitor in hand, he presented it to Xie Tao while revealing a wound on his hand inflicted by a bite. Fortunately, he acted swiftly. Had he delayed even a minute longer, the wound might have healed. Oblivious to his subtle concerns, Xie Tao cheerfully conducted a brief examination of the progenitor and hastily forged a bond. So adorable, she exclaimed, holding the little infant aloft. From now on, you shall be called Xiaohong. Zhongshan Jing suddenly understood the origins of the names Xiaohe and Xiaobai. Could it be that Xie Tao was creatively challenged? Furthermore, how could this progenitor be deemed adorable? After the bond was established, it indeed became somewhat docile, but only towards Xie Tao. When it nestled in her embrace, it appeared obedient, yet upon turning to face Zhongshan Jing, it recalled the pain inflicted by him and transformed into a ferocious creature in an instant. Xiaohong bared its teeth at Zhongshan Jing, showcasing its shark-like incisors, seemingly dripping with fresh strands of flesh, a sight both menacing and fearsome. Truly adorable. Xie Tao joyfully stroked Xiaohong's fur, reminiscent of petting a cat. Holding Xiaohong aloft like a lion cub, she declared, I have decided to keep Xiaohong with me from now on. It is far too dangerous for it to be alone outside. Zhongshan Jing could only lament, the only danger lies with others. Indeed, he had fallen from favor. Chapter 44. Is this your child? Xie Tao cradled the child, Xiaohong, in her arms, unfazed by the crimson liquid that continued to flow from the child. Having gained control over Xiaohong, she could now command the zombies that had been infected by her. The crowd, initially engulfed in screams of terror, suddenly found the surrounding zombies frozen in place. Just as confusion set in, the vice captain raised a loudspeaker, proclaiming, all uninjured individuals, quickly gather your belongings and evacuate the TaoTao survivor base. Those who had not turned into zombies were undoubtedly safe, and they had no time to ponder the unfolding events, nor could they discern whether their current safety was fleeting. They hastily gathered their most treasured possessions and fled the TaoTao survivor base. As the last person departed, they turned to witness the base erupting into flames. Countless survivors standing at the entrance, staring at the inferno in bewilderment. Perhaps it was to incinerate the zombies. After all, those creatures posed an immense danger. The escape of even one could put other bases at risk. The vice captain and the captain each held a small loudspeaker. The TaoTao survivor base has been obliterated. We shall relocate to another base. Those who wish to accompany us may do so. Those with others to join can go. Please make your decisions swiftly, as we shall depart shortly. They did not intend to eliminate all the zombies, merely to erase the evidence and prevent others from discovering Xie Tao's connection to Xiaohong. Xie Tao felt a twinge of melancholy. She had lived here for some time and was rather sentimental. It's a pity about my garlic sprouts. Otherwise, I would take them with me. Are you planning to find another base? Zhongshan Jing asked her softly. Yes, that's the current plan. But I might change my mind at any moment, Xie Tao replied languidly. For now, let's just leave. In truth, the vice captain and the others were unaware of the events that had transpired. It was Jiang Xingji who had spoken to Xie Tao and urged them to act this way. Consequently, once everyone had evacuated, they returned to bid farewell to Xie Tao, including Jiang Ming and the others. The most bewildered among them was Jin Chao, who was entirely oblivious to the happenings and the reasons behind Jiang Xingji's actions against Zhong Jinliang, and thus rushed over with questions. You're so loud, Xie Tao replied with a flat expression. To put it simply, a very strange person unleashed a dangerously powerful zombie, resulting in our current predicament. That person and Zhong Jinliang are in cahoots, so consider them all as not good people. Everything has been resolved now, and we must all go our separate ways. Jin Chao scratched his head, not quite understanding, and eventually gave up, sighing. Where are you going? I don't know. Will we have a chance to meet again? I don't know. Jin Chao. Let us part ways here then. If fate allows, we shall meet again, Xie Tao said, rather dismissively. I must take my leave. Farewell. Jin Chao had many more questions, such as who the child in her arms belonged to, whether things had truly been settled, and if such occurrences would not happen again. He even considered suggesting they go to the same base. But ultimately, he said nothing. merely stuffing his hands in his pockets and responding with a resigned tone. Well, if we are fated, we will meet again. They departed, leaving behind Zhong Jinwei and Jiang Xingji, both of whom stood motionless, gazing at Xie Tao. Why aren't you leaving? Xie Tao asked, perplexed. I want to accompany you. Jiang Xingji asserted boldly. I have nowhere else to go. Zhong Jinwei cleared his throat, then added, I can be your assistant. No salary required. You both are quite bothersome. Xie Tao retorted, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Don't act as if you have nowhere else to turn. Zhong Shanjing chimed in, exactly. The two exchanged glances, feigning ignorance to her words, clearly intent on following Xie Tao. In a huff, she marched ahead, declaring, you will surely regret this. She was a necromancer paired with a zombie king, and now they were adding an anomalous entity to their ranks. Once they learned the truth, these two would undoubtedly flee faster than rabbits. Let them be a little brazen for now. Meanwhile, Zhao Linyan rushed back to Fengcheng at breakneck speed, finding his brother. Brother, I found the zombie king. Zhao Linfeng, already in the know, immediately set aside what he had been doing upon hearing this news. Where? What is the situation? Did you not resolve it? After omitting the part where he had been beaten, Zhao Linyan recounted the details. Zhao Linfeng, a man of swift action, promptly declared, I will gather the team. We are heading to TaoTao. However, before they could reach the TaoTao survivor base, they received word that the base had been destroyed. The reasons unclear, seemingly due to a disturbance that allowed zombies to infiltrate. Most ordinary individuals were unaware of the specifics, leading to rampant speculation regarding the incident. Lin Ruren's expression turned icy. It must be Jiang Xingji's doing. This outcome was not far removed from the previous life. It appeared that after losing track of Jiang Xingji, he had repeated the same actions. But did this mean they could not locate Zhong Shanjing? Let us assess the situation first. After igniting the TaoTao survivor base, Xie Tao departed, this time accompanied by many others. It was essential to note Jiang Xingji's presence, for Zhong Jinwei recognized Xiao Hong, while Jiang Xingji did not. Once she left, Xie Tao's first task was to have her companions fetch copious amounts of water to bathe Xiao Hong, disguising her appearance. They even snipped off the umbilical cord. The fluid that had been seeping from Xiao Hong was akin to blood, a result of her inability to control her powers, which were overflowing because she had been forced into existence before her time, thus not fully developed. After forming a contract with Xie Tao, nourished by her mental energy, Xiao Hong had returned to a more normalized state. The only peculiarity remaining was her crimson eyes and a mouthful of teeth, which would not be apparent unless she smiled. Hence, Xiao Hong now resembled an ordinary child. Jiang Xingji couldn't help but gaze at Xiao Hong, bewildered by Xie Tao's sudden appearance with a child. His understanding of Xie Tao was limited. After their brief encounter, they had only reunited for 2 days before these events transpired. This child is. Her name is Xiao Hong, and she is our child, Zhong Shanjing replied with calm assurance. Xie Tao rolled her eyes, elbowing him lightly. What are you talking about? She is clearly my child. What connection do you have? Jiang Xingji. Xie Tao had already borne a child. He pondered for a moment and realized he was not particularly concerned about this revelation, regaining his composure. Does she not have a proper name? Is she simply called Xiao Hong? Zhong Shanjing interjected. Her health is fragile. It's fine to name her later when she is stronger. However, the mischief maker was quickly dismissed by Xie Tao, who held Xiao Hong and remarked, actually, she is a zombie. I assumed you had seen her before. Jiang Xingji fell into deep contemplation until he noticed that Xiao Hong was missing a finger on her right hand. Suddenly grasping why Xie Tao had said he had seen her before, Jiang Xingji, after departing from TaoTao, their destination was determined by Xie Tao, who casually pointed in a direction and solemnly remarked, let us proceed that way. The others presumed she had a specific goal in mind. However, Xie Tao merely contemplated that they would walk in that direction, stopping to assess the situation should they encounter a survivor base. If it seemed suitable, they would settle there. If not, they would continue onward. After all, the earth is round, is it not? Unbeknownst to Xie Tao, if she continued on this path, the first substantial base she would reach would likely be Fengcheng. As they journeyed further, the sky gradually darkened, revealing a quaint village ahead, its periphery enclosed, suggesting habitation. Let us rest there for the night, Xie Tao suggested, pointing towards the village. We should see if we might find lodging. If so, we won't need to press onward. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, such small villages had become common refuges, as larger cities posed greater dangers. Ironically, these smaller locales proved somewhat safer. Consequently, many who had not settled in bases opted to linger in these villages. The sole drawback of these small settlements lay in their sparse populations, rendering them vulnerable to threats. It was likely that as the apocalypse progressed, such small villages would gradually vanish, leaving only fortified bases, which were deemed the safest havens for humanity. The group made their way toward the village, spotting a fence-like barrier at the entrance, fortified with spikes to deter any vehicles from forceful entry. "Is anyone there?" Xie Tao called out. "We seek shelter for the night." After a couple of minutes, a head emerged from within, inquiring, "How many are you? Have you encountered any zombies recently?" The speaker was an elderly man, his age evident, and his murky gaze cast an unsettling air as he scrutinized Xie Tao and her companions. Noticing their bulging packs, he smiled and said, "If you have not encountered any zombies and are uninjured, then do come inside." Chapter 45. Who gave you the courage? The village appeared to be quite substantial, with a considerable number of inhabitants. After Xie Tao and her companions entered, the elderly man summoned a young man to guide them. "Have you ever resided in a base?" the young man inquired as they walked. Zhong Jinwei nodded. "I lived there for a brief period." "Then you should be aware of the rules, right? First, there must be a quarantine for everyone's safety. You don't have any objections, do you?" he asked with a cheerful smile. The group shook their heads in unison, indicating their agreement, and the young man continued to lead them forward. "Our village is home to many, mostly relatives from the nearby villages. After the apocalypse, everyone needs to support one another, and the community spirit is quite strong. We seldom encounter outsiders like you. If you find it comfortable here after a couple of days, settling down might be quite pleasant." He seemed genuinely hospitable. After escorting them to the quarantine area, he asked, "Do you have anything to eat? Would you like me to bring you some hot soup or something? You must be quite tired from the journey. Do you have any fruit?" Xie Tao raised her hand to inquire. The young man's expression stiffened, momentarily questioning if Xie Tao was some wealthy young lady. "Unfortunately, we don't have any. Fruits are exceedingly precious in this apocalypse. Only larger bases might have them." "Then nothing else is needed. If you could bring some hot water." "I would like to take a bath," Xie Tao replied. This statement confirmed her pampered upbringing, and the young man quickly lost interest in further conversation, hastily stating, "In any case, please settle in here. If you have any needs, you can ask the guards at the entrance. They will accommodate you if possible." TSK. Indeed, such small places are inadequate. If one wishes to stay somewhere, it should be in a larger base. This small village or town can be entirely disregarded. Xie Tao expressed her disdain for a moment before entering the house. It was a single-story structure with a courtyard, arranged with several rooms surrounding it in a square shape. For instance, the main room was to the north, with a side room on one side and a kitchen on the other. Some also had a storage room aside from the bathroom. Without hesitation, Xie Tao claimed the master bedroom. Just as Zhong Shanjing was about to follow her in, Jiang Xingji stopped him, saying, "Is this appropriate? Sharing a room with a girl is quite impolite, regardless of reputation." Zhong Shanjing questioned, "Why? We as men can squeeze into the next room. Let the master bedroom be for Xie Tao." Jiang Xingji forcibly dragged Zhong Shanjing away, leaving the spacious main room to Xie Tao. Xie Tao carelessly tossed Little Red onto the bed, allowing it to crawl around and play, while she called out to Little Black and Little White, assigning them the tasks of cooking and tidying up. Little Black and Little White were indispensable for domestic life and travel, convenient and useful. Aside from being child labor, they had no shortcomings. Xie Tao happily pulled out her snacks and comics, lying down to indulge in her otaku lifestyle, with Little Red crawling nearby. After a while, it stealthily opened its mouth, attempting to bite the pillow, only to be caught by Xie Tao, who warned, "If you chew it up, you'll have to pay for it." Little Red instantly became obedient, lying beside Xie Tao, gazing blankly like a plush toy. The night swiftly passed, and at dawn, Xie Tao gathered Little Black and Little White, cradling Little Red as she exited the room. By this time, the young man who had guided them the previous day had returned. "It seems you're all fine. And that truly is wonderful," he said, leading them outside. "Have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet," Xie Tao yawned, having not been dozing off the entire way. She had been keenly observing her surroundings. Even though it was morning and not yet 9 o'clock, there were already quite a few people on both sides of the street, men, women, old and young. Their gazes towards Xie Tao and her companions were peculiar, more akin to viewing sacrificial lambs than fellow humans. Their eyes were laden with a gloomy greed, as if they were mere walking pieces of meat. The last time Xie Tao encountered such looks was after a drought when she went nearby to gather supplies, witnessing the bodies of the starving. And those who survived gazed at their kind with the insatiable hunger of predators. However, those before her were slightly different. They exhibited a desire for their kind, even under conditions of choice. One was passive, the other active. The meanings of the two were worlds apart. As she walked forward, Xie Tao asked, "How many people reside in your village?" "Approximately around 1,000, the young man replied apologetically. "But I'm not entirely sure as we Haven Tea conducted a proper census. What do you usually eat? Do you cultivate your own crops?" "We also venture out to search for supplies, but we do have our own farming and livestock. The reason our village has developed into a sizable settlement is due to the prosperous livestock industry before the apocalypse. After all, we can sustain ourselves for quite a while, needing only to grow some vegetables and seek out grains to meet most of our needs." The young man spoke confidently. "Recently, our village decided to utilize some arable land for growing wheat and rice in hopes of achieving complete self-sufficiency." Xie Tao suddenly remarked, "Your village is quite impressive. Many bases still cannot achieve self-sufficiency." The young man could only manage an awkward smile. "Perhaps it's because our village has fewer people, and thus the needs are not as high." "That is still quite remarkable," Xie Tao replied lazily. "I have never seen live cattle or sheep. May I take a look?" The young man's previously awkward smile became even more strained. "That might be somewhat inconvenient." He struggled to explain. "After all, those are vital resources for our village. If someone with ill intentions were to poison them or something." Xie Tao raised her head innocently, her naturally cute appearance becoming even more endearing with a deliberate expression. "But I'm truly curious. Can I at least take a distant glance?" The young man turned his head away awkwardly. "Let us go have a meal first." He evaded the question, clearly not intending to take Xie Tao to see their cattle and sheep. Xie Tao lagged slightly behind, whispering to her companions, "There's definitely something amiss." The others sensed something was off, but lacked the evidence to be certain. Thus, they all tuned in to listen for the reason, only to hear her declare emphatically, "I am so adorable. How could he resist me and use such an excuse to refuse? That's unreasonable. There must be something sinister at play." Several individuals engaged in conversation regarding the potential motivations behind a villager's desire to showcase their community's strengths. There existed two primary possibilities. 1. An undeniable pride in their village's achievements and quality of life, compelling them to present it to outsiders. And 2. An intention to attract newcomers to reside within their village. If the former were true, they would likely be shown the village's prosperity without prompting. If the latter, they would still be led on a tour after the presentation. Yet, despite these observations, the topic was deftly sidestepped. After expressing his thoughts, Xie Tao exhibited a hint of disdain, questioning the other's capacity for critical thinking, and lamenting the need to spoon-feed them the answers. In response, Zhongshan Jing offered a compliment, albeit with an undertone of sarcasm, stating that they simply lacked his astuteness, unable to discern the broader picture from limited information. Xie Tao, feeling exasperated, attempted to redirect the conversation towards speculation about the situation. At that moment, a rather flamboyant young man, characterized by his green hair and a nose ring, approached them, capturing Xie Tao's attention and leaving him momentarily speechless. He muttered to himself, "Is this what you people consider your finest?" The leading young man, visibly uncomfortable with the newcomer, hesitated before responding to the flamboyant individual, who boldly interrupted their path and inquired if they were part of a recent arrival. The guide, despite his discontent with the flamboyant demeanor, replied, "Yes. They just arrived last night." The flamboyant young man then leaned forward, scrutinizing Xie Tao, who was cradling a child, and remarked, "Ah, you have a child? A fine companion indeed. This youthful visage is a rarity for me. I shall take this one with me." Xie Tao, Zhongshan Jing, Jiang Xingji, and Zhong Jinwei were all left in stunned silence. Chapter 46. It's too filthy. Leave it to me. The audacious youth, adorned in a distinct style, managed to assert his dominance over Jiang Xingji and his companions, particularly for Zhongshan Jing, who comprehended the true nature of Xie Tao. There was an undeniable glimmer of admiration in his gaze directed at the young man before him. What imbued him with such audacity? Was it Liang Jingru? Yet, beneath that admiration lay a concealed discontent. Who did he think he was to desecrate Xie Tao? Zhongshan Jing subtly flexed his right hand before turning to regard Xie Tao. He observed her eyes narrowing slightly, those innocent feline orbs harboring a trace of cold menace. Few dared to engage Xie Tao so directly. Even the acolytes of the sanctuary were acutely aware of her formidable strength, approaching her with a blend of trepidation, respect, and reverence. "Could you repeat what you just said?" Xie Tao stepped forward, tilting her head slightly, her beautiful visage still displaying an air of navet. The audacious one was poised to retort, but unexpectedly, The small creature in Xie Tao's arms leapt forth, its tiny form landing squarely on his face. What is this? No injecting toxins, little one. Xie Tao remarked coolly. Upon hearing her command, the creature obediently turned to her, flashing a grin that revealed its blood-stained, gleaming shark teeth. The leading youth recoiled in shock. What the hell? Nearby onlookers, sensing the unusual disturbance, slowly encroached upon the scene, their eyes widening at the sight of the creature. Panic ensued as they recognized its otherworldly nature, prompting many to brandish various makeshift weapons, scythes, hoes, shovels, and an array of other crude implements, all seemingly capable of inflicting considerable harm. The creature had already bitten off the audacious youth's nose, and blood was spewing profusely, his own blood, of course. Just as Xie Tao prepared to intervene, Zhongshan Jing suddenly grasped her wrist, whispering, "It's too filthy, allow me to handle this." With a swift kick to the youth's chest, Zhongshan Jing sent him sprawling to the ground. He leisurely removed his deerskin gloves, gifts from Xie Tao, which he preferred to keep clean. His scarred hand deftly unhinged the audacious youth's jaw, followed by a disdainful tug that extracted a bloody strip of flesh. The soft tongue was uprooted and discarded onto the dirt below. Surveying the blood and filth staining his hand, Zhongshan Jing's brows knitted further in distaste. He wiped the crimson mess onto the youth's clothing, muttering, "A waste of time to educate someone who cannot even control their own mouth." Writhing in agony on the ground, the youth's eyes brimmed with disbelief. After all, this was his territory. How dare they? Yet, that thought was swiftly drowned in the overwhelming pain of having his tongue brutally severed, an agony few could endure, especially not someone as weak as he. Xie Tao peeked from behind Zhongshan Jing, clicking her tongue in disappointment. I was hoping to play a bit longer after all. Boredom settled in, and she yearned to treat this village as a game, exploring gradually, uncovering truths bit by bit. Yet, some individuals had to disrupt her plans. How exceedingly vexing. Though the onlookers brandished weapons, none dared to advance. The youth, quicker to react, shouted, "Call for help." The audacious youth was no ordinary person. He was the village chief's son, and his father ruled this small hamlet like a local tyrant, having spoiled him thoroughly. Each time newcomers arrived, he would typically come forth to flaunt his dominance, seizing the most beautiful women. Who would have thought today he would kick against a steel plate? And a heated one at that? Should the youth perish, the chief would undoubtedly be furious and would lash out at those present. Fully aware of this, the youth hastened to summon aid. Their village housed thousands, all complicit in the chief's tyranny, and only a handful dared to harm the chief's son, an act tantamount to seeking death. However, entering this village was already a gamble with death, regardless of the timing. But there was a difference. Had they not offended the chief, at least their demise might have been a tad lighter. Now, having angered the chief and maimed his son, the prospects of torture loomed large over them, particularly for the rather attractive girl. The youth envisioned the scene, unable to suppress a wave of pity. An increasing number of villagers gathered, each wielding tools, young and old alike. Their expressions uniformly marked by a blend of fear and a more pronounced cruelty, some even exhibiting an unsettling excitement, as if slaying their kin were a source of amusement. Xie Tao even overheard their fervent discussions. Shall it be as before? The men kill the women and keep the spoils. This time, it certainly wouldn't be like before. They had injured the chief's son. After all, let us capture them all alive. Then we can let the chief decide their fate. Have they called for the chief? Yes, on his way. Xie Tao stroked her chin, then abruptly raised her hand to summon number 2, the particularly large, somewhat simple-minded mutated zombie. Despite its appearance, it was a mass of muscle, its towering form startling those nearby. A zombie! A zombie! Someone shrieked, only to be quickly chastised by others. What are you afraid of? With so many of us, why fear a single zombie? Had it not been for the chief's son being taken hostage, they would have rushed in to capture these intruders and eliminate the zombie. Indeed, zombies were fearsome, but one must consider the odds. After all, how many zombies were there compared to their numbers? Upon its arrival, number 2 promptly obeyed Xie Tao's command, hoisting the chief's son into the air. Its hand was as large as a fan, and the chief's son resembled a malnourished chick in its grip. In an offhand manner, Xie Tao declared, "Step back, for I have a hostage." Despite the multitude surrounding her, their collective trepidation rendered them motionless, eyes wide as they beheld number 2 standing beside Xie Tao, blood pouring from the chief's son, who was left unrecognizable, his face a gruesome sight. As Xie Tao took a step forward, the crowd instinctively recoiled. vividly illustrating the concept of being cautious of the mouse while holding a cat. With a bloodied hostage in tow, Xie Tao ambled forward, flanked by her companions. A throng of onlookers trailed behind, at least a couple of hundred, each brandishing weapons, yet none dared to advance. The longer they observed, the more absurd the scene appeared. Xie Tao, seemingly engrossed in her game, strolled through the village as if on a casual outing, flitting from one spot to another. That over there looks like a cafeteria. Let us go take a look. Perhaps we might uncover a clue. Those accompanying Xie Tao, either trusting her implicitly or indulging her whims, could only follow her in this peculiar detective escapade. Thus, the tableau unfolded, increasingly bizarre. More and more villagers congregated. Yet none dared to act recklessly, merely trailing behind Xie Tao, weapons raised, as she wandered about aimlessly. Beside her stood a robust, tower-like zombie, cradling a smaller, sharp-toothed creature, resembling a zombie king more than Zhong Shanjing ever could. Xie Tao had meandered through most of the village when the village chief hurriedly approached, clutching a large megaphone. From a distance, he began to shout, "Do not harm my son. Everything else is negotiable." The village chief appeared to be around 50, robust and portly. He was evidently anxious about his precious son's suffering further harm. Thus, even upon witnessing his son's disfigured nose and the blood continuously oozing from his mouth, he restrained himself from uttering any curses. "If you release my son, I can allow you to leave." Prolonging this situation would result in mutual destruction, would it not? If his son were to perish, Xie Tao would have no hostages left, and at that moment, they would surely be overwhelmed. The village chief's thoughts were astute. He aimed to negotiate terms with them, prioritizing the retrieval of his son. If necessary, he could feign compliance and later pursue them for retribution. He had no intention of letting Xie Tao and his companions escape unscathed. How dare they harm his son? He envisioned flaying them alive, shredding their flesh while they still breathed, transforming them into jerky. Particularly Xie Tao. A flicker of malice passed through the village chief's eyes. Before he could conjure countless forms of torture in his mind, he realized that Xie Tao was paying him no heed. She continued to stroll leisurely, resembling a sunbathing cat, languid and unconcerned. The village chief was compelled to trail behind her, cautious not to draw too close, incessantly shouting through the megaphone, "Feel free to voice any demands. Everything is open to negotiation. My intentions are genuinely sincere. I simply wish for you to release my son quickly. Should anything happen to him, you will find yourselves without any leverage to negotiate with me." Yet, still, no one acknowledged him. He followed behind, shouting for an interminable stretch, his voice hoarse, beginning to question his very existence. Suddenly, he heard Xie Tao exclaim with evident delight, "I found it." She dashed into the makeshift shelter area, exuding the joy of conquering the mightiest boss in a video game. The puzzle was solved. Before her stood countless individuals tethered within the pigsty. Chapter 47. There has never been a savior. There were at least 20 individuals confined within this single shed, predominantly men, with only a couple of older women among them. Each person appeared to be on the brink of death, tethered within the shed like livestock awaiting slaughter. The geographical positioning of this village was advantageous. For travelers reluctant to sleep by the roadside, it was the sole option available. Continuing further would entail a lengthy journey before encountering any semblance of a new town. In a world prior to the apocalypse, a series of disappearances in one location would have swiftly drawn the attention of law enforcement, with the rapid dissemination of information through the internet. However, in the aftermath of the cataclysm, the flow of information became exceedingly arduous and primitive. Communication between friends residing in different bases relied on written correspondence. In such dire circumstances, the gradual disappearance of individuals failed to attract any notice. This village, neither large nor small, silently devoured countless lives. After all, in the apocalypse, the means to extinguish a life were abundant: zombies, diseases, and malevolent compatriots. For a time, no one noticed the sinister activities occurring within this village. Xie Tao had witnessed many atrocities. Yet this scene evoked in her a profound realization. The depths of human malevolence could transcend all boundaries when unrestrained by rules or laws. Little Black and Little White, two diminutive skeletons, silently appeared at Xie Tao's side, swiftly severing the bonds that restrained the humans. As Xie Tao raised her hand to unleash holy light, Jiang Xingji interjected, "Allow me." Countless tendrils of black mist emanated from him, swirling around until they transformed into a brilliant white light. This luminescence permeated every individual present, revitalizing the weary souls, which suddenly seemed much improved. Xie Tao, momentarily astonished, soon comprehended that her casual bestowal of holy light upon Jiang Xingji had triggered a remarkable mutation within him. Originally, he was meant to wield pure dark powers, but in that fleeting moment, her energy had intertwined with his, granting him the ability to wield both darkness to harm and light to heal. Although this power did not match the potency of Xie Tao's holy light, in the desolation of the apocalypse, a group restoration ability was invaluable, worthy of reverence in any base. Jiang Xingji lowered his head, whispering in Xie Tao's ear, "You have given me a choice." Zhong Shanjing. He truly detested Jiang Xingji. Yet, Xie Tao was brimming with enthusiasm. How long can it last? She discerned that Jiang Xingji's ability resembled more of an invigorating stimulant than mere healing. It could empower individuals to transcend their limits, to endure longer in the throes of battle. Currently, half an hour. That suffices. Xie Tao waved her hand, summoning a multitude of weapons from the realm beyond, primarily blades. Standing atop a stone, she proclaimed to everyone, "You now possess a chance to resist approximately half an hour. Do you wish to leave here alive? Then pick up the weapons scattered on the ground." The village chief scoffed, dismissing the notion. "How many have been captured?" "Perhaps 30 or 40 within these pigsties. While our village boasts over 1,000 inhabitants, these captives had been confined for several days, witnessing their kin slaughtered daily, dragged away like livestock to become sustenance for others. Fear, anger, hatred, and helplessness had simmered within them. Now, with the prospect of resistance, even the elderly woman grasped a blade from the ground. If she were to perish, she would take a few down with her. Dying in rebellion was preferable to being butchered like a pig. As people gradually seized weapons and liberated others from the remaining pens, Xie Tao laughed heartily. "Yes, exactly. Now charge forward. Return my daughter to me. I shall avenge my father. You are the true beasts, lower than beasts. I will fight to the bitter end." A throng of individuals, fueled by a resolve to meet death and driven by vengeance, surged towards their oppressors. The village chief, frantic, shouted, "Kill them!" Just as Jiang Xingji was about to speak, Zhong Shanjing seized him. "Do not disturb TaoTao. She is reveling in this." Xie Tao paid no heed to the power struggle between the two men amidst the chaos. Perched upon the shoulders of number 2, she released Little Red into the fray. "Go play, but do not infect anyone. They do not deserve it." The inhabitants of this village were unworthy even of zombification. They merely awaited their fiery end. The individuals charging forth were prepared for death, wielding their weapons erratically, intent on taking down at least one enemy. Just as they were about to be harmed, a vortex unexpectedly emerged beneath their feet, from which a zombie erupted, lunging directly at their adversaries, tearing them apart. The assailants hesitated momentarily. After a fleeting moment of terror, they realized that these zombies seemed to be their allies, and their spirits lifted. Indeed, until that day, they had feared zombies, for they consumed the living. Yet, having endured so much, they recognized that humanity was far more terrifying than the undead. Zombies, stripped of reason and emotion due to viral infection, existed as mere husks, driven solely by instinct to devour. Conversely, their fellow humans, though bearing friendly faces, would deceive their kin, slaughtering them like livestock for mere sustenance. In comparison, was not the latter far more dreadful? In an instant, no one cared how the zombies had appeared. They frantically swung their weapons, intent on vanquishing their foes. Among them were those whose parents and friends had been slaughtered before their very eyes, while others had witnessed their daughters and wives abducted and violated, reduced to the status of lambs awaiting slaughter. Their agony had never ceased for a moment, and now it erupted forth. Standing high atop number 2's shoulders, Xie Tao suddenly drew a beautiful bow from the void, crafted entirely of black crystal, with a string emanating a soft white glow. Little Black. Upon her command, Little Black swiftly dismantled one of its bones and handed it to Xie Tao. She placed the bone upon the bowstring, drew it taut, and released it with a swift bayou. The village chief, who had been attempting to calm the panicking villagers while urging them to eliminate the immediate threats, found himself pinned against the wall by the arrow. The blunt bone, lacking a sharp point, did not pierce his vital organs. Instead, it merely embedded itself in his shoulder, leaving him suspended against the wall. Little Black hurried over, panting, and retrieved its bone, wiping the blood on its clothing before scampering back to present it to Xie Tao. She casually reattached it, signaling that she no longer required it. The village chief, drenched in cold sweat, sat on the ground, clutching his shoulder, utterly bewildered by how events had spiraled into such chaos. Of course, who could blame him for choosing to kick a searing hot iron plate with all his might? Charge! Xie Tao urged number 2 forward. The towering zombie barreled into the crowd, effortlessly dismantling anyone who dared obstruct its path. The towering zombie reached the vicinity of the village chief, seizing him as well. Now it held one of the captors in each hand. Were there still individuals alive in the village, those who had been captured? The father of the young man, overwhelmed with pain, could scarcely utter a word. Upon turning around, he beheld Xie Tao wielding a small knife, plunging it into his son. The village chief was taken aback. Furthermore, the remaining individuals were predominantly women, and their fates were all too predictable. These unfortunate souls, akin to those abducted into the mountain village, were shackled and subjected to violence. Xie Tao pointed at a middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, desperately resisting while shouting for his daughter. Take them and retrieve those women. His entire being trembled, not only from agitation but also from exhilaration. Soon, a group of women was liberated, their disdain for the villagers palpable. Some brandished kitchen knives, while others wielded hoes, striking at their adversaries. In an instant, the village resembled a hellscape. Yet only those who had endured suffering recognized that these seemingly wretched individuals were, in truth, the demons of that inferno. As they surged forth from the village, each person was drenched in blood and disheveled, yet their expressions radiated excitement. After all, they had survived. As they emerged, the zombies still roamed the village. Some witnesses observed Xie Tao commanding a towering zombie, tossing the village chief and his son into the horde. Some even lingered, reluctant to depart, until Xie Tao urged them to leave the village. Where should we go? They wondered. Perhaps it was due to Xie Tao's role as a seemingly divine savior that they felt a sense of dependence upon her. However, she appeared disinclined to carry such burdensome companions. When one brave soul mustered the courage to inquire, she, perched on the shoulder of a zombie, replied in a calm tone. Do you know why I urged you to arm yourselves and fight back? The group shook their heads. Clearly, Xie Tao possessed the capability to rescue them unscathed. Yet she chose not to. For no one can save you but yourself. Do not seek to rely on others. Your life is yours to live. She was not among the hypocrites of the sanctum, unwilling to bear the weight of so many lives upon her shoulders. Chapter 48. Further ahead lies Wind City. The hypocrites of the sanctuary, who only wield their words to carry the weight of others' lives, extracting value from them. Xie Tao harbored no desire to be a gentleman or a hypocrite. She merely sought to live a leisurely life, content with her own happiness. Eliminating those she detested while inadvertently saving someone else bore no burden for her, yet she had no intention of shouldering the aftermath of their lives. It was evident that these individuals were cognizant of this truth. Yet their uncontrollable yearning to depend on Xie Tao rendered them akin to a flock of chicks trailing their mother hen. After being outrightly rejected, clarity dawned upon them. The leading middle-aged man bowed deeply to Xie Tao and expressed, regardless of the circumstances, "You are our benefactor. We shall never forget the events of today. Thank you." The others followed suit, bowing in heartfelt gratitude. Xie Tao, however, had no time to engage with them. She waved her hand, urging them to depart, and turned her attention back to the villagers. This village harbored no innocent souls. Those who were innocent had either departed upon discovering the actions of others or had become livestock themselves. The remaining individuals were all beneficiaries of the atrocities committed. The only distinction lay in whether they had personally taken part. Devils and their accomplices rightly deserved to descend into the abyss together. Once everything was resolved, a tinge of melancholy enveloped Xie Tao. She had only resided there for a single day. It was time to leave. Zhongshanjing, too, yearned for a bath, having endured long enough, and Xie Tao evidently shared the sentiment, so they promptly departed. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xingji refrained from inquiring why Xie Tao was capable of unleashing such a horde of zombies, nor did he question where they vanished post-incident. As they left the village and pressed onward, Xie Tao found herself reminiscing about her robust steed number 2. At least number 2 had been a commendable mount. Unfortunately, it was too conspicuous, and Xie Tao wished to avoid unnecessary complications, reluctantly bidding farewell with tears in her eyes. As they continued on, whenever Xie Tao glanced at Zhongshanjing, her gaze brimmed with wistfulness. Occasionally, she would mutter to herself, and as her murmurs increased, Zhongshanjing naturally took note. On one occasion, he could not resist the urge to lean closer and eavesdrop, only to overhear Xie Tao softly lamenting, "Zhongshanjing, why are you so short? Couldn't you grow a bit taller? You're so useless, Zhongshanjing. Zhongshanjing. Am I not tall enough at over 1.8 meters?" In that moment, he felt a hint of despondency. Casting a mournful glance at Xie Tao before poking her, I believe 185 meters is not short. Be quiet, no? 1. Look at number 2. Xie Tao crossed her arms, puffing up in annoyance. You are indeed short. Zhongshan Jing. Suddenly, Xie Tao had a realization and patted him. Squat down. Zhongshan Jing. Xie Tao always acted on a whim, leaving him no choice but to sigh in resignation as he squatted down. Then, Xie Tao leapt onto his back, giggling. Now I don't mind that you're short. Let us go. Zhongshan Jing. Jiang Xingji, who was walking beside them, suddenly chimed in. If you don't want to carry her, I can take over. Zhongshan Jing swiftly distanced himself from Jiang Xingji while carrying Xie Tao. Jiang Xingji. He realized Zhongshan Jing harbored similar feelings for Xie Tao. They were, in essence, rivals. Jiang Xingji chuckled softly, leisurely trailing behind, knowing that time was on his side. With Zhongshan Jing bearing Xie Tao, a small red figure perched atop her head, and Jiang Xingji and Zhong Jinwei following closely, they quickly left the village behind. As they journeyed forth, Xie Tao contemplated that upon encountering a base, they would pause to assess the surroundings. Should it prove unsuitable, they would continue until they found a place that satisfied her. Provided Zhong Jinwei's brother did not stir trouble, Xie Tao quite fancied the Xiang Tao survivor base, having once considered lingering there longer, but alas. Throughout their travels, they encountered no bases until, after what felt like an eternity, over a week, in fact, Jiang Xingji procured a vehicle, and they switched transports several times before finally spotting a base. Wow. Xie Tao felt a flicker of joy upon seeing the base. Hurry, hurry. I want to eat fruit. And vegetables. Didn't you usually despise vegetables? Zhongshan Jing remarked under his breath, carrying Xie Tao. Indeed, she was quite the picky eater, refusing bell peppers, carrots, and any vegetable with melon in its name, consuming only a meager amount of ordinary greens, often resorting to instant meals instead. Today it was instant noodles. Tomorrow it would be snail noodles, and the day after, self-heating hot pot. Why the sudden craving for vegetables? Mind your own business. Xie Tao rolled her eyes. I'll eat what I want. Zhongshan Jing sometimes felt like a concerned father, fretting over Xie Tao's dietary choices. Perhaps your pickiness is why you're so short. Before he could finish, Xie Tao erupted, hitting his head, with Little Red joining in with her soft little hands. Zhongshan Jing, I see you're seeking death. I was already dead, wasn't I? Zhongshan Jing responded nonchalantly. After all, zombies hardly qualified as alive, so claiming he had died once posed no issue. As they bickered, they soon approached the vicinity of the base. Xie Tao had already prepared a disguise for Zhongshan Jing, and a simple one for Little Red before leading her little companions forward. The rules within the base were essentially uniform. First-time visitors were required to register upon entry, followed by a period of isolation. Once the isolation concluded, they were free to roam. This base was evidently smaller than the Xiang Tao survivor base. Each of them had prepared false identities, and upon registration, the staff perked up upon discovering 3 among them were ability users. Ability users are rather scarce in our base. If you're interested, you may sign up to join one of our teams, or even form your own team, the staff member said warmly. We especially welcome ability users here. Joining a team is a splendid choice if you intend to stay long-term. Xie Tao, cradling Little Red, felt drowsy. We got it. Can we go rest now? Of course. Perhaps due to their trio of ability users, the staff assigned them a relatively luxurious isolation room and provided some snacks and a few bottles of water. Unfortunately, there were no fruits. After all, fruits were precious commodities, and they could not afford to provide one for each visitor. Xie Tao was eager to swiftly endure the isolation period, yearning to hunt for fruits afterward. Thus, upon entering the room, she lay down, tossing Little Red to Zhongshan Jing. Little Red and Zhongshan Jing exchanged disdainful glances, each occupying a corner of the room. The night passed swiftly, and when they emerged the following day, the staff reiterated their hopes for the group to remain at the base. In most small bases, the number of ability users was quite limited. For ability users, it was evident that larger bases offered better prospects. Those with potent abilities often sought refuge in bigger establishments, while those who remained in smaller bases either possessed weaker abilities or had favorable relations with the upper echelons of the base. When Zhao Linyan discovered Jin Chao at the Xiang Tao survivor base, he was somewhat astonished. Jin Chao possessed considerable strength and would have thrived in a larger base. Yet, he chose to remain in such a diminutive survivor enclave. Therefore, it was inevitable for individuals like Xie Tao and her companions to be courted upon their arrival at a smaller base. Having resided solely in Xiang Tao, Xie Tao felt a sense of curiosity upon her arrival. After exploring, she realized that this place was even smaller than Xiangtao and seemingly less populated. Consequently, she made her way directly to the central hall of the base, where staff informed her that it was the area for task reception and reward exchange. Conveniently, a trading market, both official and private, was situated nearby. Eagerly, Xie Tao ventured over, hoping to find fruits for sale. Accompanied by her friends, she wandered around only to be met with disappointment, discovering a complete absence of fruit vendors, even in the official stores. Inquisitively, she approached the official staff, and the responsible young lady chuckled upon hearing her query. In our small base, we lack the time and resources to cultivate fruits. After all, ensuring everyone has enough to eat is already a formidable challenge. Xie Tao was taken aback. She had always assumed that all bases engaged in fruit cultivation. Was it truly uncommon? Did the Xiangtao survivor base's ability to grow fruits represent a rarity? Regret washed over her as she recalled the destruction of the entire Xiangtao survivor base. In her haste, she had only managed to take her garlic sprouts and some unplanted strawberry seeds, failing to pack any additional fruits. Feeling as if struck by a thunderbolt, Xie Tao lamented. Had I known, I should have appointed Jin Chao as the new leader of the Xiangtao survivor base, or even let the vice captain take charge. It wouldn't have mattered. This way, I could still enjoy fruits. The responsible young lady chuckled gently beside her, saying, if you wish to eat fruits, you might consider heading further south. Just a short distance away lies Fengcheng, a larger base where fruit cultivation is assured. Xie Tao paused, taken aback. Fengcheng, not far to the south? What a remarkable twist of fate. Chapter 49. Are you engaged in domestic strife? Xie Tao never anticipated that a casual choice of direction would lead her to the vicinity of Wind City. What a twist of fate. She couldn't help but marvel. Very well, I shall visit when I have the opportunity. As she exited the hall, contemplating where to look for housing, she was suddenly approached by two individuals whose intentions were unmistakably directed towards her. Upon spotting Xie Tao, they advanced with determination. She momentarily pondered whether they recognized her. Otherwise, what could account for their direct approach? After considering her list of adversaries, she realized that these two were not among them. Deciding to halt her steps, she awaited their arrival. From a distance, the leader began addressing her. You must be Miss Xie Tao. Indeed, Xie Tao's pseudonym was rather lackluster, merely a phonetic alteration. The individual spoke rapidly and warmly, introducing himself as Lu Ningning, the current head of this base. Lu Ningning exuded enthusiasm akin to a vendor at a street market. Swiftly cutting to the chase. Might you and your companions be interested in long-term residency at our base? Xie Tao instantly perceived the disparity between large and small bases. Mid-sized bases, like the Peach Survivor base, would not see their leaders personally soliciting abilities, whereas smaller bases, such as this one, would. A twinge of sympathy washed over her. While she was not yet prepared to leave, she certainly did not intend to reside for long. Xie Tao refrained from making any commitments, primarily to avoid trapping this already unfortunate leader in a predicament, considering the ticking time bomb that was Zhongshan Jing, which could erupt at any moment. Lu Ningning appeared somewhat disheartened, but quickly regained his composure. You haven't found a place to stay yet, have you? I happen to have a few vacant houses. Would you care to take a look? Zhong Jinwei interjected. Does your base have any spare laboratories? They need not be of superior quality. Basic equipment will suffice. Lu Ningning had reviewed their profiles and was aware that 3 of the 4 were abilities users, 2 of whom were combat-oriented. Xie Tao identified as a healer. Upon receiving the notification, he rushed over, as having 2 combat abilities users and a healer was a rare treasure for their small base. If these individuals were to depart for Wind City, it could spell irretrievable loss for them. Thus, he sought to entice them, clinging to the hope that perhaps, just perhaps, dreams could be realized. Unexpectedly, aside from the 3 abilities users, one among them was also a technical talent. Lu Ningning's eyes gleamed like light bulbs. Even if their base did not possess a laboratory, he could easily create one. If you have such needs, that can certainly be arranged. We do have a small, idle laboratory, Lu Ningning eagerly suggested, subtly indicating that better facilities could be provided should they choose to stay long-term. Are there houses nearby the laboratory? We would prefer to reside close by. Xie Tao had not engaged in research for quite some time, and her hands were itching to get started. Residing near the laboratory would indeed be more convenient. Lu Ningning pondered for a moment and promptly nodded. There must be. He was genuinely eager to retain Xie Tao and her companions. As he led them toward the laboratory, he hinted, though our base may be small, we have many charming gentlemen, and they are quite family-oriented. Xie Tao, cradling little Hong, raised an eyebrow. Are you aware of what you are saying? Lu Ningning coughed awkwardly, as he realized his words might have sounded like an attempt at matchmaking, which was somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, if it meant securing an exceptional abilities user for the base, he deemed it worthwhile to risk his pride. Had he been more handsome, he might have considered a more direct approach. After all, a healer was incredibly precious in the post-apocalyptic world. Even those with limited abilities would be fiercely contested by various bases. Should Xie Tao declare, "I am a healer seeking a base to settle in," it would not be far-fetched to imagine multiple bases vying for her attention, each presenting an array of alluring suitors to entice her. Reflecting on this, he suddenly noticed the two striking gentlemen beside Xie Tao and felt a pang of concern that he might have overstepped. Hastily, he added, "Haha, I meant to say that our base has many fine gentlemen, and today we have two more. They certainly seem like the type to be adored by many ladies." Zhong Shanjing and Jiang Xingji remained silent, while Lu Ningning's laughter gradually faded as he became aware of the situation. It appeared that these gentlemen might have an interest in Xie Tao, rendering his previous comments rather unnecessary. Adhering to the principle that it is better to remain silent than to speak amiss, Lu Ningning promptly quieted down and honestly guided them to view the houses. There were not many houses near the laboratory. The best one was already occupied. However, Lu Ningning assured them, "If you find a place you like, I can arrange for the current occupants to relocate." "That's unnecessary," Xie Tao replied, as she was not one to instigate trouble. She had her eye on another house with a small balcony that she found quite appealing. "I'll take this one. How much is the rent per month?" Lu Ningning immediately replied, "Feel free to stay as long as you wish. Think of it as a friendship." Xie Tao understood better than anyone that the most valuable currency in this world was human connection, and a clear price tag was far preferable. Upon conveying her sentiments, Lu Ningning felt a tinge of regret and proposed, "How about this? The house and laboratory can be yours for free, provided you assist occasionally with scouting for supplies. It won't be frequent, and we will prioritize your availability." Xie Tao was somewhat reluctant to accept such terms, as it would be rather inconsiderate to benefit from someone else's hospitality without reciprocating. However, Lu Ningning quickly clarified that they would not require all three of them each time. Sending one combat user for safety would suffice. Jiang Xingji, being rather unoccupied, volunteered for the task, prompting Xie Tao to agree. Afterward, Lu Ningning sent over several daily necessities, indicating his genuine desire to keep them at the base. As Little Black and Little White were released to tidy the room, Zhong Jinwei eagerly suggested, "Shall we head to the laboratory tonight? I can assist you." "In a few days," Xie Tao replied languidly from the sofa. "I wish to visit Wind City." She was intrigued by the survivor base that boldly claimed to be the largest in the post-apocalyptic world. The bases she had previously resided in were relatively small, and she was eager to witness the distinctions between large and small bases. At that moment, Jiang Xingji approached and inquired, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Zhong Shanjing, already nearby, feigned nonchalance, stating, "I can go along. No need for so many people." Jiang Xingji smiled slightly. "I primarily believe it would be more convenient for you if I accompanied you instead." Jiang Xingji had indeed accompanied them for quite some time and had witnessed Xie Tao's ability to manipulate the undead. Although he was not entirely aware of Zhong Shanjing's true identity, he had come to understand that Zhong was being hunted. After all, they had to change their aliases frequently at their single base, and Xie Tao had taken the time to explain the rationale behind it. This reason now pierced Zhong Shanjing's heart like a sharp blade. Zhong Shanjing found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, for he was undeniably being pursued. And Fengcheng was the stronghold of those seeking him. How infuriating! Jiang Xingji was indeed a formidable opponent. Having triumphed in their first confrontation, Jiang Xingji felt a rush of relief and satisfaction. He rose, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and confidently inquired, "When shall we depart?" "I shall make the necessary preparations." "I will go alone," Xie Tao stretched lazily. "You all stay at home. I won't be gone long, and bringing others would complicate matters." Jiang Xingji's smile vanished. Zhong Shanjing, however, wore a smile of his own, adhering to a spirit of mutual confinement. "If I cannot go, neither shall you," Zhong Shanjing slowly remarked. "A solo trip is indeed more convenient. If anything arises, you can summon Xiao He and Xiao Bai. I think that's a splendid idea. I, too, have some things to tidy up at home, so why not take a stroll through Fengcheng?" His tone was remarkably gentle and considerate, exuding the grace and decorum of a proper gentleman. Jiang Xingji could not help but steal a glance at him, utterly surprised by the audacity of this man. He still fell short, lacking the thick skin that Zhong possessed. Nevertheless, having learned a lesson from this encounter, Jiang Xingji resolved to take his time moving forward. Unbeknownst to Xie Tao, the dynamic between these two resembled a contest of wits akin to palace intrigue, and she felt rather fatigued after their lengthy journey, with nothing invigorating to stimulate her senses. Thus, once Xiao He and Xiao Bai had prioritized cleaning the bedroom, she retreated into the comfort of the bed, leaving them to continue tidying the living room and other areas. Cuddled up in the covers, Xiao Hong exclaimed, "Yea, the true victor is me. Only I can share a blanket with Xie Tao, while those two men are utterly outmatched." Chapter 50. You think too much. Xie Tao rarely woke up so early, and she took the time to disguise herself. After all, Zhao Linyan and Lin Ro were familiar with her, as were several chatty teammates. Xie Tao simply wished to stroll around Wind City without stirring up trouble, so she aimed to remain as inconspicuous as possible. After completing her disguise, she no longer appeared as striking as before. She transformed from a dazzling, adorable girl into an ordinary, yet charming individual lacking distinctive features. Holding her little red companion, she instantly resembled an average single mother. Pleased with her disguise as she glanced in the mirror, Xie Tao declared, "Perfect. I'm off." Zhong Shanjing, ever considerate, reminded her, "Come back early." Xie Tao utilized a teleportation array to depart, sparing herself much hassle, as she was still unfamiliar with the precise location of Wind City. After leaving, she meandered in that direction. Wind City was indeed not far from the base where Xie Tao was currently located. A leisurely walk without a car would take merely half a day, roughly translating to about 20 miles. Upon arriving at her destination in the afternoon, Xie Tao caught sight of Wind City from a distance. It was a vast base, resembling a small city, though this city had not existed before the apocalypse. It was constructed gradually after the world fell into chaos. No wonder other survivor bases dared not claim the title of city. While Wind City boldly referred to itself as such, its scale was genuinely impressive. However, the procedure remained the same. Registration was required before entering the city, and one had to undergo a day of quarantine before officially accessing Wind City. This time, Xie Tao had altered her abilities, presenting herself as a space-type ability user. Demonstrating how to retrieve items from an alternate dimension, she managed to fool the staff, who were quite welcoming. "Your ability would be perfect for teams searching for supplies." Xie Tao responded earnestly, "Is that so? That is wonderful. I need to support a child, so being part of such a team would surely improve my life." The staff member, a young woman, empathized. "It is indeed more challenging for single mothers in this apocalypse." She enthusiastically shared where to find cheaper goods and better rental accommodations, insights known only to those residing permanently in the base. After spending one night in quarantine, Xie Tao finally entered Wind City. Her first order of business was to locate a vendor selling fruit. In a base as large as Wind City, fruit was certainly not scarce. As long as the upper echelons desired it, everything would be available. However, similar to the TaoTao survivor base, official fruit exchanges required points, while private vendors permitted barter. After exploring the market, Xie Tao found a suitable stall run by a young boy, likely around 18 or 19, who yawned as he displayed his goods. His stall boasted an array of items: strawberries, apricots, peaches, and even 2 large watermelons. In Xie Tao's previous world, watermelons did not exist, and she squatted down to observe curiously, uncertain whether it was a fruit or a vegetable. The boy leaned on his chin, sleepily declaring, "I grew all of these myself. They're sweeter than anything else, especially this watermelon. I cut one last night. It was incredibly sweet and juicy. I only grew a few, so if you miss out, you won't find them again." The Wind City survivor base was large enough that it certainly housed powerful ability users. As their strength increased, so did their demands for living conditions, leading to an enhanced purchasing power for luxuries such as fruit. If one were to bring fruit to the small base where Xie Tao resided, it might rot after 3 days without selling, as most people struggled to meet their basic needs. As Xie Tao walked through Wind City, she encountered various shops, including restaurants and clothing stores, amenities absent in other bases. Wind City truly resembled a city, explaining why Zhao Linyan had been so audacious and proud, and why they dared to issue a bounty across all bases. Despite the distance from Shangtao, most people had received the bounty notice, even if they did not take it seriously. Xie Tao pondered, observing the stall as if hesitating. The boy kindly suggested, "If I had to choose one, I'd highly recommend the watermelon. I promise you won't regret it. You'll want to come back for more. Pack it all up." How much for everything? Xie Tao was not contemplating which to choose, but rather, whether she could take the boy with her. He could grow fruit. This was far more useful than Zhong Shanjing. The boy's eyes widened in surprise at such a generous customer, and he promptly quoted a price. Realizing she didn't have enough supplies on hand, Xie Tao quickly contacted her younger brother, who was still wandering outside, and opened a portal to the location of the red-lettered female zombie, instructing them to deposit the supplies into the alternate dimension. Once she opened the portal again to retrieve the supplies, the boy exclaimed, "You're a space-type ability user." He gazed at Xie Tao with envy. "That makes it so easy to bring back a lot of supplies in one trip." "Yes." Xie Tao exchanged goods with him, and the boy, displaying a sincere character, promptly cut open a watermelon to show her its vibrant red flesh and abundant juice. "Could you help me carry the supplies back? I can't manage it alone," he shyly requested. Xie Tao, already savoring a piece of watermelon, her eyes sparkling with delight, having been conquered by the fruit, abandoned her previous favorite, grapes, and happily munched away. Thus, her demeanor toward the boy was exceptionally amiable. No problem. Following him back to his home, she discovered he lived in a small flat with a single room and kitchen. However, he had constructed a canopy on the roof, transforming it into his cultivation space. Upon entering, Xie Tao handed him the supplies, and the boy poured her a glass of water before joyfully organizing his materials. These supplies would sustain him for a long time. His abilities were not particularly offensive, and his capacity to gather resources was rather limited. The fact that he managed to sell all his fruit without haggling brought him immense joy. After settling everything, the boy enthusiastically invited Xie Tao to tour his cultivation space. Climbing to the rooftop, she was amazed to find it filled with a variety of fruits: 2 apricot trees, 2 peach trees, dozens of strawberry pots, several watermelon plants, and cherry tomatoes. "It's Kame, the Kame of the plant world." The boy, under Xie Tao's sparkling gaze, felt a bit bashful. "My ability accelerates plant growth. Otherwise, I couldn't cultivate so many things on the roof." However, his powers were limited to enhancing growth speed, allowing watermelons to mature from seedlings to ripe fruit in less than a week. However, he cannot significantly accelerate plant growth. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly hold a prominent position within the base. Imagine if his abilities truly possessed such extensive efficacy. He could merely sow countless seeds and activate his powers, swiftly reaping bountiful harvests of rice and wheat, thus sustaining a multitude of people. Yet, even with his limited capabilities, he is regarded as a precious treasure in Xie Tao's eyes. With one hand cradling a melon and the other embracing Xiaohong, her gaze towards him resembled that of a devotee gazing upon a deity of flora. She hastily discarded the rind and seized the young man's hand. "Would you consider coming with me?" The young man replied, "Me? I can take care of you for a lifetime. All you need to do is focus on growing fruits." His cheeks flushed instantly, crimson as a steamed crab. "Why you?" "I'm serious." Xie Tao spoke with earnestness. "Even living in a base as large as Wind City, your life must be rather ordinary, right? Even in such a base, the demand for fruits is limited, and their shelf life is fleeting. If you cannot sell them, you would have no choice but to consume them yourself, leading to a precarious existence." She gently patted the young man's hand, exuding confidence as she continued, "If you come with me, you can reside in a grand house. Indulge in any food you desire. Enjoy 3 meals a day with someone taking care of you, and be assured of your safety. There is no one in this world who can harm you without first crossing me." Her words carried a subtle ambiguity, causing the already flushed young man to redden even further. He glanced at Xie Tao and then at the curious Xiaohong, stammering and struggling to articulate a response. After a considerable pause, the young man finally managed to say, "Doesn't that make me a kept man?" He was a diligent young man, accustomed to supporting himself through hard work. How could he become a kept man simply for the sake of better food and clothing? Yet, Xie Tao was quite endearing, and so was Xiaohong. He pondered whether having a stepfather in these times would be a favorable arrangement. Chapter 51. Is this fate? Xie Tao was perplexed by the term kept man. With her hands on her hips, she leapt onto a crate, gazing down at the young man. "Are you coming with me? I'll give you a minute to think it over. The choice is yours. I won't force you." The young man hesitated. "I need to think." Torn between dignity and livelihood, he found himself in a difficult dilemma. "You don't need to rush with your answer. I just arrived in Wind City and am planning to explore. Take your time." Xie Tao hopped down from the crate, cradling Xiaohong once more. She had already stored her fruits and was ready to venture out. The young man quickly interjected, "You've never been to Wind City? Let me show you around. I've been here for a while and know it much better than you." Xie Tao recognized that he was wavering, so she nodded enthusiastically. "Sure, just give me a moment to change my clothes." The young man donned a cleaner, more suitable outfit for their outing, and together they stepped outside. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zhou Haiping. I'm Xie Tao. Zhou Haiping and Xie Tao exchanged a formal handshake before he let her out. If you haven't been to Wind City, you might find it a bit overwhelming. It's quite vibrant here, especially at night with the night market. If you're not leaving soon, I can take you there tonight. As they walked, Zhou Haiping continued, the night market has barbecues and is very lively. Why not stay and enjoy it tonight? The mention of the night market made Xie Tao's eyes sparkle with excitement. Sounds great. I hadn't told my family when I'd return, so there's no rush. I want to make the most of my time here. Exploring Wind City, she realized its vastness, resembling a small city filled with people whose spirits seemed brighter than those in other bases. So, doesn't everyone want to come to Wind City? She inquired. Not necessarily. Large bases have their advantages, just as small ones do. With a larger base, you find a mix of people and more opportunities. But also more problems, Zhou Haiping replied, seemingly hesitant to elaborate further. He sighed and added, when you asked if I would go with you, I was indeed tempted. If it weren't for the implications of being a kept man, I might have said yes immediately. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Then why didn't you agree right away? Xie Tao asked, puzzled. I rarely invite others. They usually cling to me. Zhou Haiping, taken aback, realized that the role of a kept man had many competitors. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, survival often outweighed dignity. And being a kept man requires good looks too, which is a skill in itself. I prefer relationships based on love, he said, looking down at his feet, struggling to articulate his feelings. Xie Tao reassured him, I want to intrude on your freedom of love. Zhou Haiping was taken aback, feeling a mix of confusion and embarrassment. It seems you're only interested in my physical form. Xie Tao, undeterred, continued, just focus on growing fruits. You can do as you please otherwise. I will protect you. She stood on tiptoe to tousle his hair, confidently declaring her intent. Zhou Haiping, realizing the misunderstanding, felt his face flush with embarrassment. So, is that what you meant? Otherwise, what did you think I meant? Xie Tao asked curiously. No. Zhou Haiping quickly corrected himself. Are you in a small base now? Yes. Not far from Wind City. Xie Tao named her new base. It may be small, but it's well equipped and offers a certain degree of freedom. You want to be deprived of anything. Desperate to bring someone skilled in fruit cultivation back with her, she urged, come with me. It's so close that you can always return if you wish. Zhou Haiping yearned to agree but hesitated, fearing his earlier thoughts might be revealed. Let me think about it a bit more. I'll definitely give you an answer before you leave. All right. Xie Tao did not press further and continued to explore. Wind City was bustling with shops, and she picked one to eat a bowl of noodles, finding the flavor rather mediocre compared to what her friends could make. You should come out again tonight. The night market has more interesting things, Zhou Haiping suggested. Okay. Just as Xie Tao stepped outside, she spotted two familiar figures passing by. Her acute hearing allowed her to overhear their hushed conversation. Zhong Shanjing must have escaped. He probably realized we were onto him and took off, especially with Xiang Tao's incident creating chaos. We couldn't track him down, Zhao Linyan expressed, still frustrated. We searched for a long time without finding anything, but Lin Wanwan's expression turned troubled. Everything is changing too quickly, and I'm worried. Zhao Linyan comforted her. I'm here, don't be afraid. As Xie Tao passed by them, she noted the serendipity of their encounter. It seemed they had just returned from the Xiang Tao survivor base shortly after she and her companions had arrived near Wind City. However, their timing was coincidental. Xie Tao felt a pang of mischief as she recalled her previous encounter with Zhao Linyan and wished to strike again. But she dismissed the thought, not wanting to miss out on the night market for a trivial scuffle. Thus, she took Zhou Haiping's hand, leading him in another direction. As they brushed past each other, Lin Wanwan instinctively glanced at Xie Tao. Her perceptive nature piqued. Despite Xie Tao's altered appearance and the addition of Xiaohong in her arms, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but steal another look at her. It was as if there was something about Xie Tao that captivated her. Thus, she hesitated for a brief moment, while Zhao Linyan continued to stride forward, inadvertently pulling Lin Ruo off balance. He quickly halted his steps and turned to inquire, what's wrong? Lin Ruo glanced back at Xie Tao's silhouette and pondered. How should she articulate it? They resembled a family of three, exuding the essence of youthful spouses who had welcomed a child early in life. Yet, despite her better judgment, she found herself irresistibly drawn to Xie Tao. It's nothing. Lin Ruo furrowed her brow and remarked, I just have this lingering feeling. Never mind. Perhaps it's merely a misinterpretation on my part. As they lingered, Xie Tao had already distanced herself. Lin Ruo suppressed her unease and tugged at Zhao Linyan's arm, saying, let us head back. Isn't your brother awaiting your report? Then we can discuss our next steps. Lin Ruo was profoundly concerned that Zhong Shanjing had been growing stronger while remaining concealed. After all, he was the zombie king. Should he reach his full potential, humanity would be rendered utterly defenseless. The more she contemplated, the more her anxiety surged. Recently, she had been plagued by dreams of her past life, envisioning Zhong Shanjing leading countless zombies, encircling humanity's last bastion. She stood atop the city wall, gazing down at the dark horde, knowing that humanity's final sanctuary was on the brink of obliteration. These nightmares had haunted Lin Ruo since her rebirth, recurring almost every night. However, due to the recent advancements in Fengcheng, coupled with her foresight that garnered a formidable group of supernatural beings, she had found a semblance of reassurance, leading to a temporary reprieve from these dreams. Yet, not long ago, she encountered Zhong Shanjing once more, and with it, the emergence of variables absent in her previous life. Perhaps, humanity's nightmare would resurface once again. Unbeknownst to Xie Tao, Lin Ruo's mind was engulfed in turmoil as she merely accompanied Zhou Haiping to procure a few items before returning to his residence. Upon her return, she summoned Xiao He and Xiao Bai, startling Zhou Haiping. "Do not be afraid. This is our family chef." Xie Tao reassured Zhou Haiping and instructed Xiao He and Xiao Bai to prepare a meal. After Zhou Haiping finished eating, he exclaimed, "I'm coming with you." Chapter 52. Zhao Linyan. I have encountered you all. Zhou Haiping finally comprehended why Xie Tao harbored disdain for that noodle shop. It was because the culinary skills of Xiao He and Xiao Bai were simply exquisite. After all, they had honed their craft for several hundred years and had become true masters of household chores. "Please take me away," Zhou Haiping implored with sincere devotion. "I am willing to accompany you," Xie Tao replied. "Had I known, I would have summoned Xiao He and Xiao Bai sooner. I miscalculated. Should we leave? It can wait until tomorrow. There is no rush. Tonight, I can gather all the fruits from your rooftop, and once we reach our destination, I shall arrange for a larger space where you can plant some grapes. I have a fondness for grapes." While Xie Tao currently favored watermelons, the affection for his old love was not easily overshadowed. One day, should he tire of watermelons, he might find himself reminiscing about the merits of grapes. "That sounds agreeable." Zhou Haiping observed Xiao He and Xiao by swiftly organizing his belongings and couldn't help but marvel. "Is this your extraordinary ability? How remarkably efficient. Wait, isn't your power that space manipulation? Let us consider it my ability for now." Xie Tao yawned lazily and added, "Your ability is quite commendable as well. I genuinely admire it." Zhou Haiping retorted, "You merely have a penchant for fruits." The youth sighed helplessly. "I wish my capacity were combat-related, for then, regardless of the circumstances, I would at least possess some means to defend myself." Xie Tao patted his shoulder reassuringly. "No matter what has transpired before, from this day forth, as long as you remain by my side, I shall protect you daily, even if, Xie Tao, having few acquaintances, opted to use a familiar example. Even if Zhao Linyan desires to bully you, he must first seek my consent." Zhou Haiping merely smiled, not taking it to heart. After all, Zhao Linyan was the brother of the Wind City's overseer. Night soon descended, and Xie Tao left Xiao He and Xiao Bai at home to pack Zhou Haiping's belongings for their journey. Cradling Xiao Hong, she stepped out with Zhou Haiping. The nocturnal Wind City appeared far more vibrant than other bases. Unlike Xiangtao, which was engulfed in darkness, save for the laboratories and other essential areas that emitted light, the base's power generation facilities were limited, prioritizing supply to crucial sectors. Ordinary citizens resorted to candles or slumbered at night, having labored exhaustively throughout the day, leaving them no time to indulge in leisure. In contrast, Wind City boasted a lively night market, showcasing stalls selling various snacks and an array of eclectic goods. Zhou Haiping mentioned a barbecue stall that was particularly renowned for its delectable offerings, frequented by numerous formidable ability users. The vendor, resembling Zhao Linyan, wielded fire manipulation as his power. His stall was a mere hobby, hence the prices were reasonable, slightly above material costs, yet he enjoyed considerable popularity. Xie Tao was filled with anticipation. Though she had never tasted barbecue, she held a keen interest in the culinary delights of this world. Having previously sampled an array of enjoyable fare, from fast food to hot pot, as well as an assortment of fruits, her palate had been thoroughly delighted. Thus, her excitement for the barbecue, which Zhou Haiping had praised extensively, was exceptionally high. Upon their arrival, the barbecue stall was already bustling with patrons. The young vendor, appearing around 25 or 6, wore a hat reminiscent of a fisherman's cap, Beside him stood a small shelf laden with ingredients, clearly marked with prices. Patrons could barter with grains or other intriguing items, as long as the vendor deemed the exchange equitable. As Xie Tao observed the offerings, which consisted of skewered vegetables and various meats, she inquired of Zhou Haiping, "Which one is the most delectable? Do you have any recommendations?" Having only visited a couple of times, Zhou Haiping pondered, "Everyone has different tastes. I am uncertain of what you might enjoy." The young vendor, initially focused on grilling, overheard their conversation and cheerfully remarked, "First time here, I see. You should try the zhangzhongbo. The cabbage is also excellent, particularly favored by the ladies. I can offer you 2 extra skewers of chicken wings, which I personally adore." As Xie Tao selected her items and handed them to the vendor, she curiously asked, "I noticed on the sign that anything deemed interesting holds value. What constitutes interesting to you? What do you personally enjoy?" The young vendor, a gregarious spirit, paused to contemplate while continuing to grill with one hand. "You've stumped me." Xie Tao produced a handheld gaming console with her left hand, a comic book with her right, along with 2 gemstones, and even a watermelon she had just purchased. "Which do you prefer? The gaming console, the comic book? Or do the gemstones hold value in your eyes? Or perhaps you favor the watermelon?" The young vendor gasped, such a delightful aura, just as he was about to respond. A few individuals approached, shoving their selected plates into his hands. He instinctively accepted them, momentarily forgetting his previous thoughts. Scratching his head, he said, "All of these are fine. I like them all." Despite his words, he discreetly pocketed the gaming console, his eyes gleaming with tears of joy upon recognizing the model. "This one. I searched for ages in the city and couldn't find it. It seems to be out of stock." "Ah." The young vendor swiftly added several skewers of meat to Xie Tao's plate. "I'll chat with you later. Consider this a gift. If you enjoy it, do visit often." "Very well," Xie Tao replied, gathering her remaining items and seeking a table to sit. Just then, someone bumped into her. She gracefully evaded, resembling a delicate butterfly, while the individual, clearly intentional, lost their footing and collided with the table's edge. The impact was painful, and he let out a yelp, clutching his side, and began to berate, "Why did you bump into me? Are you blind or something?" Xie Tao assessed him, noting he was accompanied by 2 friends. All appeared quite robust, suggesting they had some influence to survive in this apocalyptic world. "Are you accusing yourself of blindness?" Xie Tao gestured between them. "Or did I strike you with an invisible wall?" As the man prepared to retort, a young man to his left intervened, stepping forward with a mocking tone. "Zhou Haiping, I wondered how I could find you here. It seems you've attached yourself to a wealthy patron. I recall you once declared that self-respect surpasses all else. Has that changed now?" Xie Tao realized that this group seemed to be targeting Zhou Haiping. He stood silently, his youthful countenance betraying visible tension, veins bulging as he glared at the young man. Hatred poured forth from him, causing his body to tremble slightly. Xie Tao glanced between Zhou Haiping and the young man, firmly convinced that a deep-seated animosity existed between them. The youth continued to provoke, saying, "It hasn't been long since you started relying on wealthy women. If only your sister had a fraction of your cleverness, things would be different." Before he could finish his words, Zhou Haiping delivered a swift punch. "You are unworthy to mention my sister." The middle-aged man who had first attempted to extort Xie Tao immediately retaliated with a kick directed at Zhou Haiping. His reflexes were remarkably quick, perhaps indicative of some supernatural ability. However, he was not as swift as Xie Tao, whose kick, though seemingly a moment slower, landed with greater force upon his abdomen, sending him flying. Xie Tao possessed an astonishing strength, propelling him several meters away until he collided heavily with the table, overturning it. After retracting her foot, Xie Tao casually remarked, "Upon reflection, I believe you should not insult me without consequence. Since you insist on provoking me, I shall make it clear." Following her declaration, she flashed a charming smile. "Now that I've struck you, you may come and reason with me." Stepping forward, Xie Tao positioned Zhou Haiping behind her. Though petite, she stood like a mountain, shielding Zhou Haiping from the youth. The youth's expression darkened as he muttered, "You wouldn't dare oppose me for Zhou Haiping, would you? Oh, you appear unfamiliar. Are you new to Wine City? Allow me to impart a lesson. The Zhao family is not to be trifled with. If you understand, it would be wise to leave now." Before he could finish, Xie Tao's fist connected with his face, sending him hurtling backward and crashing onto the still recovering middle-aged man. "The Zhao family is not to be trifled with," Xie Tao quietly murmured. "I've already dealt with Zhao Linyan. Could you possibly be Zhao Linfeng? Surely, as the head of Wind City, you wouldn't be so inept." Zhou Haiping stood frozen, pale with fear, urgently stating, He is a distant cousin of Zhao Linfeng. If you strike him, it will lead to significant trouble. You shouldn't. I've already made my intentions clear, Xie Tao replied, gazing up at Zhou Haiping with an expression devoid of emotion, yet somehow comforting. From now on, I will protect you. Chapter 53. I am willing to give you my soul indeed. There is a profound sense of security, for although she is but a diminutive figure, her mere presence has the power to render all troubles and difficulties ephemeral, vanishing into thin air in that fleeting moment. Zhou Haiping, with memories of his past isolation flooding his mind, gazes at Xie Tao's petite silhouette and feels an overwhelming sensation swelling within his chest. You need not. Need not. He stutters, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, Zhou Haiping is acutely aware that they are in Wind City, and the individual before him is a scion of the Zhao family, a relative of Zhao Linfeng. Should Xie Tao offend this person, she might meet a fate akin to that of his sister. He has already lost one sister. He cannot bear to lose another who has shown him kindness. Thus, after regaining his composure, Zhou Haiping resolutely states, there is no other relationship between us. The matters we previously discussed remain unresolved, so you are not in breach of contract. Let us consider it as if I never agreed. But you had already consented, hadn't you? Xie Tao's eyes widen in disbelief, clearly unable to accept that the person she had finally persuaded could so swiftly renege. How can this be? She protests. How can you speak so deceitfully? You promised to come with me. How can you retract that now? You have shattered the trust between us. Zhou Haiping, still contemplating how to extricate Xie Tao from this predicament, given that she has already struck someone, finds himself at a loss. After enduring her accusations, he hears her cold voice. I have never regarded them with any respect. Do you still feel hatred at this moment? If so, why not consider seeking revenge? I am willing to be your support. Your spear. All you need to do is trust me and unleash your fury. Zhou Haiping struggles to articulate his emotions. His chest feels aflame, a tumult of anger, hatred, and exhilaration surging within him, yearning to erupt. You must understand one thing. I am no fool, and I do not wish to lose my life so readily. My words signify that I can lead you away, but it may mean you will be hunted in Wind City, if you still desire a peaceful existence. Before he can finish, Zhou Haiping's eyes widen in realization. He harbors a deep-seated loathing for the person before him, fantasizing daily about flaying his skin, shattering his bones, and drinking his blood, yet he finds himself incapable of acting upon these desires. He can only observe his enemy from a distance, envisioning countless scenarios of vengeance in his mind. If an opportunity were to arise, what would it matter if he were pursued? Should he succeed in eliminating that individual, dying on the spot would bring him no regrets. Yes, his sister had told him repeatedly to live well. Yet if living means tolerating the arrogance of those who caused her demise, he would rather embrace death in her stead. You truly can leave, can't you? Zhou Haiping gritted his teeth. Of course, Xie Tao reassured him, patting his shoulder. I can shield you from all threats and grant you the power of vengeance. Zhou Haiping, pursue your desires without fear. A peculiar energy emanated from her touch, dark and chilling, yet he remained indifferent to it. Indeed, society venerates the forces of light. Yet such forces have not avenged him. When he wept in despair over his sister's death, the light offered no justice. As long as he could avenge her, he would willingly descend into hell, indifferent to the nature of the power facilitating his revenge. Even if Xie Tao were a devil, in this moment, he would gladly offer his soul to her. When Zhao Linfeng's distant cousin was struck, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. This was Wind City, Zhao Linfeng's domain. Who dared to assault his kin? The young man before them, despite his lackluster abilities, wielded his lineage as a shield, engaging in wanton misdeeds under the protection of his family name. Had it not been for the fear of provoking the Zhao family, onlookers might have cheered as he was beaten. He had committed numerous vile acts, seizing others' wives and daughters without remorse, and once drove a shopkeeper to ruin merely for denying him a storefront. In Wind City, countless individuals bore disdain for him. As he was attacked, many pulled out their phones, eager to document the spectacle, prepared to share the amusement with friends. Thus, aside from a few eager sycophants seeking to curry favor, no one approached. His sole remaining lackey was quick, but Xie Tao was quicker. She struck the ground, and in the dead of night, the inky mist was scarcely noticeable. As it billowed upwards, forming indistinct figures, many remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Charge. The shadowy constructs lacked souls and would dissipate swiftly, but that mattered little. For Xie Tao had no intention of prolonging their existence. She commanded her minions to intercept all who dared approach, effortlessly dragging the corpulent middle-aged man into the gathering darkness. Only the self-proclaimed cousin of Zhao Linfeng remained dazed on the ground, momentarily stunned by the chaos. Even as Zhou Haiping approached, trembling and wielding a blade forged from the dark essence, the young man continued to mock him. Your sister's taste is well known. Many have savored it. Shouldn't they be considered your brothers-in-law? Rather than being a kept man, why not ask those brothers-in-law if they are willing to purchase your backside? Under normal circumstances, Zhou Haiping would have been incensed, his rage stemming from impotence and the inability to exact revenge, suffering as he allowed his enemy to act with impunity. Yet at this moment, he felt unervingly calm, with only the thought of his sister igniting a resolute desire for vengeance within him. Zhou Haiping had never taken a life. Even amidst the apocalypse, when many had crossed their moral thresholds to commit acts they would have never considered before, he remained cautious and lawful. Thus, when his sister perished, he was engulfed in anguish. Having never harmed another or committed wrongdoing, why had such misfortune befallen him and his sister? He pondered endlessly whether he had erred, seeking answers in vain, nearly losing himself in the process. Yet upon meeting Xie Tao, he remained sincere, unwilling to deceive, steadfast in his beliefs. Was he afraid to act? No. Gripping the blade, Zhou Haiping contemplated with chilling clarity. He knew precisely what he must do and what he must not. At this moment, he was meant to kill. As he advanced, the young man, now slowly comprehending his predicament, attempted to rise but failed. He staggered back on his hands, eyes wide with terror. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am. You are Zhao Linfeng's cousin. Zhou Haiping completed the sentence for him and then inquired. Do you know who I am? The young man momentarily found his thoughts muddled, desperately trying to ascertain Zhou Haiping's background. Then he heard Zhou Haiping's frigid declaration. I am the brother of Zhou Haiyan. My sister has done nothing wrong. Neither have I. There is no fault to be found in us. The true beast lies before us. In that moment, Zhou Haiping's understanding was clearer than ever. His eyes reflecting the flames of the barbecue, which seemed to erupt from his heart, intent on incinerating everything in its path. The beast should remain caged. If it has been let loose, it must be prepared to face the consequences of its actions. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Haiping lunged fiercely at the young man. One stab, another, and yet another. He severed the very essence of that which wrought havoc, piercing through his chest and abdomen. He transformed the young man's already frail form into a mere shell. Zhou Haiping's hatred showed no sign of abating. He continued to plunge the knife downwards. At first, the young man shouted, proclaiming his identity and threatening Zhou Haiping to refrain from striking. However, upon realizing Zhou Haiping's calm demeanor amidst his frenzied assault, he began to panic as the strength behind the blade was astonishing, its sharpness unmatched. The moment the first stab struck, terror began to consume him. He cried out, pleading for mercy, discarding all dignity in his desperate bid for survival. Zhou Haiping simply uttered, my sister once pleaded with you not to act in such a manner. But what of you? As he stood, drenched in blood like a vengeful spirit, the youthful innocence that once graced his countenance had transformed into something cold and piercing, entirely unrecognizable from before. Xie Tao manipulated the shadows, casting aside those who lunged at them, while Xiaohong nestled in her arms, restless and seemingly poised to strike. Zhao Linyan and Lin Wanwan had just finished reporting to Zhao Linyun and were on their way to dine, only to be met with this chaotic scene. The girl gazed at the bloody Zhou Haiping and laughed heartily, exclaiming, what do you wish to do? Go ahead and do it. Chapter 54. The Devil's Believer. Xie Tao possessed a uniquely peculiar aura. At this moment, her actions were wildly erratic, yet her gaze remained remarkably composed, infused with a subtle hint of delight, as if she derived genuine pleasure from the scene before her. This distinctive quality immediately reminded Lin Ruo of Xie Tao. Despite their previous brief encounter, the impression was etched deeply in her mind, almost to the point of evoking a sense of PTSD, making it hard to forget. But how could it be Xie Tao? She should have been avoiding Feng City. No matter her confidence, she could hardly believe she could single-handedly confront an entire city. Lin Ruo found it hard to believe, yet the girl before her, albeit slightly unfamiliar, bore an uncanny resemblance to Xie Tao. While many might share a similar appearance, such an aura was indeed rare. Moreover, it was worth noting that Zhong Shanjing had also been disguised, which was why they had failed to recognize him during their first meeting. Her heart was in turmoil, and she couldn't help but glance at her boyfriend. Seeking affirmation or denial, she saw Zhao Linyan, his expression reflecting a similar sense of PTSD as he fixated on Xie Tao, indicating he felt the same way. If one person's perception could be flawed, the likelihood of two individuals sharing the same feeling diminished significantly. Call for help, Zhao Linyan whispered. I suspect that woman is Xie Tao. Better to capture her mistakenly than let her escape. Lin Roro nodded. They had only come for dinner, and Zhao Linfeng should be nearby, as they had planned to enjoy a barbecue together. However, Zhao Linfeng had arrived a bit late due to other commitments, allowing them to come first and get the fire started. He should be around now. Lin Huan, stop those two, Zhao Linyan shouted. That woman is the highest priority wanted criminal in Feng City. The barbecue owner hesitated, rationality telling him that if Xie Tao is on the wanted list, she must have committed a serious crime. Yet instinctively, she did not appear to be a villain. Thus, he hesitated for a moment, refraining from acting immediately. Just then, a fair hand reached from his plate and snatched the freshly grilled skewer of meat. Xie Tao looked utterly indifferent, seemingly unconcerned for her safety. Fully aware that she was in Feng City, Zhao Linyan's territory. Your name is Lin Huan? Quite an interesting name, Xie Tao remarked, taking a bite of the skewer. Wow, delicious. I'll be sure to return if I have the chance. Her demeanor suggested she was the one holding dominion over Feng City, not the other way around. Zhao Linyan recalled how Xie Tao had previously assaulted him, instilling a sense of caution as he gradually summoned reinforcements to encircle her. Xie Tao paid him no mind, instead addressing Zhou Haiping. Do you have anything else you wish to accomplish? If so, do it all at once. Don't leave anything for next time. After taking his revenge, Zhou Haiping felt invigorated, almost as if awakening from a dream. When he looked at Xie Tao, she resembled a deity to him. Hearing her words, Zhou Haiping immediately responded, well, I do have one more thing I want to do, but is it alright if I waste time? Not at all, Xie Tao declared boldly. If you want to do something, go ahead. Alright. Zhou Haiping turned to Zhao Linyan, proclaiming loudly, Zhao Ziqing has caused countless deaths under your watch. Perhaps you don't care for the lives of ordinary people, but one day, you will face retribution from them, just as I do today. Feng City, it's nothing. Having spoken his mind, he felt an immense sense of relief and turned to Xie Tao, asking, how shall we depart from here? There's no rush. Xie Tao glanced into the distance where a young man was approaching. He bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Linyan, though their features were similar. The young man exuded a far more refined aura. This must be Zhao Linfeng, Zhao Linyan's elder brother and the current leader of Feng City. Xie Tao did not leave immediately. She wished to catch a glimpse of Zhao Linfeng, to see what the head of the largest survivor base in the human world was like. It was crucial for her to ascertain if Zhao Linfeng shared his brother's navet. If he did, she would genuinely feel that humanity had no future. Fortunately, Zhao Linfeng appeared far more reliable than his brother, embodying the poise of a ruler. As Xie Tao finished the meat on her skewer, she leisurely wiped her mouth and addressed Zhao Linfeng. Feng City? It's nothing. Zhou Haiping asked, are you mimicking my speech? With a wave of her hand, the dark shadows that had been attacking others suddenly melted away, converging before her to form a colossal portal. Let us depart, Zhou Haiping. Zhou Haiping glanced up at the portal, hastily following his new employer through. Zhao Linyan attempted to intervene, but was halted by his brother. You cannot stop her, Zhao Linfeng murmured. If the preparations are thorough, there may yet be a chance. However, her arrival was far too sudden. We were utterly unprepared. Zhao Linyan fumed. But she killed Zhao Ziqing. Zhao Linfeng remained silent, his stance evident. Deflated, Zhao Linyan muttered, her audacity is astounding, coming into Feng City alone. Well, not alone, with a burden. Is she truly underestimating Feng City? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Linfeng instructed, remove the bodies. Clean this area, do not disturb others' business. As Zhou Haiping stepped through the portal, he found himself outside the city, utterly bewildered, clueless as to what Xie Tao's powers entailed. However, this was her secret, and he felt disinclined to inquire, especially since she was his benefactor. Just as Zhou Haiping contemplated the usefulness of such an ability, he suddenly remembered something crucial. I forgot my fruit, and the food you gave me earlier, as well as your two. Xie Tao crouched down and drew a teleportation array, from which Xiao He and Xiao Bai emerged, carrying a plethora of items. Zhou Haiping silently closed his mouth. Xie Tao could have utilized the teleportation array to leave, but it lacked flair, so she opted for a more dramatic exit. Let us go? Xie Tao's expression turned serious. It seems I won't be able to return to Feng City for a while. She casually wiped her face, removing her disguise, and said to Zhou Haiping, you are now part of my crew. There is no going back. If you ever wish to escape. Zhou Haiping replied calmly. From the moment you helped me take revenge, this life of mine belongs to you. There is no need for concern. I could never. As he spoke, he met the gaze of Xiao Hong, who seemed to recognize Zhou Haiping as Xie Tao's new subordinate and smiled amiably, revealing her sharp teeth. Zhou Haiping exclaimed, "What is this? Isn't this your daughter?" "Yes, my little one, but Xiao Hong is a zombie." Zhou Haiping realized he had indeed boarded a pirate ship. However, Zhou Haiping had no intention of disembarking from the pirate ship. Perhaps before, he might have cared about others or the zombies, but after the death of his sister, when only Xie Tao stood by him, he became indifferent to everything else. Xie Tao's camp was his camp. Xie Tao's goals were his goals. As they walked forward at a leisurely pace, Zhou Haiping's heart was filled with complexity. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of cohabiting with a horde of zombies. The young man regained the demeanor he had possessed when he first met Xie Tao, and as they walked, he remarked, "In fact, Zhao Ziqing was originally my sister's boyfriend, before the apocalypse. However, that man was never one to behave himself, for while he was with Zhou Haiping's sister, he was also unfaithful to her with other women." Upon discovering his infidelity, Zhou Haiping's sister was furious and broke off their relationship. He even came to plead with her for reconciliation, kneeling and apologizing, only to be rejected. After the apocalypse, Zhou Haiping and his sister had resided in various other bases. But due to the chaos and lack of order in some of them, they decided to move to Wind City, unaware that this choice would lead them to hell. Zhao Ziqing happened to seek refuge with Zhao Linfeng, living a life of tyranny in Wind City. Upon encountering Zhou Haiping's sister, he recalled the rejection he had faced when seeking to mend their relationship. This despicable, revolting creature, devoid of morals, led a group to commit unspeakable acts against Zhou Haiping's sister. In her struggle, she suffered internal injuries and was subsequently subjected to humiliation by them, ultimately succumbing to her injuries due to the lack of timely medical attention. Zhou Haiping, who had been present, lost consciousness from the beating. When he awoke, he witnessed his sister being violated by a multitude of individuals. She told him to live well. He survived, but he has been trapped in a nightmare ever since, unable to find solace day and night. Perhaps for you, it was merely a casual act of kindness towards me, but for me, Zhou Haiping gazed up at the sky, his voice hoarse, "I have finally found my release." Chapter 55. You will not regret it in the depths of despair. Zhou Haiping lived in a perpetual nightmare, haunted by the torment of knowing that the perpetrator who took his sister's life continued to thrive, brazenly flaunting his existence. At long last, that individual had met his demise, granting Zhou the opportunity to heed his sister's words and forge a new path in life. He could now reminisce about her without drowning in despair and anguish, finally liberated from the shackles of that fateful day, that harrowing second, which had imprisoned him in a relentless nightmare. Zhou Haiping felt immense gratitude towards Xie Tao. Without her, he might have languished for years, perhaps even a lifetime, without the chance for vengeance. Focus on cultivating grapes, Xie Tao encouraged, patting his shoulder, and feel free to experiment with any other fruits you find delectable. If you succeed, do share your bounty with me. By the way, where is your sister's remains? Can you still locate them? Zhou Haiping was taken aback by Xie Tao's inquiry, but, trusting her implicitly, he replied, "I buried her." He vividly recalled that night, when Zhao Ziqing had discovered his sister's lifeless body, cursing as he kicked her aside, her fragile form rolling upon the ground, dust clinging to her skin. Zhou had wept inconsolably, only daring to approach her once the assailants had fled. Cradling her body in his arms, he had tenderly wiped away the grime from her visage, dressing her in respectable attire, before embarking on a journey to lay her to rest, evading the undead along the way. However, as time passed, the stench of decay began to emanate from her remains. Left with no choice, he found a secluded pit nearby, interred her, and marked the site. Zhou Haiping returned to Wind City with vengeance in mind, stealthily visiting his sister's grave at regular intervals, growing intimately familiar with the path. "Take me there," Xie Tao requested. Zhou felt a surge of confusion, uncertain of her motives for wanting to visit his sister's grave. Yet, Xie Tao simply tousled his hair, assuring him, "You will understand in due time. I believe you won't regret bringing me along." With a heart full of trepidation, Zhou led Xie Tao to the burial site. The drive was swift, and upon arrival, he gently nudged the sleeping Xie Tao awake. "Have we arrived?" she murmured. "Yes," he replied, a tinge of sorrow glinting in his eyes as they approached the grave, adorned with a recent bouquet of flowers. In an instant, Xie Tao summoned her spectral companions, Xiaobai and Xiaohong. "Dig it up," she commanded. Zhou's heart raced, gripping Xie Tao's arm tightly. "But my sister's remains must have decayed by now. You must assist in the excavation," Xie Tao insisted, pushing him forward and handing him a shovel. Zhou grasped the tool, tears threatening to spill, Yet he felt an odd reassurance in Xie Tao's presence. His sister was already gone. What more could he lose? Reluctantly, he joined Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong, who worked with remarkable speed, unearthing his sister's remains in no time. As the soil was disturbed, a foul odor wafted into the air, revealing a decayed form, unrecognizable from her once graceful visage. The putrid scent assaulted their senses, but the spectral beings remained undeterred, methodically extracting the remnants and cleansing them with practiced ease. Zhou knelt in shock, watching as they meticulously removed the decomposed flesh, exposing the brittle white bones beneath. He remained motionless, aware that the organs had long since succumbed to decay, leaving behind an empty shell. The spectral beings worked with astonishing efficiency, piecing together the skeletal remains and cleansing them with water until they resembled a complete figure. Once their task was complete, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong stepped back, and Xie Tao approached, kneeling beside the bones. She sprinkled her blood upon the remains, channeling her energy as she sought to awaken the lingering spirit. A necromancer often sought the recently deceased as their medium, for a soul could linger within its body for a mere 7 days before beginning to dissipate, yet strong attachments could allow for reclamation through ritual. As the white light coalesced in Xie Tao's palms, she sensed the profound attachment of the departed girl, her spirit yearning to return, perhaps driven by a desire to protect her brother. It is time to awaken. You are awaited, Xie Tao intoned. In that instant, flickering flames ignited within the sockets of the skull, and Zhou Haiping gasped in disbelief, witnessing the impossible. The jawbone cracked, attempting to articulate, though no sound emerged. Zhou was momentarily paralyzed, unable to comprehend the miraculous occurrence before him. "Sister," he cried, throwing himself at her, disregarding the scent of decay that lingered. The skeletal form instinctively raised an arm to embrace him, only to realize the truth of her situation as she glanced at her brother in confusion. "Now you may choose." Xie Tao spoke softly. "Will you continue to exist in this form, or will you find peace?" Regardless of her decision, Zhou had avenged her, and the path forward rested solely in her hands. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Haiping's sister hesitated. He clung to her, tears streaming down his face. "Sister, I do not care what you look like. I simply wish to be by your side. Or perhaps you could stay by my side. I beg you to remain." In this moment, he appeared as a pitiful soul bereft of his sister, devoid of the composure he once possessed, looking far more befitting of his youthful age. Zhou Haiyan was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. She sat there, yearning to speak, yet ultimately could only produce a series of incoherent sounds. After a considerable time, she gradually regained her composure. The skeletal figure, rising from the ground, towered over both Xiao He and Xiao Bai. With utmost sincerity, it bowed deeply to Xie Tao, subsequently conveying its intentions. "Is this truly your desire? Very well." Zhou Hai, leaning nearby, was in a state of distress. "What did my sister say? Can you translate for me?" "Your sister expressed that upon seeing your current state, she harbors no regrets. It seems you are faring quite well." "No," Zhou Hai retorted swiftly. "I am currently wanted in Wind City. I still. He desperately sought any words that might invoke concern from his sister, yet ultimately found none, for Xie Tao had shouldered all the burdens. The primary distinction between him and Xiao Bai was that while Xiao Bai had to offer his body, he provided his skills. The more Zhou Hai pondered, the more despondent he became. His youthful appearance now resembled that of a mistreated kitten on the verge of tears. Xie Tao crossed her arms. "Can't you allow me to finish? What your sister meant was that she feels joy in witnessing you embark on a new life. She was previously quite worried that you might recklessly plunge forward, oblivious to the consequences, hence her desire for you to live well. Now, seeing you wisely choose to endure your hatred while awaiting the opportune moment for revenge, your sister feels gratified that you have finally gained some wisdom. She meant no ill. She will remain by your side, perhaps even outliving you." Zhou Hai was still inclined to pout and play cute, hoping to soften his sister's heart and persuade her to stay. Upon hearing this, he broke into a smile, exclaiming, "That would be splendid." Chapter 56. The specialty I brought back when Xie Tao left, she was alone, accompanied only by a non-human companion, the little red creature. Upon her return, however, she brought back a person and another non-human, Zhou Haiyan. She had directly activated the teleportation array, and when it illuminated, Lu Ningning was present. Having come to find Zhong Jinwei, before he could utter a single word, a teleportation array appeared before him, and Xie Tao emerged from it. Xie Tao felt relieved that she hadn't inadvertently dragged Zhou Hai along with her. After all, they would be residing in this base for a while. and it was preferable to enter through the proper channels. Given this consideration, Zhou Hai entered through the front door and was likely still filling out forms. Lu Ningning, having never witnessed such a scene, momentarily froze, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, as a person in charge, he was more composed than the average individual. Once he regained his composure, his first reaction was to wonder if Xie Tao had just returned from a trip. Xie Tao found his reaction amusing, mumbling a vague acknowledgement before confirming, yes. Lu Ningning was particularly intrigued by this group. He vaguely remembered that Xie Tao's ability was related to milk. Now, seeing her return via a teleportation array, his mind began to wander into a tangle of thoughts. The initial notion that crossed his mind was that Xie Tao and her companions were indeed extraordinary. From the very beginning, Lu Ningning had sensed something unusual. 3 of the 4 were endowed with abilities, while 1 was a researcher. Such a combination would guarantee favorable treatment in any base. So what brought them to his small base? The only plausible explanation seemed to be that there were individuals in the larger base whom they wished to avoid. Alternatively, they might have had a falling out with someone at a particular base, departing in anger to this location. It was also conceivable that they had encountered conflict with someone, even enmity. In any case, it was apparent that remaining at their previous base had become untenable, prompting their departure. The base they had issues with must be significant, otherwise, they wouldn't be concealing their identities in such a small place. This was both a boon and a bane. The advantage lay in the fact that if they were treated well, they might choose to stay longer. The downside was that if their adversaries hailed from a major base, it could spell trouble for his own base as well. Lu Ningning's mind raced with possibilities, culminating in a single thought. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. With this resolve, his demeanor shifted, becoming markedly more amiable, as if he had completely overlooked Xie Tao's concealed abilities and the fact that her registered power was milk. Their desire for anonymity indicated a wish to avoid trouble and to live discreetly. Surely, they would appreciate his sincere attitude and willingness to embrace them. The more Lu Ningning contemplated, the more convinced he became, almost bursting to express his heart. I understand you may have a troubling past. It's all right. My base and I are ready to accommodate you. Please stay. Yet, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, wary that doing so might make them suspicious. Instead, he said, since you've just returned, I won't intrude any further. We can discuss matters tomorrow. You should rest well. He left decisively, feeling elated at having seemingly acquired a cadre of formidable allies, as if by divine favor. Of course, had he known that Xie Tao's enemies originated from Wind City, not merely adversaries, but the brothers Zhao Linfeng and Zhao Linyin, his attitude might have shifted dramatically. Unaware of these intricacies, Lu Ningning departed in high spirits, akin to a protagonist in a gratifying tale, blissfully oblivious to the potential upheaval awaiting him. Once Lu Ningning left, Xie Tao appeared somewhat bewildered, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind, as he seemed rather peculiar. Never mind, she muttered, then declared, I'm back. That was quick. Zhong Jinwei, slower to react, eventually exclaimed joyfully, Xie Tao is back. Zhang Shanjing was at home, while Jiang Xingji was absent, likely engaged in a recent task. They had previously promised Lu Ningning to assist in protecting those on missions. Jiang Xingji, having been quite idle at home, decided to lend a hand. As Zhong Shanjing approached, Zhong Jinwei buzzed around Xie Tao, asking, how is Wind City? Is it vast? Did you encounter any dangers? Did you bring back any specialties? I did, Xie Tao replied, bringing forth the last remaining large watermelon for Xiao He and Xiao Bai to slice. After learning that Jiang Xingji was still away, she hesitated briefly before saying, let us cut it now, there will be more opportunities. Zhong Shanjing ambled over, then remarked, you seem to have completely overlooked the most pressing issue. I hardly faced any danger, Xie Tao proclaimed confidently. Such inquiries need not be answered. Wind City is indeed vast. I even encountered Lin Wanwan and Zhao Linjin, and Zhao Linyan's brother, Zhao Linfeng, right? The city is large, yet not quite as I had envisioned. I find it difficult to describe. While wandering through Wind City, I was reminded of the Sanctum. The cities governed by the Sanctum share a certain resemblance to Wind City, characterized by a facade of prosperity, where people are both exploited and indoctrinated, living in hardship yet reluctant to leave, believing that only here can they find protection. Although Xie Tao had not lingered long enough to grasp the situation deeply, her frequent dealings had equipped her with an acute perception, akin to having installed a Sanctum detector. Had she been able to stay longer in Wind City, she might have gained a more thorough understanding, but it was ultimately inconsequential, as they were destined to be enemies. Zhong Shanjing held no favorable views of the Sanctum, His perceptions shaped entirely by Xie Tao's descriptions, an institution that exploited ordinary people under the guise of divine faith, inciting plagues for the sake of belief and concealing its sordid nature. The tales of Xiao He and Xiao Bai alone would instill aversion in anyone unfamiliar with the sanctum. Now, hearing Xie Tao liken Wine City to the cities governed by the sanctum, Zhang Shanjing quickly grasped her implication. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What should our next course of action be?" "We do nothing. We simply live our lives well," Xie Tao replied, stretching lazily. She instructed Xiao He and Xiao Bai to prepare bone soup and released Zhou Haiyan, who had only recently assumed her current form and likely needed time to adjust. "I'll take a nap for a while. We can discuss matters later." Were they truly to instigate a holy war against Wind City? Such a notion seemed unnecessary and exceedingly troublesome. Xie Tao understood clearly that even if a confrontation with Wind City were inevitable, it certainly would not transpire today. For Wind City still maintained a respectable reputation, much like the sanctum. Though the higher-ups were aware of the sanctum's true nature to the common folk, it remained a bastion of faith in the light god, offering protection to all its believers and illuminating the world. Wind City was in a similar position. Even if its core was decaying, those connected to Zhao Linfeng could treat others with contempt, brazenly trampling upon the innocent, even to the point of death. In the eyes of most, this place is a serene sanctuary, a haven that safeguards all its inhabitants. Countless souls yearn to reside within Wind City. Even those who cannot reach it speak of it with reverence, exclaiming that it is the largest survivor base currently in existence. It is said that within Wind City, the majority need not fear the disturbances caused by zombies, and most can enjoy ample sustenance. How splendid it would be to live there. They allow themselves to indulge in such thoughts for a moment longer. Xie Tao tossed Xiao Hong into Zhong Shanjing's embrace, muttering a few words before drifting off to sleep. Just before succumbing to slumber, a significant thought struck her, prompting her to rise once more. "I have yet another substantial local specialty that I did not bring back. Please remember to open the door for the delivery later." Zhou Haiyan is aware. Zhong Shanjing, perplexed, felt an ominous premonition arise. What sort of specialty could be so large that it could not be transported back through ordinary means, yet still arrive at their doorstep? Unfazed by their speculations, Xie Tao fell back into a deep sleep. Zhou Hai, uninjured and possessing abilities of his own, would not require much time to enter. By the time he arrived, he might even be in time for some soup. When Xie Tao awakened, night had already fallen. The rich aroma of bone soup, simmered for hours, wafted through the air. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed out of bed and made her way outside, puzzled. Has the specialty not yet arrived? At that moment, the doorbell rang. Zhou Haiyan, who had been tidying up nearby with a broom, swiftly opened the door, only to find Jiang Xingji standing at the threshold. "I'm back." Before Jiang Xingji could articulate his longing for Xie Tao, another figure squeezed in beside him. "Is this the place?" "Ah, sister." "Ah, Taozijia. I've arrived." Jiang Xingji and Zhong Shanjing exchanged glances at the newcomer, Zhou Haiping, and then silently turned their attention back to Xie Tao. After a brief, wordless moment of questioning the situation, Jiang Xingji could no longer contain himself. "Who is this?" "This is a local specialty I brought back from Wind City," Xie Tao replied with remarkable composure. "But that is not important. I am famished and must eat first." She happily seated herself at the table, utterly oblivious to the peculiar tension that had permeated the atmosphere, particularly with Jiang Xingji, who was on the verge of an explosion. How could this be? They had not yet resolved the matter of Zhong Shanjing, and now another had arrived. Chapter 57. I am here to join this family. 3 men engage in a dramatic play. Although Zhou Haiping did not join voluntarily, such tumultuous scenarios do not permit an escape. He found himself inadvertently entangled in the chaos. A vague awareness of the underlying issues washed over him as he sat there, flanked by Zhong Shanjing on his left and Jiang Xingji on his right. One man wore a smile, albeit with a chilling gaze, while the other exuded a ruthless demeanor, his eyes sharp as daggers. Zhou Haiping felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, wishing to articulate an explanation, yet found himself at a loss for words. Surely, he could not say, "I did not intend to be a kept man. I am not here to disrupt your lives, but rather to join this family." His only recourse was to cast a pleading glance towards his sister, but she too was unversed in such treacherous waters and could offer no help. Dinner consisted of bone broth, enriched with corn and winter melon, the latter cooked to such tenderness that it melted in the mouth, while the corn absorbed the savory essence. Sweet and delightful. In a post-apocalyptic world, relishing a bowl of ribs and soup ought to be a source of immense joy. Yet Zhou Haiping, having just unearthed his sister and spent considerable time cleaning the bones, gazed at the bowl filled with the pale broth and the succulent ribs, his expression one of complexity. Especially as his sister calmly served him a bowl of ribs, adding 2 pieces of corn, the sight of her pristine bones only diminished his appetite. Tears began to stream down his face. "Why aren't you eating?" Xie Tao gently nudged the bowl towards him, her expression radiating warmth. "Consider this your home. We will all be living together from now on, so there is no need for formality." Upon her utterance, the 2 men on either side began to cast sharp glances at him, one a charming facade, the other openly hostile. Trembling, Zhou Haiping lifted his bowl and took a few hurried bites, tears glistening in his eyes as he stammered, I have been thinking of going vegetarian." "That can be arranged." Xie Tao readily accepted his bowl, filling it with winter melon and corn, then inquired, "What vegetables would you like me to prepare?" Initially, Zhong Shanjing had brushed off the matter, merely bringing back a local specialty. Everything was still plausible, and Zhang Xingji seemed to pose a slightly greater threat. However, his perspective shifted upon realizing it was Xie Tao, she who preferred to have others cater to her whims, previously requiring assistance even for meals during her gaming escapades, had never been seen serving food to others before. In an instant, Zhong Shanjing's demeanor sharpened. He no longer regarded Zhou Haiping as a trivial competitor, elevating him above Jiang Xingji in terms of perceived threat. Zhou Haiping felt the intense scrutiny of their gazes, his body tingling with anxiety. He blinked back tears, wishing he could cry, but daring not to. Had he known he would be ensnared in such a predicament today, he would have. Oh, who was he fooling? He would still choose to see his sister. With the path he had chosen for himself, what could he do but endure? "This is sufficient, no need for more," Zhou Haiping hastily declared. "I am not very hungry. I will have a bite first, as I have other matters to attend to." Little Black and Little White had returned with every piece of fruit from the rooftop, carrying back potted saplings and even uprooting entire trees. Although they had not walked far to return home, it was better to plant them as soon as possible. The fruit trees were of his own selection and cultivation, sweeter than the average variety. Zhou Haiping wished to avoid waste, for starting anew would consume a considerable amount of time. Moreover, he longed to escape the chaos, even if just temporarily. Such turmoil was no place for a person to dwell. With a visage etched in agony, Zhou Haiping lamented that, if only he were a tad less appealing, perhaps he would not find himself in such a chaotic arena. While he wrestled with his thoughts, Xie Tao had quickly begun sipping her soup, oblivious to the undercurrents stirring between the men. After all, Xie Tao had been single for centuries, consumed by her research, entirely disinterested in romantic pursuits. In truth, many had expressed interest in her over the years, though their intentions were often too subtle for her to grasp. Those who had confessed their feelings directly had met with rejection. An amusing incident occurred when a young and inexperienced holy son of the local chapel once declared his affection for her. At that time, he was merely 16. Inexperienced and bashful, their paths crossed when Xie Tao ventured down the mountain for supplies. He, unaware that she was a necromancer, and she, oblivious to his status as the newly appointed holy son. During their initial encounter, they united to save an ordinary person from being struck by an aristocrat's carriage, leading to their acquaintance. As Xie Tao sought reliable shops for her purchases, the holy son found himself smitten. When parting, he shyly inquired, "Where do you live? May I come to visit?" His cheeks flushed with youthful embarrassment, he stumbled over his words. "Is that convenient? Would anyone disapprove?" Xie Tao pondered her home, filled with countless corpses and scattered materials, where her minions discussed how to appear less lifeless. She concluded that this young boy might be frightened if he visited her abode. Ordinary people could not fathom a necromancer's world. They had shared a fleeting connection, but it was destined to be brief. "Perhaps we will meet again in the future," she stated before taking her leave. When they crossed paths again, Xie Tao stood alongside fellow necromancers, while the holy son remained with the chapel. Upon seeing her, tears welled in his eyes, undoubtedly shattering the tender heart that had first bloomed. Eventually, he met an untimely demise, replaced by a new holy son. Xie Tao never sought to uncover the reasons behind his death. She merely reflected on the new appointment and mused, "It seems the previous holy son lacked exceptional talent." Passing away so early, Xie Tao was indeed a straightforward woman, with a disposition so unyielding that it was natural for many to feel disheartened by her. It would likely be a daunting task to ignite a spark of romantic understanding within her. Despite her occasional flirtatious demeanor, she had never engaged in a romantic relationship throughout her centuries of existence. Among those who had professed their love, one was a fellow necromancer, a young man of considerable talent, though still eclipsed by Xie Tao's renowned prowess. During a gathering, he bravely declared his feelings, yet Xie Tao remained oblivious to his admiration. Surrounded by an audience of fellow necromancers who cheered them on, it was clear they were seen as a perfect match, having known each other for many years. However, he faced public rejection when Xie Tao stated unequivocally, "I do not harbor feelings for you, nor do I intend to pursue a relationship." Feeling humiliated, he departed abruptly, never to attend another one of Xie Tao's gatherings. Xie Tao was taken aback by the pettiness of this individual, who later conspired against her in collusion with the sanctuary, almost leading to her demise at his hands. As she struck him, he gazed at her with reddened eyes, feigning deep emotion, and questioned, "What have I done wrong? Why do you reject me?" For an extended period thereafter, Xie Tao developed a form of PTSD regarding such men, whose self-righteous sentiments were utterly remarkable. Thus, to sway Xie Tao proved to be an arduous endeavor. At least in that moment, she was oblivious to the fact that among the three men present, two harbored feelings for her. She swiftly finished her dinner and urged Zhou Haiping, "Hurry and bring the items out. I'll help you secure a plot of land. I happen to have some strawberry and garlic seedlings that I cultivated earlier. You can assist me in tending to them." All right. Zhou Haiping was eager to escape the gaze of the two men, yearning to distance himself from the battlefield and immerse himself in agriculture, surrounded by watermelons and strawberries. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shanjing immediately rose to his feet. "What are you moving? I can lend a hand." Xiao He and Xiao Bai promptly opened the portal to another dimension, extracting the fruit seedlings and trees. If it weren't for the excessive height of the roof, they might have dismantled it as well. "Let us divide the labor," Xie Tao suggested. "These can be planted behind the house. There's a vacant plot there. Isn't there?" Rubbing her palms together, she felt a sense of delight. Soon, she would attain the freedom of fruit. And since Zhou Haiping's ability allowed him to cultivate plants, did that not imply he could grow fruits from the south, north, and even tropical varieties? The mere thought of such a scenario softened Xie Tao's gaze towards Zhou Haiping. "Let us go." She dashed ahead, carrying 2 pots of garlic seedlings, while Zhou Haiping followed with several pots of strawberries, and the rest were taken care of by Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Zhong Shanjing quietly trailed behind Zhou Haiping, quietly inquiring, "What is your ability?" Zhou Haiping replied, "I can accelerate the growth of plants." Zhong Shanjing understood, realizing that for the foreseeable future, no one would be able to vie for attention against Zhou Haiping. Chapter 58. He is the zombie king. This is an innate advantage. Zhong Shanjing finally comprehended why Xie Tao's demeanor towards Zhou Haiping was so gentle. Indeed, it bordered on tender. It all made sense now. It truly did. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingji, who had been eavesdropping, wore a disgruntled expression. How infuriating. Why did he awaken with an offensive ability? Had he manifested a power that expedited plant growth, or even one that hastened fruit ripening, he would have been the one receiving Xie Tao's special attention. If Zhou Haiping knew their thoughts, he would likely be apoplectic. At that moment, he longed for an offensive ability to exact vengeance. He dreamed of a power that could inflict significant harm, perhaps allowing him to perish alongside Zhao Ziqing. That would have avenged his sister. Yet these two wished to exchange abilities with him. He too yearned for combat prowess. It must be noted that if word got out about Jiang Xingji's abilities, countless individuals would be desperate to trade with him. His powers of light and dark were formidable, complemented by a supportive skill that could be deemed nurturing. Such capabilities were the envy of many. However, Zhou Haiping remained oblivious, his expression one of confusion, utterly unaware of the envy and jealousy reflected in the gazes of the two men. Furthermore, fate has its way. Had he possessed an offensive ability, he might not have survived at all, for Zhao Ziqing would have eradicated him. It was precisely due to his lack of offensive power that he had endured until now, surviving long enough to encounter Xie Tao. Embracing the strawberry seedlings, Zhou Haiping walked to the back of the house, where a vast expanse of land awaited cultivation. With little more than a turn of the soil, it could be transformed for planting. Xiao He and Xiao Bai made several trips, bringing everything over, even setting up tables and chairs for Xie Tao to rest beside them. They were responsible for tilling the earth, yet both were inexperienced, necessitating Zhou Haiping's guidance. As they tended to the soil, Lu Ningning chanced upon them. Upon seeing him, Xie Tao called out enthusiastically, leaving Lu Ningning somewhat flabbergasted. Was he addressing me? Yes. After summoning him over, Xie Tao earnestly inquired, "Could you spare me a plot of land? I wish to plant something." "Of course." Lu Ningning promptly replied, "I'll designate a small area for you. There are still unoccupied plots nearby. Plant whatever you desire." Xie Tao was elated and rewarded him with some fruit. Understanding that they would often interact in the future, reciprocity was essential. One could not simply take from another without giving in return. Xie Tao was not one to lack gratitude. Lu Ningning, thrilled by this exchange, felt that his relationship with Xie Tao had significantly progressed, perhaps even evolving into friendship. Once friendship blossomed, their bond would solidify further. Contemplating such a future filled him with joy, prompting him to send some fruit and seeds after returning home. He then demarcated a plot for Xie Tao. Their base, though modest, had ample unoccupied land, and he chose a fertile section for Xie Tao to cultivate as he wished. Watching the two plots brimming with plants brought Xie Tao immense satisfaction. Conversely, after Xie Tao and Zhou Haiping departed, Zhao Linyan seethed with anger. Fengcheng resembled nothing more than a public restroom. Xie Tao could come and go as she pleased, without so much as a nod. He rushed to find his brother. Brother, is there truly no way to locate that woman and Zhong Shanjing? If this continues, she will only grow more arrogant. Our Fengcheng has lost all face. Lin Wanruan interjected. Zhong Shanjing is also becoming increasingly formidable. With each passing day, he grows stronger. Sooner or later, we will find ourselves powerless to act. To confront such a being, we must eradicate him before he fully matures. When Zhong Shanjing transformed into a zombie, that was the prime opportunity. He was at his weakest then, and humanity could have eliminated him without significant cost. Once he grows, the nightmare of the previous generation will repeat itself, with Zhong Shanjing as the zombie king, leading hordes of zombies to encroach upon humanity's existence, causing survivor bases to vanish one after another until there is nowhere left to retreat. Zhong Shanjing embodies the irreconcilable conflict between this new species of zombies and the remnants of the old world. Yet, when he became a zombie, they failed to find him. And their recent revelation of the search for Zhong Shanjing would surely compel him to hide. Once he gains the ability to protect himself, he will no longer conceal his identity. If this continues, they will only become more passive. Zhao Linyan sat back in his chair, toying with two walnuts in his hands, remaining silent until the two in front of him finished speaking. He then spoke slowly. Wanruan, in your memories, there is no mention of Xie Tao, is there? No. When this issue was raised, Lin Wanruan felt perplexed. Thus far, Xie Tao had demonstrated numerous abilities that seemed unlike those of a typical ability user. Among all known ability users, only one possessed dual abilities, Zhao Linyan himself. And what of Xie Tao? She exhibited powers of control, the ability to summon combat-ready skeletons, and possessed something akin to a spatial portal. Is this truly an ability? Lin Wanruan had previously assumed that the absence of mention of Xie Tao in the past was because she had perished before her powers could manifest. However, it now seemed likely that this was not the case. We must investigate this woman named Xie Tao. Otherwise, even if we find Zhong Shanjing, we will be unable to act directly. To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory. You must remain calm, Zhao Linyan said. Somewhat discontent. Your temperament is far too impulsive. I cannot entrust you with significant responsibilities in this state. Linyan, I hope you can temper your impatience and learn from Wanruan. Only then can I safely assign you more critical tasks. Zhao Linyan was a bit displeased, muttering a few words but refraining from contradicting Zhao Linyan, for his brother commanded considerable authority in his eyes. Lin Wanruan chimed in. Brother is right. You are indeed a bit hasty. It is wise to think twice before acting. Zhao Linyan sighed in acknowledgement. Understood, understood. I will investigate Xie Tao. I will look into where she came from, what she has done, and others' opinions of her, as detailed as possible. Xie Tao, in high spirits, had taken a nap upon returning, so even at night, she felt invigorated. She decided to seek out Zhong Jinwei. What experiments are you conducting lately? Do you have time for me to assist you? Zhong Jinwei responded with enthusiasm. Yes. He was extremely intrigued by Xie Tao's abilities, especially having vaguely discerned that her summoning of Xiao He and Xiao Bai was not merely an ability, but perhaps something even more extraordinary. Are we going now? I will prepare the lab immediately. Is there anything you need? What should I bring? I can manage on my own. Thus, a mere 10 minutes later, Zhong Jinwei, waiting in the lab, was greeted by the sight of Zhong Shanjing at Xie Tao's side, unaware that he was the zombie king. Zhong Jinwei inquired. Xie Tao, while donning gloves, remarked, now that you are one of us and have boarded this ship, there are matters I must discuss with you. Firstly, Xie Tao pointed towards the nearby Zhong Shanjing, revealing that he had awakened as the zombie king. The reason Zhao Linyan and his associates were pursuing Zhong Shanjing was due to a prophecy predicting that he would bring about the world's destruction in the future. Zhong Jinwei, who vaguely sensed that Zhong Shanjing might not be human, gazed at him with sudden fervor. For researchers in this field, the existence of a zombie king was invaluable. Xie Tao then gestured to himself, stating, I am not an ability user, but rather a necromancer. Zhong Jinwei, intrigued, asked for clarification on what a necromancer entailed. After Xie Tao briefly explained, Zhong Jinwei's already passionate gaze intensified even further. Coach, I wish to learn. Xie Tao replied, you lack the innate talent, but entry-level training is certainly possible. If you genuinely wish to learn, I can begin teaching you tomorrow. Zhong Jinwei cradled his face with excitement, nearly fainting at the thought of studying the zombie king under a necromancer in his lifetime. The soon-to-be studied Zhong Shanjing could only observe in silence. Teacher, Zhong Jinwei eagerly inquired, what will our research methods be? Xie Tao explained that they would focus on rehabilitating the zombie king. His body had encountered numerous issues due to evolution, and the side effects were overwhelming. This was the reason Xie Tao had not allowed Zhong Shanjing to evolve rapidly. Without a solid foundation, erecting a tall building would result in a precarious structure, susceptible to collapse with the gentlest breeze. Thus, their initial research would concentrate on this aspect, and they would proceed once that was accomplished. Xie Tao's decision to involve Zhong Jinwei and reveal the truth stemmed from his desire to merge the technologies of both worlds, hoping for a serendipitous spark of innovation. The two swiftly donned their experimental attire and fixed their gaze upon Zhong Shanjing. Instinctively, Zhong Shanjing covered his chest, feeling an inexplicable vulnerability, as though he stood before them completely bare. Chapter 59. Are you not capable? Xie Tao harbors a unique sentiment towards Zhong Shanjing. This special feeling is not one of romantic love, but rather stems from Zhong Shanjing's singularity, inciting her curiosity while simultaneously leading her to perceive him as her possession. Hence, Xie Tao is genuinely concerned about Zhong Shanjing's condition. After all, he resembles an exquisite, one-of-a-kind gem marred by a few cracks that diminish his perfection. In this context, it is only natural for Xie Tao to seek to mend these flaws and restore him to his flawless state. Together with Zhong Jinwei, they meticulously examined Zhong Shanjing for quite some time, recording every detail of his physical condition and data. Zhong Jinwei, adept at organizing such information, swiftly compiled it into a chart and presented it to Xie Tao. As she perused the table, Xie Tao realized the situation was slightly worse than she had anticipated. The potential for Zhong Shanjing to have once brought about the world's destruction seemed to transcend mere personality flaws or past traumas. It was undoubtedly influenced by his constitution as well. Human beings must pay a price to gain power. There exists no such thing as a free lunch. If something were to fall from the heavens, it would likely be laced with poison. Xie Tao understood this truth better than anyone, which is why she initially suspected that Zhong Shanjing might possess some bodily deficiencies. Upon discovering that he periodically succumbed to an uncontrollable craving for human flesh, she began to suspect the limitations of his body were more severe than she had imagined. After a thorough examination, Xie Tao couldn't help but exhale deeply. Zhong Shanjing felt no pain and thus required no anesthesia. He remained conscious and jested, I'm all right, doctor? Xie Tao's expression grew grave as she replied, prepare for the worst, comrade Zhong Shanjing. Are you willing to donate your body for the advancement of science? Zhong Shanjing chuckled involuntarily. Where did you learn that? From novels, Xie Tao said flatly. After delving into comics, she had seamlessly transitioned to novels. Upon hearing this, Zhong Shanjing felt a chill run down his spine. Deeply concerned that Xie Tao might be exposed to sensational tales of royalty and scandal. Unaware of his worries, Xie Tao assumed he was fretting over his health and reassured him, rest assured, you will be fine with me around. It's just the materials that might be a bit troublesome. Upon examining Zhong Shanjing, she discovered that toxins within him were continuously affecting his nervous system, spreading upwards. This meant that if the situation persisted, it would inevitably impact his brain. As the king of zombies, he would not succumb to the zombie virus. But the accumulation of toxins within him would only accelerate with his growing strength. Currently, he was merely influenced by these toxins, coupled with the innate hunger of a zombie. Once the toxins reached his brain, he might well become a true zombie king. Xie Tao suspected that the so-called zombie king from his past had lost all rationality, unable to control himself, much like Zhong Shanjing had that fateful night when driven by insatiable hunger. Was that still the complete Zhong Shanjing? Xie Tao could not say. Let us indulge in some good food these days, Xie Tao comforted as she patted Zhong Shanjing's muscular chest. Shouldn't it be to the point of indulging in good food? Zhong Shanjing asked, bemused. Xie Tao crossed her arms and replied, your physical condition is genuinely poor. I'll think of a solution later. As she spoke, she reached out and patted his chest again, seemingly unable to resist the urge, causing Zhongshan Jing to cast a lingering glance at her. I'm merely tenderizing the meat to enhance its flavor, Xie Tao explained. I don't believe you. Zhongshan Jing retorted, sitting up from the examination table and gently adjusting his collar. His wounds healed swiftly, leaving behind only old scars that marred his otherwise striking appearance. Zhong Jinwei, who had been perusing documents, was abruptly interrupted by Xie Tao's request for him to leave. He paused, realizing the implications, and promptly gathered his things before exiting, closing the door with utmost care. Zhongshan Jing noted Zhong Jinwei's misunderstanding, while Xie Tao remained oblivious. She perched on the examination table, her small hands resting on her lap. Your condition is more severe than I anticipated, but not as dire as I feared. You needn't worry, everything will be fine. She playfully patted Zhongshan Jing's thigh this time, relishing the different texture. Xie Tao, now somewhat addicted to this playful gesture, continued to pat him. Zhongshan Jing, seated with his collar half open, displayed an alluring waistline that would typically leave him speechless. Yet today he felt emboldened and raised an eyebrow. If you wish to touch, then touch. I won't stop you. Xie Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement as her hands landed on Zhongshan Jing's chest. When they finally exited the laboratory 10 minutes later, Zhong Jinwei was waiting outside, engrossed in scribbling notes. Upon their emergence, he adjusted his glasses and cast a furtive glance at Zhongshan Jing. Having grown accustomed to being misunderstood, Zhongshan Jing did not bother to clarify, for no explanation would be believed. He secretly relished the notion that others might think he and Xie Tao shared a closer bond, hoping she would think so too. What truly troubled him was the inevitable suspicion that would arise in Zhong Jinwei's mind, questions about clothing and intimacy, all within the brief span of 10 minutes, leading others to question his capabilities. That will be all for tonight, Xie Tao remarked, still holding documents in hand, ready to review them later. We shall discuss it further upon returning. You refer to it as a treatment plan, yes? Zhong Jinwei, ever considerate, advised, make sure to rest well. Don't overexert yourself. Xie Tao replied, I'm not tired. Zhong Jinwei's gaze shifted to Zhongshan Jing, his expression growing more peculiar. Zhongshan Jing merely sighed. Chapter 60. Into the Wind City. Upon returning, Xie Tao engaged in a lengthy discussion regarding treatment plans with Zhong Jinwei, a prodigy in his own right. Zhong Jinwei grasped concepts with remarkable speed and was adept at drawing parallels. The fusion of their disparate knowledge soon yielded a novel approach. Xie Tao, pen in mouth, meticulously scrutinized the proposal, revising it throughout the night without a wink of sleep. The following morning, as others with normal routines gathered in the living room, they found Xie Tao sipping coffee, her complexion untroubled by dark circles, leaving them momentarily oblivious. Jiang Xingji jested, it's the first time I've seen you up so early. Xie Tao yawned, finishing her last sip of coffee, and replied, Huh? No, I simply didn't sleep. At that moment, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had prepared kanji after a night of vigil, and Xie Tao was ready to succumb to slumber. Any matters can wait until I wake up. Meanwhile, Xiao Hong, who had not been able to cuddle with her all night, was already in tears. Jiang Xingji was baffled by how Xie Tao had managed to stay awake all night, and as he turned, he noticed Zhong Jinwei emerging from his room. His eyes shadowed and weary, as if drained of energy. He stumbled to the table, pouring himself a bowl of kanji, sipping while struggling to stay awake. You didn't sleep all night too, did you? Jiang Xingji queried. Zhong Jinwei had spent the night poring over data on Zhongshan Jing, becoming increasingly invigorated with each revelation, ultimately finding himself still seated as dawn broke. Only then did he feel the weight of fatigue, reluctantly emerging from his room, unwilling to part with the precious materials. Cases like Zhongshan Jing's were exceedingly rare, and Zhong Jinwei was loath to abandon the information. He quickly finished his kanji, brushed his teeth, and returned to bed, eager to resume his research on Zhongshan Jing. Moments later, Zhongshan Jing himself emerged, taking a seat at the table to enjoy his kanji. Did you sleep last night? Jiang Xingji asked. No. What were you up to then? Jiang Xingji suspected they had ventured out without him, given their shared nocturnal wakefulness. Contemplating life, Zhongshan Jing replied slowly. Really? Jiang Xingji raised an eyebrow. Zhongshan Jing was indeed sincere. He had spent the night reflecting on his life, his past, and his thoughts on Xie Tao. Primarily, he pondered how best to win her affection. After last night's events, he realized that subtlety was not an option with Xie Tao. She simply did not comprehend it. He needed to be direct, yet not abrupt, balancing between candor and tact, in hopes that she would gradually recognize who truly cared for her. He pondered the earlier questions for about an hour, but the latter consumed his thoughts throughout the night. Upon arriving at a conclusion, Zhong Shanjing felt invigorated, even in the presence of his rival, devoid of the previous insecurities. While he experienced this epiphany, Jiang Xingji remained oblivious. Zhong Shanjing possessed a unique resilience that Jiang Xingji did not. From any angle, it appeared that Zhong Shanjing's prospects were considerably brighter. As he contemplated further, Zhong Jinwei looked up with a serene smile at Jiang Xingji before lowering his gaze to continue sipping his nourishing kanji. Once Zhong Shanjing finished his meal and departed, Jiang Xingji sat down in a daze, serving himself a bowl of kanji, just as Zhou Haiping stumbled into the living room, yawning. "Did you sleep last night? Surely you didn't stay up too?" Jiang Xingji asked. "Of course, I slept soundly. It was delightful," Zhou Haiping exclaimed, reveling in his newfound freedom and comfort. No longer fearing hunger or the undead, and now able to pursue his passions with ample land for cultivation. He had enjoyed uninterrupted sleep, even wishing for more. Xie Tao awakened around 4 in the afternoon, feeling languid. Stretching, she grasped the list from her bedside and began contemplating her next quest. When she emerged for a meal, her companions noticed her engrossed in the paper, oblivious to their conversations. Upon finishing, she announced, "I'm stepping out for a bit, and I shall return by tomorrow morning at the latest," before dashing out, list in hand. Lin Huan, following the recent commotion, found himself pondering what crime Xie Tao had committed to warrant a high-priority manhunt. He had never heard her name until that day. Being well-informed due to his frequent market outings, he felt perplexed and sought answers from acquaintances, including Zhao Linyin, but to no avail. His friends were equally in the dark, only relaying that the warrant had been issued by Zhao Lintong, without elaborating on the reasons, merely mentioning a man named Zhong Shanjing alongside her on the wanted list. The two shared equal urgency, but Lin Huan remained in the dark regarding their alleged misdeeds. Frustrated, Lin Huan, a naturally curious soul, sought answers from multiple sources, but to no avail, leaving him feeling disheartened. That afternoon, while threading meat for skewers in the courtyard, he was startled when someone tapped his shoulder. He had not anticipated anyone approaching him so stealthily. Had it been an assailant, he might have met a grim fate. "What type of meat did you grill before?" "I want some." Xie Tao casually squatted beside him and suggested, "How about I help you thread the meat? And you can grill a few skewers for me later?" Lin Huan was taken aback by her audacity in returning, momentarily stunned before finally responding, "You truly are bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to Zhao Lintong?" Waving her hand dismissively, Xie Tao replied, "Once I finish my business, you can inform Zhao Lintong. Who knows? We might earn something from him." Chapter 61. From today on, you are my sister. Lin Huan had never encountered someone as intriguing as Xie Tao, and his curiosity about the situation compelled him to clap his hands. "Then come help me. Once you finish threading this meat, I shall grill it for you." Xie Tao sat beside him, initially patient, but soon her attention wandered. She poked at various items, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. "What's this?" she asked, holding up a spice. "That's cumin, used for grilling. Be careful not to spill it." "And this?" she inquired again, pointing to a slab of butter. "That's butter. If you're curious, I'll fry you an oyster later," Lin Huan replied, amused by her childlike inquisitiveness. While he found her antics slightly burdensome, he eventually conceded, "All right, I'll handle it myself. You can play over there. Do you see that table? There's lemonade I made. Feel free to help yourself." Xie Tao, however, was stubborn. "I promised I would help you finish." Lin Huan couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. Fine, you can help." Once all the meat was threaded, Xie Tao cradled a cup of lemonade, watching as Lin Huan expertly grilled the meat, flames dancing in his palms. As he worked, he inquired, "I've been quite curious about something. Would you mind sharing?" "What do you want to know?" she replied, relishing the lemonade, her cat-like eyes narrowing in enjoyment, prompting Lin Huan to smile softly. "I'm curious about how you ended up being wanted," he continued. After all, the last person in such a predicament was a notorious ability user, responsible for heinous acts, including robbery and murder. Lin Huan refrained from mentioning that the primary reason that individual was wanted was due to the murder of innocents, including the family of a high-ranking official, which led to a collective pursuit from multiple bases. The second point, perhaps more crucial, was that even such a villain was not pursued with the same fervor as Xie Tao, who appeared entirely unthreatening, resembling an innocent neighbor girl, sweet, occasionally mischievous, with a lively sparkle in her eyes. Xie Tao pondered how to answer his question, then said, "Perhaps it's due to 2 issues. I fought Zhao Linyin and his girlfriend. I heard his girlfriend, Lin Huan, possesses precognitive abilities. And she foresaw that my friend would bring about the world's destruction. Thus she attempted to eliminate the threat before it could manifest. She scoffed. Regardless of whether he will destroy the world in the future, that remains uncertain. If I were to predict that Zhao Linyan would cause the world's end, would it then justify killing him? It's merely the might of a fist dictating another's fate. If she possesses greater strength, can she not also decide their fate? Xie Tao's frustration was not with their intent to use this so-called prophecy to kill Zhongshan Jing, but rather with their condescending attitude. No one wishes to die, nor would anyone willingly submit to slaughter for a prophecy. If they want to kill Zhongshan Jing, they should simply muster the strength to do so without pretending to be morally superior. Lin Huan's curiosity was piqued, and he gleaned some gossip, such as Lin Huan's abilities and that Zhao Linyan had been bested by his adorable sister. He stroked his chin, contemplating, perhaps after being bested by you. He felt humiliated and sought revenge, but was too embarrassed to admit it, so he concocted a story instead. Yet prophecies like foresight sound rather formidable. Personally, I do not believe in fate. If someone were to point at me and declare that I would destroy the world, I would likely retort with a sharp insult. Xie Tao promptly gave him a thumbs up, while Lin Huan chuckled. You didn't come to Wine City merely for grilled meat, did you? What else do you desire? I shall gladly assist if it's within my means. If not, oh, I genuinely came just to eat meat, she replied. The last time you grilled, it was delectable. I also intended to purchase a few items. Wine City is vast, and the market here should have a comprehensive selection. I thought I might find what I need. Or at least part of it. Would you care to join me tonight at the market? Lin Huan suggested with a playful grin. If your desired items are complex, I can connect you with a few friends. Perhaps Xie Tao mused, but I might need to change my appearance. Lin Huan watched in awe as she demonstrated her remarkable skill in disguise, not only altering her features but also shrinking her stature, reminiscent of legendary body shrinking techniques. Originally petite, she appeared almost like a child of 13 or 14, her hair styled in playful twin tails that swayed adorably as she moved. As a self-proclaimed recluse, he dramatically clutched his chest and feigned collapse. Ah, sister. A delightful little sister. Xie Tao stepped on his chest, exclaiming in disdain, You're so lewd. Be serious. Yet, the girl with twin tails was undeniably charming. Satisfied, she patted her hair, and Lin Huan, unperturbed by her playful dominance, languidly proclaimed, Tonight, I shall be your brother. And you shall be my sister. We shall refer to each other as such. Xie Tao raised an eyebrow. You, a few hundred years old, dare to be my brother? Afraid that Lin Huan would discover her true age, she merely tilted her head and sweetly uttered, Brother? Lin Huan promptly collapsed again. Chapter 62. This is someone else's wife. This marked the second occasion that Xie Tao visited the night market in Phone City. Unlike her first visit, she now held the title of a small business owner. Lin Huan insisted she refrain from other tasks, allowing her to simply sit beside him, collecting payments while indulging in snacks, fruits, and refreshing lemonade to pass the time. Perched on a high stool, Xie Tao swung her slender legs, assisting Lin Huan as a cashier. If she continued this role, it was likely that Lin Huan would face bankruptcy. After all, whenever someone inquired whether her merchandise could be exchanged for something else, she accepted their requests without hesitation. Lin Huan, however, seemed unfazed, grinning like a lovesick fool beside her. If he truly had such an adorable sister, even bankruptcy would be worth it, for a sister is an invaluable treasure. Regular patrons who were unfamiliar with Xie Tao approached Lin Huan with inquiries about her. With pride, Lin Huan would gesture towards her, declaring, This is my sister. You mustn't tease her, otherwise I shall be quite displeased. As the evening progressed, two of Lin Huan's acquaintances arrived, and he introduced them to Xie Tao, saying, If you seek anything, these two are your go-to. If they cannot procure it, then it likely does not exist in Feng City. Lin Huan spoke with confidence, evidently trusting in his two friends. Upon hearing this, Xie Tao eagerly clapped the stool beside her. Once they were seated, she handed them her list. Take a look. I can gather most of these items myself, but it would be rather tedious. Xie Tao was not short on subordinates. Dispatching them according to her list would yield satisfactory results. However, it required her to divide her attention amongst them, especially since most zombies were mindless and incapable of discerning finer details. The mere thought of this made her feel overwhelmed, for in many respects, she was inherently lazy, which was why she adored the versatile little skeletons, Xiao Bai and Xiao He, who not only managed household tasks but also possessed an endearing disposition. Her laziness was deeply ingrained, an intrinsic part of her character. If she were a gamer, she would undoubtedly be the type who, while capable of grinding for resources, would prefer to invest directly for gains. After perusing the list, one of the men grimaced, stating, "If you were to invest the time, could you collect most of these items?" "Indeed, I could potentially gather them all," Xie Tao replied nonchalantly. "Why not become my supplier? We can collaborate. I'll serve as the intermediary, and you shall profit handsomely." Xie Tao remained silent, while the other man, more reliable, added, "I will require some time. I may not be able to secure everything, but I can certainly procure a portion. However, the cost will exceed the value of the items on your list. For I must charge a fee for my efforts, and time is money, is it not?" Xie Tao readily gestured an okay sign. "Acquire as much as you can. And once collected, contact Lin. Cough, cough, my brother. Should I provide a deposit?" "A deposit is necessary, and it may encompass more than just supplies. I'll also need other items." He gestured toward some specialized equipment. "These may require exchanges with certain professionals. The more advanced zombie limbs and brains will be more enticing to them than mere supplies." They swiftly arranged a transaction for a few days later. After he departed, Xie Tao flopped onto her seat like a lazy fish, beckoning Lin Huan. "I want to eat grilled cabbage." The grilled cabbage, crispy and sweet with a hint of spice, was one of her favorites. "Coming right up," Lin Huan responded promptly. His gaze towards Xie Tao was filled with a tenderness surpassing that of an affectionate brother. And she spent the evening in leisurely bliss. Zhao Linfeng likely never anticipated that she would return to Feng City so soon, especially to the very spot where they had discovered her. After a lengthy period of relaxation, Lin Huan decided to close up early and took her for a stroll through the night market. The night market featured a ring toss game with prizes that were quite valuable, items once deemed precious before the apocalypse, such as exquisite jewelry, gold, silver, jade, luxury cosmetics, and other highly sought-after goods like cigarettes. Many were engaged in play, and as Xie Tao strolled past, she noticed a charming little golden pig positioned in the center of the ring toss area. Noticing her gaze, Lin Huan asked, "Do you want it? I can give it a try." He rolled up his sleeves confidently. "I was quite skilled at such games in the past. Whether it's ring toss or claw machines, I excel at them all." While she was mentally orchestrating her red-clad zombie minions to corner a high-ranking zombie, Xie Tao vaguely acknowledged him, and Lin Huan eagerly exchanged several rings, ready to toss. However, the little golden pig was positioned awkwardly, and its round shape made it a challenging target. After using 4 of his 5 rings without success, Lin Huan felt a pang of embarrassment. How could he let himself falter in front of his adorable sister? Then, with a casual flick, he tossed the last ring, which miraculously landed perfectly around the little golden pig. Looking down, he saw Xie Tao wearing an expression of calm indifference. She then requested 2 more rings from the vendor. "What do you want?" she asked. "Lin Huan, this is so embarrassing." He randomly pointed to 2 items, but to his astonishment, Xie Tao did not even glance at them. With a casual toss, she landed the rings precisely on the items he desired, right in the center. "Lin Huan." Xie Tao accepted the prizes from the vendor and tossed them to Lin Huan, exuding an air of authority. Just then, a young lady passed by, her eyes sparkling as she shyly approached Xie Tao. Could you help me win something? I come here every night and have tried several times, but I'm not very good at it." Xie Tao, with an air of aloofness, instructed the vendor to hand her 2 rings. The young lady eagerly paid beside her as Xie Tao, holding the rings as if directing an empire, inquired, "What do you wish for?" The young lady, beaming with excitement, pointed to a bottle of immortal water on the right side, cheering for Xie Tao from the sidelines. Whatever the young lady pointed to, Xie Tao effortlessly landed a ring, achieving perfect accuracy, leaving the vendor utterly astonished. The young lady showered Xie Tao with compliments, her sweet words making Xie Tao feel as though she were floating on air as she won numerous prizes for her. Meanwhile, Lin Huan stood to the side, feeling quite troubled, contemplating whether he should inform her that this was Zhao Linfeng's fiancée. Chapter 63. The stars encircling the moon. Lin Huan's sorrow went unnoticed by anyone. Xie Tao, due to her exceptional skill at tossing rings, had attracted a multitude of admirers, all eager to engage with her. She welcomed them all, as long as their words were sweet enough, offering whatever they desired in exchange for their affection. Ultimately, their boss collapsed to the ground, fainting from the excitement. Upon witnessing this, Xie Tao decided to cease her activities, thinking it wise to spare the boss some dignity. Just as he was about to open his eyes, he heard Xie Tao declare, "We cannot strip him of everything in one night. We shall return tomorrow." A chorus of young ladies surrounded Xie Tao, exclaiming in delight, "Hooray!" Thus, she found herself the center of attention, pampered by the crowd who showered her with warmth and concern, embodying the essence of a triumphant individual. The young women frequenting this venue were all of considerable means, for it is the common folk who occupy their thoughts with mere survival, worrying about whether they would have 3 meals a day, leaving little room for leisure activities like ring tossing, which required a precious exchange of resources for trifles of little worth in a post-apocalyptic world. They were not incapable of affording such items. Rather, they reveled in the thrill of obtaining what they cherished through playful endeavors, much like certain affluent ladies who, while gaming, could easily purchase desired items, preferred instead to indulge in the allure of chance, finding greater joy in the thrill of acquiring than in the straightforward act of buying. Lin Huan glanced over to see one young lady on Xie Tao's left, delicately peeling grapes for her, while another on her right held a glass of lemonade to her lips. Zhao Linfeng's fiancé gently dabbed at the corners of Xie Tao's mouth with a handkerchief. Xie Tao resembled an ancient emperor, utterly at ease and thriving in the attention. She seemed quite adept at conversing with her admirers, eliciting peals of laughter from them, leading to a bittersweet farewell when she prepared to depart, as they pleaded, "Don't leave yet. It's still early. Stay a little longer, and I'll treat you to a late-night snack. I know a fantastic place. Afterward, I'll see you home, all right?" Another chimed in, "Why not come to my house? I have a large yard with swings, slides, and a rockery, perfect for relaxing under the grapevines. If we play too late, you can stay over. I'll make you egg tarts and jelly for breakfast." Zhao Linfeng's fiancé, not to be outdone, interjected, "But my house is bigger. Come play at mine. If there's anything you fancy that we don't have, I can get it right away, and our chef can prepare anything you desire." With a sweet and soft voice, she shook Xie Tao's arm, adding, "Let us play games tonight. I have so many in my room. We can play until late, and then you can sleep over with me." Tempted, Xie Tao fell into contemplation, genuinely considering whether to join them, completely disregarding Zhao Linfeng and his companions. Lin Huan wished to caution her, fearing Zhao Linfeng would be furious to discover that she dared to visit Feng City and had enticed his fiancée. After much deliberation, Xie Tao succumbed to temptation and waved her hand. "You head home first, brother. I'll return on my own in the morning. There's no need for concern." Lin Huan could only stare in disbelief, thinking, "Have you truly forgotten that you are a wanted fugitive? Such audacity to stay at the fiancé's home." The other young ladies expressed their discontent, earnestly reminding her, "You must come to my house tomorrow. You can't always stay at hers." Xie Tao replied, "I promise. Next time." Lin Huan could only watch helplessly as Xie Tao gleefully followed Zhao Linfeng's fiancée, Jiang Tian, home. Indeed, Jiang Tian was as sweet as her name suggested. While Zhao Linfeng held sway in Feng City, it was not solely his domain. Another faction existed, led by Jiang Tian's father, sharing power, if not equally, at least in a marginally favorable ratio. Though Jiang Tian was her father's only daughter, she held little interest in power struggles and detested cunning maneuverings. Thus, her father, after careful consideration, sought a marriage alliance with Zhao Linfeng, believing that upon his passing, she would be safeguarded by loyalists and her husband's position. This would allow Jiang Tian to continue her carefree existence. Once home, Jiang Tian dismissed all servants and brewed 2 cups of milk tea, leading Xie Tao into the gaming room. She was indeed passionate about gaming, possessing a vast collection, including several titles that had piqued Xie Tao's interest, but which she had been unable to acquire previously. The two settled onto cushions and began to play with fervor. Xie Tao exhibited a remarkable talent. Although her gaming experience was limited, she quickly mastered every game, swiftly ascending to the status of a top-tier player. Just as they were engrossed in their gaming, a knock came at the door announcing Zhao Linfeng's arrival. Jiang Tian tossed the controller to the floor, visibly displeased. "I'll handle him. I'll be back shortly." It was clear that she was not fond of Zhao Linfeng, her demeanor reflecting her indifference and reluctance. As he interrupted her enjoyment, she grew increasingly irate. Xie Tao contemplated eavesdropping but ultimately deemed it unethical and decided against it. However, her acute senses allowed her to overhear their conversation, even through the wall, as if the two were conversing in hushed tones. The exchange between Zhao Linfeng and Jiang Tian could be summarized with mere sounds of ah and ah. It was evident that Jiang Tian bore little affection for Zhao Linfeng, reluctantly accepting her engagement, while Zhao Linfeng appeared quite taken with her. Yet, his interest seemed to stem not from romantic affection, but rather from an appreciation of Jiang Tian's lineage and beauty, deeming her a suitable match for a union. Their dialogue consisted of polite inquiries regarding each other's well-being, with Zhao Linfeng offering to procure anything Jiang Tian might desire. Jiang Tian responded with non-committal sounds. Uh-huh. Good. No need. Xie Tao stroked her chin, finding the situation amusing. After approximately half an hour, Jiang Tian returned to the gaming room. Her earlier irritation dissipated as she greeted Xie Tao with a bright smile. Thank you for your patience. Chapter 64. How to abduct someone else's fiancé. He is the person coming your fiancé. Sort of, Jiang Tian replied, her smile fading. Although I do not wish to be with him, I have no choice. She sat there, enveloped in an aura of melancholy. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, the lives of ordinary people and the affluent diverge dramatically, each burdened by their own sorrows. For the common folk, their torment revolves around the uncertainty of survival and the quest for daily sustenance. In contrast, the anguish of the wealthy lies in their lack of freedom. Though she had only just met Xie Tao, Jiang Tian felt a strong affinity for this younger, yet charming and intriguing girl. Unable to contain her grievances, she lamented, I do not love him. I despise men who are shrewd and power-hungry, adept at masquerading their true selves. My father believes he is reliable, someone to whom he can entrust my future. But if one day my father were to pass, would this man truly spare a thought for my well-being or my father's legacy? I doubt it. Even if I were to become his wife, should I ever become an impediment to him, he would not hesitate to eliminate me, for such men are inherently cold and ruthless. While he may experience love, it is always subordinate to his thirst for power. Jiang Tian was no naive fool. She merely detested the intricacies of deceit. Her perception of Zhao Linfeng was clear, leading her to vehemently reject this relationship. Yet, she also recognized that without her father's protection, surviving in this harsh world would be exceedingly difficult. Lacking combat abilities and physical strength, she could not even contemplate running away, for should anything happen to her, her father would be heartbroken. To him, she was an essential pillar of his existence. With a heavy heart, Jiang Tian lowered her head and embraced her knees. Xie Tao, perceptive and wise beyond her years, sensed that Jiang Tian concealed something significant, perhaps a unique ability that, if discovered, could lead to her exploitation after her father's demise. A father who truly loves his daughter would never force her into a marriage with someone she loathes. There must be something about Jiang Tian that posed a risk to her safety. Xie Tao stroked her chin, a sudden thought striking her. If you could grow stronger, at least ensuring your own safety, what would you do? Propose an annulment to my father. If that fails, I would run away. Jiang Tian declared loudly, only to feel a wave of despondency wash over her. But I know this is merely hypothetical. No. Xie Tao leaned in closer, her voice laced with temptation, akin to a sorceress enticing mortals to fall from grace. I can help you become stronger. Would you like to try? Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Xie Tao remained composed, casually playing with a game controller, her serene demeanor contrasting sharply with her youthful appearance. Jiang Tian fell into deep contemplation, eventually chuckling. Don't jest with me about such matters. I'm not joking. Xie Tao glanced around before moving a vase closer. Is this expensive? Not at all. Jiang Tian began, only to witness Xie Tao raise her hand above the vase, a white light cascading from her palm, enveloping the vase in a soft, silvery glow. With a gentle tap, the vase crumbled to dust, as if weathered by time. I can teach you this. Upon first meeting Jiang Tian, Xie Tao had recognized her exceptional talent. In her world, such a gifted individual would have been taken to the sanctuary at a young age to compete for the title of saint or saintess. Even if she could not ascend to the main sanctuary, securing a position in a branch would be effortless. However, in this world, there was no sanctuary, and no one could impart the light-based abilities to Jiang Tian, leaving her talents untapped. Jiang Tian found herself wrestling with her thoughts. How could there exist a skill that was not an ability yet could be taught to others? Surely, it could not be the mythical magic she had heard of. Yet, Xie Tao appeared earnest, genuinely wishing to instruct her. Jiang Tian's voice faltered, parched and hesitant. After clearing her throat, she still could not respond. Xie Tao interjected, let us play a game for now. Think it over. I am in no hurry. That night, Jiang Tian struggled to focus on the game, repeatedly meeting her demise, feeling increasingly apologetic. Xie Tao patted her shoulder, as they say. What was it? I've opened the door to a new world for you. It's perfectly natural to feel disoriented. Take your time to ponder. When you have reached a decision, let me know. After they finished washing up, they lay on the same bed. Jiang Tian tossed and turned, unable to sleep, too shy to disturb Xie Tao. Xie Tao sighed, turning to face her. I have a friend I met when she was only 15. Her father forced her into marriage with a widower to become a stepmother. What happened then? Zhang Tian could not help but inquire. She fled, ultimately finding work in a prominent place where she thrived. When her father sought her out, she declared, "My fate is not for anyone to decide, not even you, my father. You might as well ask my current employer if he would permit me to leave." Later, she confided in me, saying that had she consented to marry that man, her future would have been bleak, a life of serving a middle-aged man and raising his children, competing with his mistresses, confined to a small courtyard, living in comfort but gazing at a minuscule patch of sky, dependent on others until death. Freedom is a precious thing. At that moment, I understood this clearly and was willing to sacrifice everything for it, never regretting my choice. Better to die than to live in shackles. Zhang Tian remained silent for a long time, finally ceasing her restless movements. Xie Tao collapsed onto the bed, at last able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Chapter 65. Misguided. Early the next morning, as Xie Tao sluggishly rose from her bed, she saw Zhang Tian pushing the door open. It seemed Zhang Tian had awoken long before, appearing somewhat disheveled, as if she had not slept well the previous night. Upon seeing Xie Tao, she mustered a bit of energy and said, "Let us stay for one more day. I am quite intrigued by what you mentioned last night." "Done deal," Xie Tao replied with a cheerful smile. Xie Tao ended up staying for 3 days. Had it not been for Lin Huan's message about the arrival of someone to collect materials for her, she might have lingered longer. When it was time for her to leave, Zhang Tian, reluctant to part, grasped her hand and repeatedly inquired, "Where will I find you next? Or why not stay at my home, please? You've already made a successful entry. I can visit you periodically with the next stage of learning objectives. You won't need me by your side anymore, and I have significant matters to attend to. When I come to this side for leisure, I will surely seek you out." Zhang Tian had already discerned the truth about Xie Tao the previous evening. She was no ordinary girl. Yet, she refrained from prying further, understanding that if Xie Tao wished to share, she would do so willingly, and it was not for her to press for answers. To inquire insistently would only be bothersome. And Zhang Tian certainly did not wish to earn Xie Tao's disdain. When Xie Tao departed from Zhang Tian's home, she carried with her a multitude of items gifted by Zhang Tian, who claimed it was only right for her to honor her master. Xie Tao tossed these belongings into her alternate space before returning to Lin Huan's residence, where he had been waiting patiently for quite some time. Given the significance of this transaction, "Just a moment, I need to fetch a few things," Xie Tao said as she entered the house. Lin Huan remained silent as she disappeared inside. After a brief wait, Xie Tao activated a teleportation array, summoning the crimson-clad female zombie and her companions to deliver the collected high-level zombie corpses, along with the remaining payment promised to another individual. Once she had counted everything, Xie Tao opened the door, presenting the assorted items before Lin Huan. "Is this sufficient?" "More than enough," Lin Huan exclaimed, his eyes widening as he counted the goods. "I've only brought part of the materials today. The rest hasn't arrived yet. I'll only take half with me for now." Xie Tao waved him off, encouraging him to take it all. "I trust in your professional integrity." Feeling slightly embarrassed, he rubbed his hands together. "Well then, I won't hold back. I'll do my utmost to gather the remaining items by tomorrow night." Xie Tao gave him an affirmative gesture and let him leave. However, Lin Huan circled back, teasingly asking, "Are you enjoying your time there so much that you've forgotten about us?" Xie Tao maintained her composure, responding, "It's tolerable." "Well, let me inquire seriously. What have you been up to over there these past few days?" Lin Huan's expression turned slightly somber. "You haven't really stolen someone's fiancé, have you? If Xiao Linfeng comes looking for me, in that case, you can run too," Xie Tao teased. "Wind City doesn't seem appealing. Why not accompany me?" "That sounds feasible, but you must have your own base, right?" "If you truly possess a base of your own, I'll join you," Lin Huan replied with a smile. Xie Tao fell into deep thought. Until that moment, she had never considered the need for a base, unsure of when she would find a way to return to her own world. Although she was inherently carefree, she was also quite responsible. What would happen to the base after her departure? However, Lin Huan's remark ignited a spark of ambition within her. She ought to claim her own territory. Given that it was evident she might not return to her original world anytime soon and would likely need to survive in this post-apocalyptic setting for an extended period, establishing her own base seemed imperative. If she eventually discovered a way to leave, she could entrust the base to Zhong Shanjing and others. By then, Zhang Xingji could take on a nominal leadership role, while Zhong Shanjing would operate behind the scenes. With Zhong Jini overseeing research, this triad should be sufficient for the base to thrive. The more Xie Tao contemplated, the more plausible it appeared. She confidently told Lin Huan. If I ever establish my own base, you must come and join me. Lin Huan immediately agreed. I shall certainly be there. With a future member in mind, Xie Tao felt a surge of optimism. She enjoyed a meal of grilled meat prepared by Lin Huan before collapsing onto the bed in the room he had prepared for her, rolling about in contentment. Once she acquired the remaining materials the following day, she would return to discuss the establishment of her base. This was no trivial matter and required the consent of others. Xie Tao considered herself a democratic individual, unwilling to act in a dictatorial manner. The next day, before nightfall, the individual returned, bringing along the remaining materials. Those engaged in research praised the zombie corpses she had procured, noting their freshness and high levels, and inquired if she intended to establish a dedicated supply route. Uninterested in commerce, Xie Tao declined, noting his disappointment, but allowing him to express that he could be contacted for similar tasks in the future. After he left, Xie Tao bid farewell to Lin Huan. Do not forget your promise. If I truly establish my own base, you must come to join me. Absolutely, Lin Huan replied, providing her with some marinated meats and similar items. Take these back and grill them yourself. It's unfortunate that there's no refrigerator, otherwise, I could have prepared more for you to last a few days. Let us wait until we have one, Xie Tao said as she departed. Just as she left, Zhao Linfeng approached the merchant who had been collecting materials for her. The noise created during the merchant's collection was quite significant. It would have been foolish for Zhao Linfeng not to notice. A perceptive individual, he sensed something amiss and summoned the merchant directly before him. Whose materials are you collecting? Chapter 66. Did you think I couldn't find Xie Tao? The merchant never anticipated that his gathering of materials would lead Zhao Linfeng to inquire about him. Although he was a friend of Lin Huan, their relationship was not particularly close, and he was quite astute, readily selling Lin Huan out. Thus, shortly after Xie Tao's departure, Zhao Linfeng sought out Lin Huan, whose immediate reaction was, "Oh no, Xie Tao's abduction of someone else's fiancé has been discovered by the rightful owner." Zhao Linfeng began by asking, "Where is the person who has been collecting materials these past few days?" Upon realizing that Zhao was not accusing Xie Tao of abducting his fiancé, Lin Huan let out a sigh of relief and replied with utter candor, "I have no idea. I am merely an intermediary. I don't even know who she truly is. She approached me for business, and I happened to have a friend in that line of work, so I referred her. However, that very evening, everyone who frequented your establishment was aware that you claimed her to be your sister." Zhao Linfeng was not inclined to believe such a statement. Lin Huan maintained his composure. Is it not normal to embellish relationships a bit for the sake of securing some discounts? Many people do this when purchasing items. It does not imply she is genuinely my sister. Is that so? Zhao Linfeng suddenly smirked, and an uneasy premonition washed over Lin Huan. He was about to speak when, before he could control himself, he blurted out the truth. She is Xie Tao, the one on the wanted list. I don't know where she has gone. She never mentioned it. As Lin Huan covered his mouth in shock, he realized Zhao Linfeng had never revealed his abilities, leading many to believe he lacked any. Zhao Linfeng did not rise to prominence through brute strength, and thus, no one was particularly curious about it. It seemed he was not without powers, rather. He concealed them remarkably well. If Xie Tao were present, she would surely understand now why Lin Huan's claim of being reborn was credible. It was clear that Zhao Linfeng possessed the ability to compel others to speak the truth, rendering him unafraid of Lin Huan's deceit. What is your relationship with Xie Tao? Zhao Linfeng suspected that this individual might pose a problem, his instincts urging caution, particularly after reviewing the list of materials she sought. However, he had not expected that the person in question would be Xie Tao. This was nothing short of serendipity. We have no relationship. Prior to this, we had only met once. I merely thought her being wanted might be a misunderstanding, for she does not strike me as a villain, which is why I concealed this matter. Lin Huan realized that even with his mouth covered, he could not suppress the urge to speak, so he simply surrendered, leaning back in his chair. If you have further questions, feel free to ask. After all, I cannot resist. Do you truly not know where she has gone? Indeed. She left this afternoon. I did not inquire. Who knows where she might be headed? Lin Huan replied nonchalantly. No matter how many questions you ask, I truly do not know, for there is indeed no special relationship between us. I assure you, this is the truth. You can judge for yourself, can't you? Zhao Linfeng scrutinized him deeply and then said, You should no longer be a child, so you ought to understand this. A person's character cannot be judged by their appearance. I can overlook this incident, as you have not harmed the base. However, I hope you take this to heart. Xie Tao is not a simple person. She is quite formidable. Individuals like you, lacking foresight, could easily find themselves in peril at her hands. I hope that in the future, you will exercise more caution in your actions. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient. Lin Huan remained silent, his previously relaxed posture now stiffening. Zhao Linfeng stood and began to leave, but halfway out, he paused. I must thank you. I have finally located her hiding place. A pang of anxiety struck Lin Huan. Surely, he hadn't revealed anything, had he? He genuinely knew nothing. But with such astute individuals, who could say what they might have uncovered? Meanwhile, Xie Tao was blissfully unaware of the happenings in Wind City, having returned home, where she promptly summoned Zhong Shanjing and Zhang Jinwei into the laboratory. Lu Ningning, who had intended to strike up a conversation, found her attempt futile, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Since their arrival, the base had seen remarkable progress. With Jiang Xingji's protection, the resource-gathering teams could now venture into more perilous territories. It is worth noting that safer locations had been thoroughly explored by numerous smaller bases, leaving scant resources behind. More dangerous areas, however, posed a risk of casualties. With poor fortune, they might even face total loss. Now, however, they could safely explore less perilous zones. And with the protection of powerful allies, they could afford to venture into riskier areas, making life considerably easier. Zhong Jinwei, too, never hesitated to offer guidance to the existing researchers at the base. In front of Xie Tao, he assumed a subordinate role. But let it not be forgotten that he was, by nature, a genius. To others, he was already an esteemed figure. Now, with the addition of Zhou Haiping, a skilled cultivator, they were no longer limited to merely growing fruits. Vegetables and other crops were also within his expertise, though he had no particular interest in them. He only needed to provide fruits for Xie Tao and a few others, allowing him to focus on perfecting his abilities and assisting fellow cultivators in the base, enhancing their plants' growth. In summary, the entire base was developing at an unprecedented pace, much to Lu Ningning's satisfaction. She even thought that if they were willing to stay, she could pass on leadership to someone among them. Regrettably, Lu Ningning was unable to have a proper conversation with Xie Tao and had to depart with disappointment. I will come back when you all have time. Shortly after her departure, Zhao Linfeng's men traced the area nearby. With countless abilities in the world, a select few were particularly adept at tracking individuals. Especially after acquiring a wealth of information today, the man refrained from taking any rash actions upon reaching the vicinity of the base, swiftly returning to inform Zhao Linfeng. Excellent. Zhao Linfeng dismissed him. I have finally found Xie Tao. Chapter 67. A choice awaits you. Zhao Linfeng possesses a unique ability that allows him to ascertain the veracity of every word spoken by Lin Huan. She has revealed that Zhong Shanjing is the zombie king, destined to bring about the annihilation of humanity in the future. Lin Huan has vividly described the devastation wrought by Zhong Shanjing, which is less an obliteration of the world and more a cataclysm for humankind. He commands countless zombies, orchestrating a vast army composed entirely of the undead, rendering nearly every stronghold defenseless. Many bases have fallen, their inhabitants slaughtered, while the remaining survivors retreat, one base after another. At one point, they attempted to unite, gathering numerous ability users to vanquish Zhong Shanjing, but that battle decimated the ranks of humanity's strongest, leaving only a scant few. From that moment on, there was no longer any capacity to resist Zhong Shanjing. Ultimately, all strongholds fell, and the remaining human survivors were either hidden away in cities or lurking in remote corners of the wilderness, with almost everyone else. The subsequent tale remains unknown to Lin Huan, as she perished when the last base crumbled. Yet, even a fool would likely comprehend that humanity possesses little strength to counter Zhong Shanjing. The sole outcome is extinction, much like the dinosaurs of yore. The extinction of dinosaurs left behind only those that evolved into birds, while humanity's demise would perhaps yield zombies, a perverse form of evolution. However, in truth, no human desires their own extinction. If you were to inquire of 10 individuals, 9.5 would wish for extended life, while the remaining half either jest or are unwell. Even in an apocalyptic environment, humanity yearns to endure, for we are a species both fragile and resilient. Were it otherwise, humanity could not have ascended to the pinnacle of living beings. This conviction is precisely why, upon learning of Zhong Shanjing's impending destruction of the world, Zhao Linfeng readily accepted the proposal to eliminate him. His resolve in this matter surpasses even that of Lin Huan, who has witnessed the devastation firsthand. Now that he knows Zhong Shanjing's whereabouts, he begins to plot his demise. Time is of the essence, according to Lin Huan. It won't be long before Zhong Shanjing reaches a level of power that most cannot hope to defeat. Furthermore, His ability to manipulate zombies means that even if they can overcome him, completely eradicating him would prove exceedingly difficult. Their best opportunity has passed. Thus, they must seize the present moment. Xie Tao remains unaware of being followed, as she is currently aiding Lu Ningning in treating the injured at the base, where the strongest ability user resides, referring to those present before their arrival. Lu Ningning's friend had suffered grievous wounds before Xie Tao and company had come. The two of them, possessing commendable combat prowess, had established this base together, but Lu Ningning's friend had sustained serious injuries. Despite the efforts of numerous doctors, his condition was stabilized but not improved. Lu Ningning had contemplated consulting Xie Tao, a healer, although no one had yet emerged capable of mending severe wounds. Yet, she hesitated, for Xie Tao was perpetually busy. Every time she attempted to approach, he was nowhere to be found the following day. Finally, seizing the moment, she hurriedly sought Xie Tao. He nodded affirmatively. "I can treat him, as long as he is still alive." Lu Ningning exclaimed in excitement. "Please, follow me." He eagerly led Xie Tao to his friend, whose injuries were dire. Upon entering, Xie Tao was met with a faint, putrid odor. Inside, a young man lay prone on the bed. The wound on his back had begun to rot, with pus oozing forth, mingled with dark matter, evidence of some infection. Lu Ningning expressed his anguish, recounting, "The situation was grave. I feared he might turn into a zombie. Thankfully, he did not. Yet no matter what ointment we applied, the wound worsened, and the decay has spread significantly." Prior to arriving, Xie Tao had brought examination tools, and Zhong Jinwei accompanied them, eager to observe, intrigued by the symptoms they had heard. "Let me conduct an examination first," Xie Tao declared enthusiastically, brandishing his tools while conferring with Zhong Jinwei about Lu Ningning's friend. Lu Ningning anxiously perched on a nearby stool, awaiting the outcome. As he overheard their conversation, "This is my first encounter with such a condition. If we manage to heal him, it will set a precedent. We should excise some of the necrotic tissue for future study." Xie Tao offered, rubbing his hands together, ready to assist. Lu Ningning remarked, "You seem entirely unconcerned for the family's feelings. However, if they could indeed cure him, a few samples would be a small price to pay." Reassured by Xie Tao's confidence, Lu Ningning awaited anxiously. Soon, Xie Tao secured the samples and instructed Zhong Jinwei to preserve them carefully, ensuring they remained intact before he set down his instruments. Turning to Lu Ningning, he said, "You now face two options. Your friend is in an unconscious state, and as humanity often phrases it, right? You have the authority to sign his consent form and make a choice on his behalf." Lu Ningning immediately conjured the image of a critical condition notice and felt a surge of anxiety. Was the upcoming treatment fraught with danger? Yet, he had no alternatives. He could only gamble on the chance of survival. After all, prolonging suffering would yield no benefit. He resolved to take a risk. Then Xie Tao continued, "I have two treatment methods available. One will leave noticeable scars and is slower, requiring 3 to 5 days, but it will not result in any lingering effects. The other is quicker, taking around 5 minutes and leaving no scars, though it may cause mild aftereffects. You choose." Lu Ningning, prepared for the worst, could only respond with disbelief. "Is that all?" Chapter 68. Can I save him? Xie Tao pondered. Isn't this a significant decision? Lu Ningning's attitude left her quite perplexed. While Lu Ningning remained remarkably composed, "I would undoubtedly choose the option with no aftereffects. Isn't that obvious? A few scars on a man are inconsequential. They are 1,000 times preferable to lingering repercussions." Xie Tao maintained a commendable attitude towards her patient, taking the time to explain to Lu Ningning the circumstances surrounding his friend's condition. His friend's plight bore some resemblance to Jiang Xingji's. However, unlike Jiang, who had awakened his powers to endure the infection, his friend had possessed abilities prior to being infected. Within his body, the strength of his powers clashed with the unique circumstances of the infection, resulting in a state where he was neither dead nor curable. In simpler terms, the zombie virus had mutated within him, while his abilities acted as a sort of antibody, making it difficult for the ordinary virus to infect one endowed with such powers. Much like how a smallpox vaccine eliminates the risk of contracting the disease, his abilities provided approximately 80 to 90% immunity against infection. Yet, due to the virus's mutation, his powers could not eradicate it, leading to a relentless struggle between the two, manifesting in his current condition. Lu Ningning appeared bewildered, primarily due to the technical jargon involved, which was beyond his comprehension. Ultimately, he conceded, "I trust you. Please do your utmost to treat him. Take this back with you. I'll handle things here," Xie Tao instructed, sending Zhong Jinwei away as his presence was no longer required. It would be more beneficial for him to return and examine the mutated virus. Comparing it with Xiao Hong's case for foundational research, Zhong Jinwei was eager to undertake this task and departed with enthusiasm. Soon, Xie Tao found herself alone in the room. The two methods she had mentioned were learned during her time as a necromancer from a witch, and the latter was acquired from the sanctuary. Renowned for its flair for superficial healing. On the surface, it appeared as though one had been completely cured, with no visible wounds. However, the body often bore hidden aftereffects. Nevertheless, the sanctuary's ostentatious methods had triumphed over witches, who required much longer to heal and often left scars. The witch hunts had decimated their ranks, leaving only a handful of witches to survive in remote areas, unable to form a cohesive force. Upon her later observations, Xie Tao noted the sanctuary's remarkable ability to manipulate appearances and public sentiment, which had allowed them to flourish to their current scale. After all, not everyone, like Xie Tao, would seek to compare the efficacy of both methods through personal experience. The majority were swayed by superficial assessments. The populace's ignorance and the scarcity of the enlightened rendered public opinion easily manipulable. While Xie Tao reflected on this, she commenced treatment for Lu Ningning's friend, a process that would be prolonged, confining her to the room until the conclusion of the treatment. During this time, someone discreetly approached Lu Ningning. He was excited by the prospect of his friend's recovery, eagerly wishing for time to hasten, counting the days until he could see his friend vibrant and lively once more. When informed of a visitor, he smiled. Is it someone from another base? What brings them to me? Let them in for a face-to-face discussion. The visitor, cloaked in black and wearing a hood, entered while Lu Ningning was drinking water. Just as he lifted his gaze to discern the identity of the newcomer, the hood was pulled back. Oops! Lu Ningning sputtered, nearly spraying water everywhere, narrowly avoiding drenching the visitor, who reacted swiftly. Lu Ningning had encountered few notable figures, and Zhao Lingfeng was one of them. Though his visit to Wine City had been brief, he had been fortunate enough to meet Zhao Lingfeng once, making the encounter memorable. Upon recognizing him, Lu Ningning involuntarily expelled the water he had just consumed. Flustered, he hurried over to wipe the water from Zhao Lingfeng's attire. I am so sorry. I didn't expect someone of your stature to visit. I got a bit too excited. His words tumbled out hastily. Are you all right? I truly apologize. Zhao Lingfeng, taken aback by this unexpected greeting, was nonetheless forgiving, as he had come for a serious matter. It's quite all right. Lu Ningning, flustered and apologetic, offered water and pulled out a chair, before curiosity took hold of him. Why would someone of Zhao Lingfeng's caliber visit his modest base, which lacked any notable characteristics save for its proximity to Wine City? Even more intriguing was the fact that Zhao Lingfeng seemed to be concealing his identity, donning a hood and adopting a mysterious demeanor. Not one to be easily fooled, Lu Ningning plastered on a warm smile and inquired, What brings you to my humble base? Surely, someone of your significance leads a busy life. It is surprising that you would take the time to visit a small establishment such as mine. Zhao Lingfeng chose not to indulge in pleasantries and instead addressed the matter directly. Have there been any newcomers to your base recently? Perhaps a certain individual named Xie Tao. Or she may be using a different name while here. Upon hearing about the recent arrivals, Lu Ningning immediately understood the purpose of Zhao Lingfeng's visit. His expression remained unchanged, and his tone steady as he replied, No, we haven't had any newcomers in quite some time. Chapter 69. Preparing for an attack, Zhao Linfeng observed Lu Ningning in silence, who wore an expression of innocence and calmness, showing no signs of deceit. Lu Ningning even added with a hint of servility, What kind of person are you looking for? What do they look like? If you could describe them. A photograph would be even better. If I happen to see them, I will inform you at once. Zhao Lifeng genuinely suspected that Xie Tao possessed some peculiar charm, as it seemed that everyone who met her once or twice felt compelled to protect her, despite his ample patience. Zhao Linfeng found himself growing increasingly frustrated with the repeated lies and cover-ups. He contemplated using his powers, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. I have someone scheduled to meet me, and they might be looking for me. Would you like to stay here for a couple of days? My situation is somewhat urgent. And if you're not in a hurry, we could discuss this later? Lu Ningning expressed with sincere regret. The conditions at our base may not compare to Fengqing. But if you decide to stay, we will do our utmost to accommodate you. I'll have Xiao Wang prepare my room. His intentions were quite clear. He was subtly urging Zhao Linfeng to leave. What kind of guest would impose upon the host, and then expect them to vacate their own room? Zhao Linfeng had no choice but to rise and say, If that is the case, I shall let you attend to your matters. We can converse later. Perhaps in a couple of days. Lu Ningning continued to follow him, overly polite, as if genuinely wishing for him to stay. Zhao Linfeng declined and quickly departed. After his exit, Lu Ningning refrained from disturbing Xie Tao, fearing it might jeopardize her surgery, and instead sought out Zhong Shanjing to relay the day's events. Zhong Shanjing was taken aback by the audacity of Lu Ningning to shield Xie Tao. It took considerable courage to protect someone under the scrutiny of the leader of such a large base as Feng Cheng. Did Xie Tao possess some extraordinary charisma? One by one, those who got to know her seemed uncontrollably drawn to her. It was no wonder that during their time in that world, the members of the sanctuary viewed Xie Tao as a thorn in their side. Her ability to unite and incite loyalty was remarkably potent. She seemed like a natural leader. Though she might appear somewhat unreliable at times, those familiar with her quickly became enamored with her character. An uncontrollable camaraderie surrounded her, with individuals even willing to undertake perilous ventures for her sake. While Zhang Shanjing contemplated this, Lu Ningning proactively stated, "I know you harbor doubts about my allegiance. Had I received such news before today, I would have hesitated briefly before prioritizing my own safety. My friend is more than just a companion. He is like a brother to me, having saved my life countless times in moments of peril. Our fates are intertwined. His life is as precious as my own. Saving him is more vital than saving myself. He is currently inside undergoing emergency treatment, and he would never betray Xie Tao, his savior." Lu Ningning expressed his concern. "The manner in which I sent him away today was far too blatant and crude. He is bound to suspect something is amiss." Zhong Shanjing remained composed. "Since he sought you out and made such remarks, it indicates he possesses a certain degree of confidence. He likely has already discerned our whereabouts and is assured that we are here in this base, which is why he approached you. Therefore, do not feel guilty. Instead, focus on what steps we should take next." Zhong Shanjing's greatest concern was that Zhao Linfeng, having exhausted his patience, would launch a direct assault on their base. Frankly, compared to Feng Cheng, their base was exceedingly small. Should Zhao Linfeng truly decide to attack, they might not withstand it for long before being utterly overwhelmed. The most prudent course of action would be to vacate the premises and seek refuge elsewhere. Their small numbers made them a less significant target once they departed. Even if Zhao Linfeng sought them out, he would be required to invest time in the pursuit. However, Xie Tao was currently engaged in saving lives and could not leave. They could not abandon her out of respect. It was not a matter of strength. If surgery was in progress, Xie Tao might not be able to extricate herself. In conclusion, upon careful reflection, it was evident that numerous complications lay ahead, leading to a curse directed at Zhao Linfeng for choosing such an inopportune moment to arrive. After pondering for a considerable time, Zhong Shanjing called together all the idle members, including Lu Ningning, to convene a small meeting to discuss their next course of action. The participants included Lu Ningning, Zhong Shanjing, Jiang Xingji, Zhong Jinwei, Zhou Haiping, and a small red creature that could only be cradled in arms and could not speak. After outlining the situation, Zhong Shanjing noted Zhong Jinwei's frown. Xie Tao mentioned that she may require 4 to 5 days to complete the entire treatment. If Zhao Linfeng is indeed preparing to attack us hypothetically, if he returns today and immediately assembles his forces, how long would it take? Lu Ningning, being well acquainted with the distance and logistics between their bases, pondered briefly before his expression shifted, excluding the time needed to gather personnel. Merely traveling back and forth would only take a day. After all, our bases are quite close to one another. He even accounted for rest periods and other variables, ultimately concluding that a day would suffice. This day referred to daylight hours, approximately 12 hours. After he spoke, the group fell into silence, clearly grappling with the stark reality that the time available was alarmingly limited. Were they truly to gamble on the notion that Zhao Linfeng would delay his actions, hesitating and preoccupied before arriving at their base? Such a possibility seemed unlikely. Firstly, Feng Cheng was effectively Zhao Linfeng's domain. Although Jiang Tian's father could manage a semblance of balance, he would rarely defy Zhao Linfeng's orders as their interests aligned. Furthermore, Zhao Linfeng was poised to become his future son-in-law, young, vigorous, and capable, as long as his directives did not severely conflict with their interests. Jiang Tian's father would likely support him. Secondly, they had already been searching for Zhong Shanjing's whereabouts, having finally located him. How could they let such an opportunity slip away easily? An imminent assault was on the horizon, and realizing this, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 70. Once you're on the pirate ship, there's no getting off. Zhong Shanjing turned to Lu Ningning and said, "You still have time to reconsider. Once the army arrives, you will truly be bound to our fate. Even if you claim to them that you are not one of us, no one will believe you." He continued, More importantly, consider the fate of this base. Such a small establishment cannot withstand the impending storm. Lu Ningning and his friends' efforts may very well be in vain. Lu Ningning approached Zhong Shanjing with the intent to expedite their escape. However, upon learning that immediate departure was impossible due to his friend's ongoing treatment, his emotions became increasingly conflicted. He found himself torn between abandoning his friend and the innocent lives within the base. The base, already lacking in combat readiness, might not survive even 5 minutes against Fengcheng's assault. You need not worry about being blamed if you decide to retreat now, Zhong Shanjing said with a calm demeanor and gentle tone, genuinely believing that Lu Ningning's withdrawal would be understandable. After all, the enemy was overwhelmingly formidable. Even with the base's support, it would merely be a sacrifice. Is there any way to delay? Lu Ningning pondered anxiously, wiping the sweat from his brow. Can we stall for 4 or 5 days? Allow my friend's surgery to conclude, and then we can escape together. He could not involve the other innocent people in the base. They did not deserve to suffer alongside him. If they managed to leave, the forces from Fengcheng might not annihilate the base. The worst-case scenario would be that Zhao Linfeng disregarded the inhabitants of the base, leaving them to fend for themselves. A more favorable outcome would see Zhao Linfeng taking everyone back to Fengcheng, effectively erasing the base from existence while ensuring the survival of its occupants. Regardless of the outcome, it did not involve a massacre. After all, the others were innocent, and Zhao Linfeng was not foolish. He needed to maintain a good reputation. After much contemplation, Lu Ningning concluded that if they could buy enough time for his friend's treatment to be successful, everything else could be negotiated later. There is a possibility. Zhong Shanjing smiled, seemingly oblivious to Xie Tao's plans to establish a new base. He was merely prepared for contingencies. I'll ask you one last time. You won't regret this, will you? Regardless of what transpires. Lu Ningning could only manage a wry smile in response. Do I have any other options? Without choices, there can be no regrets. I can only say I will not abandon my friend, no matter what happens. Good, Zhong Shanjing replied cheerfully. In that case, I shall be frank. I have a way to delay Zhao Linfeng. I cannot guarantee how long, but I will do my utmost. We may need to take a gamble together. Lu Ningning felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, yet he had no choice. Ultimately, he could only express his frustration. Why does Zhao Linfeng have to be so insufferable, arriving at such a critical moment? Could he not wait a few days? If only Zhao Linfeng would postpone his arrival, his friend's treatment would yield results, relieving the burden of potential interference and leaving him to bear only the weight of concealment. But now, the situation was different. The more Lu Ningning thought about it, the more his headache intensified, but he was left with no alternatives. He silently cursed Zhao Linfeng several times. Meanwhile, Zhao Linfeng swiftly convinced Jiang Tian's father. They were preparing to mobilize. Under any circumstances, they must eliminate Zhong Shanjing before he fully transformed into a zombie king. With each passing day, the price they would pay escalated, leading humanity toward an unbearable cost. In that moment, Zhao Linfeng appeared almost sanctified, as if he were eradicating a threat for the sake of all humanity, filled with a sense of justice. Jiang Tian's father, having considered the situation and aware of Zhao Linfeng's powers, placed his trust in Lin Ruan, believing her claims to be truthful. Consequently, they quickly assembled a substantial group of supernatural beings. To prevent Lin Huan from leaking information, they temporarily detained him. A multitude of supernatural beings, accompanied by some capable ordinary individuals, marched resolutely toward the small base. The time taken was roughly in line with Lu Ningning's estimates, arriving just over a day later. Factoring in the time taken for assembly, Lu Ningning was a bundle of nerves, unable to find respite throughout the day. When he received a report from his scouts indicating a significant number of vehicles approaching from Fengcheng's direction, he recognized that the situation had reached a decisive point, and his anxiety began to wane. He had spent the time pacing outside, constantly glancing at the room where Xie Tao and his friend were located, hoping for a miracle that they would emerge any moment. However, as the proverbial sword of Damocles loomed overhead, he found himself unervingly calm. The situation had escalated beyond recovery, leaving little room for apprehension. If worst came to worst, they would face death together. Taking a deep breath, he sought out Zhong Shanjing to relay the news. You must buy us some time, whatever you can manage, he urged. Zhong Shanjing rubbed his hands together and replied, We'll discuss it when you can no longer hold out. All right, Lu Ningning exclaimed, adopting a resolute demeanor as he rushed to the entrance. After a brief wait, Zhao Linfeng personally led a large contingent of supernatural beings, encircling their base. From a distance, Zhao Linfeng spotted Lu Ningning standing at the entrance, maintaining an innocent facade. I must ask, he began. What crime has our base committed to warrant such a grand display of force from you and your supernatural allies? Was it because I did not host you adequately during your last visit? I did offer to clear my room for your stay, no matter how long you wish to reside, despite the conditions not being ideal. It was the best room we had, Lu Ningning rambled, attempting to frame Zhao Linfeng as petty. Zhao Linfeng, however, had no intention of engaging in such trivialities. He simply waved his hand and initiated the assault. Chapter 71. A rabble. Lu Ningning felt the sweat streaming down his body, nearly soaking his clothes. In this post-apocalyptic world, where norms and morals had collapsed, such a reaction seemed excessive. He stood there, wiping sweat from his forehead, quietly questioning those around him. Can we truly hold out for more than 3 days? Jiang Xingji remained seated, possessing far more knowledge than Lu Ningning, his expression unchanged as he turned toward Zhong Shanjing. The latter, engrossed in conversation with Xiao Hong, paid them no heed. Though their relationship was strained, they were still akin to family. Internal strife aside, they could unite against external threats. Compared to Zhong Shanjing, Xiao Hong's abilities were slightly inferior. She could only control the zombies she infected, while Zhong Shanjing commanded all zombies. After a lengthy discussion, they reached a tenuous agreement. Xiao Hong, maintaining her aloof demeanor, withdrew, allowing Zhong Shanjing to contact Xie Tao's subordinates. He possesses the ability to control zombies, yet he is unable to exert influence over those bound by a contract with Xie Tao. While he cannot control them, he can still reach out to them. Now that Xie Tao is absent, gathering her group of followers swiftly is not feasible, necessitating alternative strategies. Zhao Linfeng has assembled a considerable number of individuals, including his younger brother, Zhao Linyin. Although Zhao Linyin tends to act impulsively and engage in reckless behavior, his combat prowess is commendable. As they surrounded the outskirts of the city, Zhao Linyin continuously murmured, "We must remain vigilant. That woman is far from ordinary. She has the power to manipulate those with abilities, and we cannot ascertain the extent of her powers. We must not afford her any opportunities." Zhao Linfeng had only encountered Xie Tao once, vividly recalling her audacious exit before everyone. He remained uncertain about the nature of her abilities, as each manifestation she had displayed thus far bore the hallmarks of supernatural powers. After gathering information regarding Xie Tao and consulting individuals acquainted with her, he found that each account of her abilities varied significantly. Moreover, each individual held steadfast beliefs in the authenticity of what they had witnessed. To date, Zhao Linfeng had heard of 4 or 5 distinct abilities attributed to her, with each person fervently insisting their account was accurate. Some claimed that Xie Tao could manipulate others, including those with abilities, an experience shared by Zhao Linyin and several of his subordinates. Zhao Linfeng had personally witnessed Xie Tao open a portal resembling a spatial gateway to depart, an act that also seemed indicative of supernatural ability. Others spoke of her power as a storage space, seemingly related yet fundamentally distinct from the spatial portal. Additionally, it was reported that during her registration at the Xiangtao survivor base, her ability was categorized as summoning, capable of calling forth combat-ready followers. Yet, some asserted that her commonly employed ability was healing, enabling her to restore the exhausted powers of others. The divergence in accounts left no one able to ascertain the true nature of Xie Tao's abilities. She remained as enigmatic as her origins. Furthermore, there was another individual of concern, Zhong Shanjing. Despite Zhao Linfeng bringing a multitude of people, he felt uncertain about their chances of victory. Pressing forward, the elite team prepared to engage. Capturing Zhong Shanjing alive would be ideal, but if not, they would resort to lethal measures. Zhao Linfeng took the lead, emanating the aura of a leader, as the elite team, composed of the strongest ability users, advanced like a sharpened blade toward the base before them. Many believed Zhao Linfeng's caution was excessive. Even if a couple of formidable opponents resided within the base, surely their sheer numbers and strength could easily overwhelm it. However, upon reaching the base's entrance, they were unexpectedly confronted by an individual within, a strikingly handsome man whose only peculiarity was an excessively pale complexion. He stood quietly, a faint smile gracing his face, and as they approached, he slowly removed his gloves. "Be careful." Upon seeing Zhong Shanjing standing there with such swagger, Zhao Linfeng's instincts heightened. Yet the others remained unconcerned, some even deeming his caution exaggerated. Then, the group beheld Zhong Shanjing reveal his battered hands, at which point, from the ground on either side, 2 skeletal figures emerged, adorned in adorably charming maid outfits, little black and little white. For many years, Little Black and Little White had not idly followed Xie Tao. They were not only her servants but also her half-apprentices. Had it not been for their demise, depriving them of blood as a medium, they would have mastered numerous necromantic skills, and Xie Tao might have genuinely taken them on as apprentices. Little Black and Little White quickly inscribed a modest formation at their feet, and as soon as it was completed, several zombies leaped forth from within, including the hulking No. 2 and the crimson-clad female zombie. When Xie Tao did not exert control over them, they were disorganized, each acting independently with limited combat effectiveness. But now, with Zhong Shanjing present, the dynamic changed. Xie Tao's entourage was overwhelmingly powerful, and Zhong Shanjing's low-profile demeanor, coupled with his penchant for covertly instigating chaos, led many to overlook the gravity of his status as the foretold zombie king, destined to bring about the world's destruction. Especially since Xie Tao often teased him. He would acquiesce to her whims with an air of helplessness, causing those who knew of his prophecy to frequently forget this aspect of his identity. Until this moment, when the portal to hell seemed to open, unleashing a horde of zombies that surged forth. Having conferred with the crimson-clad female zombie, Zhong Shanjing had requested her to summon additional zombies beyond Xie Tao's control, with Xie Tao's followers already numerous. The influx of new arrivals from the portal left those opposing them in a state of shock. They were momentarily at a loss. And by the time they regained their bearings, a throng of zombies, appearing to outnumber the ability users, had already encircled them. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, "Do not fear. They are merely a disorganized rabble." Yet, no one stepped forward to confront the impending doom. Chapter 72. The Oedipus Effect. The lesser zombies, even ordinary humans, can vanquish with relative ease. This is primarily because most zombies do not possess formidable power immediately upon their transformation, unlike figures such as Zhong Shanjing or Xiao Hong. Typically, newly transformed zombies are rigid, mechanical, and devoid of intellect. Even the friliest of girls, if emboldened and cautious enough to evade injury, can take advantage of the zombies' sluggish reactions to eliminate them. The calamity of zombies is not due to their inherent strength at the moment of their birth, but rather their overwhelming numbers and their capacity to convert humans into their kind. It is a simple task for an equal number of supernatural beings to dispatch an equivalent number of zombies effortlessly. Thus, some might boldly declare them a rabble. Yet most can discern that this particular horde is unlike ordinary zombies, especially the more formidable leaders among them, the swaddled red-clad female zombie, the mountainous figure known as Number 2, the watchful Xiao Hong lurking in the shadows, and, of course, Zhong Shanjing himself. Under Zhong Shanjing's command, this assembly of zombies operates with remarkable discipline. Despite the presence of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of zombies in the vicinity, their silence is striking. Zhong Shanjing stands at the forefront of this undead legion, akin to Zhao Linfeng, who leads the supernatural beings. They seem to embody a dialogue of historic significance, representing humanity and the undead, respectively. I have never contemplated the annihilation of humanity, Zhong Shanjing states, yet you have persistently sought my destruction. Have you considered that your relentless disruption of my tranquil existence has compelled me to resist, ultimately transforming me into a harbinger of doom? In a gentle tone, he continues, have you heard the tale of Oedipus? It is a most intriguing tragedy. A king, forewarned by a prophecy that he would slay his father and wed his mother, discards his own son in a bid to avert this fate. The abandoned child grows up unaware of his true lineage, nurtured by another king, and eventually returns to his homeland, unwittingly fulfilling the prophecy by killing his father and marrying his mother, the widow queen. Thus, Oedipus' tragic tale illustrates that attempts to evade fate can paradoxically align one with it. Many have speculated whether the king could have defied the prophecy had he chosen to raise his son instead of abandoning him. Similarly, if no one pursued Zhong Shanjing, forcing him to retaliate and cultivate hatred against humanity, would he have ultimately ascended to the status of a world-destroying zombie king? Questions linger in the minds of those present, particularly after Zhao Linfeng's earlier address to mobilize their efforts against Zhong Shanjing, wherein he recounted the prophecy. Consequently, many now waver in their conviction, for Zhong Shanjing appears cultured, articulate, and wise. If the prophecy foretells his rise as a zombie king, does it not imply that it is this very prophecy that has driven him down this path? However, among those wavering, Zhao Linfeng and Lin Ruren remain steadfast. Lin Ruren, having been reborn, knows that in her previous life, no one sought to eliminate Zhong Shanjing from the beginning, and yet he still became the zombie king. With urgency, Lin Ruren implores. Brother Feng. Zhao Linfeng raises a hand and asserts, Zhong Shanjing, You are merely stalling for time. I have always perceived you as cunning and intelligent. And indeed, you demonstrate a talent for persuasion that sways others, yet you cannot sway me. I am resolute. Even if Zhong Shanjing does not intend to bring about the world's end, he would still seek to capture and confine individuals, potentially subjecting them to experimentation. Humanity's future cannot hinge upon the moral disposition of a powerful individual. Zhong Shanjing may very well be benevolent now, but what if his mindset shifts one day? Only by maintaining absolute control over uncertain elements can we eliminate all peril. Zhao Lifeng embodies an extreme desire for control. He is not inclined to entertain Zhong Shanjing's words for long, instead proclaiming loudly, "Attack! For the future of humanity," just as Zhong Shanjing skillfully employs rhetoric to delay. He also adeptly inspires others. With a simple phrase, delivered in an unassuming tone, a surge of determination washes over many in an instant. Zhong Shanjing had hoped to prolong the conversation further, yet Zhao Linfeng's shrewdness thwarted his plans. With a resigned sigh, he gestures to his closest zombies, ensuring they hear him clearly. "Do not retreat. We must secure enough time for Xie Tao. You are capable of this, are you not?" The nearest zombies, the most intelligent among Xie Tao's followers, respond with fervor, particularly Xiao Hong, who leaps onto number 2's shoulders, howling fiercely. They must defend this small base until Xie Tao emerges, ensuring she is not disturbed by Zhao Linfeng and his allies. Thus, the impending battle looms. While Lu Ningning wails in the corner, how could there be so many zombies? Standing beside him, Jiang Xingji crosses his arms, exuding calmness. Clearly unaware of the perilous situation, Lu Ningning, now acutely aware of the gravity of his predicament, laments, "If I had known unbeknownst to Xie Tao, chaos brews outside." Having promised Lu Ningning to rescue his friend, she is acutely aware of the urgency. His friend's condition is precarious. If Lu Ningning delays in finding her, Xie Tao cannot guarantee the outcome. She fears the possibility of his friend enduring a fate akin to that of Zhou Haiping's sister, existing in an alternate form. Rescuing such a critically ill patient poses a modest challenge for Xie Tao, who has not personally engaged in rescue operations for some time. To mitigate unforeseen complications, she first sharpens her skills before proceeding. Once she begins, she shuts out the tumult beyond, her mind solely focused on the task of saving lives. Is there commotion outside? Irrelevant. Chapter 73. Closing the door and releasing Xiao Hong. The war between humanity and the undead appears exceedingly brutal, a consequence of the mutual desire to annihilate one another. Those with slightly lesser abilities, be they humans or zombies, are treated as mere expendables. However, the undead possess a significant advantage. Upon the demise of their kind, they can consume their fallen brethren. This act of devouring allows them to alleviate their injuries and replenish their expended energy, thereby enhancing their endurance. In contrast, humans fall woefully short in this regard. Were it not for Zhao Linfeng's steadfast presence at the forefront, continuously uplifting the spirits of his comrades, the morale on the human side might have already waned. Zhao Linfeng was taken aback by the unexpected effect of the zombies gathering en masse, causing him to furrow his brow. The prospect of a protracted battle, rather than a swift resolution, would erode their advantages. Prolonging the conflict was not beneficial, particularly with an individual he greatly feared yet to make an appearance, Xie Tao. In Zhao Linfeng's eyes, Xie Tao was an enigmatic woman capable of swaying the tides of war. Her absence kept him from fully committing to the fray. Should they engage at a critical juncture and she appear unannounced, he would find himself utterly unprepared. Thus, the first day concluded, leaving humanity fatigued. After a relentless assault yielding no victory, Zhao Linfeng opted to withdraw momentarily, regroup, and reinforce their ranks. Upon his departure, Zhong Shanjing refrained from relentless pursuit, instead retreating with all the zombies back to their base. The base was engulfed in a state of panic, as ordinary civilians remained oblivious to the reasons behind the sudden influx of zombies at their gates or the assault on their sanctuary. Panic among the populace was perilous. History attests that even the sturdiest fortifications can be breached from within. Lu Ningning took it upon himself to personally reassure the frightened civilians, employing rehearsed assurances that the zombies were summoned by the ability users to protect their base, posing no threat to anyone. Civilians were urged to remain calm, for this conflict would not encroach upon them, unless they chose to involve themselves. He promised that the ordeal would soon conclude, no longer than 5 days, after which tranquility would be restored. He implored everyone to remain patient and await the resolution of this critical struggle for their base's survival, cautioning against any actions that might jeopardize their collective safety. His approach oscillated between kindness and firmness, striving to stabilize the situation. Yet all were acutely aware that this stability was but temporary, likely to shatter amidst the clamor of reality and rumor. Yet, they had no intention of maintaining this fade for long. The goal was merely to last until Xie Tao emerged. Lu Ningning was prepared to join them in their fate, embodying the sentiment of indifference to the consequences posthumously. Exhausted from his efforts to pacify the crowd, he returned to his seat, incessantly drinking water, his throat parched from the strain of speaking. What shall we do tomorrow? He pondered, observing the dynamics. He noted that while the undead seemed to hold the upper hand, one must not forget that Zhao Linfeng had hastily assembled a smaller contingent, with reinforcements still en route. However, their numbers were unlikely to increase significantly. As Lu Ningning voiced his concerns, Zhong Shanjing smiled knowingly. Who told you we are limited to this number? Just wait. The first day was merely a trial for both sides. Tomorrow will mark the true beginning. That night, Lu Ningning found himself restless, and upon waking the following day, his dark circles resembled those of a panda. His lips were chapped and peeling, and he appeared utterly drained, as if he had been thoroughly exhausted the previous night. Struggling to speak, he murmured, "It's only the second day. Can we truly hold out until Xie Tao appears?" Initially, Xiao Hong had been calmly perched atop the second head, but upon hearing Lu Ningning's words, she leapt up and playfully struck his head, as if to remind him of the trump card they had at their disposal. "You needn't worry so much," Zhong Shanjing remarked lazily. "Instead of fretting, why not go and reassure the civilians?" The zombies remained within the confines of the base, having been allocated a designated area to inhabit. Their obedient demeanor kept chaos at bay. However, they were still the enemies of humanity. The night passed, and many rumors began to circulate. Whispers suggested that Lu Ningning had allied with the zombies, and, having been discovered, their base was besieged as a result. Such rumors proliferated, escalating in intensity, and if not properly addressed, could incite turmoil. Having just consumed a jug of water to soothe his strained throat, Lu Ningning felt his patience wearing thin. What is wrong with these people? Can they not maintain some semblance of calm? I do not expect them to remain composed for long. 3 or 4 days would suffice, but they cannot even endure a single day? Despite his lamentations, he knew he had to manage the situation. With his thinning hair and mounting frustration, he continued his efforts, blending truths with fabrications, for utter deceit would be easily unraveled. A mixture of fact and fiction was the safest approach. Some astute individuals could mislead others with a concoction of 90% truth and 10% lies. Yet, such talents were rare, and Lu Ningning could only manage a balance of both to placate the masses. As he labored to buy time, Zhong Shanjing engaged in similar endeavors. Today, Zhao Linfeng had summoned even more individuals, and the number of formidable allies appeared significantly bolstered. After careful consideration, Zhong Shanjing decided to release Xiao Hong. "Today is entrusted to you," he declared. "There is no time to hesitate. It's now or never." Chapter 74. A reckless man. The most striking distinction between Xiao Hong and ordinary zombies lies in the astonishing speed at which it infects humans. A virulence so potent that even those with abilities cannot resist its contagion. Should Xiao Hong's capabilities be unveiled, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless individuals eager to eradicate it, akin to their current desire to eliminate Zhong Shanjing. The previous day, Zhong Shanjing refrained from deploying Xiao Hong, allowing it merely to harass some of the ability users nearby, not out of camaraderie or a desire to protect, but rather because Xiao Hong is, indeed, their trump card, one that must not be recklessly played. Have you ever witnessed a player in a game of Do Diju carelessly discard their powerful cards at the outset? Such an act would be deemed foolish. A trump card is meant to be concealed and utilized at a pivotal moment, and this is precisely such a moment. Initially, people did not regard Xiao Hong with the seriousness it warranted. After all, it appeared as fragile as an infant. Even though they were aware it was a high-level zombie, they could not help but underestimate it. However, the moment the first ability user was bitten, that perception swiftly altered. In mere seconds, the wounded individual began to mutate, transforming into a zombie in just over half a minute, and not a lowly one at that, but one imbued with combat capabilities that immediately turned against its former allies. His teammates were left in shock. While it was known that ability users had a certain probability of becoming zombies, such a transformation typically required a significant amount of time. Could it be that their friend had been bitten yesterday and simply failed to realize the implications until now? If the first individual had suddenly transformed, one might speculate that he had sustained injuries previously, but as the second, third, and fourth individuals, and so on, fell victim to Xiao Hong's claws or bites, The rapidity of their transformations extinguished any lingering notions of luck. They regarded Xiaohong as a fearsome monstrosity, instinctively retreating from its presence. Zhao Linfeng recognized this predicament, furrowing his brow in disbelief that Zhongshan Jing harbored such a formidable zombie under his command. He gestured for 5 or 6 of the most capable ability users to form a squad and confront Xiaohong, intent on executing a decapitation strike, eliminating Xiaohong before anything else. If Xiaohong were permitted to rampage unchecked, the morale of the group would inevitably wane. After all, the greatest advantage for ability users lay in their resilience against zombie infection, which granted them a sense of confidence in the face of such threats. Yet now, with the emergence of a zombie capable of infecting ability users, and given Xiaohong's apparent efficiency, turning 9 out of 10 victims into zombies, no one dared gamble on being the exception. The courage they had built over time evaporated, leaving many to falter and distance themselves from Xiaohong. Once the decapitation squad approached Xiaohong, they swiftly removed it from the fray, evidently aiming to isolate it from its allies to prevent any support. They soon realized that Zhongshan Jing did not seem inclined to assist Xiaohong, leaving them uncertain whether internal discord had arisen or if their relationship had always been strained. The 5 or 6 ability users were staunch loyalists of Zhao Linfeng, the elite among their kind, rarely summoned unless absolutely necessary. Their current deployment against Xiaohong underscored the threat it posed in Zhao Linfeng's estimation, rivaling that of Zhongshan Jing himself. He began to ponder, if Xiaohong's abilities were already so formidable, what then of Zhongshan Jing, the genuine zombie king? It appeared that his aggressive advance on the base had been somewhat hasty, lacking adequate preparation. Yet, should he invest excessive time in preparation, they might well have retreated elsewhere. After all, Zhao Linfeng's visit to converse with Lu Ningning had already risked alarming their adversaries. Now, realizing this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret, though retreat was no longer an option. Thus, the primary objective today was the immediate extermination of Xiaohong. Achieving this would be deemed a success. Zhao Linfeng silently signaled to Zhao Linyan to lead another squad to support the decapitation team, as no one had ever faced a zombie of Xiaohong's caliber, leaving them uncertain of its true strength. It was prudent to prepare for contingencies, lest the situation spiral out of their control. When they finally engaged, it became evident that Zhongshan Jing's lack of intervention was not due to any animosity towards Xiaohong, nor a desire to see it fail, but rather because Xiaohong required no assistance. The 5 or 6 formidable ability users surrounded Xiaohong and attacked for over 10 minutes. Yet they could not inflict a single injury upon it. Xiaohong, in fact, seemed to revel in the encounter, taunting them with playful sounds. Watching Xiaohong maneuver effortlessly, Zhao Linyan, who had been lurking nearby, could no longer contain himself. Despite having learned restraint from his brother's reprimands, his impulsive nature could not withstand the provocation. Thus, he plunged into the fray. At that moment, Xiaohong, having been content to play coy, suddenly heard Zhongshan Jing's calm voice. The young man who just joined the battle, the one with slightly reddish hair, is Zhao Linfeng's younger brother. Zhongshan Jing needed not elaborate further. Xiaohong's gaze sharpened instantly. It harbored a deep-seated loathing for Zhao Linfeng. Were it not for him, the current predicament would not exist. Xiaohong yearned to await Xie Tao's arrival peacefully, rather than toil in the midst of chaos. This thought made Xiaohong narrow its eyes, feigning that the multitude was overwhelming it, gradually retreating towards its allies. Zhao Linyan, elated by the prospect of glory, felt the moment for his triumph had arrived. True to his reckless nature, he pursued without hesitation. Thus, mere minutes later, his focus on Xiaohong waned, fixating instead on Zhao Linfeng, only to receive the dreadful news. Your brother, Zhao Linyan, has been bitten by that peculiar zombie. Zhao Linfeng. Chapter 75. Do you intend to drive him to death? Zhao Linfeng was well aware that his younger brother was rather reckless, but he never anticipated just how impulsive he could be. Despite witnessing that little Hong could directly turn awakened beings into zombies, his brother still charged headlong into danger. Although Zhao Linfeng often berated his brother for being overly rash, their bond was exceptionally strong. Shortly after Zhao Linyan's birth, their father had an affair, leaving their mother to raise the 2 brothers alone until she succumbed to illness before they had fully matured. Their father was far from a decent man. After the affair, he divorced and remarried, never once providing a cent in child support, forcing the brothers to rely solely on each other. Thus, even after achieving success and status, Zhao Linyan remained Zhao Linfeng's most cherished family member. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Linfeng felt a surge of panic. Had it not been for his sense of duty, He might have rushed to his brother's side immediately. He struggled to regain his composure, first directing others to prevent a collapse of their forces before instructing them to bring his brother over. Zhao Linyan was gravely injured, with a large gash on his throat that was oozing blood. A healer was desperately attempting to tend to his wounds. If it were merely a physical injury, it could be managed, given that he had healers and doctors at his disposal. However, the real fear lay in whether his brother would mutate. If Zhao Linyan were to truly transform into a zombie, Zhao Linfeng shut his eyes in torment. Prior to this day, his desire to eliminate Zhang Shanjing was driven by a sense of duty to humanity and his own interests, but now it had morphed into a personal vendetta. Do everything possible to save him. Zhao Linfeng's voice emerged hoarse as he forced himself to appear calm. The situation is not entirely dire. The healer, a young woman, was frantically applying pressure to stop the bleeding when she noticed the early signs of mutation on Zhao Linyan. Fearful of being blamed, she timidly glanced at Zhao Linfeng, stammering, "He seems to be." Zhao Linfeng looked down at his brother, who lay with wide-open eyes devoid of pupils, leaving only the whites. The sight was profoundly disturbing. Having witnessed countless individuals transform into zombies, he could no longer maintain his composure when it was his brother. In that moment, he could not even summon the focus to observe the battlefield. Kneeling beside his brother, his voice trembled with desperation. "Linyan, hold on. You cannot turn into a zombie, no matter what." As Zhao Linyan opened his mouth, more blood surged forth, accompanied by a rasping sound from his throat, blood streaming from his lips. They have escaped. Lu Ningning approached with a sense of relief. Why did they retreat so early today? Could it be another test? Zhong Shanjing, meanwhile, was feeding little Hong, who was ecstatic, bouncing around in delight after a successful endeavor. Hearing Lu Ningning's inquiry, he replied nonchalantly, "Because Zhao Linfeng's beloved brother is on the verge of becoming a zombie, he has no choice but to retreat. He cannot afford to linger here." Little Hong, displaying remarkable intelligence, refrained from turning Zhao Linyan into a zombie outright. It carefully regulated the amount and injection site of its venom, aiming to delay Zhao Linyan's transformation. Zhang Shanjing understood that someone of Zhao Linfeng's caliber likely had numerous connections and might even possess a means to save his brother. If salvation proved impossible, the situation would become even more intriguing. Would he sacrifice his kin for the greater good? Zhao Linfeng did not seem like the type to take such drastic measures. If he could proclaim a desire to kill Zhong Shanjing for humanity's sake, could he truly bring himself to kill his brother for the same reason? If Zhao Linyan were infected, the virus within him would be little Hong's, easily capable of spreading to others. Failure to eliminate him immediately would leave a persistent threat within humanity's stronghold. If Zhao Linfeng could indeed take his brother's life, he might earn a modicum of respect, for he would be a true saint. Yet, if he failed to act, every word he had previously uttered would become a slap to his own face. Being selfish and self-serving, he need not feign selflessness. Zhang Shanjing's nature as an instigator was abundantly clear, particularly in the absence of Xie Tao, who usually kept him in check. He appeared particularly brazen. Zhao Linfeng's return the following day was uncertain, but if he did come, Lu Ningning pondered, she would ask him, "How is your brother faring?" Lu Ningning, overhearing, felt a chill of anxiety. "Do not be so brazen. If you provoke him further." She struggled to articulate her thoughts, realizing that even without Zhang Shanjing's barbs, they had already deeply offended Zhao Linfeng. Did they need to add fuel to the fire? Too many lice do not itch. Too many debts do not worry. Lu Ningning suddenly calmed down. "Well, if you wish to speak, then speak." Zhong Shanjing, eyes closed, reclined in his chair, lazily contemplating their next course of action. Regardless of whether Zhao Linyan transformed into a zombie, Zhao Linfeng would not retreat. He would only summon more forces to attack them. There was no path of retreat left for him. He could only advance toward his demise. Moreover, the enmity between them was irreconcilable. For both personal and public reasons, he could only endure. For if he were to retreat, it would not only raise suspicions among others, but also breed discontent, since they would have gained nothing from this endeavor and lost many of their own. The mere thought of letting his enemy escape and nurturing a future threat was intolerable to Zhao Linfeng. Thus, he could only pursue his course to the bitter end. There were no alternatives. What tactics could he employ tomorrow to compel Zhao Linfeng to retreat? Lost in contemplation, Zhong Shanjing had yet to devise a plan when Lu Ningning's subordinates rushed in, exclaiming, "Someone has opened the main gate. Many have entered. We cannot hold them back." Disaster had befallen them. The very scenario they had dreaded had come to pass. Amidst rampant rumors, there was a traitor in their midst. Chapter 76. The Inside Man. A group of individuals, initially poised to rest, sprang into action with urgency. to prevent the zombies from instilling terror in the ordinary civilians, potentially leading them to extremes fueled by heightened emotions. Human patrols replaced the zombies during the night, when the latter typically remained dormant. However, among those who had betrayed their comrades were the very ones tasked with patrolling. In addition to someone having opened the main gate, another had set fire within the base, alarmingly close to the area where Xie Tao was performing surgery. This turn of events altered Zhang Shanjing's demeanor. He could not bear the thought of Xie Tao being endangered. He quickly rose to his feet, prompting Lu Ningning to exclaim, "I'll take a team to extinguish the flames. I also need personnel to safeguard Xie Tao and the others." Xiao He and Xiao Bai silently stepped forward, evidently ready to assume the task of protecting Xie Tao. Zhang Shanjing nodded, permitting them to take a few zombies along. With Xiao He and Xiao Bai, it should suffice. After Lu Ningning hastily departed with her team, Zhang Shanjing followed suit with the others. Their mission was to intercept Zhao Linfeng, a figure more ruthless than anticipated. Given the uncertainty surrounding his brother's fate, it was audacious of him to launch an ambush. Although he was undoubtedly protective of his sibling, he was not devoid of reason and could still make sound decisions. Zhang Shanjing, accompanied by Xiao Hong and the others, charged in the direction of the threat, soon witnessing a throng of ability users rushing in. At that moment, ordinary civilians became a liability, paralyzed by fear and fleeing from the chaos they inadvertently exacerbated. Zhang Shanjing had no choice but to direct Xie Tao's subordinates to disperse the civilians and clear the battlefield. From a distance, he spotted Zhao Linfeng amidst the crowd, a young man who had achieved the role of chief of a large base at such a tender age. His eyes were cold, exuding an aura of lethal intent, seemingly oblivious to the fact that it was they who had instigated the conflict, cornering others and leading to his brother's predicament. Such is human nature. Double standards are inevitable. Zhang Shanjing could comprehend this, yet it did not soften his resolve. As night fell and amidst the flickering flames, a clash ensued. Zhang Shanjing discerned that the opposing force was significantly bolstered. Not only were there more individuals, but many were formidable. He suspected that Zhao Linfeng had reached out to other bases during the recent lull, and with reinforcements having arrived at their own base, the number of ability users now surpassed that of the zombies. Although Xiao Hong could create zombies, the ones she produced were not particularly powerful, merely stronger than ordinary zombies. For instance, while a typical newborn zombie ranks at level 1, hers would start at level 10. The more powerful ability users ranged from levels 40 to 50, with ordinary ability users participating in the fray at around level 20. Due to the high contagion risk associated with the newly created zombies, they were prioritized for elimination, preventing a substantial increase in their numbers. A dire situation indeed. What should be done next? Is it time for me to intervene? Jiang Xingji murmured, adjusting his sleeves. Zhang Shanjing had consistently refrained from allowing him to act, and Jiang was growing increasingly restless. Let us hold on a little longer. Do not rush, Zhang Shanjing replied, surveying the approaching Zhao Linfeng. As the ability users surged forward, the distance between them narrowed, allowing Zhang Shanjing to speak to Zhao Linfeng without raising his voice. His tone was gentle, akin to addressing a relative's child, yet the inquiry was sharp as a blade. How is your brother faring? Is he still alive? Or have you sacrificed him in the name of power? True to the largest survivor base, you would choose power over kin, wouldn't you? In that moment, Zhao Linfeng's expression suggested he wished to tear Zhang Shanjing to shreds, but he quickly regained his composure. You'll be disappointed. My brother is well and will not become a zombie, he replied coldly. As for you, today is your day to perish. Zhang Shanjing merely smiled faintly, appraising him coolly. Is that so? By your appearance, I almost thought he was beyond saving. Zhao Linfeng, already radiating a chilling aura, grew even colder. With a command, the eager ability users and zombies launched into their first clash. This time, Zhao Linfeng had specifically organized his forces to counter Xiao Hong, leaving her momentarily incapacitated and unable to unleash her full potential. It appeared he had prepared meticulously before confronting Zhang Shanjing, despite it being only the second night. Far from the timeline Xie Tao had mentioned, Zhang Shanjing found himself with no choice but to act. For many witnessing his move for the first time, this seemingly frail, pale, and strikingly handsome youth standing amidst the chaos resembled a resilient pine growing on a precipice, hardly evoking a sense of danger. However, when the first assailant charged close, unleashing their ability, they struck what felt like an invisible barrier. No, it was as though they were caught within a rapidly spinning machine. In an instant, their body was dismembered, fragments of crimson and ivory cascading to the ground with a soft thud, not a drop of blood staining Zhong Shanjing's attire. He remained serene, a gentle smile gracing his features, as if standing among a crowd where 8 out of 10 would perceive him as amicable and polite. The remaining 2 eager to engage him in conversation. Yet at his feet lay a shattered corpse, utterly unrecognizable as human. Chapter 77. No retreat. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Even more terrifying was the fact that the man had not yet touched Zhong Shanjing before he perished. His body shattered to pieces. Yet, the flesh was writhing, with fleshy sprouts emerging like tiny hands or feet, laboriously pulling the remnants together. He reformed into a complete human shape and slowly rose, lunging toward his teammates. The individual nearest to him could see that his limbs were not fully connected, creating a precarious, disjointed appearance. Moreover, he did not resemble an ordinary zombie. He still bore an expression, albeit one of resistance that fleetingly transformed into numbness and deathly silence. Zhong Shanjing murmured to himself while clapping his hands. This is my first time utilizing my own abilities. He felt secure in the company of Xie Tao, and since zombies posed no threat to him, he had never tested the manifestation of his powers. This was indeed his inaugural attempt, but since it belonged to him, he quickly grasped its nuances. He swiftly raised his other hand and pointed in a direction that was invisible to the naked eye. Those with specialized vision immediately turned pale, exclaiming, "Dodge! Quickly evade!" The others, bewildered, wondered, "What is happening? What should we avoid?" They remained blissfully unaware. Suddenly, the small group of endowed individuals began to convulse violently, and moments later, they roared, turning to charge at their companions. Xiaohong transformed individuals into zombies through biting or scratching, allowing the virus to penetrate their skin. However, Zhong Shanjing required no such methods. He could disseminate his virus through the air, invisibly converting people into zombies. Even those with abilities found it challenging to resist. Only one person in that area knelt, clutching his throat in a desperate struggle, but he was soon torn apart by nearby zombies. Zhao Linfeng realized from the outset that Zhong Shanjing, as the zombie king, was far more formidable than Xiaohong, yet he never anticipated the extent of Zhong's terror. Lin Ruanruan had indeed witnessed Zhong Shanjing's assault on the base, but she had not seen him in his initial developmental stage. The Zhong Shanjing she encountered had already organized his own army of zombies, rarely showcasing his capabilities since they were unnecessary. He seldom appeared before humans, delegating tasks to his subordinates. His last confrontation was against Jiang Xingji, an encounter that revealed to humanity their last glimmer of hope. Regrettably, the darkened Jiang Xingji had no desire for redemption, thus he would not contest with Zhong Shanjing, extinguishing humanity's final hope. Consequently, Lin Ruanruan remained unaware of the dreadful extent of Zhong Shanjing's powers. In that instant, everyone's breath stilled. They instinctively sought something to cover their mouths and noses. Yet, if ceasing to breathe could resolve their plight, the zombie king would indeed be rendered ineffective. They would likely need to don full protective gear, concealing every inch of their skin to evade the fatal air. Fortunately, among the endowed individuals was one with a peculiar ability, usually of little use. He had merely accompanied the group today. Unexpectedly, he possessed the means to counteract Zhong Shanjing's powers. He could conjure a bubble-like shield, enveloping individuals within it, akin to the water-repellent beads seen on television, allowing breathing even underwater. Typically unnecessary, he fought today due to his robust physique, possessing a degree of combat prowess despite lacking special abilities. However, this was precisely his moment to shine. He exerted his powers frequently, sweating profusely, and despite his usual lack of presence, today he garnered the attention of countless healers and restorative ability wielders surrounding him. With his ability, they no longer feared sudden transformation into zombies. Nevertheless, Zhong Shanjing remained a formidable adversary. After mere minutes of combat, casualties mounted on both sides. Zhao Linfeng, resolute and aware of Zhong Shanjing's peril, gritted his teeth and urged more individuals to charge forward, even if it meant overwhelming him with numbers. Yet, those from other bases watched with a heavy heart for their comrades, knowing that endowed individuals were already a rarity among survivors, with the truly powerful being even fewer. In smaller bases like Lu Ningning's, there was only one strong endowed individual, his friend. Slightly larger bases, like the former Xiang Tao, though limited in scale, had rapidly developed due to the presence of the renowned Jin Chao, attracting a steady stream of followers. The gathering of so many endowed individuals stemmed from Zhao Linfeng's base being the largest, with some seeking to curry favor, while others were persuaded by promises of gain. Only Zhao Linfeng truly recognized the threat posed by Zhong Shanjing. Thus, he was prepared to pay any price to eliminate him. Consequently, others began to falter. Feeling the costs outweighed the potential gains, leading them to perceive their sacrifices as futile. Zhao Linfeng sensed their hesitance, and, with a voice as cold and sharp as ice, declared, "If you cease now, all that you have lost will be in vain, and you will face an immensely powerful adversary who will only grow stronger. If you deem that worthwhile, feel free to leave." There exists a concept known as sunk cost. It resembles a scenario in gaming where one invests money to acquire a desired character but fails to obtain it. If they do not continue to invest, that initial expenditure becomes a waste. Many lacking self-control would relentlessly pour more resources into achieving that goal, often regretting it after finally obtaining the character, merely finding solace in the fact that they succeeded. In that moment, many shared similar sentiments. They wished to withdraw, but their investments far exceeded trivial amounts, compelling them to march onward, resigned to their fate. Yet, inevitably, some harbored quiet resentment towards Zhao Linfeng. Chapter 78. Zhao Linfeng's abilities. They believed it was Zhao Linfeng who had forced them into this desperate situation, inwardly cursing him for his meddlesome nature and lamenting that following him had led to no gains, only losses. However, no one wavered in their resolve. From this day forth, Zhao Linfeng's reputation would likely suffer, and should similar circumstances arise again, rallying such a crowd would prove exceedingly difficult. He was acutely aware of this, yet he had no alternatives, and thus his demeanor grew even more resolute. "Do not retreat. We have no path left to escape. Advance. Whoever can slay him, I shall grant them a lifetime of unending wealth and honor. I, Zhao Linfeng, stand by my word. Those capable may come to me with their demands. I could even offer half of Wind City if desired." This proclamation indeed stunned some, for it is said that men perish for wealth as birds do for food. Wind City was currently the largest stronghold. The prospect of sharing the entirety of Wind City with Zhao Linfeng was enticing not only to ordinary ability users, but also to leaders from other bases. It is often said that a generous reward begets courageous deeds, and in that moment, some were invigorated, charging towards Zhong Shanjing. Perhaps they felt emboldened by the protective bubbles surrounding them, believing they would not become zombies. What if they truly vanquished Zhong Shanjing? It would mean a lifetime of riches and glory. In this apocalyptic world, even ability users were not guaranteed a life of luxury. Survival was uncertain. With such a formidable base as their backing, they would face the future untroubled by calamities. This was undeniably alluring. Zhong Shanjing remained unfazed, determined to eliminate anyone who approached. While unbeknownst to him, someone had been stealthily lurking in the shadows, gradually closing in on Zhao Linfeng. Then, at a moment when no one was paying attention, countless tendrils of black mist surged towards Zhao Linfeng, appearing almost animate as they writhed swiftly. Had it not been for one of the ability users stationed beside Zhao Linfeng, whose unique power allowed him to react in time and push Zhao Linfeng away, he might have perished in that instant. The substitute ability user was engulfed by the black mist, vanishing from existence without even a brief cry of despair. TSK. Jiang Xingji expressed his displeasure. "How foolish to have such a loyal follower willing to sacrifice their life for someone like you. Is it truly worth it?" The quickest to react was Lin Ruan, who had been searching for Jiang Xingji for an extended time without success. Little did she expect to find him in the opposing camp today. She let out a startled scream, disbelief evident in her voice. "Jiang Xingji, how can it be you?" Jiang Xingji did not recognize her. His focus remained on Zhao Linfeng, evidently contemplating how to eliminate him. The entrance of such a powerful ability user into the fray instantly muddled the battlefield. Lin Ruan had informed Zhao Linfeng of Jiang Xingji's identity and significance, and Zhao Linfeng's already sour expression darkened further. He longed to ask Lin Ruan why events had not unfolded as she had predicted, but he knew this was not the moment for inquiries. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Zhao Linfeng finally made his move. His ability, akin to a gift of communication bestowed upon a vice captain, compelled others to utter truths against their will, was a facet of his powers. The true essence of his ability lay in manipulating others through language, resembling a form of verbal sorcery. For instance, when someone attacked him, he could preemptively declare, "Your attack will veer past me," unable to make contact. The assailant might involuntarily adjust their aim, causing their strike to miss. He typically refrained from showcasing his powers, partly to keep a trump card hidden, and partly because revealing such abilities could incite wariness among others. His outward demeanor was consistently amiable, portraying himself as a clever individual rather than a force to be reckoned with. In essence, he played the role of a cunning underdog. However, he could no longer conceal his capabilities. His formidable powers came with limitations. Excessive use would leave him drained, yet he had to endure. Your black mist has spread in the wrong direction, drifting towards Zhong Shanjing. Zhao Linfeng recognized that once others were on guard against his abilities, it would be increasingly challenging to deceive them. Thus, he targeted Zhong Shanjing with his first use of power. In that instant, Jiang Xingji felt his hand move uncontrollably. What should have been aimed at Zhao Linfeng veered off course and struck the unfortunate Zhong Shanjing instead. Zhong Shanjing, currently engaged in combat with ability users, exclaimed, "You attacked a teammate." Their relationship was indeed peculiar, as they were both allies and rivals. It was common to cooperate while simultaneously undermining each other. Yet, during such a critical moment, betraying him was ill-timed. Nonetheless, Zhong Shanjing's momentary irritation faded, for it was evident to any observer that Jiang Xingji was not acting of his own volition but rather under manipulation. Zhao Linfeng's ability was intriguing. Without preparedness, one could easily fall victim. Fortunately, as a zombie king, Zhong Shanjing possessed remarkable resilience against dark forces, and with quick reflexes, he merely brushed the edge of the attack. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences from a backstab by a teammate. Seeing that Zhong Shanjing remained unscathed, Zhao Linfeng's expression was tinged with regret as he swiftly employed his second ability. Zhong Shanjing, due to your miscalculation, you failed to notice that a third assailant is attacking you. Though Zhong Shanjing had glimpsed 3 weapons thrusting toward him, he could not comprehend why he could not respond to the third, managing only to deflect the first 2. The third weapon, akin to a dagger, lunged straight at him. As he uttered this, Zhao Linfeng felt blood trickling from his ear. Controlling ordinary individuals might not yield adverse effects after multiple uses, but both Jiang Xingji and Zhong Shanjing were too formidable. Even though the zombie king was still in the process of maturation, he was beyond Zhao Linfeng's capacity to dominate. In an instant, he experienced a backlash, a persistent ringing in his ears. Yet, this was simultaneously his opportunity. Eliminate him. Zhao Linfeng cried out, his voice laced with desperation. Chapter 79. Am I free to leave? This was their sole opportunity, should they succeed in extinguishing Zhong Shanjing's life. All their efforts over the past few days would be deemed worthwhile, even a blood-soaked windfall. Zhao Linfeng, usually so composed, now possessed eyes ablaze with fervor, eagerly anticipating the moment of Zhong Shanjing's demise. Yet, in that fleeting instant, it was as though time itself had stalled, or perhaps space had ceased to function. Even the wind was stilled, and the blade poised for attack hung, suspended in midair. A delicate and pale hand, emerging within Zhao Linfeng's eager gaze, gracefully reached forth, slender fingers gingerly grasping the blade's tip. I must say, intruding upon others while they're occupied is rather rude, is it not? With a mere flick of her finger, the blade shattered into fragments, and it was then that time resumed its relentless flow for all present. Xie Tao, having toiled for several days and now weary, stretched languidly and remarked, "You truly are barbaric, invading another's domain to assault their subordinates. If I were to retaliate in kind, you would have no grounds for complaint. Would you? After all, there's a saying among your kind. The one who strikes first is the fool, is there not?" In that moment, even the group of supernatural beings recoiled in trepidation, and Zhao Linfeng felt a chill run down his spine. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, many had awakened to extraordinary abilities, each more bizarre than the last. Zhao Linfeng himself possessed a power akin to that of word spirits, while others could command thunder and lightning, wield the elements, or heal wounds and restore vigor. Yet, none could manipulate time as Xie Tao appeared to do, an ability that belonged to the divine realm, far beyond mortal reach. Zhao Linfeng recalled Lin Ruanwan's words from a past life, where she had claimed ignorance of Xie Tao's existence. They had pondered whether Xie Tao had perished before gaining notoriety. Yet now, Zhao Linfeng could scarcely entertain such thoughts. Who could possibly vanquish one as formidable as Xie Tao? Surely, it could not be the work of the divine. Thus, he speculated, either Xie Tao had never existed in the previous life, or perhaps she was merely an ordinary individual then, or she had remained in the shadows, never crossing paths with Zhong Shanjing, never appearing before the masses. These were but conjectures. For a moment, Zhao Linfeng was enveloped in despair. Was it the will of the heavens to obliterate humanity? If not, why bestow upon Lin Ruanwan a second chance, granting her an advantage, while allowing Zhong Shanjing to grow ever stronger? Zhong Shanjing, who was destined to become the zombie king, and Jiang Xingji, the most powerful of humanity's supernatural beings. Now, With the enigmatic Xie Tao, who had seemingly ventured into the divine domain, the tide had irrevocably turned. Following Xie Tao's emergence, both the zombies and Jiang Xingji gravitated toward her, and though the zombie king was Zhong Shanjing at that moment, Xie Tao appeared to be the true queen among them. Surrounded by throngs of zombies and Jiang Xingji's group, she towered above, observing Zhao Linfeng with an air of superiority. The imposing figure of number 2 willingly became her steed, while Xiaohong nestled in her embrace, and even Zhong Shanjing, the inevitable zombie king, and Jiang Xingji, destined to be humanity's strongest supernatural entity, gazed at her with a tenderness that transcended words. Xie Tao, having concluded her business long ago, wrinkled her nose slightly, revealing her displeasure at being intruded upon during her endeavors. It seemed that the thief had indeed been thieved. After she had just taken Zhao Linfeng's fiancé, he had retaliated by leading an entourage to infiltrate her territory. Truly, a case of poetic justice. Yet Xie Tao was remarkably hypocritical. She could encroach upon another's domain, but others could not encroach upon hers. Perched lazily upon number 2's shoulder, she regarded Zhao Linfeng with a languid demeanor. I am leaving now. You may attempt to stop me if you dare. With a wave of her hand, her companions began to retreat towards the exit, including Lu Ningning and his friends. Zhao Linfeng's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions, his heart brimming with fury, anguish, and resentment. However, Xie Tao's earlier display had rendered everyone hesitant to act against her. Not merely Zhao Linfeng, but even the other supernatural beings were reluctant to engage. Their once promising advantage had been thoroughly reversed, and the likelihood of eliminating Zhong Shanjing diminished significantly, causing many to lose their will to fight. Countless zombies thronged around Xie Tao as they advanced, and the crowd parted silently, much like Moses parting the sea, creating a pathway. Zhao Linfeng longed to admonish everyone, to scold them for their lack of resolve. But the words remained unuttered, for among them, no one understood the true extent of Xie Tao's power better than he. He felt the peril himself and dared not act. How could he expect others to do so? All he could do was watch helplessly as Xie Tao sauntered away, casting a glance his way, her youthful, radiant face adorned with a hint of mockery. Do you aspire to be a savior? Her voice was barely audible, meant solely for Zhao Linfeng's ears. Her gaze imbued with a subtle derision that seemed to transcend him, as if she glimpsed another figure beyond. As Xie Tao slowly departed, enveloped by the throng of zombies, he murmured to himself, and what of it? It was evident that their objective would not be achieved today. Zhao Linfeng, though filled with anguish, had no choice but to acquiesce to this decision, one that tormented him deeply, yet they had no alternatives. Let us retreat for now. His voice was hoarse, the bitterness within him manifesting as physical discomfort, compelling him to suppress his rage and await another opportunity. If strength alone guaranteed victory, then all adversaries would forego conflict. Merely comparing their powers upon meeting, those with lesser strength would concede and await their demise. Xie Tao was formidable, but he consoled himself that opportunities would eventually arise. He struggled to dismiss the thought that failing to eliminate Zhong Shanjing would grant them more time to evolve into even more terrifying entities. One day, that individual might reach the level Lin Wanruan had foreseen, becoming unparalleled in strength and poised to bring about the world's destruction. Brother Feng. Lin Wanruan approached cautiously, her eyes reflecting concern as she regarded Zhao Linfeng. He had much he wished to convey, yet ultimately uttered, "Silence, let us return. A small sacrifice today can yield a greater strategy tomorrow." Chapter 80. You truly dare to dream. I thought you would kill Zhao Linfeng, Zhong Shanjing remarked softly. Xie Tao waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for that. I have always been a kind-hearted person. How could I kill someone at will? Zhong Shanjing recalled the individuals who had fallen victim to Xie Tao's schemes and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. All right then. If you say you are kind-hearted, so be it. After walking a short distance, Xie Tao lazily added, I want to see how Zhao Linfeng can develop. Perhaps I can glean some experience from him. Zhong Shanjing took a moment to comprehend her words and soon realized that Xie Tao viewed him as a stand-in. The Holy Hall was sufficiently powerful and difficult to shake, and now she had encountered a Zhao Linfeng, who bore a semblance to the Holy Hall's modus operandi. Naturally, she intended to keep him as a source of experience. She wanted to observe his reactions in various situations and determine the methods required to dismantle Zhao Linfeng and his influence. In essence, Xie Tao held Zhao Linfeng in no regard, regarding him merely as a repository of experience. Thus, she had no desire for him to perish immediately. Otherwise, how could she validate her strategies against the Holy Hall? In that moment, Zhong Shanjing felt a tinge of pity for Zhao Linfeng, for in the foreseeable future, whenever Xie Tao devised a strategy against the Holy Hall, he might become her unwitting test subject. Ironically, Zhao Linfeng would find himself utterly powerless against Xie Tao. And even if he were aware of her intentions to use him as a mere experience vessel, he could only seethe in impotent rage. "Thank goodness it was you who found me," Zhong Shanjing suddenly exclaimed, without any apparent context. Xie Tao asked, "Huh?" Zhong Shanjing explained. "If you had come across someone like Zhao Linfeng, perhaps you would be standing opposite me right now, and what would happen then? Please. If I had found Zhao Linfeng, the moment I caught a whiff of his dog-like scent reminiscent of the Holy Hall, I would have tossed him back without hesitation. He is only worthy of residing in a trash can," Xie Tao replied with an expressionless face. Zhong Shanjing burst into laughter, finding a strange sense of pleasure in her words. He feigned sympathy. "Then he should be grateful to have avoided your wrath." Xie Tao, uninterested in further conversation, leapt onto his back and instructed, "As we head south, keep an eye out for suitable locations for a base, and let me know." "Understood." Zhong Shanjing deftly caught her and continued onward. After a while, Lu Ningning rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears. "I want to present you with a banner for miraculous recovery." What she referred to as post-surgery meant that after a simple treatment, one needed time to recuperate, while Xie Tao's earlier claim indicated a complete recovery in 4 to 5 days. Remarkably, she had healed him entirely in less than 3 days. Upon emerging earlier, her friend had walked over, appearing invigorated as if he had never been injured. Lu Ningning conversed with her friend for a long while, confirming his complete recovery without any lingering after-effects, before rushing over to find Xie Tao. Xie Tao lay on Zhong Shanjing's back without raising her head. "Don't disturb my sleep." She had not slept for 2.5 days and was utterly exhausted. Lu Ningning quickly made a zipping motion across her mouth, having forgotten her own predicament, and happily resumed chatting with her friend. Her friend remained bewildered, having just been rescued and dragged out without anyone explaining the situation, leaving him utterly confused about the current circumstances. Soon, everyone became aware of Xie Tao's intention to establish a base, and they all expressed their support. There is a saying, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Though it seemed slightly off, the essence remained. No matter how splendid another's base might be, it ultimately belonged to someone else, leading to an inevitable feeling of being an outsider. However, if it were their own base, even if it were modest, it would surely bring a sense of comfort. Moreover, it was Xie Tao who envisioned creating the base. Those present either admired her or owed her their lives. Observing their fervent support, one could easily mistake them for her ardent fans. Not to mention, even someone as reserved as Jiang Xingji would not be an exception. If one were to ask him, what would you do if Xie Tao aimed to rule all of humanity? He might ponder while stroking his chin and reply, "I would first go and assassinate Zhao Linfeng." He seems like he would be a significant obstacle. The most delighted among them was undoubtedly Zhong Jinwei, as possessing their own base would ensure stability, and it would be a stronghold for their own people. If he desired an expansive laboratory, Xie Tao would likely accommodate him, for she had her own interests in that realm. Thus, while Xie Tao dozed peacefully, the group began to deliberate on the type of location for their base, its size, and the kind of buildings to construct. As they journeyed south, crossing Feng City, they sought an appropriate site for their future base. Each individual brimmed with excitement, akin to those eagerly anticipating their new home. When Xie Tao awoke after her slumber, she found them engrossed in discussions about how many acres to cultivate and what to plant. Initially, Zhou Haiping felt a pang of anxiety, for they were now completely at odds with Feng City. However, as the discussions progressed, he transformed into the most enthusiastic participant. Upon waking, Xie Tao saw Zhou Haiping, who should have been the shortest in the group, standing atop a large stone, his cheeks flushed and eyes gleaming with an unusual light as he waved his arms. "I want 20 acres. I will plant whatever I desire." He. His sister stood nearby, arms outstretched, fearful he might fall from such a height and injure himself. Xie Tao remarked, "Good heavens, you haven't even begun to establish the base, nor have you selected a suitable location, yet you are already contemplating what buildings to construct." It was akin to dreaming of home renovations before even saving for a down payment. Unsure whether to commend their ambition or chastise their lofty aspirations, Xie Tao rose expressionlessly, stretched, and declared, "In any case, I want a spacious room filled with games, just like Jiang Tian's." Chapter 81. Are you a delusional fan? The arrival of Xie Tao ignited a lively conversation among the previously composed individuals. For instance, Jiang Xingji remarked, I am thinking of opening a dessert shop." To which Lu Ningning exclaimed, "Wow, who would have thought that with your striking features, you would have a penchant for desserts? But no one would buy from you, right? We would just have to consume it ourselves." They engaged in conversation for quite some time, enjoying a meal together. Xie Tao had already sent her subordinates away, dispersing them to various cities, leaving only Xiao Hong by her side, crawling on the ground and emitting sounds as if wanting to join the discussion. Xie Tao picked up Xiao Hong, brushing off the dust from its little paws. Having slept for a long while, it was now wide awake, and she relished the freshly cooked porridge prepared by Xiao He and Xiao Bai while listening to their banter. Eventually, someone broached the subject, Zhongshan Jing. Could he truly become the zombie king? What they likely intended to inquire was whether Zhongshan Jing would indeed bring about the world's destruction. However, as they were all comrades, it felt inappropriate to pose such a direct question, so they rephrased it. Xie Tao replied nonchalantly, "Who knows?" Upon hearing her, everyone seemed to regain their composure. The notion of world destruction? They need not worry. Unless the prophecy foretold that Xie Tao would be the one to bring about such an end. Otherwise, it appeared there was little cause for alarm. They journeyed south for several days, encountering a few cities along the way. However, Xie Tao was reluctant to establish her base within an urban environment. She preferred to rebuild from scratch. Furthermore, cities were vast, and carving out a portion for a base, though convenient due to existing resources, would entail considerable complications, often attracting human scavengers seeking supplies who could inadvertently become entangled in their affairs. Currently, most bases were established in rural areas, which is why the scale of Wind City was particularly astonishing. It resembled a smaller city in its entirety, equipped with all the necessary infrastructure. Setting aside personal traits, Zhao Linfeng was undeniably capable, having painstakingly built Wind City from the ground up. Although he received assistance, such as the influence of Jiang Tian's father that fortified Wind City further, this was akin to public financing. It was Wind City's appeal that attracted formidable collaborators, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Had Zhao Linfeng not been steeped in the essence of the Holy Hall, Xie Tao might have considered recruiting him to manage her base. Alas, it was a divergence of paths, rendering such an alliance unfeasible. Throughout their journey, Xie Tao found no suitable locations. Either the spaces were inadequate, or the surrounding environment was less than ideal. They continued onward until they stumbled upon a village. Xie Tao's recollection of villages was marred by memories of one that raised innocent passers-by only to consume them like livestock. She later discovered a critical rule that many had come to regard as gospel: never linger in such small towns during the apocalypse. Bases have their survival strategies, typically organized and systematic, regularly sending out expeditions for supplies. In contrast, such villages often lacked sufficient manpower and resources, unwilling to pay the price of sacrifice. Seeking supplies was fraught with danger, leading them to resort to unscrupulous means for survival. Villages that simply robbed travelers of their resources and released them were considered benevolent. The truly malevolent ones, like the one Xie Tao had encountered previously, sought not only resources but also lives. Moreover, a village often harbored many conspirators. Once one entered, they would be at odds with the entire community. For ordinary individuals, even those with abilities, survival became exceedingly difficult, unless one, like Xie Tao, appeared delicate and easily bullied. Yet was, in truth, a carnivorous flower capable of uprooting an entire village, allowing them to experience the thrill of being kicked onto a scorching iron plate. Thus, the majority of prudent individuals would circumvent such villages, significantly diminishing their risks. Upon nearing the village, Xie Tao began to survey her surroundings. The environment here is quite pleasant. It aligned well with their previous requirements. The only drawback was the slightly distant resource point. However, with her teleportation array, this was hardly an obstacle. Realizing this, Xie Tao rolled up her sleeves, boldly declaring, "Let us go. Let us take a look." A group of individuals followed her lead, entering the village while simultaneously offering silent prayers, hoping it was a den of nefarious characters. Should it prove to be the case, they could swiftly eliminate the villains and claim the territory, transforming the small, dilapidated village into Xie Tao's domain. The thought invigorated many, their expressions brimming with eagerness, practically itching for the inhabitants to reveal their fangs so they could take decisive action. The only normal girl amidst the crowd was Xie Tao, and thus they pushed her to the forefront, intending for her to act as bait. Oh, rather, to knock on the door. It had been ages since anyone had visited. Many had grown wise, preferring to reside outside on the streets or beneath trees rather than risk the dangers of such villages. Within a week, Xie Tao was the first to audaciously knock on the door. Upon hearing the knock, the doorkeeper was momentarily taken aback, pondering who had the audacity to approach the village at such a time, seemingly unafraid of potential dangers. Although he mentally scoffed, curiosity compelled him to open the door. Upon doing so, he found Xie Tao standing there, lazily stating, "Yes, yes, my friends, and I would like to stay here tonight. Is that all right?" As soon as she finished speaking, the person before her dropped to their knees, exuberantly exclaiming, "Of course. Stay as long as you wish. Why not just make this your home? Everyone would be thrilled." Xie Tao was taken aback. "What is this? Why do you seem like a delusional fan?" Chapter 82. You are quite clingy. Xie Tao was utterly unfamiliar with him, standing there in a daze, while the man appeared quite ecstatic, albeit cautious not to be too abrupt. He quickly exclaimed, "I wonder if you remember us. You saved us." His excitement led him to gesture wildly, resulting in a chaotic and somewhat incoherent stream of words. It was that village, the pigsty, zombies, Xie Tao. The memory resurfaced for her, as she had just recalled that incident before entering the village. Now, upon his mention, her emotions became a tangle. "You wouldn't." Before she could finish her sentence, he hastily waved his hands. "How could we possibly do something like that? We were the victims. We could never harm others. We had simply moved to a small base, but it was crowded and chaotic, so we decided to leave. On our way south, we stumbled upon this little village, empty and uninhabited, and thought to stay temporarily. To our surprise, we encountered you. Is that so?" Xie Tao beckoned her companions to join them and asked, "When do you plan to leave? Would you be willing to leave this village to me? I wish to establish a base here." Upon hearing this, the man was momentarily stunned, but soon his face lit up with joy. "You want to establish your own base?" "Indeed," she replied. "Please come inside." He glanced around, inviting them in. Once everyone was inside, he joyfully shouted throughout the village, "Come out and see who has arrived." The village was sparsely populated, with only about 20 residents, both men and women. Their discomfort in living at the base stemmed from the numerous hardships they had endured, making them particularly alert to the outside world. While residing in the base, they felt uneasy with so many people passing by, largely due to a lack of security. Moreover, the small base had proven unreliable, prompting them to seek temporary refuge in this village to recalibrate their circumstances. As soon as they heard the commotion, they emerged, and upon recognizing Xie Tao, their excitement was palpable. They had feared they would never see her again, and naturally, their gratitude towards the one who had rescued them from such dire straits fostered a sense of dependence, particularly among the kinder souls, some of whom even wept for joy. Rushing forward to inquire, "Did you come this way? Would you like to stay a few more days?" Xie Tao felt somewhat overwhelmed by such fervent affection. Struggling to extricate herself from the throng, she finally managed to say, "Just find me a room to stay in. The rest is unnecessary. And please, don't crowd so close." The young man at the gate promptly intervened, calming the others. "Everyone, let's keep our composure. We can discuss matters later. Let our benefactor Xie Tao." She interjected unexpectedly, "Let Sister Tao take a moment to rest." He made a concerted effort to disperse the crowd, exchanging knowing glances with them. After all, he alone was aware that Xie Tao was about to establish a base. The others were still oblivious. He needed to share this splendid news with them and discuss their next steps. A few individuals quickly prepared the largest and best-built house in the village for Xie Tao to stay in, just as she settled in with her companions. A group returned with an array of snacks and treats. Observing that Xie Tao seemed to prefer solitude, they gradually retreated, while someone at the door called out, "If you need anything, just let us know. As long as we have it, we can arrange it." Unaccustomed to such enthusiastic attention, once they departed, Xie Tao flopped onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Why are they so clingy?" Zhong Shanjing, pouring water nearby, remarked, "You haven't seen anything yet. It will only get clingier from here." Xie Tao, Lu Ningning, clearly understanding the situation, listened intently to the story of how Xie Tao had saved these individuals and grasped Zhong Shanjing's implication. Indeed, she would do well to prepare herself. Xie Tao? Before long, Xie Tao comprehended their meaning. The group had brought numerous items, food, clothing, and supplies, evidently their finest possessions, including 2 eggs. Although she didn't lack for such provisions and contemplated sending them back, they hastily left, fearing she might refuse their offerings. Thus, she accepted them. Xiao He and Xiao Bai rummaged through the items and selected ingredients to prepare Xie Tao a bowl of sour and spicy noodles, adding 2 sprigs of bok choy and an egg. This instant food was undeniably enticing, making it difficult to resist. Despite having fresh vegetables available, Xie Tao found herself craving the convenience of instant meals. Consuming too much instant food is unhealthy, Zhou Haiping remarked as he passed by. My grandmother said it shortens one's life. Xie Tao remained unfazed. Rest assured, I will outlive your grandmother by many years. Zhou Haiping. He assumed she was insulting him, but in truth, Xie Tao was stating a fact. In terms of age, she could easily be considered his ancestor. The lifespan of a necromancer is contingent upon their strength. Even the most formidable necromancers face mortality. Yet, at 500 years old, Xie Tao had only lived half her life, and for powerful necromancers, hers had only just begun. Moreover, his grandmother's assertion lacked scientific backing. Take instant noodles, for instance. The primary ingredient is flour, unhealthy? A hamburger consists of bread, meat, and vegetables. Is it flour, meat, or vegetables that are unhealthy? The ingredients for sour and spicy noodles are sweet potato flour, unhealthy? With eggs and bok choy added, the nutrition is quite sufficient. This bowl of sour and spicy noodles was perfectly balanced in nutrition. Xie Tao swiftly articulated her argument in 2 sentences, convincing Zhou Haiping, who fell into a thoughtful silence, pondering the validity of her points. After dinner, Xie Tao drifted into slumber. The next morning, as the sun reached its zenith, she arose, sipped a glass of cool water, and prepared to bask in the sunlight. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a crowd of people. 20 or so individuals stood silently at her doorstep, their presence unknown for how long. Upon seeing her, they fixed their eager gazes on her. Is your base still in need of people? Chapter 83. Please let us stay. Xie Tao felt an overwhelming urge to shout. We are fine, absolutely fine. She truly despised being clung to, yet they were so insistent that, for a fleeting moment, she contemplated walking away. The guard, speaking rapidly, remarked, if we are to establish a base, we will require manpower. He was quick-witted, realizing Xie Tao's ability to control zombies. Thus, he reasoned that while zombies could handle heavy labor, they could not perform delicate tasks. Allow me to enumerate our advantages. Firstly, we are predominantly young and vigorous individuals, with only a handful of elders among us. We are certainly industrious and can sustain ourselves, procuring our own food without burdening you. Secondly, we are aware of your capability to manipulate zombies and will not be astonished or act inappropriately upon this revelation. We are undeterred by the potential hostility from other bases for associating with you. We have accepted all consequences upon making this decision. Lastly, I studied interior design at university. Others began to speak in turn. Some had backgrounds in accounting, enabling them to manage statistics. Others were nurses, capable of tending to the injured. There were those with experience as shop owners, possessing considerable management skills, and individuals from farming families, knowledgeable in livestock and crop cultivation. A few admitted their lack of skills, including one who burst into tears. I studied Chinese literature. I can praise you with flowery words. The guard continued, if you accept us, we can commence work today, initiating the expansion of this village and crafting a framework for your base. He was evidently astute, having gleaned from their brief conversation the day before that Xie Tao intended to form a base and desired this land for its establishment. We are either homeless or burdened with families, either unencumbered or tethered by those close to us. You rescued us from the depths of despair, and we seek to repay you. However, it is clear that someone as formidable as you lacks for such things, so please allow us to remain by your side. We are capable of any task. While others might have been apprehensive regarding Xie Tao's ability to control zombies, they were not. After all, when they were confined like cattle awaiting slaughter, no one came to their aid. It was Xie Tao, the one who could command the undead, who rescued them. This thought fostered a sense of camaraderie towards the controlled zombies, as they had fought alongside them. Zhong Shanjing discreetly nudged Xie Tao, suggesting, perhaps you should accept them. They seem sincere. Moreover, they genuinely needed manpower, and if they were loyal and reliable, it would be even better. Very well, Xie Tao replied, adjusting her sleeves. Since you wish to serve me, I shall provide you with the essentials of life. Once the base is established, there will be wages. But I have one stipulation, no approaching me for affection upon sight. The group, initially disappointed, found solace in the fact that they could remain, nodding eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. Xie Tao sighed and declared, from this day forth, we shall commence the expansion of the base. There shall be no room for regret. I hope everyone present remembers this. Should you ever commit an act unbefitting, then. A chorus of voices began pledging their loyalty, prompting Xie Tao to hastily cover her ears. Lu Ningning, please inform them of our forthcoming endeavors. Lu Ningning, alongside his friend Zheng Keqiao, both possessed a degree of managerial experience. Zheng Keqiao had initially lacked this skill, but had learned a bit by working alongside Lu Ningning. Among the group, they were the most capable of management. Although Zhongshan Jing was clever, his cunning did not equate to adeptness in administration. However, he could certainly learn quickly if given the opportunity. Even before the foundation of the base was firmly established, Xie Tao began allocating roles. She would undoubtedly be the leader, with Zhongshan Jing as her second-in-command. Lu Ningning and Zheng Keqiao would oversee management and coordination. Should they form a security team in the future, Jiangxing Ji would lead it. Zhou Haiping would handle logistics, while Zhong Jinwei would oversee research and development. Ultimately, each individual would be assigned a position, as there would be ample roles to fill. The most pressing matter was that Xie Tao had found a large plot of land and activated a teleportation array. Low-level and mid-level zombies began to emerge in droves. For significant manpower was necessary for infrastructure development. Establishing a base was no simple task. Consider the numerous small bases with scant residential areas, where most inhabitants resided in tents. The fact that the Tao survivor base could provide regular housing for supernatural beings for a month had already attracted many. Typically, bases prioritized constructing walls and essential facilities, often leaving insufficient resources to build residential buildings. Xie Tao was not short on followers. She could also dispatch the red-clad female zombies outside to continuously capture more zombies, transforming them into her loyal subordinates. Thus, she had no concerns about a lack of labor. Her initial idea involved dispersing the 20 or so new members, assigning them as squad leaders, with one primary and one deputy leader, each leading a group of zombies responsible for a section of the wall. After all, zombies lacked intelligence, especially the low-level and mid-level types, only capable of performing menial tasks repetitively. Human oversight was essential for guidance and assistance. With the addition of the new 20 subordinates and the existing members, they could form around 12 or 13 teams, with 10 teams dedicated to construction. It should suffice for their needs. When Xie Tao shared her vision, some expressed curiosity. If 10 teams are assigned to construction, what about the remaining 2 or 3? Xie Tao calmly stroked her chin, responding, farming and pig raising. The others were taken aback, except for Zhou Haiping, who cheerfully declared, "Then I shall lead the farming team." "Not so fast," Xie Tao waved her hand. "We currently lack sufficient seeds and livestock to raise. For now, we can only clear the land. Let the zombies handle the labor while you observe. As for where to procure seeds and piglets once the land is cleared, is there not our friendly classmate Zhao Linfeng?" Chapter 84. Off we go for supplies. Zhao Linfeng remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a target, nor was he aware of Xie Tao's intent to rob the wealthy to benefit himself. At this moment, he was under immense pressure, consumed by impotent rage within his residence. In a bid to eradicate future threats, he had allied with several bases, both large and small, those with which he shared amicable relations. Each base suffered considerable losses. Not only did they gain nothing, but they also allowed a formidable enemy to escape, leading to widespread discontent. The core issue lay in the sheer magnitude of their losses without any corresponding gains. Simply put, they and Zhao Linfeng were motivated by profit. Without it, who would rally around him and heed his commands? Having lost both his allies and resources, Zhao Linfeng's mood soured further. More importantly, he expressed to Zhong Shanqing that Zhao Linyan's apparent safety was a facade. In truth, Zhao Linyan was merely suppressing the virus within him to prevent a complete transformation into a zombie. Once the battle concluded, he was carried back and now lay in Zhao Linfeng's room, occasionally howling in agony. Transformation was irreversible, although the extent of his mutation was not severe. No amount of assistance could restore him to his former state, merely slowing the rate of his transformation. Lin Wanruan paced anxiously nearby, visibly distressed but striving to maintain an appearance of composure. Brother Feng, Zhao Linfeng, his countenance grim, stood beside the table, unable to contain himself, and swept everything off the surface onto the floor, startling Lin Wanruan. "Is there any way to save Linyan?" he asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Lin Wanruan pondered for a long while before responding, "There is a way, but I cannot guarantee that I will find the person, and before I do, Linyan's degree of mutation must not escalate too much." Her eyes reddened as she lowered her voice. "We must at least try, mustn't we?" After a while, Zhao Linfeng inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "Xie Minjia, a uniquely skilled healer." The construction of the base progressed at an astonishing pace, likely due to their ample manpower. As Xie Tao had previously contemplated, 2 humans served as the captain and vice-captain, while each small team managed a dozen zombies. Outside those zombies, led by the red-skirted female zombie, were diligently searching for building materials. Once suitable materials were found, they would notify Xie Tao, who would activate a teleportation array to facilitate their return. Over time, Xie Tao established a permanent teleportation array at the village's center specifically for transporting the prepared building materials. As the supplies flooded back to the village, each team's captain directed the zombies to carry them back. Before commencing the base's construction, Xie Tao sketched a blueprint that, to be frank, appeared rather abstract. Although she was a formidable necromancer with a plethora of skills, she lacked any innate talent for drawing. The younger members, upon receiving the design, were taken aback. Xie Tao, oblivious to their astonishment, wiped her hands and confidently remarked, "Are you all awestruck by my versatility? You shall have to grow accustomed to it in due time." The others could only respond with a muted reaction. Fortunately, the team member experienced in interior design collaborated with a few others to refine Xie Tao's plans, ultimately creating a version that everyone could comprehend, allowing them to begin in earnest. Just as the materials arrived in abundance, they set out to tackle the simplest task first, erecting the outer walls to facilitate internal construction. A substantial quantity of soil and stone was transported far from the village, for the base's expanse could not be limited. Ambition was a necessity. Layer upon layer, the walls rose, taking shape, and it would not be long before the outer fortifications were complete. Xie Tao envisioned constructing an additional inner wall, complemented by defensive structures. To ensure adequate security, a solitary outer wall would be insufficient against potential breaches. "This crucial task is entrusted to you," Xie Tao said, patting Zhong Shanqing on the shoulder. "Hold down the fort while I attend to more pressing matters. You are responsible for safeguarding our domain." Zhong Shanqing had grown accustomed to this role after long days of guarding their home, but he had not anticipated that Xie Tao would summon Jiang Xingji. "Let us go? Go. We must procure supplies." Jiang Xingji inquired, "What supplies are we obtaining? Isn't Zhouhai busy cultivating land?" He explained that their base required both a breeding area and a planting zone for various vegetables, fruits, and grains. For the livestock, they needed to acquire some young animals, including a boar and a sow to ensure the birth of piglets. "Where are we headed?" he asked, perplexed. Xie Tao gently patted his shoulder, her smile radiating warmth. "To Wind City." Jiang Xingji quickly grasped the situation. Understood. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for Zhao Linfeng, pondering the fate of his brother and whether his heart was resilient enough to withstand such dire news. In that moment, he mulled over many thoughts. Yet his words belied his concern. "We should set off early, then. That way, we can still make it back for dinner." If Zhao Linfeng could hear their conversation, he might have been driven to fury, but alas, he was unaware. Xie Tao found merit in her companion's reasoning and waved her hand decisively. Onward. The morale in Wind City was notably low, as recent events had cast a shadow over the populace. The expressions of those strolling the streets were far from the relaxed demeanor they once wore. Thus, when two figures emerged as if from a rift in the sky, many were momentarily stunned, unsure of what was unfolding. Some among the crowd were familiar with Xie Tao, and after a brief hesitation, their faces drained of color as they recalled the night's ominous occurrences. It was unclear who first shouted, "Quick!" informed the base leader. Almost everyone acquainted with Xie Tao harbored the same thought. Good heavens, she isn't here for revenge, is she? Chapter 85. The performance of exaggeration within the Wind City base. Many were aware that their leader had recently led a group to besiege a small outpost. However, most remained oblivious to the true objective behind the assault, the capture of Xie Tao and Zhong Shanqing. Thus, only those who had participated in that confrontation recognized Xie Tao, and those individuals, the most formidable among the base's abilities, now found themselves in a state of utter disarray, akin to headless flies. Upon her arrival, Xie Tao had conducted some reconnaissance, discovering that their base was equipped with both agricultural and livestock sectors. Such facilities were typically reserved for larger bases. Smaller ones relied predominantly on scavenging. Once the nearby supermarkets were depleted, survival became an enigma. Bases of moderate size, like the former Xiang Tao survivor base, boasted a farming area capable of yielding fruit, a commendable feat among lesser establishments. Only the top-tier bases could boast comprehensive agricultural and livestock operations, with Wind City being the most complete of them all, so much so that it dared to call itself a city. Thus, it became the target of Xie Tao, the little tyrant. When Zhao Linfeng received the news, his face paled, clearly contemplating whether Xie Tao had truly come seeking vengeance. She was not one to easily forgive, and her memory was rather tenacious. Her actions seemed entirely justified. "Gather the troops," Zhao Linfeng barked. Summon every ability user within the base. This moment concerns our very survival. Yes, his subordinates, fired with fervor, rushed to rally the others. Wind City had scarcely faced such peril since its establishment, and for those who had not witnessed Xie Tao's might, a strange excitement lingered in the air. They scarcely felt fear, pondering instead the peculiar behavior of their leader, who seemed overly cautious. After all, only 2 individuals had approached them. With an entire survivor base at their disposal, what was there to dread? Most possessed common sense. Even the mightiest of ability users could only vanquish a limited number of foes at once, for they were still human, bound by the constraints of mortality. What could they possibly fear? Wind City boasted countless ability users, complemented by numerous combat-capable civilians. Surely, they could overwhelm the 2 intruders by sheer numbers. Their leader was being excessively cautious. This was not characteristic of him. As he mused, he called out to his comrades, "Hurry, hurry! An invasion is upon Wind City." At the mention of invasion, he bore a rather ambiguous smile, chuckling softly. Such occurrences are rare. If we miss this chance, who knows how long it will be before another fool attempts to invade Wind City. Move quickly. If we delay, we may miss the spectacle altogether. Those who had recently participated in the skirmish emerged from their quarters, curiosity piqued. Who dares invade Wind City? They inquired, skepticism lacing their voices. Could anyone be so audacious? Wind City stands as the largest human survivor base. Even the most formidable of other bases cannot compare. Is it possible someone learned of our failed attack on Xie Tao and her companions and seeks to exploit our vulnerability? Surely, a leader of a large base would not be so foolish as to underestimate the strength of a starved camel being larger than a horse. Unless, of course, the invaders were Xie Tao. This thought flickered momentarily, sending a chill down his spine. The image of Xie Tao departing amidst a throng of zombies lingered in his mind, a haunting memory that would shadow him for quite some time. Abilities were indeed diverse and peculiar, yet he had always doubted humanity's capacity to control the undead. Zhongshan Jing was, after all, the zombie king. What of Xie Tao? Unbeknownst to her, Xie Tao instilled a profound psychological fear in many. Even the mere mention of her name sent shivers down spines. Yet, had she been aware, it is doubtful she would have cared. As he contemplated Xie Tao, a friend interjected gleefully, "It's just a rather cute girl who brought someone along." Ha. Even if there are 2 of them, it's the first time I've seen anyone brave enough to invade a large base. Are they not a bit mentally unhinged? It's almost pitiable. As he spoke, he noticed a nearby ability user stiffen, their complexion draining of color as if they had heard a ghost story. "What did you say? Repeat that." Startled, he stammered, It's just a pretty girl, quite cute. I believe she is a spatial ability user." She opened a door from the sky to enter. The base leader's face changed significantly after I relayed this. Insisting I summon everyone, the man's face grew even graver, his suspicions confirmed. Without a word, he turned to leave. "I'm not going. Whoever wishes to go can do so. I refuse to walk into death." The expressions of other ability users also morphed into peculiar shapes, particularly those who had accompanied Zhao Linfeng in the previous assault. Their faces transformed dramatically, akin to hearing a ghost tale, and they let out mournful cries, fleeing with increasing haste while cursing their leader. It's all Zhao Linfeng's fault. If it weren't for him, we would never have provoked such a harbinger of death. She has come for revenge. We are doomed, utterly doomed. Some, overwhelmed by fear, broke into tears. She is alone. What is there to fear? She must have many relatives and friends. We should flee, gather our loved ones, and escape. If we don't act swiftly, it may be too late. What are you all doing? Someone exclaimed. Are you putting on a performance? Why the theatrics? Lacking the strength and experience to comprehend the events of that day, he could only gaze in confusion at the panicking ability users. Is it because there are only 2 of them that this is not urgent? Are you all conspiring to toy with me? Chapter 86. Yours is mine. Those individuals had no desire to explain. They merely wished to depart swiftly. Xie Tao had arrived, and it was evident that Feng City was no longer a sanctuary. The title of humanity's largest base was soon to be usurped by another. They ought to seek an alternative escape route post-haste, for remaining would only render them fodder in a futile conflict. It was conceivable that Zhao Linfeng had heard the news and was even keener to flee than they were. Their expressions conveyed an authenticity that was palpable. The anxiety etched upon their faces was unmistakable, causing the young secretary to grow increasingly flustered as he incessantly inquired, "Are you jesting? Please do not frighten me. How can just 2 individuals instill such terror in you? Can someone elucidate what transpired?" A friend, sensing his bewilderment, took a moment to provide clarity. not long ago. Zhao Linfeng organized a group, including the most formidable ability users from various bases, to besiege a rather insignificant base, remember? Yes, but they seem to have failed. The secretary recalled, aware of the incident yet hesitant to probe further, for the failure of such a large contingent was indeed a source of humiliation. For a secretary, the ability to discern the unspoken sentiments of superiors is an invaluable skill. He had never dared to inquire about the details of that day, nor why an overwhelming force had faltered against a minor base. When he later consulted other acquaintances, they, too, bore expressions of despondency, suggesting, "You might not believe it." So perhaps it's best left unsaid. However, a friend finally divulged, "We were utterly defeated by that small base." "Ha ha ha, you must be jesting." The secretary chuckled, only to realize that his friend's demeanor, along with those around him, was grave and serious, their expressions reflecting a sentiment of "I told you. You wouldn't believe it." At that moment, the secretary's composure crumbled. "You cannot be suggesting that it was just that woman? That she single-handedly brought you all down? Of course not alone." They likened their encounter to a video game, first facing a formidable yet manageable minor boss, then confronting a challenging but not entirely overwhelming mid-level boss, and ultimately grappling with a major boss that left them bloodied and desperate to flee. Finally, an ultimate boss emerged, one whose power was beyond their capacity to withstand. And that ultimate boss was none other than Xie Tao. Countless individuals were left with PTSD. Even something as innocuous as a peach became unbearable for them. The very person who had instilled such psychological turmoil now stood before them. The fact that they managed to refrain from uttering nonsense in her presence was a testament to their extraordinary composure. After his friend shared a few disjointed thoughts, he fell into despair, wishing only to gather his belongings and escape to another base, where perhaps a glimmer of hope awaited. The secretary remained, standing in bewilderment, uncertain whether to believe or doubt the fantastical tale he had just heard. Such events had unfolded in the lives of many. Those with a modicum of resilience pondered rationally why Xie Tao appeared at their base. If her intentions were indeed vengeful, she would likely have brought a larger entourage. Rational or otherwise, no one wished to confront Xie Tao, resulting in a considerably diminished assembly of individuals than anticipated. When Zhao Linfeng hurriedly emerged, his expression was one of dismay as he asked at a rapid pace, "Where is Xie Tao? Report her location." The ability user tasked with monitoring Xie Tao appeared dazed. As if awakening from a dream, "She hasn't attacked anyone. She has simply ventured deeper within." He refrained from mentioning that Xie Tao seemed to be heading somewhere with purpose, advancing without pause. Zhao Linfeng swiftly began issuing commands to gather more ability users. His tone icy. "I implore you to consider your families and friends still within the base. If you encounter her, flee to another base. Can you escape to the ends of the earth? Can you truly evade this world? If you genuinely believe that escape is viable, then go ahead. I shall not hinder you." The faces of the ability users grew grim. Zhao Linfeng's words struck to the core of their fears. Some contemplated retorting, but found themselves at a loss for words, ultimately remaining steadfast to assess the situation. Zhao Linfeng, having held his leadership position for years, still possessed a degree of capability, yet it was evident that his authority had waned significantly over time. How much longer could he endure? After reprimanding them, he ordered them to reorganize as before, under the guidance of their respective leaders, to search for Xie Tao, to bolster morale and prevent any premature desertions. Zhao Linfeng personally led the charge, positioning himself at the forefront, which indeed had a modest effect, prompting several to join him. Xie Tao, meanwhile, was moving swiftly. By this time, she had arrived near the planting base, which appeared to be well established, with vast fields of crops swaying in the breeze, a picturesque sight. As she contemplated the types of seeds she required, she surveyed the agricultural area, noting its connection to the livestock zone, where individuals were drying grass. This forage would serve as sustenance for cattle and sheep, fostering a beneficial cycle. Their base not only raised cattle, sheep, and pigs but also housed smaller creatures, such as chickens and ducks. The chicks, recently hatched, sported downy yellow feathers and waddled adorably, clearly set loose to forage for insects along the dikes. The sight of these clusters of young fowl, chirping sweetly, softened Xie Tao's gaze as she envisioned her own base teeming with such charming chicks. At that moment, Zhao Linfeng finally arrived. He had contemplated his approach meticulously, considering whether he could persuade Xie Tao to abandon any vengeful intent. However, from a distance, he was struck by the sight of Xie Tao tenderly cradling a piglet in one hand and a chick in the other, merrily stuffing them into a spatial portal. Zhao Linfeng. "So, you are here to pilfer, and you couldn't have mentioned it sooner." Some ability users, evidently reluctant to oppose Xie Tao, remarked from the sidelines. She appears merely to be sightseeing. She is not invading our base, thus no need for hostility, right? Under normal circumstances, such remarks would have incited ire, with others retorting, what sort of sightseeing involves taking things without consent? Yet, at this moment, a surprising majority concurred, some even feigning sincerity. I always said she seemed benevolent. How could she commit such an atrocious act as invading another's base? Let us disperse, let us disperse. My wife is about to give birth, and I must see if both mother and child are safe. Those who had a closer relationship with him rolled their eyes in disbelief. You don't even have a girlfriend, and yet you speak of a wife. Have you no shame? Yet, at that moment, no one dared to refute him. In fact, numerous voices chimed in. I can vouch for him. I am his wife. I was in the adjacent hospital bed. It was said that she was indeed due today. No mistake about it. Yes, yes, Chief, I think we should all just let it go. Their words were laced with a sense of eager desperation, devoid of any shame, clearly reflecting the fear instilled in them previously. Zhao Linfeng's expression twisted in discomfort. And after a long while, he genuinely waved his hand, allowing them to disperse. However, he left a select group of his most elite personnel behind to keep an eye on Xie Tao, choosing to remain himself, ostensibly to prevent Xie Tao from suddenly erupting in violence. Although everyone understood that if Xie Tao truly wished to unleash chaos, there would be no need for theatrics. Xie Tao spotted Zhao Linfeng from a distance. She had brought Jiang Xingji along precisely to deter Zhao Linfeng from obstructing their mission, opting for someone capable in combat to avoid unnecessary complications. To her surprise, Zhao Linfeng proved to be remarkably perceptive. Thus, she handed the little piglet to Jiang Xingji, designating him as the porter, and directly approached Zhao Linfeng. Zhao Linfeng swallowed his bitterness, still harboring intentions to deal with Xie Tao, but at that moment, he truly had no strategy to employ. It was also part of his cunning to feign weakness. I need to pick some seeds, but I'm unaware of where you've placed them or which ones I require. Zhao Linfeng replied, Isn't this a bit excessive? You come to my home to steal, and yet you expect me to assist you in finding what you seek? Yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Ultimately, he pretended not to see Xie Tao, instructing his subordinates to retrieve the seeds and toss them outside, each labeled with its name for her convenience. Xie Tao happily collected the seeds, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. The bitterness in Zhao Linfeng's heart was unfathomable to anyone. He endured his discomfort for a long while before choosing to leave this place, opting for ignorance. He left a few subordinates behind to monitor the situation, wary of the possibility that someone unfamiliar with Xie Tao might provoke her, potentially leading to their entire base's downfall. The most critical task for their base at this juncture was to survive and develop. They must not act prematurely before they possessed the strength to defeat Xie Tao, lest they perish before their victory. The more Zhao Linfeng pondered, the more he felt humiliated, especially upon returning to see his brother lying unconscious in bed. An atheist, he found himself yearning to question the divine. What had humanity done to deserve such trials? If there were indeed deities in this world, he would spit in their direction. Pa, do you think you represent all of humanity? While Zhao Linfeng wallowed in his melancholy, Xie Tao had already collected the seeds she desired, stowing them away in her spatial pocket, while Jiang Xingji busied himself capturing various chicks and piglets. Beyond the younglings, they also needed some adults for immediate consumption, allowing the remaining offspring to mature, breed, and ensure their base would never again lack for meat. Before long, they had gathered the desired quantity and prepared to depart. They had arrived through the portal and would leave on foot. No one dared to impede their progress. The vast Wind City felt like Xie Tao's own territory, where she could go wherever she pleased. As she passed by Lin Huan, she called out, Didn't you say that if I had my own base, you would visit? Well, I have a base now. Will you come? Lin Huan, engrossed in conversation, looked up in surprise upon hearing her voice. He was taken aback, rubbing his eyes, unable to believe that Xie Tao had the audacity to return to Wind City. When Zhao Linfeng had led the charge against her, he had not included Lin Huan in the group for fear he might leak information. Lin Huan had been confined for a long time, only released once everything had settled, leaving him out of the loop. Now, seeing Xie Tao, he stood in a daze, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He had intended to warn her to flee, but upon turning, he noticed many others passing by, including several capable ability users, all cautiously curious yet refraining from confrontation. A phrase echoed in his mind. The times have changed, my lord. Indeed, the shift in times felt alarmingly swift. You. Aye. Xie Tao cheerfully provided him with her address, adding, "It's not fully constructed yet, so you can come by later. Remember, you cannot go back on your word. Bring me some roasted meat when you come." Lin Huan stood there, bewildered, watching as Xie Tao confidently exited Wine City through the main gate. He pinched his cheek, confirming he was not dreaming, and then silently turned to his friends. Just moments ago, they had cautioned him against associating with such a wanted criminal, lest he invite disaster. Now, they were left speechless, their mouths agape, before one finally asked Lin Huan, "Is that really Xie Tao? It must just be someone who resembles her." Chapter 88. That is our future chef at the base. Xie Tao and Jiang Xingji returned home, and, from a distance, spotted a horde of zombies busily moving bricks. Among them was the formidable number 2, towering over the average zombie as it heaved a massive stone under the guidance of a young lady. After hearing her instructions, number 2 crouched down to match her height, allowing her to wipe the non-existent sweat from its forehead with a handkerchief. Xie Tao, curious about the scene, observed number 2, which remained oblivious, its simple demeanor unchanged. Meanwhile, the young lady blushed slightly, attempting to explain, I don't have a necrophilia fetish." Xie Tao patted her shoulder knowingly, responding, "I do, I understand. Every necromancer possesses a fascination with the deceased, albeit in a manner distinct from that of ordinary individuals. They are drawn to dissection, the intricacies of human anatomy, the state of each organ, and the changes that occur post-mortem are obsessions that compel necromancers to unearth graves and seek out newly interred corpses. Fortunately, their era lacked cremation, otherwise, their pursuits would have been even more challenging. This is especially true for those necromancers with a more conventional disposition who do not relish the thought of gratuitous murder." The young lady remarked, "I feel we are quite different." After reassuring her of her talent, Xie Tao added, "As long as number 2 consents, I have no objections." She insisted, "I genuinely do not harbor those feelings." Having endured traumatic experiences in her village, she instinctively recoiled from men. While a typical young lady might initially assess a man's appearance, her immediate reaction was to gauge his height and strength, contemplating whether she could defend herself if he were to attack, or if she could escape unscathed from potential harm. However, number 2 differed. As a zombie, it lacked such desires. It obeyed Xie Tao's every command, exhibiting a gentle and clumsy demeanor, diligently adhering to tasks without complaint unless provoked. If Xie Tao instructed it to heed the captain's orders, it would comply and protect the 2 human captains, working diligently without slacking off. Being in number 2's company alleviated her tension, allowing her to relax without the usual wariness associated with being around ordinary men, which endeared her to it even more. As Xie Tao strolled leisurely inside, with both humans and zombies, particularly the higher-ranking ones like Little Red, rushing over to welcome her home, she released the piglets and chicks, instructing them to transport everything back carefully. "Be cautious not to injure or kill them," she urged, her gaze filled with affection for the little pigs, chickens, ducks, and lambs, akin to admiring a platter of skewered meat. Once these animals grew and multiplied, their base would achieve self-sufficiency. She hoped Lin Huan would indeed come. His grilling skills were unmatched, and although Xie Tao had tasted others' cooking, none compared to Lin Huan's. Was this perhaps a talent of fire element users? Lin Huan was the base's esteemed chef. Contemplating this, Xie Tao felt the need to ensure Lin Huan's safety, fearing that if Zhao Linfeng went mad and prevented him from leaving or coerced him into treachery, it would be detrimental. While she was not overly concerned about the latter, she prioritized the chef's physical and mental well-being, necessitating preventive measures. She first directed Zhou Haiping to safeguard the seeds properly, selecting suitable ones for planting while ensuring their storage environment remained dry to prevent premature germination. Then, she asked Zhong Shanjing to lead the others in relocating the adorable animals to their designated pens. Given that she had previously mentioned her intention to procure supplies, the base had already prepared, constructing pig and chicken pens and drying grass for future feed. Xie Tao had envisioned utilizing the small hill behind their village, which had been encompassed during the base's establishment. Cows and sheep were tended at the foot of the hill, and she planned to cultivate pasture on the slope, allowing the livestock to graze during the day and return at night. It seemed rather idyllic. Those unable to endure strenuous labor could still gather grass on the gentle slope, as it posed no significant exertion. While following Zhong Shanjing, overseeing the arrangement of the animals, Xie Tao prepared to temporarily depart the base for more pressing matters. This endeavor was vital to safeguarding their future chef. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants of Wind City, a gray-black mouse silently infiltrated the area, drawn by its keen sense of smell to Lin Huan. Unlike ordinary mice, which typically lack markings, this one bore faint crimson patterns hidden beneath its fur. Its eyes glowed a menacing shade of red, unsettling to behold for prolonged periods. Upon reaching Lin Huan's vicinity, it nestled into a corner, its unwavering gaze fixated on him, motionless for quite some time, resembling a mechanical rodent. As Lin Huan pondered whether to join Xie Tao, aware that her newly established base was not as carefree as before, he reflected on the phrase, "You can run from the monk, but not the temple." If someone were to assault her base, could she abandon it as she once did? No, that was a limitation. Though Xie Tao was formidable, she questioned whether she could truly protect her base and its inhabitants after becoming a target of humanity's ire. Chapter 89. My faith lies with Xie Tao indeed. Zhao Linfeng is quite the schemer. Time and again, he has suffered losses at the hands of Xie Tao. He is unlikely to relent and is certainly concocting some insidious plan to target her. No matter how formidable a person may be, they cannot exist without vulnerability. Even the slightest crack can lead to their downfall. This has been true throughout history, whether concerning historical figures or characters from tales. Even the mighty Elbu could only manage a stalemate against Lu, Guan, and Zhang combined, and he ultimately lost his head. There is no absolute invincibility in this world. Even the deities of myth can meet their demise due to a flaw. Lin Huan is deeply concerned about this. The uncertainty surrounding these matters is overwhelming. Yet, he mutters to himself, I have made a promise to her. Even if it was in jest, a promise is a promise. Being a person of integrity, if he were to go back on his word, it would only lead to countless nights of self-reproach in the future. Thus, Lin Huan swiftly resolves to prepare a small bundle. Zhao Linfeng has long been aware of the relationship between the two, but is unaware that Lin Huan has promised Xie Tao to visit her base. However, he can surmise that Lin Huan, being in the Chao camp yet his heart with Han, would eventually depart. Recently, Zhao Linfeng has been preoccupied and has not had the time to seek Lin Huan. Now that his brother's situation is temporarily stable, and Lin Huan has also gone out to seek solutions, Xie Tao's brief visit was merely a robbery without further consequence. There should be no danger. He finally has the opportunity to address some trivial matters, such as having a heart-to-heart with Lin Huan. When Zhao Linfeng arrives to find Lin Huan, he finds Lin Huan has already packed a small bundle. He has very few belongings, and any large items can be left behind to acquire later. Apart from the essentials, everything else can be discarded to avoid inconvenience during the journey. Just as Zhao Linfeng knocks on the door, Lin Huan has just zipped up his bag. Upon opening the door, he is met with the sight of Zhao Linfeng standing outside. Lin Huan, speak of the devil, and he appears. Just a moment ago, he was secretly cursing Zhao Linfeng's cunning, and now, confronted with him, he feels a twinge of guilt, compounded by the fact that he was already preparing to leave Feng City. Zhao Linfeng senses this shift and believes that the possibility of discussing what he intended has increased. His expression softens considerably. You wish to leave, do you not? I shall not prevent you, but I wish to have a proper conversation with you. Lin Huan, what do you wish to say? Zhao Linfeng ponders for a moment before speaking. Lin Huan is not a prophet. She has been reborn. In her previous life, she witnessed the destruction of the human world firsthand. I know what you are thinking. What if she is lying? You must have felt my ability, have you not? I possess dual abilities, and what you have sensed is merely a fragment of my powers. He hesitates briefly before asserting, I am certain she is not lying. Lin Huan remains silent for a moment, and Zhao Linfeng continues. It is precisely for this reason that I seek to eliminate Zhongshan Jing. My intentions are not driven by selfish desires, but rather for the sake of all humanity. I stand to gain little from this endeavor, and in fact, I will incur considerable costs. If I were to disregard this matter, I would still be the head of the largest base in the world, and no one could threaten my position. Even if humanity were to face annihilation, I could still maintain my status until the end. Yet I chose to pursue this path. You must have seen what I have gained thus far. Even if I harbor some selfish motives, my primary goal remains the survival of humanity into the future. Lin Huan crosses his arms and quietly inquires, Are you saying this to gain something from me? Observing a softening in Lin Huan's demeanor, Zhao Linfeng speaks gently. I will not allow you to undertake perilous tasks. Such actions would surely lead to your downfall. I merely hope that, once you arrive there, you can relay some information to me. In essence, he is requesting Lin Huan to act as a spy, to monitor Xie Tao and uncover her weaknesses. Zhao Linfeng articulates this delicately, continually framing it in the context of humanity's greater good. This is also for the sake of all humanity. to ensure that we can endure through the harsh realities of the apocalypse. I hope that a century from now, the beings traversing this land will still be humans, not zombies. Lin Huan cannot help but feel a sense of admiration within. Zhao Linfeng's arguments are undeniably compelling, even setting aside his disingenuous facade. The rationale he presents is sufficient to sway many. Were it someone else, they might have been convinced. However, Lin Huan poses a singular question. In the narrative that Lin Huan experienced, was there Xie Tao? It is indeed curious. Although Lin Huan has not known Xie Tao for long, she possesses an undeniable charm that inspires trust. He cannot shake the feeling that if Xie Tao had existed in the previous life, humanity would not have faced extinction. Zhao Linfeng is about to respond when Lin Huan interjects. I cannot discern whether you are lying, as I lack your extraordinary abilities. However, I can consult others to verify this matter. Surely Xie Tao is aware that Lin Huan's abilities are not prophetic, correct? If the enemy were not aware, you would not divulge such information to me. Zhao Linfeng is taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Huan's profound trust in Xie Tao, having been surprised once before. He is now even more astonished upon this deeper understanding. I truly do not comprehend how she has so swiftly garnered your trust, compelling you to stake everything on her. People are not the same. Some reveal their insincerity with a mere word, while others can captivate you in moments, making you yearn for their friendship. Lin Huan, hearing Zhao Linfeng's words, realizes that Zhao Linfeng has implicitly acknowledged that Xie Tao did not exist in Lin Huan's previous memories. What Lin Huan wishes to believe is not that Zhong Shanjing has had a change of heart and refrains from destroying the world, but rather that as long as Xie Tao is present, humanity will not vanish. Will you not reconsider your stance? In that instant, Zhao Linfeng's gaze undergoes a subtle shift. His fingers twitch slightly, as if contemplating an action. Lin Huan senses the tension, and just then, a small red-eyed mouse scurries out from the shadows. Chapter 90. I just came to visit the small mouse, no larger than a palm, with its bright red eyes, suddenly darted between the two individuals. The patterns hidden beneath its fur glimmered to life. A crimson array emerged from its body, forming a gateway in midair, just wide enough for a person to pass through. As the door swung open, Xie Tao poked her head in, grinning cheerfully at the two occupants of the room. I've come to visit my friend. Is that all right? Zhao Linfeng remained speechless. Each time, Xie Tao astonished him anew. He couldn't help but wonder if she was truly an ability user or had perhaps traversed from some peculiar realm. Was it a world of cultivation? Or perhaps Hogwarts? With considerable effort, Zhao Linfeng managed to smile and remarked, since there's nothing pressing, I'll take my leave then. Once he departed, Xie Tao beckoned Lin Huan. I just eavesdropped on your conversation. That is not an issue, right? You're not upset, are you? Lin Huan responded with a resigned silence. What are you still blathering about after hearing everything? Is that door some sort of teleportation portal? Wait for me. Having nearly given up on his belongings, including the barbecue grill, which had become burdensome to carry, Lin Huan reconsidered upon realizing the existence of a teleportation door. I'll help you move. Xie Tao squeezed through the door and swiftly assisted Lin Huan in transporting his items back in one go. Upon reaching their destination, Lin Huan sighed in relief. I felt as if Zhao Linfeng intended to kill me. Perhaps he wished to control you, to make you his eyes and ears. He might have similar ability users under his command. Xie Tao pointed nonchalantly at the small mouse. For instance, it serves as my spy. However, the necromancer primarily manipulates corpses or souls. To facilitate her excursions, she opted for a small mouse, which she could eliminate and transform into a medium. This way, she could utilize the mouse for reconnaissance and store a smaller teleportation array within it. Should Zhao Linfeng attempt to harm Lin Huan, she could instantly teleport and rescue the chef she had deemed worthy. Lin Huan shivered at the thought, rubbing his arms as goosebumps rose. That is indeed something he would do. I'm relieved you're here. So, you're not bothered by my earlier eavesdropping, right? Xie Tao insisted on a definitive answer, despite her companion's tacit acceptance of the situation. Yes, Lin Huan acquiesced. Xie Tao's face brightened with a smile as she summoned a zombie to assist them in moving. Let me show you around. Our base isn't fully constructed yet, so if you have any needs, feel free to mention them. For example, if my friend desires an expansive laboratory, we'll accommodate him. If you wish for a grand kitchen, that can be arranged as well. I have no such requirements. Cooking is tiring enough already. I only wish to indulge in my hobby without the burden of a vast kitchen to maintain. Xie Tao appeared slightly disappointed, but soon exclaimed, let us explore. I recently acquired some adorable animal offspring, and you might want to familiarize yourself with them. Lin Huan silently scoffed at the idea of getting acquainted with chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, knowing they would soon become frequent visitors to his grill. However, he finally understood why Xie Tao had appeared in Wind City that day. She was procuring supplies. The thought of Zhao Linfeng's plight struck him as increasingly pitiable, unable to fight back, unable to intervene, even when intruders brazenly raided his home. Leaving through the front door while he pretended not to see. The more he pondered, the more he felt a pang of sympathy. I know a place in Wind City that breeds a large variety of fish, all plump and tender. We could dig a pond to stock up on some. Grass carp for sour fish soup, carp for braising, and crucian carp for a delightful stew. Xie Tao wiped her mouth. Is that so? Then we shall procure some soon. Lin Huan smiled, envisioning a future where he could serenade Zhao Linfeng with gratitude. Thank you for warming my belly. Zhao Linfeng would undoubtedly be left speechless. He chuckled at the memory of Zhao Linfeng wanting him to become a puppet, to serve as his pawn, and any residual guilt vanished in an instant. He even contemplated urging Xie Tao to raid Zhao Linfeng's supplies repeatedly, bringing all the finest goods to their base, leaving Zhao Linfeng in despair. As they conversed and walked forward, the base was teeming with zombies, each laboring to transport large bricks, cement, and various other construction materials to the vicinity of the walls. The walls were impressively high, reminiscent of ancient fortifications, complete with battlements and lookout towers, clearly prepared for any potential assaults. The sight of humans and zombies coexisting harmoniously was initially jarring, but became more acceptable with time. Lin Huan couldn't help but hope that Zhao Linfeng would understand that. Given Xie Tao's nature, she would not instigate humanity's demise, and that she could even regulate the zombies, diminishing conflicts between them and humans. Xie Tao embodied a principle of non-aggression. Unless Zhao Linfeng initiated hostilities, she would not retaliate against Wind City, even if enmity had formed. The root cause lay with Zhao Linfeng, and all could have been avoided, though now, animosity had taken root, and the more lives lost in the ensuing conflicts. The deeper the rift grew, leaving little room for reconciliation. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Huan followed Xie Tao to the breeding area, where he observed a few low-level zombies hauling carts of hay toward the livestock pens. These lower-tier zombies exhibited diminished self-control, and despite having pledged allegiance to Xie Tao, they struggled to restrain themselves upon seeing the plump piglets, drooling as they added hay to the feeding trough. The breeding area was situated close to the planting zone, which had been divided into two sections. I've reserved a third of the area for fruit cultivation. I'll share some with you later. Lin Huan responded with a muted acknowledgement, recognizing the absurdity of the situation, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Chapter 91. A brief century. Xie Tao, accompanied by her companions, took a cursory tour of the base. To be frank, the village at the center had yet to be dismantled, as everyone still required a place to reside. Aside from that, all other areas had been leveled in preparation for the construction of buildings once the walls were completed. Thus, aside from the perimeter walls and the breeding zones, including pigsties, the surroundings were largely desolate, leaving little to explore. However, the cultivation area was a different sight altogether, with an abundance of fruits nearing ripeness, presenting a vibrant and picturesque spectacle. Zhou Haiping was nearby, directing the zombies as they watered and fertilized the adjacent plots. Xie Tao called out to him from a distance, suggesting they pick some fruits later for a party that evening. She remembered fondly how enjoyable such gatherings could be. Zhou Haiping responded with an approving gesture, his demeanor reflecting a hint of excitement. After all, entertainment options had become exceedingly scarce in the post-apocalyptic world. Humans are inherently creatures prone to boredom, especially after having been accustomed to the luxuries of a bustling era. For ordinary people, securing 3 meals a day had become a challenge, let alone seeking entertainment. Spiritual pursuits often took a backseat to material needs, as survival remained paramount. News of Xie Tao's party spread quickly. Lu Ningning, who was engrossed in her writing, enlisted her good friend Zheng Keqiao to select a pig, a cow, and a sheep from the breeding area for slaughter to prepare for the evening's festivities. There was no concern about whether they would finish it all, as Zheng Keqiao possessed ice-manipulating abilities, allowing them to store leftovers in an ice house for the next day if necessary. Lu Ningning also suggested to Zheng Keqiao, why not whip up some fruit salad or ice cream for Xie Tao tonight? Zheng Keqiao, a rather serious individual, seemed momentarily taken aback by the creative potential of his powers, his emotions becoming somewhat complex. All right, the humans at the base, unable to pursue gourmet meals, were simply grateful for the prospect of a hearty feast. When word of the party reached them, They were elated and designated a few individuals to guide the zombies in clearing a small plaza not far from the village for the evening's gathering. As night fell, all those working set aside their tasks to partake in the festivities, which resembled a bonfire gathering more than a conventional party. The meticulously cleaned plaza was adorned with various seating arrangements, and a massive bonfire blazed at its center. Lin Huan had washed his hands and brought over his grilling rack. A few leisurely men and women sat nearby skewering the freshly processed meat from the slaughtered animals, which included pork, beef, and lamb, alongside some chicken and duck, all seasoned and marinated in distinct flavors. Some were Orleans-style chicken, while others were spiced beef. The marinated meats would absorb the flavors well, and as they skewered them, they could add bell peppers or garlic cloves, or simply enjoy them as pure meat, catering to everyone's diverse tastes. Zheng Keqiao was stationed not far off, seriously rolling ice balls, which the nearby ladies would then mix into juices and beers for serving, for no barbecue would be complete without beverages. Some ice was also set aside to chill the drinks. Additionally, a crafty lady was busy preparing shaved ice and fruit salads. Jiang Xingji stood beside her, juicing fruits. His abilities allowed him to not only kill, but also to decompose substances, though the latter required finesse. The juice he produced surpassed that from any juicer, skillfully filtering out seeds to prevent bitterness. All in all, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, except for Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing, the former feeling indifferent about participating and the latter having little to contribute. They sat side by side on chairs, with Xie Tao happily sipping a chilled juice. The refreshing drink was delightful, and she had no worries about an upset stomach, as Xiao He and Xiao Bai assisted with meal preparations, occasionally bringing her little snacks. She felt quite content. With Lin Huan's arrival, Xie Tao's circle of friends finally began to take shape, though a few elements were still missing. There was no sense of urgency. The next step was to properly develop the base. Xie Tao lounged comfortably, observing the bountiful scene before her. Her mood buoyant as she mused aloud. I never imagined I would establish a faction. Although necromancers held gatherings, they lacked a unifying leader, rendering them fragmented. Had they been organized, they might not have suffered so greatly against the Holy Hall, even if they could not directly oppose it. Yet at that time, Xie Tao had not entertained such thoughts. Today, she was suddenly struck by the joy of having a cohesive group, gathering friends together, shouldering responsibilities collectively, and enjoying regular parties. Or rather, meetings to strategize on how to confront adversaries and improve their lives. This balance of leisure and productivity enhanced their efficiency. Why had she never considered this before? Perhaps her journey to this post-apocalyptic realm was intended to introduce her to new ways of thinking and problem-solving. With her previous mindset, she might never have been able to topple the Holy Hall. Xie Tao reclined with a contented sigh, exclaiming, "Traveling through worlds is truly a delightful experience." As for returning, there was no rush. Previously, she had contemplated how to return to her original world, but that thought had since dissipated. After all, the lifespan of a necromancer differs from that of a human. She could relish several decades in this world while cultivating a base for her friends to thrive and enjoy. Only then would she consider the prospect of returning. Decades, or even centuries, held little distinction for a necromancer compared to the fleeting years of ordinary humans. Such interactions felt almost ephemeral to Xie Tao. "Come and enjoy the barbecue," Lin Huan called from a distance, prompting Xie Tao to spring up and tug Zhong Shanjing along in that direction. "We're coming. You should join us. Zombies may not require human food, but there's no harm in indulging, right?" Zhong Shanjing looked down at her, a hint of gentle warmth in his eyes. Silently, he tightened his grip on Xie Tao's hand and followed her eagerly. Chapter 92. She might not be the one at a disadvantage. Xie Tao had never experienced such a life before, and it was needless to say that Zhong Shanjing had even less of a social life. Trapped within the confines of his small home, he had spent most of his time immersed in books and engaging in familial strife. Even though he was weary of such a monotonous existence, his frail health left him with no alternative but to endure, devoid of choices. Despite having lived for over 20 years, he now felt as if his life had just begun. The preceding years seemed merely a trial bestowed upon him by fate, and having weathered that ordeal, he was finally embarking on his true life. From that moment forth, he envisioned a future devoid of suffering, one that was free from the chaotic matters he wished to evade, filled solely with those he cherished and who cherished him in return. If all his past tribulations were merely a prelude to meeting Xie Tao in this moment, perhaps it was not so lamentable after all. Life is often a balance of gains and losses, and the sacrifices he had made led him to this very instant, rendering them not so exorbitant after all. With a languid gait, Zhong Shanjing followed Xie Tao into the gathering crowd, where many had assembled to share fresh delicacies and amusing anecdotes. Their faces alight with joy as they engaged in lively conversation. The adversities brought on by the apocalypse appeared to fade amidst this shared happiness. They waved from a distance, beckoning Xie Tao and Zhong Shanjing to join them. As they squeezed into the table, a platter of freshly grilled meat was thrust into their hands, accompanied by an assortment of other delightful morsels. A singer was soon pushed forward, prompting him to pull a young lady alongside him, and the two began to serenade each other with heartfelt duets. The atmosphere was indeed quite delightful. Xie Tao munched on the grilled meat and fruits, her words somewhat garbled as she suggested, "Shall we throw another gathering once our base is fully established?" She believed that parties and bonfire nights were splendid affairs that could be frequently organized at their base, especially since their numbers were few and the zombies did not require sustenance. With so few among them who needed to eat, even a bonfire gathering would not deplete their supplies significantly. They could easily afford it. "I think that's a splendid idea," chimed in the others at the table, chattering excitedly. "We could also celebrate during harvest time. It would foster unity." Before long, someone brought forth an assortment of alcoholic beverages, varying in potency. Xie Tao joined in, entertaining everyone with her fireworks display. When her magic exploded in the sky, it resembled a brilliant burst of light, though not as dazzling as actual fireworks. It mimicked their form quite nicely. As the festivities continued, many indulged to excess. Aside from those who were unable to drink and managed to exercise restraint, others consumed cup after cup until they succumbed to inebriation. Prior to arriving at this base, many harbored feelings of melancholy, having endured persecution from their kind or suffering the loss of dear family members. Though they maintained a facade of calm during the day, the quiet of night often brought restless thoughts, making it difficult to alleviate their inner turmoil. Yet today, nearly everyone had released their pent-up sorrows. Perhaps after this day, they would find it easier to let go of their burdens, experiencing a little less anguish. Jiangxing Ji also drank too much, leaning against Zhou Haiping as he mumbled, "Why is she closer to Zhong Shanjing? Am I not strong enough? Am I not handsome enough? Am I not obedient enough?" Zhou Haiping, clinging to his sister's leg, wept bitterly. "Sister, I finally avenged you. I killed someone, and I don't regret it at all. I'm so happy. I even slightly regret that he died too easily. Sister, you've lost weight again. There's hardly any flesh left on you." The three of them formed quite the spectacle, though the most prominent scene was that of Lu Ningning and Zheng Keqiao. Zheng Keqiao had a robust tolerance for alcohol and had yet to succumb to drunkenness, struggling to pry Lu Ningning off himself as she sobbed uncontrollably over her lost first love and the demise of her base. Wiping her snot and tears all over him, Zheng Keqiao, thoroughly exasperated, called for help, but upon surveying the area, he found everyone else sprawled on the ground, either clutching their bottles in a stupor or rolling in heaps of refuse, crying out in regret. Some were so inebriated that they mistook their companions for deceased lovers, passionately kissing them, only to realize they were kissing someone of the same gender, leading to quite the awkward situation. The only sober individual among them was Zhong Shanjing, likely due to his undead nature, which rendered him impervious to the effects of alcohol. He wrapped an arm around Xie Tao to prevent her from rolling about on the floor, and, once everyone had succumbed to their intoxication, directed the zombies to separate the drunken revelers, escorting each back to the village and placing them in various houses, unsure of where they had resided prior. Finally, he cradled Xie Tao in one arm, while retrieving the juice she stubbornly clung to, leading her away. Zheng Keqiao sensed something amiss, but, having consumed a bit himself and not fully sober, leaned on a nearby zombie for support as he staggered back, directing other zombies to assist in settling his friends into their respective rooms. Zhong Shanjing brought Xie Tao back to her quarters, where Xiao He had prepared a hangover remedy, instructing Xiao Bai to distribute it among the others while he approached Xie Tao with a bowl in hand. "Just set it on the bedside for now," Zhong Shanjing commanded. "Xie Tao may not be able to drink it at the moment." Xiao He hesitated, grappling with the propriety of the situation. After all, Zhong Shanjing was not a mere skeleton. Who could say whether he retained any capabilities after becoming a zombie? It seemed unsafe to leave him alone in the room with Xie Tao, who was utterly intoxicated. What if Zhong Shanjing were to act inappropriately? The more Xiao He pondered, the more convinced it became that leaving Zhong Shanjing alone in the room was a perilous notion, and it was imperative to protect Xie Tao's virtue. Thus, it chose not to leave but instead crouched at the door, peeking in with a furtive demeanor, quite conspicuous indeed. Zhong Shanjing simply sighed and said, If anything were to occur, it would likely be her coercing me. Xiaohei considered this and thought it plausible that a drunken Xie Tao might indeed behave in such a manner. With a relieved sigh, it departed. After all, Xie Tao would not be the one at a disadvantage.